Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. Pirate. 100x Cultivation Cheat. 1cc. Chapter 1. Impel Down is shut down at the beginning favorites. 1/210th. Chapter 1. Impel Down is shut down at the beginning favorites. Next. Impel Down, located in Calm Belt, is the world's first prison in One Piece. The entire prison is divided into 6 floors. Or, the Say Kingdom on the plane can be counted as 6.5 floors. Countless prisoners are held here. Among them are some of the top pirates in the world, enough to be named after Whitebeard in One Piece, Gul D. Roger. Such a prison for detaining repeat offenders would naturally not have too bad a defense capability, otherwise it would not be possible to be called a bronze wall and iron wall, and have the title of the world's #1 prison. Located in Calm Belt, it is not easy to get here. Calm Belt is the lair of Sea Kings. Whether you want to reach Impel Down or escape from Impel Down, the Sea Kings of Calm Belt will hinder you. At the same time, Impel Down, Naval Headquarters and Eni's lobby are arranged in a triangle, and the distance between them is not too far. In the event of a jailbreak event, support can also be provided quickly. The warden guarding Impel Down is even more powerful than Marine Admiral. In decades, only Golden Lion Shiki escaped from Impel Down. Even so, Golden Lion Katakana Middle Shiki managed to escape by leaving both feet on Impel Down. How did I come to the world of One Piece? Is it still locked in Impel Down? Ye-Kai looked at the black and white striped shirt on his body, and after sorting out the news he got from other inmates, he lay on the ground like a salted fish, feeling that life had lost its meaning. As a salted fish, Ye-Kai remembers very clearly that he turned on the air conditioner at home and concentrated on playing a mobile game adapted from Poseidon. He also spent 9.9 to buy a plugin. When pushing the boss, a magical costume was revealed, but was banned for cheating. He was so angry that he took a picture of the table with his mobile phone. Then, there's no after that. When he woke up again, he found himself turned into Field Kree Drag Armor. What the hell name? Isn't this the homonym of Ye-Kai? However, it doesn't matter, the pronunciation is the same anyway, not much different from Ye-Kai. The t-shirt on his body turned into a black and white striped shirt. The original air-conditioned room has become a prison door with iron bars. Well, fortunately, Ye-Kai's prison is a single cell. Around him, there are many similar prisons, in which all kinds of big men in striped shirts are held. A few or more than a dozen were detained together. Each one is as strong as a cow. When Ye-Kai first woke up, he thought he was imprisoned in a foreign prison, and worried that his chrysanthemums would not be kept. When he calmed down, he realized that he was no longer his original self. Although he still has black hair and yellow skin, even his appearance is similar to that of the Earth, but it has become more angular and has a 3-dimensional effect, and I don't know how to become 2 meters tall. In short, it feels like, it's like zooming in your version of yourself, a little more handsome. Ye-Kai realizes that he doesn't seem to be soul-traversing. Instead, the whole person was pulled into the world of pirate, but his body changed for some reason and became a 2-meter-tall man. And his name changed from Ye-Kai to Field Carry Drag Armor. Afterwards, from the mouth of the inmate at the opposite door, Ye-Kai found out that here, it is not a foreign prison, but the world's #1 prison in Pirate, Impel Down. At this time, looking at the situation outside the prison, the walls are all cut from huge stones. As far as the style is concerned, it is very simple and has no modern style. It really doesn't look like a prison on Earth. Impel Down. Haza is the #1 prison in the world. Why did my meow appear in the world of Pirate? Ye-Kai wished he was dreaming. Unfortunately, not. He hammered hard on the wall in the prison door, and the pain from his hand made him realize clearly that this was not a dream. He is really in the world of Pirate. The death rate of One Piece does not seem to be as high as a certain shadow. But in fact, what everyone sees is only the perspective of the protagonist Luffy and his team. From other perspectives, other pirates also burned, killed, looted, committed all kinds of crimes, and their death rate will not be lower than that of a certain shadow. In terms of combat effectiveness, the combat effectiveness of One Piece is terribly high, and there are bugs like devil fruit. What's my cheat? System. Is the system on? System, wake up, give the novice a reward, and issue a task for me. Isn't there? No system. Is there devil fruit? Is there any special ability or special blood? Quote. Ye-Kai muttered to himself like an idiot, and finally determined. He has no system, no special abilities and bloodlines. Not to mention devil fruit. I'm just a salted fish. Ye-Kai has given up. Without cheats, what can you do in a world like One Piece? As cannon fodder. Moreover, at the beginning of the game, it was Impel Down, the world's #1 prison. Without cheats, how can you escape from prison without strength? The death rate in Impel Down is very high. Even if Ye-Kai knows that he is only imprisoned in the first floor Crimson Hell, he may die. Have you ever heard of Luffy? A pirate. Ye-Kai wants to know an approximate time, and wants to know when Luffy will go to sea, so as to infer when Luffy will break into prison, and maybe he can escape with him. Although, the odds are very, very low. Even if Luffy hits Impel Down to save Ace, those who leave Impel Down in the end are all good players. Those who are not strong enough have no way to leave with them. Even if they followed Luffy and his group and went out from Impel Down, they either fell behind halfway due to various reasons, or were affected because of lack of strength when Luffy and others fought against the guards in the prison. After all, you still need strength. In the prison opposite Ye Kai, there were 7 or 8 people in prison, all wearing black and white striped suits. Luffy, never heard of. Chapter 2 Even breathing is getting stronger. Favorites. 2/210ths. Chapter 2 Even breathing is getting stronger. Favorites. I lost the manuscript at the beginning. I lost half a chapter in this chapter, and I hurriedly added it. I was really depressed. I lost the manuscript just after I started the book. I feel a little unlucky. Please collect support. The pirates imprisoned on the first floor are not strong, and they may all be small ones. So on the first floor of Impel Down, people are often imprisoned in and know the outside news. Ye Kai asked them about the news at sea, and he was able to sort out some useful information. There is no news about Luffy. I don't know if he hasn't gone to sea yet or hasn't become famous. The battle for Luffy and others to become famous should be defeating Crocodile and then attacking Enies lobby. Then, Ye Kai asked again, where is Fire Fist Ace? Who are you asking about? They are not pirates from some small places. Ha ha ha. Ye Kai asked about the situation of Luffy and Ace continuously, but the people in the opposite prison had never heard of it and laughed. Ye Kai is also a little depressed. Ace went to sea 2 years before Luffy, won the title of Fire Fist Ace, and then joined the Whitebeard Pirates and became the captain of the second team. If these people haven't heard of Ace's name, it can only be said that Ace hasn't gone to sea yet. Confirming this, Ye Kai simply asked directly, One Piece, how many years has Gall D. Roger been dead? Gall D. Roger has been dead for more than 10 years. Dead for 17 years. Is it still 18 years? No, I've been dead for 19 years. I've been dead for so long, who cares about these? Not many people pay attention to a person who has been dead for more than 10 years. Based on this information, Ye Kai has a general understanding of the current situation and the overall timeline. The timeline he is in now should be before Ace went to sea. Ace hasn't gone out to sea yet, or is about to go out to sea. Natural beauty has created the name of Fire Fist, let alone Luffy. Ye Kai asked, Luffy, and Fire Fist Ace, just now, and the person in the opposite prison said that he had never heard of it. In other words, if you want to wait for Ace to be caught and Luffy to go to Impel Down and then escape, you have to wait 3 or 4 years. Depressed Ye Kai lay on the ground and didn't want to move, as if he had turned into a salted fish. He also thought about traveling to the world of One Piece, punching Blackbeard, kicking Kaido and Big Mom, holding Hancock in his left hand, Robin in his right hand, and Nami in his arms. But that's just thinking about it. Just like Yi Gong loves dragons. What if it's in the world of One Piece, and it's still in Impel Down? Ye Kai at this moment is more confused, restless, and fearful. Being imprisoned in Impel Down, although it is possible to be released, but as a prisoner, it is still a place like Impel Down, no one will care about your life or death. Maybe one day I was killed by the jailer or the jailer beast, and I died. No one would care. Impel Down sometimes has people missing. For example, those in the Sei Kingdom on the 5.5th floor are all missing people. Impel Down will not pay attention to these missing people, maybe they died somewhere in Impel Down. Eaten by wild beasts, Ye Kai can be sure that he has no memory of other people in his mind, and he has traveled through the body. When the body travels through time, some changes have taken place, but it has not deviated from the scope of ordinary people, and it has no terrifying power, but it has grown a lot taller. He is still a normal person. An ordinary person, imprisoned in such a place. Don't have a system yet. Now time travel, isn't it all equipped with a system as standard? It's fine without a system, and haven't picked up a super awesome devil fruit yet. It's fine without devil fruit, and he's locked in Impel Down. If you want to do activities, find fruits, join the marine, or learn through other means, you will not be able to improve your strength. Is he in Impel Down? Who do you study with here? How to practice? How to become stronger? For a moment, Ye Kai was a little confused, lying on the ground with a lot of thoughts. Heaving a sigh of relief, Ye Kai sat up from the ground, his eyes seemed to be out of focus, his nearsighted and confused. Oh, no. Suddenly, Ye Kai's eyes brightened, and he found that the lungs in his body were expanding and strengthening with this breath. When getting up from the ground, the abdomen, back and arms are getting stronger, and the blood in the body is also accelerating. In short, he is getting stronger. Even breathing is getting stronger. Lying down and then sitting up, such a small movement has strengthened his body and strengthened his physique. This is my cheat. Suddenly, Ye Kai thought of the reason for his time travel. He played a game adapted from One Piece, and was suspended for pushing the boss. He smashed his phone angrily and fell into a coma. When he woke up again, he was in Impel Down. And the plugin he opened for playing games is 100 times the income. 100 times the income, equivalent to 100 times the upgrade speed, 100 times the experience income. 100 times the income. For me, it is equivalent to 100 times the speed of cultivation. Ye Kai was convinced by his own thoughts, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt like this. My body was pulled into the world of pirate, and there was a certain change in my body, which may be to adapt to 100 times the speed of cultivation. Either way, try it out and find out. Without thinking about it, Ye Kai got down on the ground and started doing push-ups. Chapter 3100 times the speed of cultivation favorites. 3/210ths. Chapter 3100 times the speed of cultivation favorites. After doing a few push-ups, Ye Kai found that every time he did them, he could feel the arm muscles and the pulled chest muscles, as well as the entire back muscle group, the core strength of the abdomen, the support strength of the arms, and the muscle strength of the neck, all in the become stronger. Every time you do a push-up, you can feel your body getting stronger. This can be felt personally. Even, it can be seen with the naked eye. The flexor carpi brachii and brachioradialis muscles on the forearm, the brachialis, biceps, triceps, and deltoids on the upper arm. Every push-up is shaping, becoming perfect, becoming strong. Sitting down with a dozen push-ups, Ye Kai could feel his arms getting bigger and his muscle lines becoming extremely perfect. It is not like the explosive muscles of those bodybuilders in the previous life, but the perfect streamlined muscles. Looking at the entire world of One Piece, whether it is Luffy or Zoro, they are both very powerful, and they have not cultivated into that kind of explosive muscles, they are all streamlined muscles. Ye Kai is very satisfied with this. If he really develops that kind of explosive muscles, he will think it looks ugly. The arm muscles, chest muscles, back muscles, even the neck muscles and abdominal core muscles are exercised to varying degrees. After supporting for about a minute, Ye Kai looked at his abdomen, the abdominal muscles became extremely obvious and the core strength became stronger. Do a few push-ups and you'll get a good upper body workout. Ye Kai sat in a bodybuilding pose very smugly, looked at the muscles on his back that had been stretched out, and nodded very satisfied. This kind of 100 times the effect of cultivation, we don't have to wait for Luffy to come to prison in 3 or 4 years. You can kill Impel Down. But you can't wave. Now we still need time to practice and stabilize ourselves. Let's talk about it first. There are 100 times the effect of training benefits. As long as you practice for a period of time and become strong enough, you can break out of the promotion layer. I was imprisoned on the first floor of the promotion layer, which is an advantage. On the first floor of Impel Down, all the pirates who are not very powerful are imprisoned. In Marine's view, they are small and not strong enough. Pirates with stronger strength and higher bounties will be imprisoned in lower prisons, and there are various restrictions. It is naturally more difficult to escape from prison. Ye Kai has no restrictions now, and he can move freely in the prison. His hands and feet are not bound, which can be said to be very free. In this way, it is simpler and easier for him to cultivate. It's relatively easy to jailbreak. Ye Kai practiced according to the exercise method of teacher Saitama. 100 push-ups, exercise the upper body and upper limbs. 100 squats to exercise the lower body and lower body. 100 sit-ups to exercise the middle body and core strength. Because the cell is not big, the long-distance running was replaced by 100 leapfrogs by Ye Kai to exercise jumping strength and explosive power. Every time he practices, every movement, Ye Kai can feel that he is getting stronger. But this feeling was relatively obvious in the first few days. After the previous few days of training, Ye Kai can feel that his overall strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Of course, this kind of leap-like improvement is just for ordinary people, and it is not considered a strong person at all. In the following period of exercise, the improvement becomes less obvious. But still noticeable. This feeling is because the previous Ye Kai was too weak. The cultivation effect of the previous few days, 100 times the cultivation effect, made his strength significantly improved. When his strength rises to a certain level, the effect of the same cultivation method and amount of cultivation will also weaken. At this time, it is necessary to change to other cultivation methods and increase the amount of cultivation. Push-ups are also played by Ye Kai. Needless to say, various wide and narrow distances, crawling push-ups, jumping push-ups, handstand push-ups, handstand with one hand. The other exercises are the same, the difficulty of the exercise has been improved, and the volume has also been increased. It's just that this way of using the body's own weight to cultivate has limited effects after all. It is better to have all kinds of equipment for cultivation, and a more systematic and better cultivation method, that would be even better. Among other things, Ye Kai's cultivation method seems simple. If it didn't have 100 times the effect of cultivation, his cultivation method, even if he practiced for 3 or 4 years, his strength would be limited when Luffy came to rob the prison. In this world, there are various advanced and systematic cultivation methods. For example, 6 styles. 6 forms is a very advanced way of cultivation. It is not only a move, but also a systematic practice method, which will make your body strong enough to perform 6 forms. How many muscles, bones, and meridians the human body has can be exercised in various ways. This requires a systematic approach to exercise. Ye Kai didn't have any, so he could only cultivate indiscriminately. There is a training effect of 100 times, even if he cultivates indiscriminately, without equipment, and only relying on his own weight, the effect is still significant. No, the effect of this kind of simple practice will gradually decrease, and some other things need to be added, equipment, and actual combat. Stupid practice, it's not that easy to kill Impel Down. Good training methods and practical experience are what Ye Kai needs. Without a good cultivation method, the cultivation effect can be said to be half the effort with twice the effort. If you have a systematic and good cultivation method, you will get twice the result with half the effort. And actual combat experience is a must. If you want to escape from prison, you will definitely fight with the jailer, the warden, and the warden. Practical experience is of course better. It's better to learn hockey. Otherwise, Magellan's poisonous fruit is a bit tricky. Chapter 4. What are you looking at? Favorites. 4 210ths. Chapter 4 What are you looking at? Favorites. Haki's a unique power in the world of One Piece. It is the potential power that everyone is born with. It's just that some people can be inspired, but some people can't. Awakening Haki requires talent, luck, and exercise. Except for a small number of extremely gifted people who can easily awaken, the other part is due to some accidental awakening of Haki. Most of them awakened Haki after cultivation. Momentum, murderousness, competitive spirit, ambition, status, strength, steely will, are all the keys to awakening Haki. Only on the first floor of Impel Down, there are too few people who know Haki. After all, Impel Down is only in the first half of the Grand Line. The people imprisoned on the first floor are even more idiots. They don't know Haki at all, and they don't know how to use Haki. If you can use Haki, you will not be imprisoned on the first floor. Yikai didn't even bother to ask these prisoners if they knew Haki, or if they had any powerful cultivation methods. Again, if you know how to use Haki and have a good cultivation method, you will not be imprisoned on the first floor. Ha ha ha, this kid is jumping around again, what is he doing? Like a toad, ha ha, this A is pretty good, it's pretty upturned. I've been exercising these days, isn't this guy practicing? What's the use of practicing? Do you still want to escape? This is Impel Down, the world's largest prison, no one can escape from here, save it. Quote. None of the people imprisoned in Impel Down ever thought of breaking out. Because the name of Impel Down is known to everyone, and it is also recognized as the first prison, and no one can escape from it. Not to mention anything else, among the jailers and those who guard the prison, there are figures comparable to Marine Admiral. There are more than 10 marine warships docked on the periphery, suppressing Impel Down at any time, and it is impossible to leave. Even jumping into the sea. This is the Calm Belt, the lair of the Sea Kings, surrounded by Sea Kings. It is impossible to escape from prison, and it is impossible for anyone to successfully escape from prison in this life. Yikai also knows that in the original book, Luffy and others were able to break into Impel Down and escape. A large part of the reason is that Blackbeard came back. At the same time, because of Ace's public execution, Marine's attention is on Ace, and all troops are sent to naval headquarters. Even if there is something wrong with Impel Down, there is no time to deal with it. Only then did Luffy rob the prison and leave this matter smoothly. If it were Yikai who wanted to escape from prison at this time, he would make too much noise, and it would definitely attract the attention of naval headquarters. At that time, naval headquarters may send someone to support. Even, in order to maintain Impel Down's reputation of, no one can escape from prison, even Marine Admiral may be dispatched. Although historically, there have been successful Golden Lion jailbreaks. But that's Golden Lion, an existence as famous as One Piece. Gall D. Roger, a powerful man who broke through naval headquarters and fought fiercely with the current Marine Marshal Sengoku and Garp. It is such a strong man who escaped from Impel Down and left a pair of feet behind. Others want to jailbreak, how could it be that simple? A few people in the prison opposite Yikai, watching him exercising like this, took it as a pastime, and occasionally said a few jokes. It was just a way to pass the time. After about 10 days of cultivation, Yikai could clearly feel that his cultivation progress had almost stagnated. His cultivation, after all, is not systematic enough, not clever enough, it was just made by himself. All cultivation is based on his own weight. No equipment, even if you change a lot of tricks, the most you can do is to exercise the muscles that have not been exercised before. After that, no matter how you change tricks, your cultivation progress will stagnate and you will fall into a bottleneck. To break through this bottleneck, better and more systematic cultivation methods, as well as some other equipment assistance, are needed. After 10 days of practice, Yikai's muscles are very obvious at this time, and his temperament has become much more masculine and haughty. According to the practice effect of 100 times, it is equivalent to practicing for 1,000 days. It is equivalent to more than 2.5 years of training time. Yikai's strength has also improved significantly, and he has fallen into a bottleneck, and Kai knows that he needs to change places. The first layer, while good, is also a limitation. He wants to go to the prison below. So, Yikai looked at the prisoner in the opposite cell and said, "What are you looking at?" Chapter 5 A Small Test of Skill for Collection. 5 210ths. Chapter 5 A Small Test of Skill for Collection. What are you worried about? Looking at the prisoner in the prison opposite, with that pervert look in his eyes, Yikai could not help it. Although I don't know the meaning of the phrase, "you look at Ha." But Yikai's tone, as well as the literal meaning, knew that this sentence was slow and provocative. A big man with a height of more than 4 meters stood up, walked to the prison door, slapped the meshed prison door, and glared at Yikai. "What's wrong with you? Little thing." Yikai is also about 2 meters tall. If this is placed on the earth, he is definitely tall, and he can play in the NBA. But, in the world of pirate, anyone who is pulled out randomly is 2 meters tall. There are not a few people who are 3 to 5 meters tall. There are giants who are tens of meters or hundreds of meters tall. Being called a little thing by a big man over 4 meters tall doesn't seem to be a big deal. But Yikai is going to make trouble at this time. If you don't do anything, how can you get to the prison below? If you don't go to the prison below Impel Down, how can you practice in a harsher environment? How can you find more powerful prisoners, and learn from them the cultivation methods of body skills, sword skills, and hockey? Dare to call me little thing. Yikai was as if he was fried, and said very angry, "I'm going to stuff your head in your Boom. After the words fell, Ye Kai pushed hard on the door of the prison. The netted gate shook slightly, but it didn't jump out, or be destroyed by Ye Kai's powerful force. In terms of strength, Ye Kai has used his full strength. He practiced for 10 days. With a cultivation speed of 100 quilts, he is becoming stronger every day, which is equivalent to other people practicing 1,000 days and nights, more than 2 years. Ye Kai himself doesn't know how powerful he is now, at least several tons or even dozens of tons. Such a powerful force cannot hit the gate of the prison. It can also be seen from here that Impel Down is not so easy to jailbreak. In the entire Impel Down, even in the entire first layer of Impel Down, Ye Kai's current strength is definitely not the strongest. So the gate of the prison is not so easy to break open violently. Boom. Another kick. This time, Ye Kai caught the running relay, coupled with the burst of strength from his thighs, and directly violently blasted the prison door open. Bang. There was a loud noise. The door of the prison flew out, smashed directly on the door of the opposite prison, and then flew a few meters away. This scene stunned the prisoners in other prisons. On the one hand, it was because the power that Ye Kai erupted was so powerful that he could break open the prison door soberly. On the other hand, it was unexpected that someone would dare to forcibly break open the prison door. Isn't this a murder? The strength of the prisoners detained on the first floor of the entire Impel Down is not very strong. Guarding the Crimson Hell on the first floor of Impel Down is a jailer as huge as a bear, with a skull, a huge blue body, and a jailer holding a giant axe, the blue gorilla. This kind of jailer is very powerful, and it is definitely not something the pirates on the first floor of Impel Down can deal with. Blue orangutans are known as sea fighters, and can hunt giant sea kings in the water. The meat supply in the entire Impel Down is the responsibility of the blue orangutan. Impel Down's meat is not enough, they will hunt sea kings to supplement the meat. The ability to hunt and hold sea kings in the water is definitely not something the prisoners on the first floor of Impel Down can subdue. Any prisoner who has been imprisoned in Impel Down for a period of time knows that the guards in Impel Down are very powerful and are not easy to provoke. There is phone bug surveillance throughout Impel Down. When Ye Kai broke open the prison door violently, he must have been seen by the monitoring room, and the guards would come over immediately. The jailers are powerful, but their IQs are generally not high, that is, they are not smart, and their tasks are relatively rigid. If you are not careful, you may split Ye Kai in half. Dead. In Impel Down, it is a common occurrence. Anyway, they are all criminals, and no one will care how they die. As long as malicious killing is enough. Violence like Ye Kai breaks open the door and kills whatever he wants. Boom. There was another roar. Ye Kai stepped out of his cell and kicked towards the door of the opposite cell. Ah! The gate jumped into the prison, directly knocking down a group of people. The big 4-meter tall man was at the door, bearing the brunt of it all. He was kicked out with the others and hit the wall. He hung on the wall for a few seconds before falling down. With blood foaming in his mouth, he looked at Ye Kai in horror. What do you want? The big man no longer had the confidence he had just now. Regardless of his height of more than 4 meters, in terms of the power he erupted, he couldn't do what Ye Kai did, breaking open the gate of the prison violently. The strength shown by Ye Kai is really terrifying. The gorilla is coming. Here we come. It's the blue gorilla. Tisk tisk. Someone dared to destroy the door of the cell. I have to say that this guy's strength is not bad, but it's not enough to face the blue gorilla. I will be split in half within 3 moves. 5 strokes or something. His strength is pretty good. 10 moves. A huge blue figure came quickly, swinging a giant axe. The other people in the prison all thought they were watching a show, and even started to bet that within a few strokes, Ye Kai would be split in half by the blue gorilla. As for anti-killing the blue gorilla, does not exist. With such strength, how could he be imprisoned on the first floor of Impel Down? The prisoners on the first floor of Impel Down are all young people, and their strength is not very good. People with great power have fame, status, and rewards, and they will be imprisoned further down. If a person has strength, but no fame, no reward, is this possible? This must be a good guy, right? He is a good person, how could he be imprisoned in Impel Down? Therefore, from the perspective of all the prisoners on the first floor, Ye Kai is imprisoned on the first floor of Impel Down, and his strength is not very good. It is impossible to defeat the jailer on the first floor, the blue gorilla. Attachment. Jailer Beast, Blue Gorilla. Chapter 6 War Jailer for Collection. 6/210. Chapter 6 War Jailer for Collection. Boom. A slightly black giant axe landed in front of Ye Kai, making a big hole. The jet black great axe isn't old or rusted, it's a dried bloodline. 4 blue orangutans charged towards Ye Kai with huge axes in their hands. Some ran directly, while others grabbed the wall and jumped over. Every blue orangutan has a huge body like a bear, a head like a skeleton, holds a huge axe, has great strength and extremely fast speed. Boom, boom. Every time the huge axe was chopped down, there was a gust of wind, and a big hole was smashed into the ground, which made people shudder. If this falls on the body, it will definitely split people in half. A burst of cold sweat broke out on Ye Kai's face, and he ran at full speed, but the 4 blue orangutans were so fast that they couldn't get rid of them, and it was impossible for the blue orangutans to be exhausted due to their endurance. That is impossible. He avoided 4 or 5 attacks, and each dodge seemed very dangerous, almost like dancing on the tip of a knife. Once a mistake is made, it will really be split in half, at least with missing arms and legs. It's my turn. Ye Kai finally strikes back. The blue gorilla swung the axe all the way down, and the strong wind behind him let him know that the attack was coming. He dodged to avoid the falling giant axe, and the whole person kicked back instantly. When the blue gorilla swung the giant axe and fell, his body appeared a brief standoff, kicking at it. Boom. Ye Kai's current strength is also very terrifying, and his legs can burst out with 3 to 5 times the strength of his arms, or even 10 times the strength of his arms. This kick hit the blue gorilla. Even with a huge body like a bear, it was kicked away, its body sunken, hitting the wall like a shell, firmly attached to the wall, and it took a while before it fell down. Boom. After Ye Kai kicked the blue gorilla away, he chopped it down with a giant axe. Regardless of whether it looks good or not, Ye Kai rolled directly on the ground to avoid subsequent attacks. When avoiding the attack, he grabbed the giant axe left by the blue gorilla with his back hand. With a clang, Ye Kai picked up the giant axe from the ground and placed it directly in front of him. Boom. A giant axe slashed head-on, and it happened to be under the crotch of the huge axe that Ye Kai was lying in front of him. The sharp blade of the axe was attached to Ye Kai's head, and it could split him in half just a dozen centimeters away. Even so, Ye Kai collapsed and flew out. His arm holding the giant axe trembled slightly, and the giant axe in his hand almost lost its grip and fell directly to the ground. Worthy of being a jailer, with mighty power. The jailers of the entire Impel Down may not be smart enough or have great wisdom, but they are very powerful. There are even quite a few Zone Devil Fruit jailers who have reached the point of awakening, possessing powerful strength and super resilience, and are extremely fast. For ordinary pirates, even many pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, this awakened jailer is definitely a nightmare. After all, how many pirates in the first half of the Grand Line, Devil Fruit, have awakened? How many will use hockey? Maybe they don't even understand Devil Fruit awakening in hockey, let alone know how to use them. You can't fight with strength, you can't fight hard. Ye Kai knew that his power might inflict damage or even kill these blue orangutans. But these blue orangutans should have been transformed, their arms are like machines, and their strength is even more terrifying. Hard resistance attacks are more harmful, at least dodge is the main method. Shua. After Ye Kai was thrown out by Beng Fei, the 3 blue orangutans charged up again and attacked him. Ye Kai ran fast, rushed up the wall relying on his speed, then flipped back, avoiding the attacks of the 3 blue orangutans, landed behind the blue orangutans, and hit him with an axe with his backhand. PFF'd. Cold light flashed and blood spattered. A skull crumbled several meters away, and a blue orangutan hit the ground with a bang. Swinging the giant axe with the strength of Ye Kai, it can be said that it is a breeze to chop off the head of the blue orangutan with one axe. Kicked one, beheaded one. With 2 blue orangutans left, Ye Kai's team uniform is much simpler. The moment it landed, Ye Kai pushed forward without pushing, his body sank slightly, and he swept the axe away. PFF'd. The giant axe directly cut off the foot of a blue gorilla. The blue gorilla's huge body lost its balance and fell to the side. The last blue orangutan didn't care about the companion being injured at all. They didn't actually have feelings, and it was more like a robot, executing some kind of command, and continued to attack Ye Kai. Facing the last blue gorilla's attack, Ye Kai also hit the blue gorilla with a backhanded axe. Boom. The 2 giant axes met in the air, making a fierce collision, and even set off a shock. The 2 giant axes flew out almost at the same time, and were deeply inserted into the wall. Ye Kai's backhand as a side kick, kicking the blue gorilla's neck. Crack. There was a crisp sound. Ye Kai's full strength broke the blue gorilla's neck, and kicked the huge body several meters away, hitting the wall. Boom. The walls of the cell were also overwhelmed, and were directly smashed through, killing several prisoners directly. The remaining prisoners hid directly in the corner, looking at Ye Kai in shock. Actually, defeated the blue gorilla, even killed 4 blue orangutans. This kind of person, this kind of strength, how could he be imprisoned on the first floor of Impel Down? Prisoners who had bet that Ye Kai would be cut in half in a few tricks did not dare to open their mouths, and hid in the prison and did not dare to speak. I'm afraid that Ye Kai, the god of death, will be angered, and then he will be killed. Although being held in Impel Down, it is difficult to leave, but there is also a chance. Even if there is no chance, you can live for many years. Why rush to die? Better to live than to die. Chapter 7 Break into the second floor. Favorites. 7/210. Chapter 7 Break into the second floor. Favorites. Bang. The blue orangutan whose leg was cut off didn't seem to feel that he was missing a foot, and he didn't even feel pain. He wanted to crawl to Ye Kai's side, attack Ye Kai, and was finally kicked away. Go out. So far, all 4 blue orangutans have been dealt with by Ye Kai. It feels pretty good, just playing, you have experience, it's amazing. Ye Kai rubbed his hands, his condition is very good. When he was besieged by 4 blue orangutans, he first chose to escape to find out the hands-on habits of the blue orangutans. Then he discovered that the blue gorilla basically had a similar pattern of shots, kicking one away when he seized the opportunity. While running, dodging, and fighting, Ye Kai could feel himself getting stronger. Not only that, in the later stage, he could feel more and more that he could handle the attack of the 3 blue orangutans with ease. So, it's not just fighting while becoming stronger. Even the accumulation of combat experience is 100 times. In other words, fighting the blue gorilla for a while is equivalent to the experience accumulated from fighting 100 battles. How these jailer blue orangutans move, what route they have when they move, the timing of the shot, the movement of the shot, and the back. Ye Kai knows everything clearly, and can easily avoid the attacks of these jailers and even counter-kill them. The 100 times income is not only the income from the cultivation effect, but also the accumulation of combat experience is at 100 times. That's great. This is equivalent to fighting a battle, directly accumulating experience of 100 battles. In many cases, it is very dangerous to fight against a master. Basically, you will only fight once when you encounter it occasionally. Sometimes there will not be a life and death fight, and the whole cards will be left behind. For Ye Kai, as long as he fights with the enemy, it is equivalent to fighting 100 battles, and he can grasp the details of many battles, respond and counterattack. The sound of the flute. After taking care of the 4 jailers, Ye Kai frowned slightly, and he heard a faint sound of a flute, ringing in his ears. Suddenly, he thought that the blue gorilla jailer was controlled by humans. And the way to control these blue orangutans is the flute. Catch him. With the sound of the flute, dozens of blue orangutans rushed over from all directions. A small man with 2 heads and a short stature, waving demon wings and holding a 3-pronged gun in his hand, commanded the blue gorilla jailer to attack Ye Kai. Ye Kai fought with 4 blue orangutans, and his strength has grown, and he has accumulated a lot of fighting experience. Especially dealing with jailers like blue orangutans, he has rich experience. But when dozens of them came together, he could only run. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, not to mention dozens of powerful blue orangutans wielding giant axes. When the blue gorilla rushed over, Ye Kai hooked his foot, hooked up a giant axe on the ground, and held it in his hand. Next moment, hula, Ye Kai held the giant axe in both hands and spun wildly like a tornado. Bang bang bang, the blue gorilla guards who were approaching were thrown out and knocked down the guards behind them, stopping the attack of these guards. The next moment, Ye Kai jumped up slightly, holding the giant axe in both hands, and smashed it to the ground. His target was the big hole made by the jailers when they attacked just now. Boom, the giant axe fell, and the whole ground trembled slightly, and a pothole several meters in size appeared on the ground. The giant axe sank deep into the ground, and cracks appeared on the ground, but it did not collapse. Is it so hard? Ye Kai was a little surprised. He thought that his axe should be able to smash through the ground of the first floor of Impel Down, and then go to the second floor of Impel Down. Unexpectedly, the ground was so hard, so he chose to attack the place where the jailer had attacked before. Unexpectedly, none of them were smashed through. In the original book, Luffy enters Impel Down and encounters a feathered lion with a human face on the second floor of Impel Down. The human feather lion smashed through the ground of the second floor and fell directly into the third floor of Impel Down. Ye Kai thought that his own could also smash through the first floor and enter the second floor of Impel Down, but he didn't expect to do so. That human-faced feathered lion is quite powerful. Maybe the ground on the second floor is even harder than the first floor. According to the promotion layer, the level is stricter, and the prisoners are stronger and stronger, and it is possible to make the floor even more indestructible in the lower floors. At this time did not allow, and Ye Kai didn't think much about it. Just now, when he went down with an axe, the ground was cracked. With a powerful leap of his legs, he easily jumped to the roof. Then, kick your legs hard on the roof. Boom. A pothole broke out in the floor above his head. Ye Kai used the speed of going down the stairs quickly, raised his right foot above his head, and then smashed hard to the ground. Boom. The earth cracked. A hole appeared. Ye Kai, together with the jailers rushing over, fell from the first floor of the promotion floor to the second floor of the promotion floor. Here is the second floor of Impel Down. The first floor of the promotion layer is Crimson Hell. There is a large area like a forest outside the cell. The trees are sword trees, whose leaves are as sharp as blades, and the grasses, needle grass, that can pierce the human body like needles. Prisoners will because of the poisonous spiders, and jailers chased and ran back and forth. In the end, the blood flowed from the leaves and grass cuts, and they suffered endless pain. Ye Kai was in the cell and hadn't felt that kind of pain yet. And the second floor of Impel Down is Wild Beast Hell. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts and monsters on this floor. Cockatrices, man-faced lions, poisonous scorpions, etc., each of which is very powerful and huge in size, which is simply not something the prisoners in the second floor can deal with. The boss of the second floor is the Sphinx, a lion with a human face and feathers, with a huge body, huge strength, and strong defense. The prisoners on the second floor will sooner or later become food for the beasts, and they don't even have the strength to be afraid. Ye Kai entered this level because he didn't want to be caught so quickly, and because he wanted to accumulate some combat experience. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts on the second floor. It is a place to accumulate combat experience and cultivate by the way. Chapter 8 Admit the Counseling Favorites. 8/210. Chapter 8 Admit the Counseling Favorites. Impel Down. The second layer, Beast Hell. Ye Kai fell from the first floor, and a group of jailers who fell after him rushed up. Some wield huge axes, others with bare hands. Bang bang bang. With 100 points of combat experience gain, Ye Kai relied on his familiarity with the orangutan to keep dodging and shooting. It can be said that Ye Kai knows every movement, every sequence of shots, and every weakness of the blue gorilla jailer. Faced with the siege of dozens of blue orangutan jailers, Ye Kai also seemed to be able to handle it with ease. As the battle continues, combat experience is still accumulating rapidly. Hoo-hoo. It's hard to imagine that there are so many blue orangutans, and Luffy in the original book can handle them all in just 3 or 2. While fighting, while fleeing, while dealing with, Ye Kai was also panting from exhaustion, and hid in a corner to rest and recover his strength. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, he was too tired. He has a 100 times benefit, and every time he fights, he becomes stronger and increases his combat experience. But this does not mean that he has 100 times the physical strength and recovery ability. His 100 times income is only to increase the speed of cultivation and accelerate the accumulation of combat experience. Wow, a strong wind is coming. Ye Kai felt that the sky was dark. Although the sky cannot be seen in Impel Down, the light does dim. This extremely huge strange bird flew from the sky, its 2 claws grabbed the prison wall, and a chicken head poked down, looking at Ye Kai. This is Impel Down's beast and rare bird, cockatrice, basilisk. This thing is a snake born from a chicken. It is very huge, very fast, and can fly and glide. On the second floor of the entire prison, cockatrices are also very difficult to deal with. Call out. The moment he was discovered, Ye Kai jumped up and kicked the cockatrice in the eyes. Crash. A strong wind hit, and the force of Ye Kai's kick was greatly reduced. At the same time, the cockatrice flew into the air, allowing Ye Kai's kick to miss without causing any damage. Run. One kick missed. Ye Kai also chose to escape without hesitation. The moment he landed, he quickly dodged into the cell, twisting and turning, trying to get around the cockatrice. But the cockatrice's body is too huge, with 2 paws stepping on the prison cell, relying on the advantage of its huge body, it stays below 0. No matter how Ye Kai goes around, he can't escape its sight. Wow, boom, boom, the cockatrice's sharp claws poked down, making a sound of piercing through the air, and every time it landed, it directly defeated the cell, leaving a hole by the way. If this falls on the body, you will be seriously injured if you don't die, right? Ye Kai wiped the sweat off his face, he was already exhausted. At the same time, many blue orangutans chased after them. While fighting and dealing with the blue gorilla jailer, Ye Kai also had to avoid the attack of the cockatrice. Ye Kai also seized the opportunity to attack the cockatrice, but the gap between the two was too poor. Ye Kai's attack couldn't do any harm to the cockatrice at all. Attacking the eyes and even the chrysanthemum will be avoided by the cockatrice. The cockatrice has a huge body and a pair of huge wings. When it flaps its wings, the hurricane will also have a certain impact on Ye Kai. After all, Ye Kai can't fly, and he doesn't know how to do the 6-style moonwalk, so he can't relay in the air. When flying in the air, it is easy to be seized by the blue orangutan. In short, Ye Kai also knew that he could not bear it any longer due to the difficult situation. In the original book, the cockatrice was also knocked out by Luffy in 3rd gear. Ye Kai still feels a bit tricky to deal with groups of blue orangutan jailers, let alone chicken snakes. When Luffy dealt with the blue gorilla jailer, he swung his fist and smashed it, understatement, and defeating them all. Against the cockatrice, but opened the 3rd gear. Ye Kai has only practiced for 10 days, and it is remarkable to be able to cope with groups of blue orangutan jailers. To deal with cockatrices and groups of blue orangutan jailers, Ye Kai was also a little bit overwhelmed. I surrender. A hero does not suffer from immediate losses. Ye Kai dodged the cockatrice's claws, kicked several of the charging blue gorilla guards away, and aimed at the phone bug above his head, compromised. No compromise. Excessive physical exertion. Continue to fight. No one comes out to stop these jailers. Ye Kai may be eaten by the cockatrice. Even because of his lack of energy, he was torn to pieces by these blue gorilla jailers. Admitting defeat is the best choice. After all, he did nothing. He was provoked by the people in the opposite cell, broke the cell, then fought with the jailers and killed a few of them. There are too many jailers like Blue Gorilla in Impel Down. It's like something produced on an assembly line, it doesn't matter if you kill a few. Of course, he may be sentenced to decades or hundreds of years of imprisonment for this. That's okay, Ye Kai is going to escape anyway. As long as you don't get killed. 100 times the speed of cultivation, give him a little time, he will become stronger. Jailbreaking isn't out of the question either. And to achieve this level is enough to see that Ye Kai's strength is good. It is not safe to be detained on the 1st floor or the 2nd floor, and they will definitely be detained on the lower floors. In Impel Down prison, starting from the 3rd floor, there are no prisoners whose rewards are less than 50 million, or even hundreds of millions, which can be regarded as some strength. If he could be imprisoned on the 4th floor, or even the 5th floor, he would naturally be able to meet more powerful people. At that time, it will be perfect to know the systematic body skills, sword skills, and even Haki's cultivation method from these prisoners. With a systematic training method, give Ye Kai a little more time, 100 times the training speed, his strength will grow very fast. Chapter 9 The 5th Floor, Freezing Hell. Favorites. 9/210. Chapter 9 The 5th Floor, Freezing Hell. Favorites. Impel Down Surveillance Room. The entire Impel Down is a few places away, and is watched by countless phone bugs. All monitoring images are sent back to the monitoring room through the telephone bug. The 2nd level of prison. The picture of Ye Kai standing in front of a phone bug, dealing with the huge cockatrice and the blue orangutan, and admitting defeat at the same time, was sent back to the monitoring room through the phone bug. The guards in the monitoring room also used the phone bug to notify several wardens and the warden of the prison. After a while, Saludes, who was able to control the blue gorilla, stopped the attack of the blue gorilla and the rare animal cockatrice on the second floor. The prison guards who came along captured Ye-Kai, put him in handcuffs and ankle chains, and sent him to the fourth floor of the advancing prison, Blazing Hell. Blazing Hell, as the name suggests, the temperature here is very high, with boiling pools of blood and sea of fire. At the same time, the office of the warden, Magellan, is also here. Obviously, Ye-Kai made a lot of noise on the first floor and the second floor. He was not suitable for being detained on the first and second floors. He was brought directly to Magellan to wait for his release. When entering the fourth floor, Ye-Kai accepted the baptism. That is high-temperature disinfection. With a scorching heat of more than 100 degrees, even Ye-Kai felt like he was roasted all over his body. But he still gritted his teeth and persevered. With his current physical fitness and his firm mentality after practicing these days, he could still endure silently. Eventually, Ye-Kai was sent to Magellan. Give him a sea stone. The warden Magellan, who was more than 4 meters tall, when he saw Ye-Kai, he directly asked the soldiers escorting Ye-Kai to put sea stone handcuffs on Ye-Kai. It is obvious that Ye-Kai is devil fruit capable. After all, Ye-Kai was imprisoned on the first floor, and his strength was not strong at all. It was impossible to break through the gate of the prison, and it was impossible to defeat the blue gorilla. Even after practicing for 10 days, he became so powerful, maybe because of devil fruit. After wearing the sea stone, Ye-Kai did not become weak like other devil fruit abilities, which proved that he is not demon fruit power. Magellan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, but asked, Field carry drag armor. Who are you? How did you get into Impel Down? Magellan asked a very strange question. Because Impel Down records all the data of the prisoners. However, Ye-Kai only has a name and no other information. Of course, in fact, it cannot be said that all the prisoners' information is recorded, and some prisoners' information will always be lost. Most of these cases are prisoners who have been detained for a long time. At the same time, Ye-Kai's information only records one name, and nothing else. What crime? How long were you imprisoned? None recorded. This should not be the case. It was because of Ye-Kai's unknown history that Magellan met him. Ye-Kai, I don't know how I was brought to Impel Down. What Ye-Kai said was completely true, he didn't know how he came to Impel Down. Can he say that he was playing games in another world, and because he smashed his phone, he woke up and found himself in Impel Down? It is impossible to say such a thing. Magellan didn't care too much, and said to the blue gorilla commander on the side, put him on the 5th floor. Later, Magellan ordered Domino, Impel Down a female deputy warden, investigate the information about him, and then send it to me. Yes, okay. The blue gorilla commander is Saludes, who has a bunch of little devil wings and wields a 3-pronged gun. He asked Haxing to carry Ye-Kai, who was in handcuffs and anklets, and sent him to the cell on the lower floor to be imprisoned. Domino followed Magellan's instructions to investigate information about Ye-Kai. With Ye-Kai, that's pretty much it. Magellan doesn't really care about Ye-Kai's information. Although he is the warden of Impel Down prison, he is not managing the entire Impel Down. There are some cases of taking money to do things, helping to detain some idlers, etc., which often happen. Ye-Kai made such a big commotion on the 1st and 2nd floors, and killed a few jailer beasts. No matter what his identity is, just send him to the 5th floor and lock him up. Impel Down prison. The 5th floor, freezing hell. This layer is named for its ultra-low temperature. In addition to the ultra-low temperature, there is also a brutal, wolf army, in the forest here. They are all raised wolves, and their brutality is even more terrifying than the rare beasts on the 2nd floor. The rare beasts on the 2nd floor may be huge in size and powerful in combat. Individually, wolves with lower extreme cold may not be able to compare with the huge rare beasts of the 2nd tier. But packs of wolves, in places where the extreme cold is lower than this cold, will quickly consume their physical strength and heat, and will become a very terrifying existence. At the same time, because of the ultra-low temperature on the 2nd floor, the phone bugs used for surveillance cannot survive here. Freezing hell on the 5th floor, without any phone bug monitoring. Each pirate held here has a reward of more than 100 million. This layer is also the layer Ye-Kai wants to come to. Here, there is no phone bug monitoring, you can practice however you want, there are also harsh conditions for cultivation, and there are other pirates, you can do whatever you want here. Systematic gymnastics, swordsmanship, and even hockey's training methods can be obtained here. Chapter 10 A new practice has begun 5 more for collection. 10/210. Chapter 10 A new practice has begun 5 more for collection. Bang! Ye-Kai was held up by the blue gorilla and thrown into a huge cell. The door of the entire cell is about 10 meters high, and it is also in the shape of a mesh, but the metal that makes up the door is thicker than a thigh, and it is not how many times stronger than the door on the 1st floor. The ground was covered with ice and snow, and the cell door was also covered with a thick layer of ice and snow. Ye-Kai hadn't been thrown into the cell door yet, but when he was carried into the 5th prison, a burst of hoarfrost appeared on his body. It has just been sterilized by searing heat on the 1st floor. At this moment, there is a freezing hell directly sent to the 5th floor, feeling the terrifying low temperature, which makes Ye-Kai feel indescribably comfortable. This time, Ye-Kai was not alone in the prison. Besides Ye-Kai, there were 7 or 8 prisoners. Everyone is wearing black and white striped clothes, with a layer of frost on their bodies. Some are about the same height as Ye-Kai, others are several meters high, like a giant. Newcomer. A newcomer has come. Tell me what is your reward. Is it a new detainee? Tell me about the situation outside. Quote. When Ye Kai was imprisoned, the people around him also couldn't avoid 8 trigrams. Each of the people imprisoned here offered a reward of no less than 100 million yuan, and they also wanted to know how much the other people's rewards were. Especially newcomers. I don't offer a reward. Ye Kai told the truth, but no one believed it. If you don't want to say it, forget it. No reward. It's a lie. If you don't want to say it, forget it. The surroundings quickly fell into silence. Occasionally there were 1 or 2 rounds of complaints, and a faint voice of emotion. Another one died. The temperature in freezing hell is extremely low. Even the food brought in by 10 may freeze and become as hard as a stone. Many people are sitting on the ice, unwilling to do more activities, sitting quietly waiting to die. Ye Kai looked around and saw that the people in his own prison were almost all the same, sitting cross-legged on the ground, covered with a layer of frost, unwilling to talk or move more. Activity may add a little calories to warm you up, but the same will also speed up energy consumption and make people hungry. Food isn't all that easy to come by at freezing hell. Ye Kai glanced at the corner, and there was an ice sculpture standing there. The whole ice sculpture is more than 3 meters high. It is a squatting man. It can be said to be lifelike. This is not an ice sculpture, but a person, a prisoner. It was frozen into an ice sculpture alive. 1111, 1112, 1113, 9999, 10,000. In freezing hell, Ye Kai faintly counted and gasped. Ye Kai, who is shirtless, holds a 3-meter-high ice sculpture in his hand, which he uses to practice with weight. This is his 3rd day in freezing hell. At the beginning, the people in the prison, for someone like him who was still exercising in freezing hell, would also say, it's useless to do this. What's the use of practicing? What's the use of continuing to become stronger? Impossible escape from Impel Down. I advise you to save a little energy. Ye Kai didn't listen to these words at all, and practiced in his own way. Slowly, the people in the prison stopped talking and just watched Ye Kai practice vigorously, treating it like watching a show. After 3 days of training, there is a 3-meter-high ice sculpture that can carry 1,000 caddies and a training speed of 100 quilts. During these 3 days, Ye Kai could feel that he was getting stronger every day. He regained the feeling of gaining every moment when he started practicing. Feel yourself getting stronger every day. But, I haven't eaten for 3 days, and Ye Kai is very hungry at this time. Some of the prisoners held on the 5th floor will be released, and some will be executed. Anyway, someone will deliver food. It's just that the time between food deliveries is relatively long. When the bread and food were delivered, they were all turned into ice cubes, and they couldn't eat enough. Bang! You can also hit the ground with a punch, and the ground will crack, revealing the indestructible ground below. When you reach the 5th level prison, it is impossible to break the ground and enter the 2nd level like the 1st level prison. It is impossible to penetrate the ground of the 5th to 6th floors. Ye Kai also knew that he didn't want to penetrate the ground, but just wanted to get some ice. He took out the broken ice on the ground, polished and processed it, and made it into a tadao, which is used for daily sword practice. At the same time, Ye Kai walked to the side of the prison, holding the polished ice blade, and lightly stroked his hand. A bloodstain suddenly appeared. Blood mixed with the arms and slipped down. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The scarlet blood fell on the snow-white ground, looking very bright, with a different kind of poignant beauty. The bloody smell of eggy filled the air. The sense of smell of wolves is more than 1,000,000 times that of humans. They can distinguish various smells and even smell the breath kilometers away. Ye Kai's arm was cut, and the smell of blood soon attracted the wolves not far away. Through the prison's mesh cell door, Ye Kai stretched out his hand directly. The wolves in freezing hell are all bred, but this does not mean that they are not hungry. These wolves will even starve to the point of killing each other. Roar! Facing Ye Kai's outstretched arm, several wolves growled lowly, with saliva in their mouths, and jumped over impatiently. Almost instantly, several wolves jumped up at the same time and bit Ye Kai's arm. With a sweep of his left hand, Ye Kai directly broke a wolf's spine, then directly crushed a wolf's neck, and directly pulled the wolf through the prison mesh gap. The ice blade held in the right hand stabs out quickly. Instantly kill a few wolves in front of the door. The smell of blood intensified. Chapter 11 Laughing at Pointing for Collection. 11/210. Chapter 11 Laughing at Pointing for Collection. Outside the door of the room where Ye Kai was, there were a lot of converging wolves. But after Ye Kai killed a few of them, he didn't pay any more attention. Kill more and pile up, and they will be frozen into ice cubes. In fact, the taste of wolf meat is not very good. Let alone raw meat. Freezing hell can't have such a thing as a fire. The temperature is too low. People with fruit abilities wear seastone handcuffs. It is impossible to use fruit abilities, and it is impossible for ordinary people to conjure fire. But having food is better than nothing. At least it can give Ye Kai the strength to continue his cultivation. Such 10 days. Ye Kai's cultivation progress hit a bottleneck again. You have nothing to do. Sitting is sitting. Why not cooperate with me in cultivation? The person who was frozen into an ice sculpture was 3 meters tall, while the tallest person in the cell was 6 or 7 meters tall. If he cooperates with the weight bearing, the cultivation effect will be very good. Little ghost, how long have you been imprisoned, and will you be released soon? Among the people imprisoned in the 5th floor freezing hell, which one has a sentence of not decades, hundreds of years, or even hundreds of years? Impel Down is impossible to jailbreak. With such a long detention time, no one would practice like Yi Kai. It's still the same sentence. No matter how strong you are, it's useless, unless you can be stronger than Marine Admiral, then it is possible to kill from Impel Down. This is only possible. Yi Kai cultivates like this, making people wonder if his sentence is not long, and he may be released in 3 to 5 years, or 10 years. If so, then it makes sense. 3 to 5 years, after more than 10 years of going out, Yi Kai is still at the peak, and it is indeed a better choice to continuously strengthen his strength. I don't know how long my sentence will be, anyway, I will keep getting stronger. Yi Kai looked at the giant who spoke. Well, do me a favor and cooperate with me in cultivation, you have nothing to do anyway. Okay, as Yi Kai said, the people in the cell really have nothing to do, basically just sit and wait to die. It may be starved to death, frozen into an ice sculpture, or executed. In short, they are waiting to die. That being the case, it's not bad to practice with Yi Kai, just to pass the time. Hey, Yi Kai kid, it's useless for you to cultivate like this, let me teach you how to practice. Ha 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 ha, are you also practicing swordsmanship? Swordsmanship is not like you can just swing it casually. Do you want to practice Marine 6 styles? If you can't master your own strength to a certain extent, it's impossible to use the 6 styles. You'd better start training from the most basic place, and let's talk about it after you can perfectly control your own strength. Yi Kai's practice has attracted many people's attention. Someone was watching the excitement and opened their mouths to make fun of it. Some people are purely bored. Seeing Yi Kai practice fervently, give me some pointers. For these pointers, Yi Kai accepted them all. Even if many of them didn't want to point him out, but actually laughed at him, he didn't care. As long as there are pointers that can make him improve, he will accept them all. The freezing hell on the 5th floor of Impel Down holds pirates with a reward of more than 100 million. The minimum is 100 million, the higher may be as high as 200 million. 300 million. Of course, higher ones may also be imprisoned on the 6th floor. Among these people, there are many people who are good at gymnastics, swordsmanship, and Marine 6 styles. Marine 6 styles is in the first half of the Grand Line, and there may not be many people who will use it. But to many New World pirates, Marine 6 styles is no secret at all. Among the prisoners held in freezing hell, there are even prisoners who defected from Marine and chose to become pirates. Yi Kai wants to practice Marine 6 styles based on the comics he read in his previous life. However, without the real core know-how, the control of one's own strength and body cannot meet the requirements, and it is impossible to learn Marine 6 styles. In short, seeing Yi Kai practice like this, someone still gives advice. Think of it as watching a play. Kill time. This is what Yi Kai wants to see. Yi Kai can feel that everyone's guidance to him is of great help to him. The control and use of power has become more nuanced. The practice of gymnastics has become more systematic and excellent, and can exercise every muscle and every bone in the body. The cultivation of swordsmanship has also become more systematic, and an ice knife in the hands of Yi Kai can also exert a good power. With the passage of time, 100 times the speed of cultivation, the results displayed are terrifying. Yi Kai can feel that he is getting stronger every day and every moment. The gymnastics and swordsmanship I have learned are improving every day, changing every day, and becoming more proficient and perfect. This guy, how long has it been? What a terrifying learning ability. What kind of fruit ability is this guy? No, he's wearing seastone handcuffs, he's not a fruit-capable user. What a terrifying learning ability. 100 times the training income means 100 times the training effect and training speed. 1 day of Yi Kai's practice is equivalent to 100 days of others' practice. A few days is equivalent to hundreds of days for others to practice. Yi Kai can feel himself getting stronger every moment, every day. Others can also feel that Yi Kai is changing every day and getting stronger every day. Even in 1 day, Yi Kai's swordsmanship has changed from a layman to a beginner who can skillfully use various sword skills. This kind of progress is simply terrifying. In a few days, it can be seen with the naked eye that Yi Kai's swordsmanship has become proficient, and he has entered the room. The speed and progress of this terrifying practice is amazing. The people imprisoned on the 5th floor of Impel Down can be said to be big pirates, and the reward is no less than 100 million. This is still a vision. Many people thought that Yi Kai ate some devil fruit and had a strong learning ability, or that his body had been strengthened and he had great potential. This kind of progress just taps into the potential. However, Yi Kai wears seastone handcuffs, and his practice is heavy. Ordinary demon fruit power, wearing seastone handcuffs may be limp, and the movement becomes inflexible, let alone weight-bearing training. Therefore, it can be ruled out that Yi Kai is a demon fruit power. Chapter 12 Frightening Progress. Favorites. 12/210. Chapter 12 Frightening Progress. Favorites. Previous. Next. In the world of pirate, the most indispensable thing is ambitious people. Watch Yi Kai practice. Watching Yi Kai's horrific progress. Many people pay attention to Yi Kai silently and keep this progress in their hearts. With Yi Kai's frightening speed of progress, if he can keep making money like this, in a few years, maybe he can really grow into an existence comparable to Marine Admiral. At that time, with Yi Kai's strength, it is not impossible to escape from prison. The key is, can Yi Kai's terrifying progress be maintained? Everyone has potential, potential is limited. Ye Kai may be very talented in cultivation, and he can tap out his cultivation talent to make such terrifying progress. It may also be that Ye Kai is not strong enough, and it is understandable to have such an improvement in the early stage. Maybe when Ye Kai's strength reaches a certain level, it will become more difficult to make progress. This is a wait-and-see time. Time is lost bit by bit. Unknowingly, Ye Kai has been imprisoned in freezing hell, and it has been a month. 1 month, 100 times the speed of practice, equivalent to more than 3,000 days in the past. Ye Kai's 1 month's practice time is equivalent to more than 8 years of other people's practice. Ye Kai's 100 times training income is very terrifying. He is improving all the time. As he progresses, the accumulation of various cultivation experiences is also a 100-fold benefit. Ye Kai knows that this way of cultivation works better for him, and the other way of cultivation is not suitable and can be eliminated. When practicing, Ye Kai has 100 times the cultivation speed and the accumulation of cultivation experience, but Ye Kai is constantly looking for the most suitable cultivation method for him. Keep improving, keep getting stronger. When many people have reached a certain level of cultivation, their progress will become slow, and they will slow down. They may be stuck in one place for 3 to 5 years, or even 10 years. And Ye Kai has 100 times the income, whether it is the cultivation speed or the accumulation of cultivation experience, it is 100 times. His speed of accumulating practice experience is 100 times that of others. Others have been stuck in a state for 3 to 5 years, but for him, he can get over it very quickly. Whoosh. In the prison where Ye Kai is, people in the same cell, as well as other cells, took the puck and threw it at Ye Kai. But Ye Kai closed his eyes, and the whole person was dodging silently. His body was like paper, fluttering with the wind. Every ice cube hit, Ye Kai dodged it lightly. 6 styles paper arts. Ye Kai has been easily mastered and used proficiently. Bang! As the ice cubes continued to increase, Ye Kai stepped on the ground, and a powerful force burst out in an instant, as if hitting him on the substantial air, allowing his body to fly into the air. After ordinary people vacate, many people are unable to relay, and it is very easy for others to seize the opportunity. But with moonwalk you can relay in the air and avoid all kinds of attacks. At such a moment, Ye Kai relied on the dodge of paper arts, the flight of moonwalk, and the high-speed movement of shaved to avoid various attacks. The last tempest kick flicked across the air, the powerful legs squeezed the air, turned into a vacuum slash and flew over, crushing all the incoming ice balls, turning into countless ice slags and falling from the air. Ye Kai's body slowly fell to the ground. For the 6 forms, Ye Kai has basically mastered them. Although it only takes 1 month, for Ye Kai, who has 100 times the speed of cultivation, it is equivalent to more than 8 years of cultivation for others. 6 styles Ye Kai not only learned, but also mastered, very skilled, can be applied in actual combat. However, the people in the prison are unwilling to fight Ye Kai because they don't want to move. Moving takes physical strength and energy, no one wants to compete with Ye Kai. If you just throw ice cubes, everyone is still willing. After completing the practice of the 6 forms, Ye Kai walked aside, held an ice blade stuck in the ground in his hand, and started the practice of swordsmanship. Cut. With all the concentration in front of him, Ye Kai held the ice knife in his hand and slashed towards the prison door. Swish. The ice blade cut across the void, brought out a sword pressure, and landed on the prison door. There was a sound of collision, and left a sword mark on the prison door. Now the sword mark on the prison door is more than 10 centimeters deep, and Ye Kai can cut open the prison door after a period of time. It's just, people don't care at all. If you want to open the prison door, there are actually many ways. This is freezing hell, the most indispensable ice cube. When ice meets metal, it melts quickly. The temperature in freezing hell is very low, and the melting speed of ice cubes will slow down when they encounter metal, which is more convenient for plasticity. It is not difficult to polish a key with ice cubes to open the door of the cell. It's just that people don't want to do it. What is the use of escaping from the prison door? Go into the forest and become food for wolves. Staying in the cell is more of a protection, avoiding being attacked by wolves and wasting physical strength and energy. Ye Kai kept slashing out the sword pressure and attacking the prison door. It was just a kind of practice, not to break through the prison door. Bang! A dozen swords pressed forward, and the skate in Ye Kai's hand collapsed under the weight. It would be nice to have a real sword, or if you know how to use hockey, it will be more convenient to practice. Must learn how to use hockey. Ye Kai came to the prison below Impel Down because he wanted a more systematic way of practicing physical and swordsmanship. Now, Ye Kai already has a systematic training method in terms of physical fitness and swordsmanship. Only for hockey, Ye Kai has not found any ideas yet. He is also recalling what Rayleigh said about hockey's cultivation methods when he taught Luffy in the original book. I am also trying to practice, but the effect is not satisfactory. Chapter 13 Steel Cut for Collection. 13 210ths. Chapter 13 Steel Cut for Collection. Previous. Next. Ye Kai's underestimation has been heard by many. People who know hockey understand what Ye Kai is talking about. People who don't know hockey don't understand what Ye Kai is talking about hockey at all. There is no day and night in Impel Down prison, Yoruichi said, nor the seasons. The 4th layer of extreme cold resistance is always cold and white. Another month has passed. It has been 2 months since Ye Kai was held in freezing hell. In terms of 100 times the speed of cultivation, 2 months is equivalent to more than 16 years of cultivation for others. You know, Luffy is only 17 years old when he went to sea, and it is only a few months from East Blue to Sabayati Archipelago, even 2 years later. Luffy is only 19 years old, and his strength has improved tremendously. And Ye Kai practiced for 2 months, which is equivalent to more than 10 years of cultivation for others. In 2 months, Ye Kai has reached a bottleneck in both physical and sword skills. To make a breakthrough, in addition to long-term accumulation, you also need opportunities. Need to fight. In the cell, holding an ice blade, Ye Kai slashed at the prison door head-on. Cut, swish, a cold light dodged, and the ordinary ice skate in Ye Kai's hands, like a real famous knife, split open the prison door. Immediately, Ye Kai kicked out. Bang, the prison door was kicked by Ye Kai and a 2-meter gap was thrown out. In the previous time, Ye Kai used the prison door as the target of the connection slash, and the 4 sides have been cut deeply. The latter knife has the artistic conception of cutting steel in it, and directly splits the iron door. The ice skates did not collapse. It proves that Ye Kai's swordsmanship has reached a certain level. Many people in the prison saw this scene, and many people's pupils shrank suddenly, but they didn't say anything. How can this be? How long has he been practicing? Did he cut off the steel? The ice blade cut off the prison door. The strength shown by Ye Kai is something more people don't want to believe. From when Ye Kai was imprisoned to freezing hell and began to practice using ice blades, it is not difficult for everyone to see that he is really not good at swordsmanship. In just 2 months, from scratch, can you use ice blades to cut steel? This is the accomplishment of a swordsman, a great swordsman. How many people can't do it in a lifetime? How can someone reach this level in 2 months? Ye Kai's progress is already frightening. Today's Ye Kai is already very powerful, at least stronger than 99% of the people in the nearby prison. Ye Kai ignored the other prisoners' doubts, stepped out of the cell door, stood shirtless in the snow, and let out a heavy breath. After leaving the prison door, although he was still in the Impel Down prison, he still felt a sense of freedom when he left the small cell. 2 months of cultivation, 100 times the speed of cultivation, is equivalent to more than 10 years of cultivation by others. Today's Ye Kai doesn't feel cold even if he is bare-chested. He is used to it. In other words, his physical strength was strong enough to resist the cold. Yo, little brother, are you going to go out and let the wind go? Or are you going to leave here? Brother, if you are going to leave, don't forget about us. Brother Ye Kai, for the sake of my advice to you. We are willing to do our part for Ye Kai. Brother Ye Kai, if you want to form a pirate group, I can agree to join you. Quote. Ye Kai went out of the cell, and the prisoners in the other cells joked. Part of it is a joke. Part of it is to test Ye Kai in a joking tone, but thinking in his heart, if Ye Kai really wants to escape from prison, they will follow suit. Anyway, he will be imprisoned for decades or even hundreds of years, and he may be executed. Instead of waiting to die like this, it is better to rush and escape from prison with Ye Kai. In fact, when Ye Kai practiced for the next 10 days, no one gave him advice. Or to put it another way, after more than 10 days of cultivation, there are very few people present who can give advice to Ye Kai. Be it physical or swordsmanship, Ye Kai's strength has reached a very strong point. As far as physical skills are concerned, Ye Kai's physical fitness and strength are already very strong, and even armament hockey exists, but he has no real way to get started. Otherwise, with his current physical fitness and cultivation speed, he will soon be able to master armament hockey. In terms of swordsmanship, Ye Kai just used an ice knife to cut through the prison door without damage. This is already the swordsmanship of a great swordsman. It's not the general swordsmanship of a great swordsman. You know, what Ye Kai holds is just an ice skate, not a real one, let alone a famous one. Moreover, freezing hell is the 5th level of hell in Impel Down, and the prison door for detaining prisoners is not comparable to that of the 1st level. The metal of this kind of prison door is not ordinary metal, and its hardness is 10 times that of ordinary metal. Ye Kai's swordsmanship has reached a terrifying level, maybe Ye Kai himself doesn't know it. Because he only knows the existence of the artistic conception of cutting steel, based on some concepts of Zoro and Zoro's teacher, Koshiro in the original book, relying on 100 times the practice speed and accumulation of practice experience, constantly trying, making mistakes, and constantly improve. I figured it out bit by bit. 2 months' time. It is equivalent to others who have been groping for more than 10 years, and it is not surprising to have the current results. Zoro may be a genius with a very high talent in swordsmanship. He joined the Straw Hat Pirates from East Blue, and then grew up all the way, learning from Hawkeye. It has only been more than 2 years. Although Ye Kai doesn't have a teacher like Hawkeye, he has 100 times the cultivation speed and accumulation of cultivation experience. In more than 10 years, he will not be worse than Zoro. I'll go around the forest to gain some practical experience. Ye Kai dropped this sentence, ignored the prisoners who spoke, and walked directly into the forest. He does want to fight. I want to gain some practical experience. His actual combat experience accumulation speed is also 100 times. Even with his current strength, he could kill a large army of wolves with a wave of his hand if he went to Senlingzong to fight against the wolves. But 100 times the accumulation of combat experience is still useful. But, Ye Kai is just an excuse in the eyes of other prisoners in the prison. Many people think that Yi Kai left like this and said such a sentence to let those who have ideas leave the cell to talk about the details at night. Chapter 14 Observation Hockey. Favorites. 14 210ths. Chapter 14 Observation Hockey. Favorites. Woo. In the forest of freezing hell. Dozens of wolves surrounded Yi Kai, bent over, their forelimbs straightened, their eyes staring at Yi Kai, with saliva still on the corner of their mouths. Yi Kai, on the other hand, stood among the wolves, rubbing the ice blade on the ground in his hand, with his eyes closed, not looking at the wolves at all, standing there like a sculpture. Next moment, whoosh, dozens of wolves rushed towards Yi Kai almost at the same time. Wolves are very smart and know how to cooperate. Dozens of wolves attacked, each with their own division of labor, biting Yi Kai's neck and limbs. But, a wolf rushed in front of Yi Kai, opened Guy's bloody mouth, and bit towards the main artery in his neck. Yi Kai could even smell the stench, but he wasn't in a hurry, he turned his body slightly to avoid the wolf's attack. The subsequent wolves attacked like dumplings. Yi Kai is like strolling in the garden, with eyes closed, under the siege of dozens of wolves, he keeps moving and turning sideways, using small movements to avoid the attacks of dozens of wolves. This is the application of paper arts, and, the obscuring observation hockey. Yi Kai has not yet mastered observation hockey, but occasionally can grasp the feeling of observation hockey, and has not really mastered it yet. That's why he left the cell and walked out. After he came out, he had a bigger field to play. Use the attacks of these wolves to accelerate your mastery of observation hockey. Shua. While moving, Yi Kai had slipped away from these wolves and returned to the place where he was just now. He pulled out the ice blade stuck on the ground, and with a wave of his hand, he stood up with a sword pressure, splitting the dozen or so wolves that attacked in half. The entire snow-white ground was instantly dyed scarlet, and a bloody smell permeated the air. This bloody smell attracted more and more wolves to come. Not long after, the pack of wolves surrounding Yi Kai had already reached hundreds of wolves. Yi Kai was unmoved, completely used these wolves as a tool for practicing observation hockey. In the constant movement and dodging, Yi Kai could feel that when using paper arts to dodge, he gradually regarded dodging as an instinct. Observation hockey, which was originally hazy and unable to grasp the feeling, gradually became clear. After being chased by hundreds of wolves all day in the snow, Yi Kai finally mastered observation hockey slowly. More than one day, with the evasion ability of paper arts he mastered, 100 times the speed of practice, equivalent to more than 100 days, Yi Kai finally grasped the feeling of observation hockey and successfully mastered observation hockey. Of course, it still takes time to practice and get familiar with. Grasping the feeling of observation hockey, Yi Kai held the ice blade beside him. The next moment, he rushed into the pack of wolves. PFF'd, 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 a killing is going on. Yi Kai held the ice blade and didn't make much movement. He just keeps moving, constantly swinging the ice blade in his hand. Every wolf that rushed towards him seemed to automatically bump into the ice blade in his hand, losing its breath of life. Dozens of wolves attacked at the same time, but none of Yi Kai could be caught. All the wolves were easily avoided by Yi Kai. The ice blade in his hand raised the knife and fell, and lightly slashed in the air, which could take away the lives of several wolves. Even, Yi Kai is just my ice blade, moving forward quickly, with the ice blade in his hand stretching out, leaving a wolf's corpse wherever he goes. These wolves seemed to stop there, and when Yi Kai rushed over, the ice blade in his hand slashed, taking their lives away. During the battle, hundreds of wolves become less and less. In the end, there were only more than 100 wolves left, and countless wolf corpses lay on the ground. The snow-white ground has turned scarlet, and the thick smell of blood permeates the air. It's like a Shura field. A Shura field belonging to wolves. The remaining over 100 wolves looked at the murderous Yi Kai with only fear in their eyes, turned around and fled into the forest. And Yi Kai, from the beginning to the end, never opened Guy's eyes. His naked body was in the deep freezing hell, covered with a layer of frost, without a single drop of blood. The rest of the wolves fled, but Yi Kai didn't chase after him. He opened his eyes and waved the ice blade in his hand. The blue and white ice blade is just an ordinary ice blade. After killing hundreds of wolves, he was bathed in scarlet blood, and with a slight flick, the blood on the knife's body spilled, revealing the still blue-white blade without a trace of blood stains. This blue and white ice blade, in Yi Kai's hands, is like a famous knife with terrifying lethality. With the application of steel cutting, Yi Kai can also be regarded as the strongest among the great swordsmen. Even if you give him a piece of paper, he can use it to cut steel. In a scarlet snow field, there are hundreds of wolf corpses on the ground. Yi Kai waved the ice blade in his hand, shaking off the blood stains on the ice blade. Shish! Several prisoners in striped prison uniforms also made a move at this time, and quickly rushed towards Yi Kai. Several people shot extremely fast, each move was extremely dangerous, and they cooperated with each other very tacitly. Boom, swish, boom. A punch or a leg can bring out bursts of strong wind and air explosion. However, hearing the sound of the attack failing proved that their attack was of no use to Yi Kai. All were captured by Yi Kai and avoided. At this moment, one of the people besieging Yi Kai stopped, while the other three chose to avoid it. Shish! In the next moment, tens of thousands of fine needles, denser than raindrops, flew out from the person, covering Yi Kai in an instant. This is a demon fruit power. It stands to reason that the demon fruit power that was imprisoned in the establishment of the promotion has sea stone handcuffs on their bodies. Even Yi Kai was wearing Seastone's handcuffs, but he broke free of the middle link chain, and the handcuffs were still on his hands. It's not that he can't get it off, he just needs to get a key and fiddle with it to open it. It was he who didn't want to take it off. Seastone's handcuffs, worn on his hands, will not cause him any discomfort, and can also subdue demon fruit power at critical times. Especially when Yi Kai hasn't mastered armament hockey yet. However, facing the attack of hundreds of millions of fine needles at this moment, the Seastone handcuffs on Yi Kai's hands are useless. The Seastone is to make Yi Kai not hockey, but also able to grab the Logia demon fruit power, facing the attack of the demon fruit power, but it is useless and can only be resisted by himself. Cut. With a wave of the ice blade in Yi Kai's hand, a powerful sword energy of more than 10 meters struck, smashing countless fine needles and dissipating directly between heaven and earth. The sword chi died unabated, sweeping the other thin needles with a powerful impact, and flew towards the demon fruit power. Shua. The sword energy struck, leaving a sword mark of more than 10 meters on the scarlet snow. At this time, the 4 people who made the shot had already landed in the surrounding area, surrounded Yi Kai, with a serious expression on their faces. I have mastered observation hockey. Apart from seriousness, there was also fear on the faces of the other 3. Yi Kai, this speed of progress. Really scary. Chapter 15 Prison Break. Who's going to jailbreak? 5 more for collection. 15 210ths. Chapter 15 Prison Break. Who's going to jailbreak? 5 more for collection. The 5 chapters have been updated, the cover has been prepared, and the contract will be printed and sent out in the near future. Please collect support. Yi Kai was imprisoned in freezing hell. It can be said that under the eyes of other prisoners, it took only 2 months to become a super strong grandmaster in physical and sword skills. And Yi Kai's strengthening was completed under the guidance of other prisoners, as if laughing at him. Such progress, such a terrifying speed of cultivation. Fast enough to be scary. How long is this? In 2 months, he grew from scratch to become a top gymnastics master and steel-slashing swordsman. Now, have you initially grasped the color of knowledge? Too fast. The 4 people who besieged Yi Kai, under the fear, concealed a touch of surprise. Do it. The next moment, the 4 attacked Yi Kai again. This time, the attack was more ferocious. It's not something Yi Kai can avoid with the observation hockey he just mastered. Bang bang bang, swish swish swish. The sound of violent collisions continued to sound. Yi Kai has 1 against 4, and they are all very powerful enemies. Even if he has a preliminary grasp of observation hockey, he can't deal with it. In the final analysis, he is only initially mastering observation hockey. However, in battle, Yi Kai is still using observation hockey against the enemy. With 100 times the speed of cultivation, Yi Kai can feel that he is getting more and more proficient in observation hockey in battle. Observation hockey is also getting stronger. The growth of hockey requires accumulation and practice, and the fastest way to grow is through fighting. Boom. 1 big and 1 small, the 2 fists collided violently, quite a feeling of being evenly matched. It's just that Yi Kai is 2 meters tall, while the enemy is about 4 meters tall. The enemy's fist is bigger than Yi Kai's head, but in terms of strength, the opponent is not Yi Kai's opponent. Wow. Yi Kai's arm swung vigorously, directly forcing the enemy back. The next moment, a kick kicked towards Yi Kai's junior. Yi Kai, who had already mastered the observation hockey, also caught this attack and directly flew the big man 4 meters in front of him. Then, he turned and kicked. Boom. The fierce collision between the legs, the powerful force caused an impact, and a large crater of several meters was thrown out of the scarlet snow around. As soon as Yi Kai exerted his strength, he kicked the enemy away, and he didn't forget to kick out a vacuum slash. Tempest kick. A vacuum slash pursued the thrown enemy, and the enemy directly swung his fist, crushing the vacuum slash with 1 punch. Boom. The blackened fist collided with the vacuum slash kicked by Yi Kai, tempest kick, and the powerful collision brought out bursts of roar. But, what really caught the eye was the black luster that spread from the forearm to the fist. It was like a metallic luster. Hockey. Armament hockey. After some more intense probing, the 4 stopped attacking again and did not make any more moves. It proved that these 4 people did not really want to kill him. In fact, at the beginning, these 4 people were still very ruthless. Yi Kai could feel that these 4 people were really fighting with the intention of killing him. It's just that after hitting the back, the strength Yi Kai showed, and observation hockey, who became more proficient and stronger as he fought, made the attacks of the 4 people not cause life-threatening to Yi Kai at all. This farce-like battle is over. My name is Boulder. Hag. My name is Errol. You are strong. I'm Kos. After the 4 stopped, they sat down and introduced themselves briefly. All 4 were wearing black and white striped prison uniforms, proving that they were also Impel Down prison inmates. The person who praised Yi Kai for being strong was the little giant who competed with Yi Kai just now. He was 4 meters tall and very strong. Yi Kai has a cultivation speed of 100 times, and it has been more than 2 months since he traveled, which is equivalent to nearly 20 years of cultivation for others. Although his strength has grown, although he has encountered bottlenecks, he has never stopped. Talk about strength gains. In the world of One Piece, in terms of power, the power of the giant race must be stronger. Of course, there are also some talented people, but they are relatively few. Yi Kai is only 2 meters tall. Just in terms of strength, Yi Kai is no worse than the little giant arrow. Yi Kai thinks that he may have traveled through time and his body has been transformed. It is also because of this that his body can adapt to 100 times the speed of cultivation, right? Ye Kai is still vigilant towards the 4 people who appeared beside him. These 4 guys wanted to kill him just now. He just thinks that he has good strength and passed the assessment of these 4 guys. Kos, the one who finally fought Ye Kai, used Armament Hockey's fist to defeat Vacuum Slash. He said to Ye Kai, "I will teach you Armament Hockey, you, take us out of prison." Prison break. Ye Kai narrowed his eyes slightly, and scolded solemnly, "Who wants to break out of prison? You guys actually want to break out of prison?" Quote. The 4 of them froze for a moment and fell silent. He meow. Ye Kai practiced hard every day, showing the terrifying speed of progress. Anyone with a little brain can see that he is going to escape from prison. Even, Ye Kai was imprisoned in the freezing hell in the 5th city of Impel Down, which was also intentional. Because there is no phone bug monitoring on this floor, you can practice however you want. At the same time, when Ye Kai first came to freezing hell, his cultivation methods were very crude, and it could even be said that he cultivated randomly. Still under the mocking guidance of other prisoners, he learned systematic physical training and swordsmanship training. To put it bluntly, there are not a few people who guessed that Ye Kai would escape from prison sooner or later. Who knew that now Ye Kai has a face of not admitting it, and conversely says that other people want to escape from prison. What a BCH. Chapter 16 Unable to Master Observation Hakafor Collection. 16 210ths. Chapter 16 Unable to Master Observation Hakafor Collection. If you want to learn hockey, I can teach you. Kos said to Ye Kai, "With your current physical fitness, it is not difficult to master armament hockey. Coupled with your cultivation speed and progress, you will soon be able to learn how to use hockey. Your current strength is also the top existence in the entire freezing hell. Even if it is the 4 of us combined, it is not your opponent, but, you still need people if you want to escape from prison. At least, the more people escape from prison, the more chaos there is, the more likely it is to succeed. The most powerful person in Impel Down prison is the Warden Magellan, who has the ability of Paramesha, the poisonous fruit, and is very powerful. You need our help, you need to create chaos, you need someone else to attract the attention of the prison guards. And we need a leader, someone who can take down Magellan. We won't let you take us out of prison all the time, that's unrealistic. Whether you can escape or not depends on your ability. After successfully escaping from prison, we are willing to become your subordinates and work with you." Quote. On the 1st floor of Impel Down, no one thought about jailbreaking because they were not strong enough. On the 5th and 6th floors below, some people must have thought about jailbreaking, but it's just a matter of whether they can do it or not. The prisoners held on the 5th floor of Impel Down have a reward of at least 100 million. They are placed in the first half of the Grand Line, and they are all supernova-like existences. None of this kind of people is weak, and everyone has ambitions. It's just that there is a lack of an opportunity to ignite their ambitions, ignite their thoughts of wanting to escape from prison, and take action. The emergence of Ye Kai is this opportunity. His cultivation speed and progress are frighteningly fast. In just 2 months, Ye Kai has now stepped into the ranks of the strong in physical skills, and also a swordsman in swordsmanship, and has mastered observation hockey. It's only been 2 months. Give him some time, a month, half a year, don't even use it. It is definitely not a problem for Ye Kai to break through Impel Down and escape. Ye Kai also had to admit that what Kos said was right. He really needed other people to act together if he wanted to escape from prison, and the more the better, the more chaos the better. Only in this way, the chances of a successful jailbreak are greater. Ye Kai said, "Without your teaching, I would also learn armament hockey." Hager, who used devil fruit to fight Ye Kai before, said, "With our teaching, you can master hockey faster and save a lot of time." That's right, okay, teach me armament hockey. Ye Kai didn't say much and agreed to their proposal. Anyway, with his current strength, he can try to escape from prison. After mastering armament hockey, the ability to deal with devil fruit is not only to deal with Magellan. After breaking out of prison, but also to face the pursuit of Marine, it is also very important to be able to use it. In short, mastering armament hockey can increase the chances of a successful jailbreak, and even increase the chances of escaping after a successful jailbreak. It would be bad to avoid being caught back to prison after escaping from prison. Hockey is the potential in everyone's body. You have mastered observation hockey, and I'm not very good at it. Let me mainly tell you about the cultivation of armament hockey. Kos also only mastered armament hockey, and observation hockey can also be awakened through exercise and practice, but it is more difficult than armament hockey and requires a certain amount of talent. If you want to master armament hockey, there is an absolute prerequisite, that is, you must have a strong physical fitness, and a will that is as tough as iron after many battles. Kos glanced at Ye Kai and said, "Your physical fitness is very strong. It stands to reason that it is not difficult to touch armament hockey. The reason why you haven't been to armament hockey yet is probably because your will is not strong enough. The next thing you have to do is, fight, kill, keep fighting, keep killing, temper your will." Actually, Ye Kai also knows his flaws. When he was on the earth in his previous life, he grew up in the excess of the red flag fluttering, where is there any willpower as tough as steel? He is not an agent. After crossing over, he has only practiced for more than 2 months. Ordinary people, to achieve Ye Kai's current strength, whether it is practicing physical skills or swordsmanship, it will take more than 10 years or even longer to practice. After such a long period of continuous practice, the will has long been tempered, and the physical fitness meets the requirements, and the existence of armament hockey can be touched. Now the fastest way to help Ye Kai temper his will is to keep fighting, keep killing. Next, someone joined Ye Kai's team and started a battle with Ye Kai. And there were a dozen or so people fighting together, all fighting with the determination to kill Ye Kai. Even if Ye Kai has already mastered the observation hockey, facing a dozen or so individuals, at least one pirate with a reward of over 100 million, is still very reluctant. It is normal to be injured and see blood. It's not just that Ye Kai is injured, as a sparring opponent, in this case, injuries are even more normal. 3 days. At 100 times the speed of practice, it is equivalent to 300 days or nearly a year of practice for others. Ye Kai still hasn't mastered armament hockey. After Koz and the others concluded, they said, "Now, there's only one way. Let's do it. Kill everyone in the cell. Fighting and killing is the fastest way to strengthen your will. At the same time, we are going to escape from prison, and we have to do some necessary concealment to prevent others from leaking the news. We are here to be your training partner." Many prisoners have already guessed. 2 days later, the guards will come over. At that time, someone will leak the news and want to reduce the sentence. Chapter 17. If you want your heads, you must have them. Favorites. 17,210. Chapter 17. If you want your heads, you must have them. Favorites. Freezing Hell, or the entire Impel Down. The guards and prison soldiers will not patrol every day, or deliver food every day. It only takes a few days to inspect once and deliver food once. Especially Freezing Hell, which only delivers food once a week. And each floor of the prison only delivers food to the prisoners in the cells. Those prisoners who were not in the cell were tortured in every level of hell, and they were ignored. Many people died under torture. And 2 days later, when the extreme cold is below, guards will come to deliver food. Because the temperature in Freezing Hell is extremely low, there is no phone bug monitoring, so no one knows about Ye Kai's situation here. But, in the prison cell, there are always people who know, and there are always people who want to commute the sentence and leak the news. The best thing to do is to shut them up forever. Of course, even if they are killed now, the prison guards and staff will come to deliver food 2 days later, and the matter will still be exposed. Ye Kai nodded and said, "That is to say, no matter what, we have to act in 2 days. Yes, don't kill the prisoner in the prison cell. The prisoner may leak the secret. When the Impel Down jailer, guard, warden will be ready. Kill the prisoner in the cell, and the guards and staff will come over 2 days later, and the problem will still be found. So 2 days later, it is necessary to act. To be more precise, it must act within 2 days. Then, kill him." In fact, after practicing for 2 days, with Ye Kai's current physical fitness, he could already touch the threshold of armament hockey. But why can't you touch armament hockey? Ye Kai also knows where the problem is. He has never killed anyone. With 100 times the speed of cultivation, his cultivation speed is too fast, and the accumulation of combat experience in Xingxing is not enough. Even if he has been fighting with other people for the past 2 days, he is just grinding his guns in front of the battle. His accumulation is not enough. He has never even killed anyone. Where does his tough will come from? So far, he has only killed the jailer, the blue gorilla, and the wolf. Anyway, the people imprisoned in Impel Down are not good people. None of the prisoners held on the 5th floor of Impel Down. Freezing Hell offered a reward of less than 100 million, and they were not good people. Marine issued a bounty to the pirate, either because the pirate is powerful, or because he has done a lot of unreasonable things. Of course, part of it is because it threatens the status of Marine, such as Monkey D. Dragon, and Robin. These are very, very few. Ye Kai didn't have much resistance to killing the prisoners held in Freezing Hell. They were all sinners anyway. ... Kid Ye Kai is back. Those guys are back. Ha ha ha. Tell me, what have these guys been doing these 2 days? Could it be to do something shameful? Maybe it's to discuss and prepare for the escape. Jailbreak. Are you kidding? This is Impel Down. Hey. Ye Kai boy, are you planning to escape from prison? How about taking me? Ha 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 ha. Take me by the way. ... Ye Kai and a dozen other people, all wearing black and white striped prison uniforms, walked slowly. The people in the cell saw it from a distance, and immediately discussed it, and then laughed wantonly. Most of the prisoners have guessed that Ye Kai and others are going to escape from prison. In fact, more and more people leave their cells and go to Ye Kai, just to join them. Now the people in the cell opened their mouths to ask Ye Kai to take them with them. Some were joking, while others were serious. Amidst the laughter, Ye Kai was still bare-chested, holding a simple tadao in his hand. The previous ice skates have already collapsed countless times. This simple sword is made of iron bars from the prison gate. Although it is simple, it is better than ordinary swords. I need everyone to do me a favor. I'm here to ask you for something. Approaching the cell, Ye Kai smiled and said to the people inside the cell. Ha ha ha, Ye Kai boy, just say what you want. The key is we don't have it. What do you want us to do? If you escape from prison, I will definitely help. I won't participate. This is the promotion layer. How could the jailbreak be successful? ... Ye Kai's words fell, and he quickly received many answers. Ye Kai didn't care about this. He held the simple tadao in his hand, put the blade horizontally in front of his body, touched the extremely sharp blade, the original smiling expression disappeared, and his voice became extremely cold. You must have what I want. Many prisoners noticed Ye Kai's change. It's just this change in expression, and the cold tone that doesn't show killing intent at all. Before Ye Kai finished speaking, the people in the cell were already vigilant. I want your heads, this, you must have it. Shave. Ye Kai has already moved before he finished speaking. The whole person disappeared in place, and the crude Tadao in his hand instantly opened to the prison door. Swish. With a flash of the knife, freezing hell is the 5th floor of Impel Down. The prison door is naturally strong, but it was still split in half by Ye Kai. Not just the whole door. Even the wall next to the door, as well as the people inside the cell, are directly separated from top to bottom, divided into two. A killing feast is officially staged. Chapter 18 The Killing Feast for Collection. 18/210. Chapter 18 The Killing Feast for Collection. Thanks. Eric Dionysus Book Friends reward 100 volts points. Ah, you can't do this. Let me go. I won't leak it. I can help you guys. Really, don't kill me. Ah. Your 6 moves were taught by me. You think you can beat me? Ah. Please, forgive me. Quote. Many prisoners fell to the ground, looked at Ye Kai, crawled back little by little, and begged for mercy. There are also people who want to fight back. Ye Kai holds a simple Tadao in his hand, and wherever he goes, he strikes with a sword aura that is more than 10 meters long. A row of 3 or 4 prison doors had been slammed open. Many prisoners in the prison had no way of escaping, and the prison and cell door were split in half. There are also some prisoners who avoided or blocked Ye Kai's attack because of luck or strength. When the cell door is slammed open, fight back against Ye Kai. At this time, Ye Kai had already held observation haki. In these 2 days of continuous actual combat, his observation haki was no longer a preliminary mastery but reached a very advanced level. The people who rushed out of the cell were all in Ye Kai's prediction. All the prisoners rushed towards Ye Kai and were easily split in half by him. Marine 6 styles: shave, finger grab, tempest kick, moonwalk, paper arts, iron body. The 6 styles are all used by Ye Kai, combined with observation haki, and his powerful power. Wherever he goes, every move he makes, he raises his hands and feet, and when he raises his knife, he leaves behind a corpse. No one can resist his attack. With a light pinch of fingers, there is a hole in the head. With a light slash of the knife in his hand, the body was divided into 2. The killing continues. It's no use begging for mercy. Ye Kai, who was killing wildly with a cold face, was like a Shinigami, treating these prisoners like nothing, like mowing grass, without any stop. If you want to escape, you can't escape. The speed is not as fast as Ye Kai. Ye Kai's powerful body strength, the 6 style, shaving, is already very fast, and with the assistance of observation haki, people who want to escape often die faster. The moment Xinsheng retired and wanted to escape, his flaws had already been revealed. This is a one-sided killing. In addition to Ye Kai, there are a dozen other people guarding the quartet to prevent these people from escaping freezing hell. Ye Kai's hands are too fast, you can even say, very elegant. Steel-slashing great swordsman, combined with powerful strength and speed, and observation haki. Few people can persist in several moves under Ye Kai. Even if someone launches an attack on Ye Kai first, it will either fail or be split in half. The onlookers also felt a burst of emotion. It's too scary. This guy, his strength has reached this level. We besieged him together, and he didn't use all his strength. This is simply a killing god. Sword skills, physical skills, strength, speed, powerful observation haki. I can't imagine, these are all his growth in a short period of time. If he leaves Impel Down, the world outside will change. Tisk tisk tisk, the stronger he is, the better it is for us. That's right, the stronger he is, the higher the success rate of escape. I feel that Magellan is no longer his opponent. Not necessarily, Magellan's poisonous fruit is tricky. I just don't know if he can master armament haki when the operation starts. With armament haki, it will be much easier to deal with Magellan. Maybe he can't grasp it, he can't will. Quote. It was also very shocking to watch Ye Kai start killing and reach an agreement with Ye Kai to help Ye Kai escape from prison. Even fear. Anyway, among the prisoners in freezing hell, the lowest reward offered is 100 million berry. There are even 200 million or even higher rewards among them. But in front of Ye Kai, few people can do 10 moves under Ye Kai. Perhaps part of the reason is that the body has been exposed, and the mentality has changed after being imprisoned for a long time. But I have to admit that Ye Kai is very strong. What really makes everyone fearful, even fearful, is Ye Kai's growth rate. Ye Kai has just been imprisoned in freezing hell, and his strength is actually not strong, everyone knows this. How long has it been now? Ye Kai killing the prisoners in freezing hell is as easy as killing a pig. Marine Admiral's strength is no more than that, right? Soon, all the people in the surrounding cells had been killed by Ye Kai. The smell of blood was in the air, and it was quickly dispelled by others wanting to be Bambop. The ground was littered with complete or incomplete corpses, and the ground was incomplete, with various sword marks and pits crisscrossing. It could be described as a mess. The blood dyed the snow red, and the blood didn't flow a lot, nor did it spread very far. Those who were killed were quickly frozen. After the blood flows out, it will also be frozen, and of course it cannot flow very far. The dozens of people who were responsible for beating Ye Kai's subordinates had already covered the ground with white snow, and dug a random hole to bury the body. The smell of blood also attracted the wolf army, only to see Ye Kai. All the wolves escaped and returned to the forest. Back then, hundreds of wolves died at the hands of Ye Kai. Wolves are very smart animals, so they naturally knew that Ye Kai couldn't afford to mess with them. Ye Kai dealt with the people in the surrounding cells, holding a simple tadao in his hand, and stood there quietly for a while. He's a little sick. How to put it? More than 2 months ago, he was just an ordinary person, with a red flag fluttering too much, and he didn't even kill a chicken, but now he directly killed hundreds of people. Although these people are all pirates and should be killed, there is no need to be burdened at all. But no matter what, they are all human beings. Killing a jailer, killing a wolf, are two completely different feelings. Fortunately, Ye Kai has a 100 times income cheat. This battle, this killing, his harvest, is 100 times. It is equivalent to going through 100 such killings. A will as tough as iron, has been tempered. Chapter 19. Chaotic Impel Down Favorites. 19/210. Chapter 19. Chaotic Impel Down Favorites. Let's go. Standing quietly for a while, Ye Kai greeted the dozen or so prisoners beside him. Ye Kai, go to the 6th floor of Impel Down. On the contrary, the dozen or so people beside Ye Kai looked at each other, wondering where Ye Kai was going to greet everyone. Are you going to jailbreak directly? Also, after this killing, has Ye Kai mastered armament hockey? Only when Ye Kai mastered armament hockey and dealt with the Impel Down warden, Magellan, he had a better chance. As we were walking, someone noticed something was wrong in the direction we were heading, and asked nervously, Boss Ye Kai, are we going to the 6th floor? No way, are we going to the 6th floor? Where are they imprisoned? But they are all extraordinary existences, they are real demons. Isn't it because you want to release all the people on the 6th floor, and then rush out of Impel Down together? This is not a way, it's just that our passage to the 6th floor is a surveillance area, and we will be discovered in the past. I'm going to escape from prison anyway, and it doesn't matter. Quote. The 6th layer of Impel Down is called eternal hell. Those who are imprisoned are either death row inmates or life sentences. The crimes of these criminals can be said to be the level of real devils. Many of them are monster pirates who have been erased from history. They have done many incidents beyond cruelty, and they even need to be covered up by the government. Even the newspapers deliberately conceal them. Many people actually don't want to go to the 6th floor and deal with people on the 6th floor. They don't even want to release the prisoners held on the 6th floor. The prisoners on the 6th floor are really terrifying. To release these people is a great harm to the whole world, and it is a sin. Moreover, the freezing hell on the 5th floor is too cold to install phone bugs, but the passage leading to the 6th floor is a monitoring area. Once you enter the passage, you will be discovered by Impel Down's monitoring room. Boss Ye Kai, we stay on the 5th floor. When you enter the passage, we will release the other prisoners on the 5th floor and attack the 4th floor to attract some attention. Yes. This will prevent the jailers from concentrating on the 6th floor to intercept us. It's best to release the prisoners on the 4th and 3rd floors to disperse the advancing forces. Quote. For these proposals, Ye Kai has no objection. Yes, you can do it, and those who are willing to go to the 6th floor can follow me. These people are not Ye Kai's subordinates. Everyone came together for one purpose, jailbreak. In other words, they are just using each other. Immediately, 7 or 8 people were willing to stay on the 5th floor and release other prisoners, some were willing to sneak into the 4th and 3rd floors to create chaos. It's best to confuse the entire push layer and spread out the Impel Down forces. Not everyone present is very strong. Even if Ye Kai is the leader, they just escaped together. If Impel Down's forces are too concentrated, they may be left behind if they want to escape. Therefore, the more chaotic the entire Impel Down is, the more scattered the troops are, and the higher the possibility of their escape. Without the shackles of Seastone, it is not impossible for many people with fruit abilities to sneak into the 4th and 3rd floors. Then act. After a brief discussion, some people sneaked into the 4th and 3rd floors to release other prisoners. Someone stays on the 5th floor, release the prisoners on the 5th floor. In freezing hell on the 5th floor, the prisoners killed by Ye Kai are just a place of detention, it is impossible to kill them all, and there are many other prisoners. Ye Kai, on the other hand, led 5 people towards the 6th city. Freeing the prisoners on the 6th floor to attract Magellan's attention will make it easier for Ye Kai to escape. And, after successfully breaking out of the prison, Ye Kai is more harmless than the prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down. If Marine wanted to capture and pursue him, he would be the first to hunt down the prisoners on the 6th floor, instead of chasing Ye Kai immediately. It's here. At the passage from the 5th floor of Impel Down to the 6th floor, there is a closed door. At the other end of the gate is a passage. Through this passage, you can enter the 6th floor, eternal hell. At the same time, the passage is monitored by phone bugs. Once you step into the passage, you will be discovered by the monitoring room of Impel Down. Stepping into this passage means that the entire jailbreak strategy is officially launched. Boom. Without any hesitation, Ye Kai slashed with a powerful sword aura and directly split the entire gate open. Immediately, several other people kicked it out, and flew out of the open door. Ye Kai stepped into the passage first, leading 5 people to the 6th floor of Impel Down, eternal hell. At the same time, Impel went down to the 5th floor, and other prisoners also started to release the prisoners who were held in other places, and directly launched an impact on the 4th floor. The prisoners who sneaked into the 4th and 3rd floors also carefully released the prisoners. The 5th floor, freezing hell, is not monitored by phone bugs. The prisoners on the 5th floor, all released, will not raise ideas. When the prisoners on the 5th floor began to attack, it was hundreds of prisoners attacking together, and there was a lot of movement. Hearing this movement, the prisoners who sneaked into the 4th and 3rd floors began to release the prisoners. The entire Impel Down suddenly became a mess. Monitoring room. A prisoner has been released in area 22.1723 on the 4th floor. On the 3rd floor, the prisoner has been released. The 5th floor, there are prisoners looking at them rushing to the 4th floor. Not good. Someone is in the passage on the 5th and 6th floors, and they are going to release the prisoners on the 6th floor. The Impel Down monitoring room was also in chaos. 7 or 8 people took phone bugs and began to contact the warden, deputy warden, and warden to report the situation on the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Chapter 20 Shiryu of the Rain. 5 more for collection. 2200 tenths. Chapter 20 Shiryu of the Rain. 5 more for collection. Impel Down. Monitoring room. The warden is not well. A large number of prisoners have been released from the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, and some people have passed through the passage of the 5th floor to the 6th floor. Lord Hanyable, a large number of prisoners have been released, please stop. Domino's warden, there's been a riot at the prison. Quote. The people in the monitoring room all held phone bugs and reported the situation in the prison at the moment. Throughout the Impel Down prison, the warden Magellan sits on the 4th floor and is mainly responsible for suppressing the prisoners on the 4th floor and the 5th and 6th floors below. Prisoners above the 4th floor are simply not enough to watch, and even a riot will be suppressed quickly. There is really no way to suppress it in a short time, and he can rush over. At this time, upon hearing the news from the monitoring room, the jailer commanders in the entire Impel Down, along with the jailer beasts, the warden and the warden, all took action. Hurry up, get your weapons on. Seastone weapons, bring seastone weapons. This way, this way, this way. These prisoners have rushed over, set up their formation, hurry up. As the jailer beast here, there are too many prisoners. Quote. Thousands of jailer beasts throughout Impel Down started to move. Countless prison soldiers took guns, seastone nets, or seastone weapons and began to subdue the rioting prisoners. Most of the prisoners, facing the jailer beast, have no way to resist. But, among the prisoners, there were still powerful people from the 5th floor of freezing hell. They disrupted the formation of the guards, defeated the jailer beasts, and made the entire prison even more chaotic. Notify the guards on the 6th floor to release Shiryu. Holding the phone bug, Magellan ordered the people in the monitoring room with a gloomy face. Unexpectedly, in the Impel Down under his jurisdiction, there would be a group riot and a prison escape. Anyone else rushed to the 6th floor. Do you want to release the prisoners on the 6th floor? This matter must be stopped. After giving instructions to the people in the monitoring room, Magellan walked towards the 6th floor prison quickly with a gloomy face and heavy steps. The 6th floor of the eternal hell is where all the vicious prisoners are held. Someone really opened the door of the 6th floor and released the prisoners inside. Even if he wanted to suppress the prisoners on the 6th floor, it would not be so easy. This is still a prisoner on the 6th floor. After being imprisoned for so many years, his strength and state have declined seriously, and it is only possible for Magellan to suppress it. If it was the heyday, let alone him. Even if Marine Admiral and Marshal Sengoku came, it would be impossible to suppress all the prisoners on the 6th floor. The people on the 5th floor must be stopped and the prisoners on the 6th floor must be released. It will take time for Magellan to rush to the 6th floor. However, on the 6th floor there is still a warden, Shiryu of the Rain. Because of bloodthirsty, Shiryu of the Rain often killed the prisoners of Impel Down for no reason, or killed a large number of them, so he was imprisoned by Magellan and imprisoned on the 6th floor. At this time, Magellan ordered the people in the monitoring room to contact the guards on the 6th floor to release Shiryu of the Rain, stop the prisoners on the 5th floor, and release the prisoners on the 6th floor. With the strength of Shiryu of the Rain, it is still no problem to suppress the prisoners on the 5th floor, right? Magellan knows what Shiryu of the Rain is capable of, not to mention he's on his way to the 6th floor. Poisonous Dragon. Magellan rushed out of the office on the 4th floor and quickly rushed to the 6th floor. On the way, he watched the prisoners rushing up on the 5th floor and the prisoners rioting on the 4th floor, all of which were easily eliminated by his ability to use the poisonous fruit. Magellan has terrible venom on his body, and a large amount of venom spread out from him, converging into 3 giant dragons. Wherever the 3 poisonous dragons went, the powerful toxicity even corroded the ground. Once these venoms are stained, they are basically dead. Even if you don't die, you will lose your fighting power very quickly. The 3 huge poisonous dragons are all made of venom, and at the same time they exude terrifying poisonous gas. With Magellan's ability to use the poisonous fruit, a large amount of poisonous gas has permeated the entire 4th floor prison, and a large number of prisoners were poisoned. After being poisoned, will he die? That's not something Magellan cares about. Anyway, these prisoners all want to escape from prison, so it doesn't matter whether they die or not. It can also be said that death is not a pity. What Magellan really cared about was the situation on the 6th floor. The 6th floor, eternal hell. Shooting. When Ye Kai and other 6 people rushed from the passage on the 5th floor to the 6th floor, they went through all kinds of traps. As soon as they stepped into the 6th floor, they were met with various bullets, sharp arrows, and even various poisons, flames, and sea water. In the face of these attacks, Ye Kai waved the crude tachi in his hand. Swish! A huge sword energy of more than 10 meters flew out against these attacks with a force of destruction. Wherever it went, all kinds of bullets, sharp swords, flames, were split in half. The trend of the sword energy is unabated, sweeping bullets, sharp arrows, flames, rushing towards the soldiers lined up together. Behind these soldiers stood a tall man wearing an Impel Down military uniform, a marine cloak, and an Impel Down prison hat, with a cigar in his mouth, a sword in his right hand, and a sword in his left. Wipe it with a rag. This person is the head warden who was originally imprisoned on the 6th floor, Shiryu of the Rain. When Ye Kai and the others rushed down from the 5th floor, they were released by the guards on the 6th floor to resist Ye Kai and others. Facing the sword energy that Ye Kai stepped forward, Shiryu of the Rain also waved the Tadao in his hand. Swish! It was also a powerful sword aura, attacking against the sword aura that Ye Kai slashed out. Chapter 21 Fighting Shiryu of the Rain. Favorites. 22 210ths. Chapter 21 Fighting Shiryu of the Rain. Favorites. Slightly late. I am very sorry, the lost manuscript has not been retrieved, so I can only make it up. Fortunately, it is the chapter I wrote yesterday, and I still have a general impression. It is relatively simple to make up, but it is very disturbing to the train of thought, and will not affect tomorrow and subsequent updates. Currently, I have changed the code word of the document that comes with the computer, so there will be no loss of manuscripts. Puff. Sword chi flew out. When Shiryu of the Rain slashed out, the row of soldiers in front of him was also split in half by the sword energy. The sword energy that flew out collided with the sword energy that Ye Kai cut down. Boom. Accompanied by a huge roar, the two sword chi also collapsed due to the collision, and the remaining power released shot out in all directions, leaving simple lines on the wall. A powerful impact was released, and the marine cloak on Shiryu of the Rain rattled. It's a long-lost feeling. Shiryu of the Rain took a deep breath, protruding a smoke ring, smelling the smell of blood in the air, showing an expression of enjoyment. For the beheaded subordinates in front of him, he didn't pay attention at all, just like a row of little chickens. Yes, it's Shiryu of the Rain. Impel Down Warden, the strength is comparable to Magellan. This guy, wasn't he imprisoned for killing too many prisoners? It must be because of us, it must be released to deal with us, it is difficult. Boss Ye Kai, it must be resolved as soon as possible. Release the other prisoners on the 6th floor. They will restrain Shiryu of the Rain, and Magellan who will come later. In short, what to do in the 6th floor of Eternal Hell is to release the prisoners held on the 6th floor. As long as the prisoners on the 6th floor are released, it will naturally attract the attention of Shiryu and Magellan. In this way, the prisoners on the 6th floor will go to the team to serve Shiryu and Magellan, and their success rate of trying to escape will increase. Leave Shiryu to me, you go and release the other prisoners. As Ye Kai said, holding a simple Tadao, he rushed towards Shiryu of the Rain. With 100 times the speed of cultivation, Ye Kai doesn't know how strong he is. He can handle at least a dozen prisoners on the 5th floor together. If it was a life and death fight, he didn't know if he could win. At least for sure, he could kill a lot of people. After all, everyone has their own whole cards, and if it is just a competition, the whole cards will not be used. Now, Shiryu of the Rain is in front of Ye Kai. Ye Kai also wants to see, what rank is his current strength in. Shiryu of the Rain is very strong, even if not as good as Marine Admiral, he is stronger than many Marine Vice Admirals. Boom. The ground cracked, shaved use it out. In an instant, Ye Kai had already rushed in front of Shiryu of the Rain, and the crude sword in his hand collided fiercely with the thunderstorm in Shiryu's book. Ye Kai held the handle of the knife in one hand, holding Shiryu of the Rain's thunderstorm. Shiryu of the Rain originally looked relaxed and freehand, but now he has become much more serious. He also holds the thunderstorm against Ye Kai's crude Tadao. One is Thunderstorm, Dakue Dao, a 21-level famous sword. A rough Tadao polished from the iron bars of the prison gate. The two knives collided with each other, and they were evenly matched. Shiryu's thunderstorm did not cut off the crude sword in Ye Kai's hand. Shiryu of the Rain was holding the thunderstorm, and was forced back several meters by Ye Kai, who was holding a simple katana. Every time he takes a step back, the ground will crack directly, leaving a deep footprint. So strong, such strong swordsmanship, even Shiryu of the Rain knows he has met his match. The thunderstorm, in his hand, under such a level of collision, did not cut off the enemy's simple Tadao. This shows that the enemy's swordsmanship is very powerful. Even if he just holds an ordinary sword, the strength he displays is no worse than the thunderstorm in his hand. More importantly, what a powerful force. It is simply stronger than the strength of a giant. Even Shiryu of the Rain was forced back a few meters, a full dozen steps. Boom. Both Ye Kai and Shiryu of the Rain erupted with terrifying power in an instant, forcing each other back and leaving. The next moment, the two who moved backward collided again. Bang bang bang. Ding ding ding. Swish swish swish. The two moved so fast that ordinary people couldn't see their figures at all. Only at the moment when the two collided and fell into a short stagnation, could they see the figure. All kinds of collision sounds kept ringing. The sword is full of energy. The surrounding cells were affected by the fighting between the two, and there was no need to release the prisoners inside. The battle between Ye Kai and Shiryu of the Rain directly blasted the cell open. It's just that the prisoners inside are all restricted by various means, and there is no way to escape by themselves, and they still need help from others to get out of the cell. On the 6th floor of Eternal Hell, physical masters are bound by characteristic chains that are thicker than human arms. Even giants, even Murloc masters, cannot break free by force. As for Devil Fruit's abilities, it's even simpler. All 4 of them, even the body, are locked in handcuffs made by Seastone. Ever since Golden Lion left a pair of feet to break out of prison, Seastone is more than just locking hands and feet. If there is no one else to help open the Seastone handcuffs, if you want to escape, unless you leave your hands, feet and body, it is no different from death. Ye Kai and Shiryu of the Rain engage in a fierce battle. The 5 people who followed Ye Kai to the 6th floor set out to release the prisoners on the 6th floor. Soon, the 6th floor of prisoners, someone has been released. Chapter 22 The Chaotic Impel Down for Collection. 23 210ths. Chapter 22 The Chaotic Impel Down for Collection. Ah, finally free. Someone actually killed Impel Down. How many years? I forgot how long I was imprisoned. Quote. One after another, prisoners who had been imprisoned for 10, 20, or even 30 years or longer were released. Even if these pirates have been imprisoned for too long, they are still alive and have strong fighting power. One after another, people slowly came out of the dark cell. Boom. PFF'd. Ah, the first thing many prisoners did when they came out was to kill the person who released them. Ahahaha, it's finally out. Kill Impel Down. Ah, open it for me. Boom. Amidst the laughter of regaining freedom, there was a huge roar, and the wall on the 6th floor of Impel Down was pierced through by several punches. Billowing sea water poured in along the hole. Because of the impact of water pressure and sea water, the hole that was originally only more than 1 meter wide spread directly into a hole several meters in size. Sea water irrigation is faster. Madman. Even the many prisoners who had just been released did not feel the joy of regaining their freedom in an instant, and cursed. But the person who breaks the wall doesn't care. Because he is a Murloc, he went directly upstream along the hole and was the first to break out of Impel Down prison. In the 6th floor of Eternal Hell, many people have demon fruit power. It is impossible to rush out with them, and they cannot stay on the 6th floor for a long time. They must leave the 6th floor as soon as possible, otherwise they will be submerged in sea water. With the ability of Devil Fruit, they will become impotent. The other side. Ding. The crude Tachi in Ye Kai's hand collided fiercely with the thunderstorm in Shiryu's hand. In the constant fighting, the crude Tadao in Ye Kai's hand was like a sawtooth, and it was about to collapse. This time, at the moment of the collision, Ye Kai kicked out, carrying terrifying power, and landed on Shiryu of the Rain. Boom. Shiryu of the Rain was kicked, and his whole body was crippled like a cannonball. But when flying out, a backhand fell on Ye Kai. Puff Kai. Blood splatter. A wound of tens of meters with a long knife spread from Ye Kai's heart to his waist. In addition to this huge wound, there are many large and small wounds on Ye Kai's body, and some of them can even see bones. Wow. Flying out, knocking down the wall, the buried Shiryu of the Rain also stood up from a pile of wall debris, also in a panic. The wounds on his body are not less than Ye Kai, it should be said, more than Ye Kai. In addition to the stab wounds, there were many broken bones on his body and serious injuries to many internal organs. This fight lasted only a minute or two, but what the two competed for was strength, speed, swordsmanship, physical skills, and hockey. In terms of strength, Ye Kai has the absolute upper hand, and the speed is naturally not too bad. In terms of swordsmanship, the overall strength is a little less than Shiryu of the Rain, but observation hockey, Ye Kai has the upper hand. This is why Shiryu of the Rain has more wounds than Ye Kai, and even has multiple bones and internal organs. It is because Ye Kai observation hockey had the upper hand, seized the opportunity, and even deliberately gave Shiryu the Rain a loophole, using the traps and routines set, and hurt Shiryu the Rain. At this moment, both Ye Kai and Shiryu of the Rain are standing in the water. The sea water has spread to the waist of the two of them. Let's fight again next time. Ye Kai has no time to stay. Many prisoners on the 6th floor have been released, and he must leave with him. Fighting Shiryu of the Rain, Ye Kai gained a lot of combat experience. After all, there are 100 times the income. In addition, Ye Kai can feel that his sword skills and observation hockey have improved again. It has to be said that fighting is indeed the best way to improve strength. For his own strength, Ye Kai also has a rough positioning. It is unnecessary to continue fighting, it is a waste of time. You know, in addition to escaping from prison, you have to deal with the follow-up Marine's pursuit, so it's impossible not to save some strength. Shiryu of the Rain didn't want to fight Ye Kai anymore, he knew he couldn't do anything about Ye Kai. What's your name? A prisoner who was taken in while I was in custody. Shiryu of the Rain looked at Ye Kai, wanting to know Ye Kai's name. Because of his bloodthirsty, he innocently killed many prisoners and was imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Ye Kai has such strength, but he has never heard of it. It should be during the time he was imprisoned that he was sent to Impel Down. Ye Kai, not a drag armor. Ye Kai left his name, turned around and left. As for why Ye Kai is emphasized, I just don't want to be given such a bad name as Field Cree drag armor. Impel Down is the connection between the 5th layer pole and the 6th layer. Magellan, who was covered in this venom and condensed the poison giants, was fighting the prisoners from the 6th city. Obviously, Magellan is a bit out of reach. Even if the prisoners in the 6th city have been imprisoned for a long time, their bodies and strength are very weak, and they are not at their peak. But how many people shot together, even Magellan couldn't stand it. Get out of here. 100 times cut. A tall giant holding a small axe. That is the axe used by the blue gorilla, and to many ordinary people, it is considered a huge axe. But in front of this prisoner who was as tall as a giant, he was just a small toy. But at the next moment, the small axe inflated instantly, magnified 100 times, and slashed at Magellan directly. Such a terrifying attack, such a quick attack, even Magellan couldn't stand it. Burndy World. Magellan knew who was using this ability, a terrifying existence known as World Destroyer. Unexpectedly, the detainees in the 6th city were still released. Faced with such an attack, Magellan could only dodge it. Boom. Slashing with an axe, Magellan avoided the attack, but the huge poisonous giant he condensed with the venom was instantly split in half. The ceiling of the 6th prison above the head was also split in half, and everyone can directly enter the 5th prison. Chapter 23 Prison Escape Planner and Leader. Favorites. 24 210ths. Chapter 23 Prison Escape Planner and Leader. Favorites. Boom, boom, boom. Burndy World leapt forward, swung a giant axe 100 times bigger, jumped to the 5th floor, and continued to swing the giant axe, killing all the way from the 6th floor to the 1st floor. The whole process is like chopping vegetables, splitting the entire Impel Down prison, unstoppable. Tisk tisk tisk, it's scary. Seeing Burndy World, Ye Kai jumped up and down, it was really scary. Ye Kai also knows that this guy has the ability to touch the fruit, and can magnify the things he touches by 100 times. It seems, not just simply putting it 100 times, but also increasing the speed by 100 times. This is equivalent to putting the weapon in your hand 100 times, and then accelerating the attack speed by 100 times. Speed is actually a kind of strength. When the speed is increased by 100 times, and the weapon is magnified by 100 times, how much terrifying power can it explode? A small coin, after haste, can destroy a car, or even a battleship. The speed of 100 hits. Tisk tisk, just thinking about it is absolutely terrifying. It doesn't matter. If you can't deal with these guys now, it doesn't mean you won't be able to deal with them in the future. Ye Kai is also very satisfied with his cheating. 100 times the speed of practice. After leaving Impel Down, give him some time, he is confident that he will not be worse than anyone. Besides, he wouldn't necessarily conflict with Burndy World and other prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down, would he? It's you. The battle between Ye Kai and Shiryu of the Rain is over. Rushing to the intersection of the 6th and 5th floors, Magellan also saw Ye Kai. Magellan wasn't impressed with Ye Kai, but there was. Some time ago, Ye Kai made a lot of noise on the 1st and 2nd floors. He personally announced that he would throw Ye Kai to the 5th floor. These are all made by you. Seeing Ye Kai, Magellan thought of the noise Ye Kai made on the 1st floor some time ago. At this moment, I saw Ye Kai again on the 6th floor. Obviously, Ye Kai is the one who entered the 6th floor and freed the 6th floor prisoners. I said, I was just passing by, do you believe me? Ye Kai said flatly, poisonous blowfish, poisonous dragon, and what answered Ye Kai was not Magellan's words, but Magellan's attack. The highly poisonous venom spit out from Magellan's mouth and flew towards Ye Kai. At the same time, the poisonous dragons that were defeated by Burndy World gathered together again. 3 poisonous dragons attacked Ye Kai overwhelmingly. Is it really okay to do it if you disagree? Ye Kai leapt, broke through the hole directly from Burndy World, and jumped to the 5th floor. At the same time, the sword in his hand was about to split, and a sword aura of more than 10 meters was brought out. Boom! Sword chi swept across the venom, slashed at the poisonous dragon, and directly split the poisonous dragon in half. Ye Kai himself also logged into the 5th floor, followed behind the prisoners on the 6th floor, and rushed all the way to the 1st floor. Shish! A figure rushed after Ye Kai. Not Magellan. It's Shiryu of the Rain. Shiryu of the Rain jumped on Ye Kai when he rushed to the 5th floor. Shiryu. Magellan watched Shiryu of the Rain leave and followed. There was a fierce battle on the 6th floor just now, and Magellan didn't know who it was at first. Now seeing the injuries on Ye Kai and Shiryu of the Rain, I also know that it was a fierce battle between these two people. I just didn't expect that Ye Kai's strength would grow so fast. Some time ago, Ye Kai was surrounded by blue orangutans and cockatrices, unable to deal with it at all, so he voluntarily gave up and was arrested. How long has it been since now? In less than a month, his strength has grown to such an extent that even Shiryu of the Rain can't help him. Magellan knew that he couldn't prevent the prisoners from Impel Down from escaping, but he had to prevent more people from escaping. Where are you going, Shiryu? Magellan followed out, only to find that Shiryu of the Rain was also leaving Impel Down. With a cigar in his mouth, Shiryu glanced at it and said lightly, I'm also a prisoner on the 6th floor. Leaving this sentence, Shiryu of the Rain rushed out of Impel Down without looking back. Impel Down is broken. The prisoner has successfully broken the Impel Down. This is my dereliction of duty. Field Carry Ye Kai. This person is the main person who planned, organized, and released the 6th-tier prisoners, leading to the escape. This person cultivates extremely fast. A month ago, his strength was beyond the ranks of the prison guards. Now even I can't beat him in a short time. He fought to a tie with Shiryu of the Rain, a great threat to Marine. In Impel Down, Magellan's ability to fight the poisonous fruit with all his strength, covered the entire 1st floor of the prison with a layer of venom, and no one could rush out. He himself is a golden phone bug like me, reporting what happened in the propulsion layer to Marine Marshal Sengoku. In fact, during the prison riot, Impel Down reported the matter. For now, Magellan is just supplementing. Especially for Ye Kai, Magellan reported to Sengoku and directly described Ye Kai as the leader who planned the escape and organized the escape. At the same time, the charge of the 6th-tier prisoner will also be released and placed on Ye Kai. I explained Ye Kai's terrifying speed of strength improvement, and explained very carefully, if Ye Kai continues to grow like this, he will become the biggest threat to Marine in the future. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku put down the phone bug in his hand and rubbed his head with a headache. He looked at Garp in the office and said, "You heard it too, I didn't expect that Impel Down was completely lost, and some amazing guys who were imprisoned on the 6th floor escaped." Even Garp put down the senbei in his hand, his expression became serious, and he frowned. It's really troublesome. The guys on the 6th floor, many of whom even we would find troublesome, have been released. It's too late to rush over now, I'll let Kizaru go over there, try to save them, at least catch a few, and that Ye Kai. Unbeknownst to Ye Kai, he has also entered into the eyes of Marshal Marine. Became the culprit in this Impel Down jailbreak incident. Although, Ye Kai is indeed the culprit, but Ye Kai doesn't know how serious this matter is. Even Sengoku and Garp feel tricky, which shows the seriousness of this matter. Sengoku took out a phone bug and directly contacted Kizaru outside, telling Kizaru to go to Impel Down immediately, try to keep the escaped prisoner behind, and hunt down the escaped prisoner. It is best to catch the main culprit this time, Ye Kai. Chapter 24 Marine Admiral, Kizaru. Favorites. 25 210ths. Chapter 24 Marine Admiral, Kizaru. Favorites. Boom, boom, rumble, bursts of roaring sound came from the sea, and it never stopped. On the periphery of Impel Down, there is a circle of high walls. And outside this wall, there are more than a dozen marine warships docked, and their formation is comparable to that of Buster Call. Prisoners killed from Impel Down will naturally be bombarded in various ways. At the same time, it will also be attacked by Marines. Most of the prisoners held in the 6th city of Impel Down have been held for several years, 10 years, or even decades, and their condition is not very good. Fighting Magellan, there is still some consumption. Leaving Impel Down at this time, if you want to really leave and truly be free, you need to avoid Marines' follow-up pursuit. After some people left Impel Down, they directly used moonwalk or fruit abilities to quickly disappear into the sea. More people chose to attack the battleships on the sponge, snatch a battleship and leave. Impel Down is in calm belt, and the only way to get out is to snatch Marine's battleship. Either dive, swim away from the calm belt, this will be attacked by the Sea Kings. There is another way, that is to catch the Sea Kings all the time and let the Sea Kings take you away. The odds are slim. If it is the outer sea area, it is possible to catch a Sea Kings. After all, Sea Kings also have wisdom, and the difference in strength is huge, and Sea Kings will also succumb. But here is the calm belt, the lair of the Sea Kings. It is impossible to subdue a Sea King and threaten a Sea King to take you away from the calm belt. What's more, many of the prisoners killed from the 6th floor of Impel Down had demon fruit power, and they were all landlubbers, and it was impossible to swim. Shish. Ye Kai followed the prisoners on the 6th floor, and after breaking out of Impel Down, he finally saw the sun and breathed the free air. He stepped on the moonwalk and landed directly on a Marine. Bang bang bang. As soon as he landed, what greeted him was the attack of various firearms. And Marine, who was wearing a Marine cloak, won the lottery, swung a long knife, and slashed at Ye Kai. Like a ghost, Ye Kai easily dodged some attacks, and swung the crude tadao that was about to collapse in his hand, blocking some of the bullets, and at the same time blocked the chopping long sword. Ding! With a crisp sound, Ye Kai was unscathed, and the simple tadao lying in front of him blocked the long knife that fell down, and remained motionless. Shave. The next moment, the whole ship shook slightly, and Ye Kai had disappeared in place. With a bang, the Marine Vice Admiral in front of Ye Kai was kicked out, hit a dozen Marine soldiers, and finally stuck to the wall of the battleship. But Ye Kai's figure only paused briefly, and then disappeared. The next moment, the people on board fell one after another. Escape is not an opponent at all. Finally, many trembling Marine soldiers directly chose to jump into the sea, not daring to stand on the boat anymore. But they forget that this is the calm belt, and the chances of surviving the jump are slim. It seems a bit wrong. If there is no one, how can I sail? Everyone on the boat is gone. Ye Kai is a little distressed. How can he sail without anyone? To be fair, this is the calm belt, not the outer waters, where you can put down the sails and drive the boat however you want. On the calm belt, Marine battleships are certainly propelled not by wind, but by other means. Helpless, Ye Kai could only aim at the Marine warship that was not far away and was leaving quickly. It was a prisoner on the 6th floor, who was driving the boat away quickly. Ye Kai wanted to take a ride with the wind. Just then, shish, a golden light streaked across the sky. In the end, a guy wearing a gold and white striped suit, a marine cloak, and a pair of brown glasses hung in the sky, glanced at Jincheng and then looked at the nearby warships. Of course, I also saw Ye Kai standing on the boat. Marine Admiral Kizaru, Field Cree hiking armor, the chief criminal of the Impel Down jailbreak event. When Ye Kai looked at Kizaru, Kizaru also saw Ye Kai. According to the information given by Marshal Sengoku, the person in front of him is the organizer and planner of the Impel Down jailbreak event. It was he who released the prisoners on the 6th floor. Ye Kai, am I the head criminal of these escapes? Although, this prison escape incident did have a lot to do with him. But it is the prisoners on the 6th floor who really penetrate the Impel Down. Have you ever been kicked by light? Kizaru, hanging in the sky, looked at Ye Kai. The next moment, had disappeared into the sky, like a ray of light, appeared in front of Ye Kai in an instant. His right foot turned into golden light, and kicked Ye Kai's head. Call out. Ye Kai turned his head slightly to avoid this attack, and used shave to retreat a few meters back in an instant, and grabbed the long knife left by the Vice Admiral flying out just now. Oh, it's so scary. Holding the long knife, Ye Kai looked at Kizaru with a scared expression behind his clothes. However, this expression and tone don't seem to be afraid at all. This made Kizaru a little depressed. This meow, isn't that what I like to say? Grab my lines. It's not fun at all. Kizaru curled his lips, a golden light flashed in his hand, turning into golden raindrops, and releasing towards Ye Kai. 8-foot Chongguyu, facing the light spots as dense as raindrops, Ye Kai picked up a long knife. Swish, a powerful sword energy struck, blocking a piece of golden light, and the powerful sword energy swept across the golden light, and slashed towards Kizaru, who was in the air. With a sound of shoo, Ye Kai stepped on his foot and rushed towards Kizaru in the air. Ye Kai chose to take the initiative. Chapter 25. Ye Kai, I kick the light. 5 more, please collect. 26 210ths. Chapter 25. Ye Kai, I kick the light. 5 more, please collect. 5 consecutive updates, please collect it. If you feel good, please click to collect it, thank you. Swish, the sword energy struck first, directly splitting Kizaru in the air in half. But, didn't do any real harm to Kizaru. Kizaru is a Logia sparkling fruit capable user, and this sword energy is directly avoided by beta elementalization. At this time, Ye Kai, who took the initiative to attack, also rushed in front of Kizaru, and the long knife in his hand directly slashed down. What a frightening speed, and you can still use the 6 styles. Kizaru pulled his hands in front of him, and the golden light turned into a long sword in his hands, and he slashed at Ye Kai's long sword. Boom! The long knife collided with the long sword, transformed into golden light. Kizaru, who was teasing about his clothes just now, changed his expression instantly, and his whole body was directly smashed several meters away by the power carried by the long knife, turning into a golden light and flying out, elementalized to remove the terrifying power. It's really a terrifying power. If we talk about just now, Kizaru said Ye Kai's terrible speed was just a joke. After all, Kizaru, as a sparkling fruit ability user, who can be faster than him, right? But this time, I feel that Ye Kai's power is terrifying, but he is very serious. Ye Kai's power is indeed terrifying. Call out. The next moment, Kizaru turned into a golden light and rushed towards Ye Kai. Ye Kai is also brandishing a long knife, stepping on the moonwalk and rushing towards Kizaru. The two collided again in the air. Boom. The golden light kicked towards Ye Kai, but was still blocked by the long knife in Ye Kai's hand. The next moment, Ye Kai kicked Kizaru with a backhand. Kizaru paid attention to Bendo, and directly avoided it with elementalization, preparing to attack again. But at this moment, Kizaru's complexion changed slightly, and it was too late to adjust. Boom! The foot with armament hockey landed on Kizaru, and kicked Kizaru more than 10 meters away, almost hitting the sea. If it really hits the sea, even if Kizaru is Marine Admiral, it won't help. Demon fruit power are all landlubbers. If they fall into the sea, they are really at the mercy of others. Pity. Kizaru is a sparkling fruit capable user. Ye Kai's kick brought armament hockey, which Kizaru didn't expect, but the angle of the kick was also very tricky, kicking him directly into the sea below. Kizaru was directly elementalized and photonized to fly to the sky to avoid falling into the sea. Have you mastered both the color of knowledge and the color of armament? At this time, Kizaru finally became serious. All the attacks he launched against Ye Kai just now were accurately blocked, so he was a little suspicious. Now, he was directly kicked away by Ye Kai, and he can be sure that Ye Kai will use armament hockey. Then, it must have been knowledgeable to block his attack accurately before. I was careless. Kizaru admitted that he was careless, thinking that it was impossible for Ye Kai to master hockey. After all, this is only the first half of the Grand Line. According to the information given to him by Marshal Sengoku, and also the information sent by Impel Down, this Ye Kai's strength has only improved rapidly, and he was not strong before. The increase in strength in just 1 month is terrifying. A month. No matter how terrifying the strength improvement is, it is impossible to master hockey. Kizaru never thought that Ye Kai could learn hockey in a month. Ye Kai also fell slowly from the sky at this time, and did not use the moonwalk to continue floating in the air. He looked at Kizaru with a serious face, nodded and said, "Well, I haven't been kicked by the light, but I have kicked the light." Quote. Kizaru's face darkened instantly. My FG meow is Marine Admiral, shameless. When Kizaru wanted to fight Ye Kai seriously, he found that Ye Kai fell directly from the sky and fell into the sea. Into the sea? Then there's no way. Kizaru is demon fruit power. It is impossible to go into the sea to hunt down Ye Kai. Phew, the young people of today are really scary. Looking at the surface of the sea where Ye Kai disappeared, Kizaru sighed, and went to hunt down the other escaped prisoners. At the same time, with Ye Kai's warning, Kizaru also became serious and didn't push it any further. Most of the remaining prisoners to hunt down are super criminals held on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Many prisoners were the existences that crossed the sea back then, even Kizaru had to deal with them carefully. However, after being imprisoned for so many years, they did not recover well, and were hunted down by Kizaru a few times. After Magellan suppressed Impel Down, he also came out to help Kizaru hunt down the prisoners who escaped from the 6th floor. 3 days later, Kizaru returns to naval headquarters and reports the situation to Sengoku. According to the statistics, a total of 140 people are missing, some of them died during the escape, and some escaped successfully. Sengoku's face is very ugly. For decades, only Golden Lion has successfully escaped from Impel Down. Unexpectedly, someone has escaped from prison now, and there are more than one. Sengoku complained, and then asked Kizaru, how many people escaped from the 6th floor. Impel Down jailbreak event chief criminal, Yi Kai. Former Impel Down warden, Shiryu of the Rain. The Lonely Red, Baloric Redfield. World Destroyer, Burndy World. Heir of the Devil, Douglas Bullet. Quote. Hearing Kizaru pronounce the names one by one, Sengoku was already rubbing his temples. Skull hurts. That Yi Kai and Shiryu don't matter. But some of the guys that Kizaru mentioned are definitely very annoying guys. They are all the existence of the rampant side at the beginning. Some people's release is even enough to affect the current world situation. Even the pattern of the 4 emperors may have to change. Chapter 26 Dog Thing Kizaru, I will kill you sooner or later. 27 210ths. Chapter 26 Dog Thing Kizaru, I will kill you sooner or later. Naval Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku summoned the top Marines to discuss the Impel Down escape incident and discuss countermeasures. The prisoner who escaped from the 6th floor of Impel Down must be hunted down. But these prisoners who escaped from the 6th floor of Impel Down are not something ordinary people can deal with. Basically, only the existence of the grand prize level is eligible to hunt down. Yes, have that qualification. The hunt may not be complete yet. Aokiji, Kizaru, Akainu. You guys are also active during this time. Try to catch the prisoners who escaped from the 6th floor. Specific information about the escaped personnel, be careful to hide it, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. The 6th floor of Impel Down has been destroyed and needs to be rebuilt. Many prisoners died in the previous escape operation, and many prisoners need to be transferred. Sengoku issued a series of orders. Naval headquarters was running at full speed, and all 3 admirals were triggered to hunt down the escaped prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Finally, let's talk about the planner of the Impel Down jailbreak, Yi Kai. He released the prisoners on the 6th floor, which led to the escape incident. The relevant information has been posted. Take a look, and Kizaru also said this people's news. In the conference room at Naval Headquarters. Not many people, less than 10 people, but every one of them is a high-rise in Naval Headquarters. Kizaru was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, trimming his fingernails. Hearing Sengoku call him, his expression became a bit more serious. About Yi Tian, he is very strong in physical skills, sword skills, and hockey skills. The most important thing is that he grows extremely fast. I miscalculated his strength before, and suffered a lot from him. The information sent by Impel Down is completely credible. Yi Kai's improvement in strength was achieved in just over 2 months. I hunted him down for 3 days, and within days, I could feel that his strength was still improving. His mastery of armament hockey should have been inexperienced at first, but during the 3 days of hunting, his armament hockey has improved very fast, and he is no longer under me. In addition to his terrifying power, even I have to be careful. By the way, Yi Kai's observation hockey is also very strong. He is not a demon fruit power. After chasing him for 3 days, he was in the sea. I failed to catch him. After that, I couldn't catch him either. Relying on the ability of the sparkling fruit, Kizaru moved quickly across the sea and hunted down Yi Kai for 3 days. Yi Kai is advancing in the sea, and there are sea kings in the sea. Yi Kai is still injured and will be attacked by the sea kings, so it will cause chaos, and the sea kings will be bloody when killed in battle. Relying on this and his extremely fast-moving speed, Kizaru chased Yi Kai for 3 days. Until leaving Calm Belt and entering East Blue, Yi Kai sneaked into East Blue, no longer showing up, and no sea kings attacked Yi Kai. Kizaru had no way to lock Yi Kai's position, so he had no choice but to return to Naval Headquarters. Hearing what Kizaru said, Crane Vice Admiral clasped his hands together, and said in a solemn voice, "In this way, the growth rate of this person can be called terrifying, and his threat is not even worse than those guys who escaped from the 6th floor. We must do it. Just target. Leave it to the old man." Rarely, Garp stood up on his own initiative, and said, "My useless grandson actually went to become a pirate. I have to go back and see." Just as Kizaru said, that kid Yi Kai went to East Blue, and the old man wants to go back to East Blue. Go to East Blue to deal with some things, see if we can get him back. Then leave it to you, and at the same time issue a reward to Yi Kai. Well, a reward of 350 million. Sengoku has no objection to Garp's shot. According to Kizaru, this Yi Kai's strength is very strong, except for those at the Marine Admiral level. It is difficult for others to catch Yi Kai. With Garp taking the shot, it is quite reassuring. Somewhere in East Blue, Yi Kai is like a salted fish, floating on the surface of the sea in a floating form, no matter where it will go. After being chased by that dog Kizaru for 3 days, Yi Kai was as tired as a dog and almost fell into the hands of Kizaru and Sea Kings. In 3 days, Yi Kai through the Calm Belt was a nightmare. When he came out of Impel Down, he was injured himself. Even if he had sea stone handcuffs on his body, he couldn't hide the smell of blood. Sea stone just has the breath of the sea, which can disguise the ship as the sea. A ship with sea stone will still be spotted by sea kings if it does not move for a long time. Not to mention the smell of blood on Ye Kai, the sea stone is useless at all. Ye Kai jumped into the sea and was attacked by the sea kings. He can only fight back. Along the way, there were not 500 or 300 sea kings who died in his hands. The key, Ye Kai kills the sea kings, even fights with the sea kings. If the noise is too loud, Kizaru, the dog, will come to kill him. For the past 3 days, Ye Kai has been running around in the sea. I am full from drinking sea water, and all I eat is raw meat, the meat of sea kings. The injuries on his body became more and more serious. In short, the 3 days that Ye Kai was hunted down by Kizaru, Ye Kai's life was simply not a human life. Kizaru the dog, just wait, sooner or later I'll kill you. Looking at the sun hanging in the sky, Ye Kai let out a growl of dissatisfaction, then turned over and started swimming in the ocean. Find a place to log in first, and let the injury recuperate. Chapter 27 East Blue. Favorites. 28 210ths. Chapter 27 East Blue. Favorites. Thanks. SZLFL 2,099,112 for rewarding 100 volts points. I am Meow lost. After swimming in the sea for a long time, Ye Kai realized that he might have lost his way in the sea. In the vast sea, there is no reference to identify the direction. Look at the sun. Ye Kai is just watching the sun come and go. But with the sun as a reference, even if it deviates from the direction, it can't be seen, and it is not moving in a straight line at all. This is a bit depressing. Who said sailing the seas was easy? Bang! Ye Kai could only use his last bit of strength to jump out of the sea, step on the moonwalk and fly to the sky to check if there are any islands around. What kind of world is this FG Meow? Stepping on the moonwalk and flying to an altitude of hundreds of meters, Ye Kai looked around, but he didn't see an island in his field of vision. Most of the world of Pirate is the sea area, the land only has the red continent, and the rest are mostly islands. Ye Kai came out of the calm belt and had no idea where he was or if there were any islands around him. He could only fall from the sky, and lay on the sea again like a salted fish, drifting with the current. During the period, I went into the sea again and got some food. I'm going to vomit. I won't eat sashimi in this life and the next life. Ye Kai swore that he would never eat sashimi again, he was going to throw up after so many days. The food was actually okay, what was really lacking was fresh water. Ye Kai drank a lot of seawater, and hadn't taken in fresh water for a long time. If it weren't for his strong strength and physical fitness, he might have died of poisoning due to excessive intake of seawater, or his organs and body could not bear so much salt. Even so, Ye Kai's condition is not too good. After wandering for hours, Ye Kai finally saw a savior. A small boat was slowly passing by on the sea. The vessel lacked any flags and was probably just an ordinary merchant ship. Ye Kai didn't care whose boat it was, and swam over directly. Someone. At this moment, the people on the boat also saw the splash of water caused by Ye Kai's swimming, and found that it was not a fish, but a person swimming over. Before the people on the boat put down the rope or other tools, Ye Kai in the sea made a bang, and jumped out of the sea, splashing a lot of water and landing on the deck. Just this hand is enough to make people vigilant. Anyway, this boat is also several meters high. For ordinary people in the sea, let alone jumping a few meters high, it is considered good to be able to jump out of the water. Look at Ye Kai who fell on the deck. The wound tens of centimeters in front of his body has turned white and rotted because of being soaked in seawater for too long. In addition to the hideous wound in front of his body, Ye Kai had dozens of wounds, large and small. In addition, the lower body is wearing black and white pants. People with sharp eyes can tell at a glance that this is a prison uniform. This means that the person who jumped up from the sea in front of him is a prisoner. Jailbreak or escaped prisoner. Who are you? Ye Kai landed on the deck, and the leading escort of the merchant ship watched him warily and asked him for his identity. Ye Kai could hear the other party's tone, with a hint of vigilance. There is no way. Looking at Ye Kai's pants, you can guess that he should be a prisoner. Either he escaped during the escort or he was a prison escapee. Naturally, we need to be vigilant. My name is Ye Kai. Ye Kai reported his name and was not polite at all. He sat down on the spot and said, "Is there any water? Bring me some fresh water. I'll go down when I reach the next island. Thank you." Quote. Ye Kai was so direct, the others on the boat were a little surprised. This is too impolite, right? Is it because of confidence? Or to scare people? Prepare some fresh water and food for this gentleman. The captain of the merchant ship spoke. As a captain, I often trade at sea, and the more people I meet, the better my vision will be. Ye Kai's injuries alone were not caused by ordinary people, nor could they be borne by ordinary people. This should be a powerhouse. He also sent fresh water to Ye Kai, and some food by the way. Ye Kai was not too polite, picked up a big jug, gulped down half of it, and poured the rest of the water over his head. He was refreshed, resurrected. Thank you. Ye Kai thanked, ignoring the leading guards, but asked the captain, "Where is this Grand Line?" Grand Line. After listening to Ye Kai's words and seeing Ye Kai's injuries, the captain of the merchant ship thought a lot. It may not be easy to guess Ye Kai's identity. He should have been on the Grand Line before, and he may have encountered some battle. I don't know how he got here, but it is not easy for anyone who can enter the Grand Line. The captain of the merchant ship shook his head and said softly, "This is East Blue. We are a merchant ship that travels between East Blue and South Blue. We have never been to the Grand Line." East Blue. Ye Kai was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, but he didn't expect to be in East Blue. It was really an accident. I didn't expect to be chased by that dog Kizaru for 3 days. After leaving Calm Belt, I went directly to East Blue. I always feel that there is a kind of providence in the dark. Let Ye Kai come to East Blue. But, what's up with East Blue? Ace. Ye Kai has no interest in Ace, and has no interest in accepting Ace as his subordinate at all, so he wouldn't agree, right? I don't know if Ace is in East Blue or has entered the Grand Line. At this time, Ace must be thinking about taking risks. How could he join other pirates as subordinates as soon as he goes to sea? Chapter 28. Reward, 350 million. Favorites, 29 210ths. Chapter 28. Reward, 350 million. Favorites. A simple modification was made, a little late. Please collect support. How did Mr. Ye Kai get this injury? It looks like a serious injury. When I escaped from prison, I was chased by Marine Admiral for 3 days, and then it became like this. Really, Marine Admiral, it seems that Mr. Ye Kai is a powerful man. Quote. Ye Kai chatted with the people on the merchant ship. The main reason is that the people on the merchant ship want to find out about Ye Kai. Unexpectedly, the moment Ye Kai opened his mouth, Marine Admiral hunted him down for 3 days. Now that Ye Kai is in East Blue, doesn't that mean he escaped Marine Admiral? It's just bragging. Everyone felt that what Ye Kai said was exaggerated a lot. We just met by chance, so we didn't say much. Everyone just treated it as small talk and listened to Ye Kai bragging. When the upload arrived on an island called Aya, Ye Kai said to the captain of the merchant ship, "Thank you." Apart from saying thank you, Ye Kai really has nothing to offer as a thank you. I didn't meet pirates on the road, so I didn't help much. As for, what can I ask him for help in the future? What is the difference between saying this and not saying it? Ye Kai himself is not sure how long he will stay in East Blue. Maybe he will enter the Grand Line soon. The merchant ship is really busy. Where to find him? Secondly, Ye Kai can be sure that he will be offered a bounty by Marine, and even Marine will hunt him down. Getting involved with him is not a good thing for this merchant ship. So when the merchant ship approached the island, Ye Kai stood up, thanked the captain, and stepped on the moonwalk to land on the island. In this way, when the merchant ship docks at the island, people at the port and docks will see that the merchant ship has something to do with him, which will implicate the merchant ship. Quote. The people on the merchant ship watched Ye Kai stepping on the moonwalk in the air, a distance of several kilometers from the island, and landed on the island in 2 or 3 strokes, showing surprised expressions. This is East Blue, the guards of the merchant ship, and their strength is not very good. I have never seen moonwalk, but they can be sure that this Ye Kai might be very strong. They didn't take Ye Kai's statement about being chased by Marine Admiral for 3 days seriously before, but now, they probably, might be true. Of course, many people don't believe it either, because they don't know how strong Marine Admiral is. I don't know how strong Ye Kai is. Without a concept, naturally there is no comparison. After Ye Kai landed on the island, he didn't do anything. The first thing was to get some money. It is still very simple to get money, just aim at the pirates. However, pirates can't be seen anywhere. At least on this island, Ye Kai didn't see a pirate ship, so he could only rob the rich and help the poor. First get some money to see a doctor. Find a doctor, get some medicine, and first heal the injuries on your body. Although his physical fitness has reached a very pervert point, he can recover even without medicine. Wouldn't it be better to recover faster with the help of a doctor? Ye Kai feels that Marine's pursuit of him must have a follow-up. These few days, Ye Kai has been recuperating. Not only physical injuries, but also mental exhaustion. After being chased by Kizaru for 3 days, Ye Kai is still very tired. After sleeping for 2 full days, Ye Kai woke up, and his body was basically in good condition. The wound of tens of centimeters in front of his body, after suturing and applying medicine, is now stuttering. Spirituality recovered to a peak. At the same time, in the outside world, the name Ye Kai also caused a huge sensation. The news about Ye Kai has attracted the attention of countless people. Naval Headquarters officially issued a bounty for Ye Kai. The reward is as high as 350 million berry. What really attracted everyone's attention was the relevant explanations made by Marine in the reward report and the general introduction of the Impel Down jailbreak incident. Marine put the Impel Down jailbreak incident on Ye Kai's head. Only then did the outside world know that the world's #1 prison, Impel Down, was actually destroyed. Some even escaped from jail. And Ye Kai, a person who has never heard of it, is the organizer who instigates Impel Down prisoners to escape. He is the top criminal and has committed heinous crimes. Therefore, a reward of 350 million is offered. This bounty is definitely not low. You know, after Luffy entered the Enies lobby, the reward was only 300 million. The importance of Enies lobby is no worse than that of Impel Down. Even, in terms of reputation, Enies lobby has a higher reputation than Impel Down. In addition, after the top battle, Luffy also reached Impel Down and participated in the Summit War robbery field, and the reward came to 400 million berry. Ye Kai was just installed to destroy Impel Down, release prisoners, and organize prisoners to escape. It is more reasonable to offer a reward of 350 million berry. Of course, it doesn't matter if you give a higher reward. Ye Kai is growing too fast and is a huge threat to Marine. However, considering that Garp is returning to East Blue, Garp may catch Ye Kai if he makes a move, and a reward of 350 million will be hung first. If Ye Kai escapes from Garp, then according to Garp's further evaluation of Ye Kai, to see how much progress Ye Kai has made in escaping from Kizaru, just update another reward. Boat, Captain, look at this. It's the latest newspaper today, the guy before. It's Ye Kai, the guy the first met at sea 2 days ago, do you remember? That guy doesn't seem to be lying. On the merchant ship that had encountered Ye Kai, a sailor delivered a newspaper and a reward order to the captain. Especially the photo of Ye Kai hanging on the reward order, the long number of 350 million is particularly conspicuous. Chapter 29, Famous and Moving Quartet Favorites. 3200 tenths. Chapter 29, Famous and Moving Quartet Favorites. Speaking of which, the Ye Kai I met before is really an amazing guy, and he actually offered a reward of 350 million. The captain glanced at the reward order his subordinates brought over. On the reward order, there is a picture of Ye Kai being photographed when he watched the phone bug surrender on the second floor of Impel Down. Overall a bit embarrassing, but at that time, he had been practicing for several days, and he had already exercised in all aspects of his body. With his resolute and angular face, it was still very good. Ye Kai's bounty of 350 million is really high. At least, among the pirates known to everyone on the merchant ship, there is no pirate with a higher bounty than Ye Kai. Whether it's East Blue or South Blue, how many pirates have a bounty of more than 10 million? The guards of the caravan knew better. He read the newspaper and said, that guy Ye Kai escaped from Impel Down. Where is Impel Down? Have no idea. I've heard that it is said to be the #1 prison in the world. The last one to escape from Impel Down was Golden Lion. Golden Lion is as famous as One Piece, Gall D. Roger. It is said that Golden Lion escaped from prison by cutting off his own legs and successfully escaped from prison by relying on his fruit ability. In short, everyone's understanding of Ye Kai has been raised countless steps. This is definitely a fierce man. Maybe, what Ye Kai said back then was true. It's true that Marine Admiral chased him for 3 days, and he escaped. The entire Weihang navigation, whether it is the first half or the second half, Ye Kai has already entered the sight of the top forces. Moreover, for these top forces, they know far more news than Marine announced. Marine just said that Ye Kai released the prisoners of Impel Down and organized the escape of these prisoners. But did not say, who are the prisoners who escaped. The outside world thought that Ye Kai was the only one who escaped from prison. In fact, among those who escaped from prison, there are some extremely vicious guys, even the 4 emperors must be careful to deal with them. There is even more news that Marine Admiral Kizaru hunted Ye Kai for 3 days, but failed to capture Ye Kai. It is enough to see that Ye Kai's strength is definitely not weak. The reward of 350 million may not be worthy of Ye Kai's reward at all. If even Kizaru can't do anything to Ye Kai, then Ye Kai's reward is at least 1 billion. Some amazing guys have appeared again. I heard that some monsters on the 6th floor of Impel Down have also been released. Douglas Bullet has escaped from prison too. I don't know what this guy will do. Shichibukai, 4 emperors, Revolutionary Army, all concerned about Ye Kai, all concerned about those beings who escaped from Impel Down. Throughout naval headquarters, the 3 admirals are out hunting down the guy who escaped from the 6th floor. The effect was still there, and 2 escaped people were arrested. At the same time, some guys were forced to retreat, so that these prisoners who had just escaped from Impel Down had to hide, recover well, and recharge their batteries. At least in a short period of time, it was impossible to come out to make troubles. East Blue, Aya, some people saw Marine's latest bounty offer. Many people have noticed Ye Kai, and have seen Ye Kai on the island. I never expected that this person is actually a super pirate with 350 million players. Really scary. Fortunately, such a guy was not hunted down, otherwise he would definitely die without a place to bury him. Many people contacted the Marine branch and reported Ye Kai's whereabouts. The Marine branch on the island of Aya didn't dare to move at all. The existence of Ye Kai is not something they can subdue in a small branch like them. Even Vice Admiral, the headquarters, would not dare to attack Ye Kai rashly, right? The Marine branch can only report the news of Ye Kai to Naval Headquarters. Then Naval Headquarters will pass the news to Garp. By this time, Garp had left Naval Headquarters on his battleship and returned to East Blue via the comm belt. Ye Kai didn't know anything about it. He didn't know how Marine would really target him in the future. He only knew that Marine wouldn't just let it go. When Ye Kai Mei woke up after sleeping for 2 days and went out, she found out. As long as he appears, there will be no one within a radius of 10 meters. Anyone who saw him would run away like a frightened little rabbit. Some people even fell to the ground when they turned around and ran away because they were too excited, and they scrambled away. A big pirate with a reward of 350 million. The amount of this reward is an astronomical figure in a place like East Blue. Throughout East Blue, the pirates with a bounty of more than 10 million can be counted on 2 hands, and the one with a bounty of more than 100 million. Not a single one. It seems that Marine is making moves. Seeing this situation, Ye Kai also knew that Marine had made a move. If there is no accident, it should be the reward order issued, right? This is within Ye Kai's expectation. I just don't know how much the bounty is. Ye Kai walked on the street, no one dared to approach wherever he went. To this, Ye Kai said it didn't matter, he found a place to eat. For Ye Kai to sit down to eat, the owner of the restaurant can only bite the bullet and deliver delicious mistakes, and he doesn't even dare to collect money. This feeling seems not bad. After eating, Ye Kai left the restaurant with a reward order, feeling that it is not bad to eat bawang meal like this. At the same time, he also knew how much his bounty was. 350 million, not low, but not high either. At least in Ye Kai's opinion, this bounty is not high, but it is enough to make him famous all over the world and enter the eyes of many top forces. Chapter 30. I lost my way again. 5 updates are over, please collect them. 31 210ths. Chapter 30. I lost my way again. 5 updates are over, please collect them. 5 more finished, please collect support. Ye Kai left the hotel and threw away the reward order. Then walked towards the port. Before reaching the port, he stopped. At the same time, several figures came out from the shadows. Die. The food just now was poisoned. Even a whale will be poisoned and cannot move. What about the 350 million reward? The 3 figures quickly rushed to Ye Kai, the weapons in their hands slashed at Ye Kai, with ferocious and greedy expressions on their faces. It seems that what I see is not Ye Kai, but 350 million berry. It's just, this kind of attack is slower than ants for Ye Kai. Compared to Kizaru's speed, it's much, much slower. To say that it is slower than ants is a compliment. Ye Kai turned sideways slightly, and a Tadao slipped against his cheek. The next moment, he stretched out his hand directly, pinched the enemy's neck, and exerted a little force. Crack, a corpse slid down Ye Kai's arm. The attacks of the remaining 2 people came almost at the same time, presenting a flanking attack. The cooperation of these 3 people is still very good. Even if Ye Kai crushed one person's neck with his hands, the attacks of the remaining 2 people did not stop at all. But, the attacks of the remaining 2 people still slid down against Ye Kai's body, and all of them fell through. Ye Kai turned and kicked out. Tempest kick. 2 of them missed with 1 hit, and one of their companions was directly crushed by Ye Kai's neck, so he wanted to escape thousands of miles away. But with the speed of these attackers, how could they escape? Ye Kai swept 1 foot in the air, bringing out a vacuum slash and flying out. Ku Kai sounded. The bodies of the 2 attackers were cut in half by the vacuum slash, blood and internal organs instantly spilled all over the ground. Ye Kai is the enemy who has continued to advance, and the enemy who was cut in half behind him seems to have nothing to do with him. Secretly, there are still many people paying attention to Ye Kai. Just seeing the 3 bounty hunters die like this, no one dared to do anything. A reward of 350 million is offered. This is no joke. Even a fraction of 50 million is more than the pirate with the highest reward in East Blue. This kind of existence, in the entire East Blue, no one can deal with it. The poison that can bring down whales is not enough. Next time, prepare the poison that can bring down sea kings. Leaving behind 3 corpses, Ye Kai walked towards the port in a cool manner. When he came to the port, Ye Kai took a glance. A ship flying the pirate flag came into view. He stepped a little, and the whole person flew into the air and landed on the ship. Gulu. Ye Kai landed on the deck, and everyone on the pirate ship swallowed. East Blue has a big guy with a bounty of more than 350 million berry. Whether it is pirates, marines, or ordinary people, they will pay attention. The people on the pirate ship looked at Ye Kai, and chose to jump into the sea very simply, without any hesitation. Ye Kai was the only one left in the entire pirate ship. Hey, why are you so smart? Am I so scary? Ye Kai was a little depressed, but also a little refreshed. Just because of a bounty, these little pirates were directly driven back without any action. This feeling is actually not bad. Won't I? Don't leave 1 or 2 people, and I'm the only one left. Ye Kai really can't sail a boat. In my previous life on Earth, I didn't even know how to drive a boat, let alone a boat. He really doesn't know how to operate this kind of pirate ship. But he still knows the easiest way to operate, just put down the sails and hold the rudder. As for where the ship will drift in the end, whatever happens, this is the legendary method of traveling according to circumstances. Ye Kai is not in a hurry. Now that he has recuperated, since he is in East Blue, he still has 2 places he wants to go. One without a doubt is Logue Town. After all, it is the place where One Piece, Goldie Roger was born and died. Now that you have come to this world, why don't you go and see it? There is only one place left besides Logue Town. Shimotsuki Village. The identity of Zoro's teacher, Koshiro, has always been a mystery, and it was still not revealed before Ye Kai crossed over. There are a lot of people speculating on the internet that it may be someone from Wano-kuni. Ye Kai doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter what country Koshiro is from, it doesn't matter to him, he wants to go to Shimotsuki Village, just to visit Koshiro. See if you can learn something more from Koshiro. Ye Kai's current swordsmanship can be regarded as the level of a great swordsman. At 100 times the speed of cultivation, he has practiced for nearly 20 years, and he can already cut steel, which is considered a relatively strong existence among great swordsmen. It's just a more systematic and basic support for swordsmanship, which Ye Kai needs to add. Visiting Koshiro is a good choice. I seem to be lost in the sea again. Ye Kai was a little depressed. He found that he was on the sea, and he really couldn't tell the direction. There were too few reference objects, and he didn't bring a compass or compass. I don't know if Pirate World has a compass or a compass. Fortunately, it is located in the 4 seas, and it can be easily positioned through the sun. Ye Kai can only constantly adjust the direction of the ship, heading in the direction of the sun. Although the sun also moves, there is always a general direction. After drifting at sea for more than a day, Ye Kai arrived at an island. This island is smaller than the previous Isle of Arrow, without even a decent pier, only a small village. Probably for the convenience of travel, there is only one very simple pier on the island that can be docked. The island where Ye Kai landed. He has to find someone to lead the way, otherwise, when he will be able to reach Shimotsuki village if he drifts like this. Chapter 31 Shimotsuki village, organized swordsmanship for collection. 32 210ths. Chapter 31 Shimotsuki village, organized swordsmanship for collection. Fortunately, the pirates on this pirate ship jumped ship, and the money and treasures on board were not taken away by others. Ye Kai promised some berry as a reward, and found someone who knew about sailing in Shimotsuki village to lead the way. After sailing all the way for 3 days, Ye Kai finally arrived at his destination. Shimotsuki village. Thanks. Arriving at Shimotsuki village, Ye Kai thanked the old man on the boat who led the way. I paid berry as a reward, and got off the boat to find the kendo gym where Zoro practiced. We've arrived at Shimotsuki village, and it's not too difficult to find Koshiro's kendojo. Ye Kai did not appear in front of everyone, but deliberately avoided the sight of ordinary people. With observation haki, he still strolled for more than 10 minutes, and finally saw a dojo. It's here. Glancing at the dojo, Ye Kai walked right in. Tread tap tap. At this moment, the sound of his footsteps was very obvious. However, to the ears of ordinary people, there is nothing special at all, the most is that the steps are a bit heavy. A moment later, Koshiro, wearing a coat, came out of the dojo with a serious face. No doubt Koshiro isn't bad as far as observation haki goes. At least he could still clearly feel Ye Kai's arrival and such, provocative, footsteps. Field carry Ye Kai. When seeing Ye Kai, Koshiro's expression became more serious. It is clear that Koshiro is aware of Ye Kai's bounty. Up to 350 million guys. Being able to escape from Impel Down, although Marine did not introduce the specific situation of Impel Down jailbreak, it proves that Ye Kai is very strong. I don't know what Mr. Ye Kai is here for, Koshiro asked. Ye Kai looked very polite, and said seriously, excuse me, I heard that there is a very powerful swordsman here. I always ask you to learn swordsmanship. It's just a false name. Koshiro shook his head and said, and with Mr. Ye Kai's strength, I am not your opponent at all, and I have nothing to teach you. Ye Kai said, you don't have to be so humble, I'm quite aware of my flaws, I may have some achievements in swordsmanship, but I'm far behind in the basics of swordsmanship. Mr. Koshiro has a very long heritage of kendo. The purpose of my coming here is to learn some basic knowledge of kendo. I hope Mr. Koshiro will not refuse. Of course, I will pay for the tuition too. Ye Kai said this, what else can Koshiro say? Reject. If he refuses, what should Ye Kai do if he resents him? Koshiro also doesn't know Ye Kai's temper and heart. If Ye Kai is dissatisfied because of the refusal, and if there is a disagreement, it will be bad. Fight, and the entire Shimotsuki village may be affected. In the end, Koshiro accepted Ye Kai's tuition, not a lot, 5 million berry. In conversion, it is equivalent to a purchasing power of hundreds of thousands, which is not very high. It is reasonable for Koshiro to charge Ye Kai's tuition to teach Ye Kai swordsmanship. Even if Marine intervenes in this matter later, Koshiro can still find an excuse to say, accept money to teach swordsmanship. It can also be said that he didn't know Ye Kai at all, thinking that Ye Kai was just an ordinary person, and he received money to teach him some simple kendo knowledge. Anyway, I don't admit that I have read the reward order a Marine's newspaper. It's not a big problem if Byte doesn't know Ye Kai's real identity. After all, not everyone will buy Marine's newspaper, nor will everyone pay attention to Ye Kai's bounty offer. In addition, Marine's newspaper and reward order were announced not long ago, and Ye Kai's news and reward offer have not really spread, so it's normal not to know. Ding ding ding, an open space outside the dojo. Ye Kai and Koshiro compete with wooden swords. The movements of the two are not big, just the most basic swordsmanship, and there is no scene of sword aura. But, the collision of the wooden knives in the hands of the two made a metal-like crisp sound. Mr. Ye Kai's swordsmanship is very good, but he has learned a lot, which is a bit messy and his foundation is not solid enough. He has formed his own style. It is impossible to learn my swordsmanship. All I can do is give Mr. Ye Kai some advice. For the rest, Mr. Ye Kai needs to work hard on his own. Ye Kai's practice was completed under the guidance of many prisoners in Impel Down. It can be said that among so many prisoners' advice, everyone has their own specialties, and each has their own cultivation methods and swordsmanship concepts. At that time, Ye Kai lacked a systematic way of cultivation, and he would not refuse anyone, as long as it made him stronger. With a practice speed of 100 times, Ye Kai forcibly learned all kinds of swordsmanship skills, and already has a good attainment, and has faintly formed his own set of styles. It is not an exaggeration to say that Ye Kai is a master of swordsmanship and a great swordsman. But, Ye Kai's foundation is relatively poor. There is no doubt about it. His swordsmanship feels like a tree, with only thick branches and vines, but no strong trunk. Ye Kai needs to supplement the most basic knowledge and concepts of swordsmanship, reintegrate his own swordsmanship, and forge it again. At that time, Ye Kai's swordsmanship will truly form his own style, and he will be able to control it with ease. Throughout the day, Ye Kai competed with Koshiro. Both of them are using the most basic sword skills to join hands. Koshiro didn't say much, but this kind of competition is the most direct way for Ye Kai to understand and comprehend the most basic concepts of swordsmanship. It has to be said that Koshiro's swordsmanship is already very high. He knows that Ye Kai's swordsmanship is already very strong. It can be said that Ye Kai is a great swordsman who has already stood on the mountain. It is very easy to understand some basic swordsmanship concepts. You don't need to deal with them in a long way. You just need to get started and simply compete. Koshiro will be able to pass on the most basic swordsmanship foundations and concepts to Ye Kai. Koshiro is very good at teaching his disciples. Zoro in the original book uses the three-sword style, and Koshiro will not stop it. He insists that Zoro use a knife. He just teaches Zoro some basic things, and let Zoro understand the rest by himself, and get out of his own way. Style, your own kendo. When pointing Ye Kai, Koshiro is the same, he will not say too much, let Ye Kai comprehend and understand by himself. Chapter 32 Garp arrives favorites. 33 210ths. Chapter 32 Garp arrives favorites. Ye Kai arrives in Shimotsuki village to study with Koshiro and sort out what he has learned about swordsmanship. East Blue, Logue Town. Marine Vice Admiral Garp came out of Com Belt, stopped at Logue Town to resupply, and asked about Ace and Ye Kai. Of course, in Garp's eyes, it is more important to inquire about Ace's news. As for Ye Kai, we'll talk about that later. Vice Admiral Garp, it is Smoker who is guarding Logue Town. When Garp arrives, he immediately comes to meet him. It's Smoker. Garp sees Smoker and says hello. As a disciple of Marine Admiral Zephyr, Smoker is in the same school as Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji, and has the ability of Logia Smoke Fruit. Although it is not as good as Aokiji and Akainu in terms of fruit lethality, it still has potential. Garp is a bit impressed with Smoker. Smoker said to Garp, "Is Vice Admiral Garp here to hunt down Ye Kai?" According to the news from below, Ye Kai logged in on Arrow Island, stayed for 2 days, and has left now. The specific whereabouts are still under investigation. When Ye Kai left, it took several days at sea to reach the village of Shimotsuki. He arrived at Shimotsuki village. In order not to attract attention, he removed the pirate flag on the snatched pirate ship, and then logged into Shimotsuki village. When Ye Kai rushed to Shimotsuki village, Marine lost track of Ye Kai. When Ye Kai arrived in Shimotsuki village, he didn't attract attention, no one reported it, and Smoker didn't know the specific whereabouts of Ye Kai. Garp is a little concerned about hunting down Ye Kai, but he is more concerned about Ace. Hearing Smoker's report, Garp said, "Let's talk about Ye Kai's whereabouts when there's news. There is a pirate named Ace. Do you have his whereabouts?" Ace, the ace of the Spades pirates, he seems to have entered the Grand Line, and Iska, ensign has also chased her into the Grand Line. Smoker is very depressed, his female ensign, Iska. He didn't listen to his command, and chased Ace of the Spades pirates into the Grand Line. It is said that Iska was rescued by Ace by chance, and then she chased Ace relentlessly, wanting to catch Ace back and make Ace change his ways. How come there is a feeling of falling in love and killing each other? In fact, Iska's home was set on fire by pirates when she was a child, and she was more afraid of fire. By chance, she was rescued by Ace who ate Maramara fruit, and Iska knew that Ace's nature was not bad, and felt that Ace was pirates are such a pity, they should be caught and educated, and being a marine is the right way. Then, Iska chased Ace all the way to the Grand Line. This is really like love. No, it looks like Smoker chasing Luffy into the Grand Line situation later. Emotion Smoker chased Luffy into the Grand Line, but actually learned from his subordinates. Maybe it was also because of love. Closer to home, Smoker is very tired, and recently found a new deputy, a female swordsman who looks more reliable Tashigi. Garp didn't know the situation in Logue Town, and he was a little disappointed when he heard Smoker say that Ace had entered the Grand Line. Come back late, Ace has entered the Grand Line, faster than expected. Then, at Smoker, Garp got some news about Ace. It turned out that Ace ate Logia's Maramara fruit, and his strength was greatly improved, so he entered the Grand Line earlier than Garp expected. Now that Ace has entered the Grand Line, there is no news about Ye Kai, and Garp has nothing to do. He was stationed in Logue Town for 2 days, and without waiting for news from Ye Kai, he set off back to Windmill Village with his subordinates. If Smoker has news about Ye Kai, let him know. Meanwhile, Ye Kai practiced here for a day and a half in Shimotsuki village. It is equivalent to someone who has practiced for more than 150 days. With Ye Kai's current swordsmanship attainments and Koshiro's guidance, he quickly mastered the basic swordsmanship and concepts, and made up for his own shortcomings. Now Ye Kai has integrated his sword skills into one furnace. If we say that the swordsmanship that Ye Kai practiced in Impel Down before is composed of various metals and steels, but has not been smelted or forged. Now, the swordsmanship he learned in Impel Down has been forged and integrated to form Ye Kai's own swordsmanship system. Belongs to Ye Kai's own way of swordsmanship. Swish, swish. By the sea, Ye Kai waved the Tadao in his hand casually, and every time he made a knife, it seemed to be an understatement. But every time the knife is drawn, there is no sword energy, and the sword force brought out is enough to separate the waves. Now Ye Kai's swordsmanship has been perfected, and he can display great power with every gesture. Nailed it. Ye Kai withdrew the Tadao in his hand. This is just an ordinary sword, which is used casually from the pirate ship. For Ye Kai, the gap between ordinary knives and famous knives is not very big. Unless it is suitable for fighting with great swordsmen of the same level, the gap between weapons will be revealed. If it is just some people who are not strong enough, it doesn't matter whether they are using famous swords or not. So far, Ye Kai's goal to East Blue has been achieved. Visit Koshiro, learn swordsmanship more systematically, sort out the swordsmanship you have learned, and make swordsmanship a step further. All that's left is to go to Logue Town. These are the two goals Ye Kai set after being chased by Kizaru for 3 days after he escaped from prison, knowing that he came to East Blue. But, now there is one more. Find a navigator. Ye Kai has had enough of getting lost at sea. Returning to Koshiro's dojo, Ye Kai thanked Koshiro and said goodbye. Thank you Mr. Koshiro for your guidance. If you need anything in the future, please ask. Chapter 33 Garp's Doubt for Collection. 34 210ths. Chapter 33 Garp's Doubt for Collection. Ye Kai bid farewell to Shimotsuki village, sailed away, and headed for the next destination. This time he didn't find anyone to lead the way. Because there's no one to lead the way, Ye Kai left from Koshiro's dojo, because he was going to pay for someone to lead the way as before. It's just that Shimotsuki village is considered a relatively large village, and various news spread relatively quickly. Especially those near the port. How could he not care about a terrorist existence with a reward of 350 million in East Blue? You know, in the entire East Blue, the pirate with the highest bounty does not exceed 30 million. A pirate with a bounty of more than 350 million, how terrifying is that? How bad? How many outrageous things have you done? Otherwise, how could a reward of 350 million be offered? Most people think that this is how Ye Kai has a bounty of more than 300 million. He killed many people and did a lot of bad things to get such a high bounty. Therefore, on East Blue's side, everyone near the pier and port is very concerned about Ye Kai, who has a reward of more than 300 million. Avoid provoking such a terrifying existence, or be able to run away as soon as you find such an existence. Ye Kai was going to the pier to find someone to lead the way, but he couldn't find anyone at all. As soon as he appeared, before he reached the pier, someone recognized his identity, turned around and ran away. When the key turned around and ran, he shouted, Ye Kai. Ye Kai is coming. Then, of course, there would be an uproar. The entire port terminal suddenly became a mess, and the buildings were empty, with few people in sight. Ye Kai is very helpless, but there is nothing he can do. With a reward of more than 300 million, it is indeed scary for East Blue, the weakest sea area. In the end, Ye Kai decided to settle for the next best thing. He found a teacher and asked him how to tell the direction at sea. Then he bought a compass, and he was barely able to tell the direction at sea. East Blue is much better than Grand Line, at least in terms of weather, not as complicated as Grand Line. What's more, with Ye Kai's strength, he doesn't have to worry about any complicated weather. He is not afraid of storms and tornadoes. At most, the ship was overturned. Ye Kai is not demon fruit power, and with his current strength, he doesn't care at all. When Ye Kai was driving the boat and just left for a while, the Shimotsuki village welcomed marine. A huge marine docked near the village of Shimotsuki. It is Garp's battleship. Garp didn't see Ace, and was going back to Windmill Village to see Luffy. The location of Shimotsuki village is just on the way back to Windmill Village. After receiving the notification from Smoker, Ye Kai appeared on the Shimotsuki village side, and he also turned to rush over. Learned that Ye Kai had been away for a few hours. Garp asked, does anyone know what Ye Kai is doing here? Where did he go? Garp is Marine Vice Admiral and Marine Hero. In the whole East Blue, it is still known by many people. In Shimotsuki village, there are not many people who know what Ye Kai is doing on the island. No one even knows when Ye Kai came to Shimotsuki village, but at the nearby seaside, they saw the traces of Ye Kai's practice, and inferred that Ye Kai stayed on the island and practiced. No one guessed that Ye Kai went to Shimotsuki village to visit Koshiro and learn swordsmanship from Koshiro. Ye Kai offered a reward of more than 350 million. How could such a big pirate come from the Grand Line visit someone like Koshiro who opened a dojo in East Blue to learn swordsmanship? I just don't know if Garp knew Koshiro's identity and guessed the purpose of Ye Kai's visit to Shimotsuki village. People in Shimotsuki village basically don't know where Ye Kai went after he left Shimotsuki village. However, a master craftsman said, Vice Admiral Garp, Ye Kai seems to have gone to Kokoyashi village, where the dragon pirates are. The person who opened the mouth to provide information was exactly when Ye Kai left Shimotsuki village. He bought a compass from the old master and asked about the location of the dragon pirates. Therefore, the master probably knows that Ye Kai may have gone to the dragon pirates. Dragon pirates. Garp thought for a moment, and said, it seems that the Grand Line came to East Blue, and it has something to do with the Sun Pirates. How many years has this pirate group been in East Blue? Why did Ye Kai go to the dragon pirates? Could it be that Ye Kai has something to do with the dragon pirates? Speaking of which, the dragon pirates used to seem to be members of the Sun Pirates. Could it be that Ye Kai has something to do with the Sun Pirates? It's not like that either. There is very little information on Ye Kai, as if it just popped out of nowhere. There is only one name of Ye Kai in Impel Down, Field Carry Drag Armor. However, the name seems to be wrong. It is actually called Ye Kai. Go to the dragon pirates and have a look. Garp returned to the battleship and asked his men to sail towards Kokoyashi village. Is Ye Kai related to the Sun Pirates? What is he doing with the Dragon Pirates? Marine doesn't know what kind of person Ye Kai is. Garp decided to follow and see what Ye Kai was up to. This time, Garp did not go directly to Kokoyasi village or the territory of the Dragon Pirates, but followed far behind, found a nearby island to stop, and sent people to Kokoyasi village to find out the situation. Finally, one thing is confirmed: Ye Kai has indeed arrived in Kokoyasi village. Near the island where Kokoyasi village is located, the stolen pirate ship that Ye Kai docked was found. Ye Kai did not log in at the port of Kokoyasi village. Probably in order to avoid attracting attention, I found a place to dock away from the port and village. Ye Kai is practicing in Kokoyasi village. Seeing the information sent back by his subordinates, Garp was a little confused. After Ye Kai arrived in Kokoyasi village, he actually found a place outside the village to practice swordsmanship. In the village of Shimotsuki is also practicing on the island. Going to Kiki-Yaksi village is also going to the island to practice. Where can't I practice? Wouldn't it be better to find a place to settle down and practice hard? Such an island transfers to another island for cultivation. Why? Chapter 34. It's not too much to dig a navigator, right? 4 more for collection. 35 210ths. Chapter 34. It's not too much to dig a navigator, right? 4 more for collection. Today is the 4th update, please collect it. When Ye Kai arrived at Kokoyasi village, he just wandered around the island without any interest. When he found that Nami was not there, he left. Just find a hill not far from the village to practice, overlooking Nami's residence in the orange orchard. Nami isn't here, he must be out to make money. Think about it, Nami showed the talent of an excellent navigator at the age of 10 and joined the Dragon Pirates. According to the current time, Nami is about 16 or 17 years old. Desperate to make 100 million berry, buy the village and his own freedom, Nami has already gone to sea to make money, and earned the title of Little Thieving Cat. Ye Kai can only wait. Wait until Nami comes back. In the beginning, Ye Kai didn't intend to form a group like the pirates. In fact, a person is also very good, chic, free. But, after escaping from Impel Down and arriving at East Blue, Ye Kai got lost at sea a few times, and Ye Kai found out that he was an ordinary person in his previous life, and he didn't understand sea navigation at all. In this world, there is no navigator, not to mention it is difficult to move an inch, at least he needs to spend a lot of effort to go to one place. And that's just East Blue. If you enter a dangerous place like the Grand Line, the ship may be destroyed if you are not careful. Therefore, Ye Kai changed his plan, except to go to Shimotsuki village to learn swordsmanship systematically, go to Logue Town to see One Piece, the place where Galdi Roger was born and died, and there is another purpose, Kokoyasi village, to recruit Nami. Recruiting Nami is not difficult in Ye Kai's view. A very good navigator, and very beautiful, no matter what, Ye Kai will not refuse. It doesn't matter if you dig Luffy a navigator. Anyway, Luffy is the protagonist. If there is a lack of a navigator, there must be a substitute. Even if you can't find it, it doesn't matter to Ye Kai. Who cares about whether Luffy can find a good navigator when he goes to sea in the future? Even if he dies in the sea in a storm, it doesn't matter to Ye Kai. Ye Kai is not Luffy's father, the two have nothing to do with each other, so there is no need to deliberately consider Luffy. What's more, even Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon, only cares about Luffy's son. After arriving at Kokoyasi village, Ye Kai also felt that someone was staring at him. He didn't care about that. He has a reward of 350 million, and both bounty hunters and marine will pay attention to his movements. It is normal for someone to inquire about his situation. For 2 days, Ye Kai was practicing. At 100 times the speed of practice, which is equivalent to 200 days of practice, Ye Kai's swordsmanship has improved again. For Ye Kai, this kind of improvement is a fundamental improvement. He has his own system of swordsmanship. After familiarization and practice, he can go further in the future. For 2 days, Garp didn't move, just waited like this. Finally, a key figure appeared. Nami, back to the village. Ye Kai was on the mountain outside Kokoyasi village, watching Nami take a small boat, docked in the orange orchard outside his home, carefully took off a small package, and buried it under the orange tree. Having done all this, Nami restored the ground to its original appearance, camouflaging it so that no one could see that it had been excavated. Papa, Nami clapped her hands and was about to go home and take a sip of water. Nami turned sideways to go back to the room, but saw a figure, who did not know when, was already sitting at the door of his house, looking at himself. Who are you? Nami looked at Ye Kai with a cold face, and was a little worried that the person in front of him would find out about hiding the money just now. The money was the money he used to buy the village and his own freedom, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. You know, Nami is also a member of the Dragon Pirates, and can even be said to be a cadre, and she also knows how to take advantage of the situation. Not to mention the entire East Blue, at least in Kokoyasi village and the nearby waters, the Dragon Pirates are the absolute overlord. Nami wasn't afraid of the man in front of him at all. But as soon as Nami's voice fell, something was wrong. This guy who suddenly appeared and sat at the door of his house seemed, where have you seen it before? Where did you see it? Nami frowned, recalling again. My name is Ye Kai, I'm sorry to bother you, I'm here. I want to discuss something with you. Ye Kai looked at the dominant Nami and spoke slowly. At this time, Nami finally knew why Ye Kai looked familiar, because he had seen Ye Kai somewhere before. It's a reward order. You are, Yi Kai. Yi Kai with a reward of 305 million. Nami lost the composure she had before, and was flustered rarely. You know, Nami's childhood experience has made her heart extremely strong, and Nami is very smart, so she doesn't easily show flustered expressions and emotions. Even when flustered, she remains calm. Only this time, Nami was really a little restless. Yi Kai, the prisoner who escaped from Impel Down, has a reward of 350 million. You know, Arlong who killed Kokoyasi village, killed Belmir, forced Nami to join the Dragon Pirates, and drew the sea charts for the Dragon Pirates. The reward is only 20 million berry. Not even a fraction of Yi Kai's bounty. How could such a person who offered a reward of 350 million berry appear in front of him? Is there anything else to discuss with her? How can Nami calm down? Soon, Nami found that Yi Kai was really harmless, so he slowly calmed down, regained his former composure, and asked, "What's the matter with you?" Chapter 35. Let's go, I'll take you to make money. Favorites. 36 210ths. Chapter 35. Let's go, I'll take you to make money. Favorites. Nami has witnessed her closest relatives being killed by Arlong since she was a child. Later, because of the relationship between the villagers and her sister, she had to join the Dragon Pirates, which killed her close relatives, to draw charts for the Dragon Pirates. This kind of forbearance and character is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. Nami calmed down so quickly. Yi Kai was impressed. I heard that you need to earn 100 million berry, I can help you. Yi Kai's words rang in Nami's ears. Nami looked very calm. Maybe this is her character, the more calm she is at this time. If you don't have anything to show your courtesy, you can either R or steal. Why would Yi Kai help her with a reward of 350 million berry? Nami couldn't figure it out, there must be some purpose anyway. She asked curiously, why did you help me? Yi Kai didn't say anything, stood up directly from the ground, and beckoned Nami to follow. Let's go, I'll take you to make money, we'll talk about it later if you have any purpose. Could it be that I just told Nami at this time? I came to you because I want you to be my navigator. Or do I get lost easily at sea and need a navigator to guide me? It doesn't feel good to say anything, so instead of doing this, why not act directly? Prepare 100 million berry for Nami, let her go to Arlong, and see if Arlong will really give her and the village freedom. Yi Kai is sure that 99% of Arlong will not keep their promise and let Nami go. At that time, Yi Kai will make another move to destroy the Dragon Pirates and kill Arlong. So, it must be easier to invite Nami again, right? Facing Yi Kai like this, he got up and left directly, and asked Nami to follow. What else could Nami say? He could only follow behind Yi Kai carefully. Yi Kai didn't go to find the boat that came to Kokoyasi village, but took Nami's boat directly at the orange orchard. After boarding the boat, Yi Kai said to Nami, are you familiar with all the pirates in East Blue? Go straight to the pirate with the highest bounty, and help you get 100 million berry as quickly as possible. Nami looked at Yi Kai and reminded, Arlong's reward is 20 million berry. Quote. Yi Kai looked at Nami without saying a word, like looking at a fool. When Nami said this, did he think Yi Kai was a fool? If this directly kills Arlong, what is the purpose of raising 100 million berry? Nami also felt that his little thoughts had been discovered, and also realized that what he said just now was a bit silly, so he broke the awkward atmosphere and said, okay, then let's go find other pirates. Nami lowered the sails and the boat moved forward slowly. The ship is not big, and it won't be going very fast. But when Nami was driving the boat, he seemed to be at ease, and he didn't even need to steer the boat. No matter how the boat was driven, he would not deviate from the course. This makes Yi Kai very envious, thinking of the scene where he was lost at sea in a boat. You even need something like a compass, and you have to carefully control the compass to steer the rudder to avoid deviation from the course. It's just horrible. Here we are, in front of us is the territory of the Bout pirate group. The captain of this pirate group, Bout, is offering a reward of 25 million berry. In seas like East Blue, the bounty of 25 million berry is already very high. Basically, a pirate group that can own its own fixed territory is a very powerful pirate group. If the strength is not enough, find a station, isn't that waiting to be surrounded by marines? As the boat slowly approached the island, Yi Kai could also see a small town port. There is also a watchtower in the port, with a skeleton pirate flag hanging, and someone is responsible for patrolling and vigilance. There are also people on the observation deck holding binoculars to check the situation at sea. When Yi Kai and the others came within sight, they had been spotted. A boat is approaching. Don't worry, it's just a boat. There is also a beautiful little girl on board, ahaha. Maybe killed or lost, huh, that man is Yi Kai. It's Yi Kai. Yi Kai is offering a reward of 350 million. The few little pirates who were still teasing just now, seeing Nami in front of the boat, still had some bad thoughts. But if you take a closer look at the man behind Nami, you suddenly feel familiar, and think about it carefully. Isn't this Yi Kai who offered a reward of 350 million berry on the business selection order? Immediately, he dropped the binoculars in his hand and ran away. Others looked carefully, but also ran away. Nami approached with a small boat, and the entire port was empty, leaving a chaotic port terminal. Nami stared at everything in front of him dumbfounded. He didn't expect Yi Kai's deterrent effect to be so strong, and finally said, it seems that their captain is no longer. Just wait for their captain to come back. Yi Kai said it didn't matter. Even if the captain of the boot pirates is here, he will probably choose to run away, right? Nami found some food and fruit at the port, and ate with Ye-Kai very bluntly, and waited slowly for the captain of the bout pirates to return. In East Blue, there are very few opportunities to use phone bugs, almost no pirates have phone bugs, and no one on the island leaves by boat, at most they leave by boat or swim. It is really leaving like this, and the speed is slow, it is impossible to notify the main fleet of the boot pirates. Ye-Kai and Nami just need to wait here. About 3 hours later, the sun began to sink, and a large ship slowly approached in the distant sponge. Here we come, 25 million berry. Nami looked at the approaching ship, his eyes had turned into $ symbols. Ye-Kai glanced at Nami. Nami just came back to her senses, and became more reserved. After spending a few hours with Ye-Kai, I found that Ye-Kai is not so difficult to get along with, nor has any malicious intentions, and Nami has become a lot more lively. The bout pirates approaching slowly, in Nami's eyes, they are 25 million walking berries. It is normal for her to be a little excited. Chapter 36 Walking Berry Favorites. 37 210ths. Chapter 36 Walking Berry Favorites. Captain, today's harvest is good, I caught a big fish, and tens of millions of berries have been credited. The captain is wise, otherwise we would definitely let that merchant ship go. However, that merchant ship seems to be coming from West Blue, which is messy and complicated, and it is also connected to the Grand Line. What are you afraid of? We are here in East Blue. That's right, that's right. By the way, I heard that East Blue has a big pirate with a reward of 350 million berry. Marine may send people to hunt it down. We'd better be careful during this time. What's going on? Why is there no one at the port? Problem occurs. The main fleet of the bout pirates returned, still discussing today's harvest. When they approached their home port, they felt that the atmosphere was a little bit wrong. No one came out to greet you today. No cheers. Even, there's no one in the port. No, there are two people. Two strangers, a man and a woman. The man is tall and strong, holding an ordinary sword in his hand. He looks very resolute, and he looks very relaxed standing in the port. The woman looked very young, maybe only in her teens, and she wasn't nervous at all, her eyes looked at them, like looking at a pile of treasures. That's, Ye-Kai with a reward of 350 million berry. Suddenly, the whole ship fell into endless silence. Then, someone started a boat. Very direct, without any hesitation. Even the captain standing at the bow swallowed his saliva at this moment, and unceremoniously chose to jump off the ship. Tempest kick, swish. As soon as Ye-Kai lifted his foot, a vacuum slash flew towards the approaching pirate ship. The captain who jumped off the ship was still a little strong. The moment he jumped off the ship, he saw Ye-Kai's attack and held a long knife in front of him to resist the attacking vacuum machine. Boom. Accompanied by a roar, the whole pirate ship trembled. The vacuum slash brought out by Ye-Kai's kick brought the captain directly into the pirate ship. The pirate ship, which was still sailing slowly, was directly cut by the vacuum slash to create a gap of several meters, and the check cut the big ship in half. This is just a vacuum slash made by Ye-Kai when he raised his foot. Didn't even use a knife. As for the captain, holding a long knife in front of him with both hands, resisting Ye-Kai's vacuum slash, it still played a little role. Otherwise, the pirate ship in front of me will be cut in half by Ye-Kai's vacuum. Of course, part of the reason is that Ye-Kai deliberately reserved some strength. Cut the pirate ship in half too hard, and it will be very troublesome to salvage the captain's body in the sea. In addition, there are other ordinary people and treasures on the pirate ship. Ye-Kai also chooses to show mercy. Captain Bout, who was inlaid on the pirate ship, his hands are useless, his white bones protrude from his shoulders, and his whole body hangs from the gap in the ship. Half life left. ... Nami turned his head mechanically, glanced at Ye-Kai, Gulu, swallowed. Nami has never seen a big man with a reward of 350 million, and has no idea how powerful this kind of person is. She just knows that Arlong of the Dragon Pirates, with a reward of only 20 million, can dominate the East Blue side. And Arlong's 20 million berry reward is less than a fraction of Ye-Kai's 350 million reward. Boot also has a reward of 25 million, and he is also the overlord in East Blue, and his strength may not be too bad compared to the Dragon Pirates. It's just that Bout is an ordinary human being, and Arlong of the Dragon Pirates is a Murloc. At sea, Murlocs always have an advantage. But the pirates who offered a bounty of 20 million and 25 million, the guys that East Blue Marine dispatched many times and couldn't deal with, were defeated in front of Ye-Kai, just like that. It can even be said to have been killed in seconds. Lifting his foot like that, with a powerful slash, Bout only has half his life left. Is this the difference between the reward of 350 million and the reward of 25 million? It's so risky. I didn't offend this guy. At this moment, Nami is glad that she didn't do anything excessive or say anything excessive in front of Ye-Kai. Terrible. The big pirate of East Blue, Bout in front of Ye-Kai, is like a little guy, and Ye-Kai is defeated as soon as he lifts his foot, leaving only half of his life. In front of Ye-Kai, it is impossible for Bout to escape. Ye-Kai has seen Bout's reward order from Nami, and when this person appears in front of him, it is impossible to escape. Under observation hockey, Bouter wanted to jump ship, which was predicted by Ye-Kai. A tempest kick passed, and Bout couldn't dodge it. That feeling, Like he ran into Ye Kai's attack, didn't know what happened, and was defeated. Okay, let's go get the bounty. Ye Kai greeted Nami, boarded a small boat, and sailed towards the main ship of the bout pirate ship. At this time, there were only 3 or 4 girls who had just been captured on board. Nami asked and learned that they all went to West Blue with merchant ships and goods, and were hijacked by bout pirates on the way. In the previous merchant ships, many people died. This is a pirate. This is the real world of pirates. Not every pirate is like Luffy and the others. More pirates, still burning, killing, looting, doing everything. Nami took these people with him, put them on the next island, and took Bout's body to collect the bounty. In addition to evacuating the base of the bout pirates and the treasures on the main ship, this trip has already gathered more than 40 million berry. Nami can be said to be very motivated, and went to find other pirates who had rewards all night. Now all the pirates with bounties in East Blue, in Nami's view, are all mobile berries. As long as you get their rewards and treasures, collecting 100 million berry is no big deal. Chapter 37,100 million berries lies. Favorites. 38/210. Chapter 37,100 million berries lies. Favorites. East Blue, an uninhabited island near Kokoyasi village. Garp's warship is hidden on the side of the island, and the warship is hidden by using the island's curved bay. Destroy boot pirates, flying gun pirates, blood hand pirates in exchange for bounties. What exactly does this Ye Kai want to do? Garp has been collecting Ye Kai's information, just want to know what Ye Kai wants to do. A large part of the reason Nami was able to get the bounty so quickly was that Garp signaled the East Blue Marine branch to distribute the bounty directly. In fact, Nami has never received a bounty, and is still lamenting how fast the bounty is received. She is just a little thief cat, at sea, not a bounty hunter. She is not good at fighting, and she has no strength to deal with pirates with bounties, so naturally she has never received a bounty. What a weird guy. Garp felt that Ye Kai's behavior was completely unexpected, and then asked his subordinates, the girl next to Ye Kai, has the information been found? Found it. The adjutant next to Ka said, there is a girl next to Ye Kai, named Nami, a resident of Kokoyasi village, a cadre of the dragon pirates. Of course, Marine couldn't find out the agreement between Nami and the dragon pirates. It was agreed between Nami and Arlong that as long as Nami took out 100 million berry, he could buy the village and his own freedom. Only Nami himself and the top management of the dragon pirates knew about this matter. Marine could not find such information at all, and would not pay attention to such information. Therefore, it is also useless for Garp to read Nami's information, because he has no idea what Ye Kai wants to do. On the second day, Nami drove a large ship towards the station of the dragon pirates. In just 2 days, she had collected 100 million berry. Even more. At least the berry he hides in the orange orchard at home has exceeded 100 million berry without taking it out. Nami was a little happy. This shows that the money she worked hard to earn, steal before does not need to be taken out. Ye Kai's bounty for catching pirates, as well as the treasures of other pirates, is more than 100 million berry. She can finally buy Kokoyasi village and her own freedom from Arlong. Here we are, the dragon pirates are ahead. From a distance, you can see the dragon pirates occupying a territory. Above the building, the flag of the dragon pirates fluttered in the wind. Then you go. Ye Kai glanced at Nami, and originally wanted to say, don't hold out too much hope. However, seeing Nami was not very excited, and even seemed very calm, and Ye Kai didn't say the following words. In fact, based on Nami's childhood experience, she is precocious and smart, how could she not suspect? Arlong never thought about giving freedom to Kokoyasi village and herself. It's just that Nami is willing to believe, hoping that Arlong will keep his word. But the truth is not so perfect. Ye Kai stayed on the boat and did not go down. Nami carried a box containing 100 million berry, disembarked, and entered the dragon pirates. All the way unimpeded, Nami is still very important in the dragon pirates. She is a cadre of the dragon pirates, but the relationship between her and the dragon pirates is more like a cooperative relationship. No matter what the relationship is, starting today, it's over. Nami stood at the gate of the dragon pirates' territory, watching the flag of the dragon pirates fluttering above her head. She let out a heavy breath. From today on, there is no relationship between her and the dragon pirates. The village is also free. Yo, Nami is back. Is there something going on this time? Walking into the territory of the dragon pirates, the 2 officers saw Nami and greeted curiously. Although Nami is a cadre of the dragon pirates, she does not live on the side of the dragon pirates, and often goes out to make money, and earn the title of Little Thieving Cat. The dragon pirates actually know all about it, know that Nami has been making money, and even roughly how much money Nami makes. The dragon pirates can be sure that Nami at this time, it is impossible to come up with 100 million berry. If there is nothing wrong, Nami will not come to the dragon pirates. The cadres of the dragon pirates are a little curious, what is Nami doing here this time? Bang! Nami threw the cash box in his hand on the ground. Suddenly, a pile of money rolled out of the box. You can tell at a glance that there is definitely no less than 100 million berry. Why, this money. Arlong sat on a chair, over 2.5 meters tall. Even if he was sitting, he was overlooking Nami. With one hand on his chin, he said flatly, where did you get so much money? Quote, Arlong, do you remember the agreement between us? Nami has always called Arlong like this time Nami said more directly. This is 100 million berry. Starting today, you can no longer go to Kokoyaksi village. I won't do anything for the dragon pirates anymore. Arlong bent down, picked up a stack of money that rolled to his feet, and flipped through it. Hearing the sound of the money, he let out a wanton laugh. Ha ha ha, what agreement? Why don't I know what agreement I have with you? If you want to ensure that Kokoyashi village is safe, you must stay with me and draw a sea chart for me. Arlong stared at Nami with a pair of eyes, and said coldly, you have no choice. Unless you want the entire Kokoyashi village to disappear from East Blue, I will accept the money, and you should stay with me and draw the sea chart. For Nami, Arlong is a must. He knew that Nami cared about Kokoyashi village. As long as there is Kokoyashi village, Nami will never dare to resist. Unless, Nami has the strength to beat him. Defeat the dragon pirates. It's a pity. Nami is just a 15 or 16-year-old girl, and it is impossible for her to have that kind of strength. You never intended to keep our agreement, did you? When Ye Kai appeared and offered to help raise 100 million berry, Nami was mentally prepared. She knew that Arlong might not keep the pact. It's just that I didn't expect that Arlong would directly deny this agreement like this. Arlong said coldly. Yes, I never thought of keeping any agreement. If you want the villagers of Kekiasi village to live and your sister to live, you must stay with me and draw the charts. Quote. Nami stared at Arlong in silence. Looking at Arlong's unscrupulous expression, those eyes full of contempt, Nami swears, this person in front of him is definitely the most annoying person in the world. Belmir died at the hands of this man. Arlong ignored Nami's cold eyes. Looking at Arlong coldly, finally, Nami silently turned and left. She knew that she was too weak to resist Arlong. It was precisely because of this that Arlong dared to so unscrupulously deny the original agreement. It never occurred to Arlong to keep that pact. Nami has actually thought about this point. Just fantasizing that Arlong might keep that pact, he's the East Blue overlord after all. But, Ye Kai appeared and helped to raise 100 million berry. Nami guessed that the evil dragon might not abide by the original agreement. At this time, Nami understood that Ye Kai actually guessed this, so he took the initiative to help her raise the 100 million berry, right? Chapter 38 Okay, I'll sell myself to you. Favorites. 39 210ths. Chapter 38 Okay, I'll sell myself to you. Favorites. When Nami left Arlong's domain, her heart was not as heavy as she imagined. Didn't even feel hopeless. Ye Kai. Nami thought of Ye Kai. As soon as this person appeared, he took the initiative to help her raise 100 million berry, obviously knowing the agreement between her and Arlong. As for how Ye Kai knew about this agreement, Nami doesn't know either, but it is certain that Ye Kai took the initiative to help raise 100 million berry, so he guessed that Arlong would definitely not abide by the agreement. So what is the purpose of Ye Kai? Why help her raise 100 million berry? Knowing that Arlong would not abide by the agreement, Ye Kai even helped raise 100 million berry, just to give up on himself. Nami knows that Ye Kai must have follow-up means, and helping her to raise 100 million berry must have a purpose. Walking out of the dragon pirates, Nami saw Ye Kai leaning his hands on the railing of the ship, with a faint smile on his face, watching her come out like this. With a disappointed expression on his face, Nami looked at Ye Kai, who was still smiling, and said, very angrily, you can still laugh. Did you guess that Arlong would definitely not abide by the agreement between me and him? Make an agreement. Ye Kai nodded, and said truthfully, I guessed it. Then you won't tell me. That's 100 million berry. Nami questioned Ye Kai. Her heart hurts, it's not a fake, it's a real heartache. That's 100 million berry. For Nami, who loves money to the core, 100 million berry is more important than her life. Now let's talk about it. What is your purpose? Nami stood on the shore, looking up at Ye Kai on the boat. You know that Arlong will not abide by the agreement between me and him, but you still help me raise 100 million. You just want me to give up, and now I have given up, and you can tell your purpose. Why help me? What do you want me to do? How to say? Hearing Nami's words, Ye Kai appreciates and even feels relieved. Nami is a very smart girl. Ye Kai knew that from the moment he appeared, when he said he wanted to help Nami raise 100 million berry, Nami was sure that he had a purpose. I'll help you get rid of the dragon pirates, get Arlong. You, sell yourself to me and be my navigator. Ye Kai said softly. I just escaped from Impel Down and was hunted down to East Blue. I found that I can't tell the direction and it's not convenient to go anywhere, so I need a navigator. You will be my navigator, and I will help you get rid of the dragon pirates, and all the money on my ship will belong to you. How about it? Ye Kai thinks, the last one is the most attractive to Nami, right? Sure enough, Nami's eyes brightened immediately. After getting along with each other for a long time, Nami has actually been paying attention to Ye Kai. The first thing he discovered is that Ye Kai is easy to get along with. Secondly, although Ye Kai has a reward of 350 million and is a prisoner who escaped from Impel Down, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. When catching the pirates who offered a bounty on East Blue, Ye Kai would avoid harming ordinary people. When the ordinary people were captured by pirates, Ye Kai would not harm them, and tacitly allowed her to take them to the next island and let them go. More importantly, Ye Kai is very strong. Just followed Ye Kai for one day and earned more than 100 million berry. Follow Ye Kai in the future, don't you have a lot of money? All Ye Kai's money is kept by her. One must know that East Blue's pirates with a bounty of tens of millions have a lot of treasures. Ye Kai is a super big pirate with a reward of 350 million. He must have a lot of money and treasures, right? Therefore, Ye Kai's character is worthy of trust for the time being, and we will continue to investigate in the future. Then they are powerful, can make money, and have a lot of wealth. More importantly, Ye Kai can also take down the dragon pirates, so the village and everyone are really safe. Crack. Nami snapped his fingers, and said very simply, okay, I promise to sell myself to you. Nami integrated into the role very quickly, seemed so natural, and said to Ye Kai very simply, now I am yours, and yours is mine. Of course you have to help me if I have difficulties, from the dragon pirates. Things, you have to help me solve them. Ye Kai smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. It was really unexpected that Nami agreed so easily. Ye Kai didn't know whether Nami agreed to this because he wanted to help the villagers of Kokoyasi village or to manage his money. None of it matters, as long as Nami agrees. The navigator who successfully dug out Luffy got a big loli, Nami. As you said, since they are all mine, this small matter, just leave it to me. Ye Kai said confidently. That confidence, combined with Ye Kai's rising aura, was like nothing Nami had ever seen before. A powerful momentum soared into the sky. Like a sharp sword, it split the sky in half, and the clouds in the sky were scattered. This, not Conqueror's Haki. It was the sword force that Ye Kai burst out with all his strength. Make up for the deficiencies in swordsmanship from Koshiro, integrate the learned swordsmanship, and form a swordsmanship system that belongs to Ye Kai. This is Ye Kai's own position that truly bursts out with all its strength. Powerful sword power enough to split the world. Clang. Under Nami's gaze, Ye Kai stood on the pirate ship and drew out the sword in his hand. It's just an ordinary tie knife. However, when chasing down the pirates that East Blue offered a bounty to, Nami didn't see Ye Kai using a weapon, and he raised his hands and feet, and defeated the pirates that offered a bounty of tens of millions. This is the first time Nami saw Ye Kai draw his sword. Chapter 39. A sword breaks the sky and overwhelms the sea. 5 more for collection. 4200 tenths. Chapter 39. A sword breaks the sky and overwhelms the sea. 5 more for collection. Sent in the 5th update. The signing status has been changed. Please collect and support. Open the sky. Ye Kai's aura almost reached a peak. The sword in his hand was raised above his head, and he swung the sword towards the station of the dragon pirates. Crash. As the sword fell, there was a feeling of the situation changing, and the sky was saddened by it. The whole world seemed to be divided into two by this knife. The clouds in the sky were split in half, visible to the naked eye. The earth is divided, a set of sword marks stretching thousands of miles, rushing through the dragon pirate group, rushing across the island, and rushing to the sea. In Nami's line of sight, she only saw a sword attack. God, it was split. The earth is divided. The entire island was split in half. Even the sea in the distance was split in half. As for the territory of the Arlong pirates, the island has been split in half and wiped out of this world. Only the building that was split in half, and a few members of the dragon pirates who were at a loss, stood in place, watching the earth being split in half, watching the sea in the distance being divided into two, and all don't know what happened. They only knew that at that moment just now, their boss, Arlong, and several cadres disappeared directly. This sword can be regarded as the powerful swordsmanship that Ye Kai gained from sorting out his own swordsmanship. In fact, swordsmanship is known from various techniques, and it is derived into various powerful swordsmanship, various skills, but in the end, it will return to the ordinary. In other words, all swordsmanship is derived from the foundation of kendo. No matter how prosperous and brilliant the swordsmanship is, it is derived from the foundation. Ye Kai's sword, opening the sky, can be regarded as a powerful attack method that he has comprehended after reaching a peak in swordsmanship. In the final analysis, this is a trick hacking. Concentrating all the power on this simple slashing with enough power to open up the world. One sword strikes, unstoppable, 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 unstoppable. ... Kokoyasi village is not very far from the dragon pirates. What is that? What happened? It's the dragon pirates. The island was cut in half. How can it be? The sky has been split. OMG, the sea is split in half. The villagers of Kokoyasi village, seeing the sky pierced by Ye Kai's sword, felt as if a hole had been poked in the sky, which attracted many people's attention. But the next moment, everyone saw a powerful sword energy rushing past. Afterwards, I saw an unbelievable scene that left everyone stunned. The sky is split. The island was split in half. The sea is divided in two. Most importantly, the line where the island is split in half, the cutting line is the territory of the dragon pirates. The evil dragon pirates will not be destroyed. What was that just now? Could it be directed at the dragon pirates? The villagers of Kokoyasi village didn't even know what the sword light was just now. Can it really be made by humans? Was it directed at the dragon pirates? Has the dragon pirates been wiped out? Many daring villagers stepped forward and rushed towards the station of the dragon pirates. Afterwards, more and more people followed and ran over. From a distance, I saw the territory of the dragon pirates, which was directly split into two halves. A group of murlocs were at a loss. It's obvious, you don't need to look too much to know that the powerful attack just now was really aimed at the dragon pirates. ... What a terrifying sword technique. An uninhabited island not far from Kokoyasi village. At the moment when Ye Kai's sword was soaring into the sky, ready to strike. The powerful sword radiated out, instantly attracting Garp's attention. Garp didn't stop at all, just stepped on the moonwalk and rushed in the direction of Ye Kai. Afterwards, Garp's lieutenant, and other marine members, saw the scene of the sky being split, the island being cut, and the sea being split in two. These marines couldn't help but wipe the sweat that didn't exist on their foreheads, feeling very emotional. If you were to face Ye Kai directly, you might meet face to face, and you wouldn't even have a chance to resist. Even people and boats might be split in half, right? Fortunately, they are working with Vice Admiral Garp, and they still have a little confidence in their hearts. After all, it is Vice Admiral Garp, the marine hero, who has driven One Piece to the brink several times. Bang bang bang, Garp stepped on the moonwalk and rushed directly over the sea area where Ye Kai was. He looked at Ye Kai, who had already retracted his sword and was slowly sheathing the sword, and Nami, who was stunned and cute with his mouth open. Nami opened his mouth and looked at the island in front of him, which was split in two. The incision was only about 10 meters away from her. From a place about 10 meters in front of her, it spread to the opposite side of the island. The entire island was split into two halves. Along the cutting line, the thousands of meters of sea was also divided into two. Nami, this really can't find an adjective. She knew Ye Kai might be strong. After all, with a bounty of 350 million berry, he is not strong enough. With such a high bounty, he has not been caught by marine, and he has already been caught by bounty hunters in exchange for the bounty. It's just that Nami didn't expect that human strength can be so strong. Is it really possible to grab this level? There is still a cut in the clouds in the sky, as if the sky has been split open. The island in front of him was split in half, and even the sea was split into two. This kind of strength is difficult for Nami to understand. It's not something she's been exposed to before. Is this what man can do? As for the dragon pirates in Arlong, Nami had even forgotten this existed. With Ye Kai's sword, even the sky, islands, sea, were split in half. So, how can Arlong, who is the target of the attack, and the main cadres of the dragon pirates resist? Maybe he didn't even know what was going on, so he just died in a daze, and disappeared into this world without leaving a body behind. When Nami was stunned, Ye Kai put the sword back into its sheath and turned to look at Garp, who was stepping on moonwalk. At this moment, Garp stepped on the moonwalk, landed directly on the sail, and looked at Ye Kai, without the playful, indifferent and cynical feeling that Ye Kai remembered. At this moment, Garp looked very serious, standing on the sails and staring at Ye Kai. I didn't expect that you have grown to this level. Both Magellan and Kizaru said that you are growing very fast and will become the biggest threat to marine in the future. I didn't take it to heart at first. Now it seems, I underestimated you. The entire naval headquarters underestimated you. Chapter 40A Short Fight with Garp. Favorites. 41 210ths. Chapter 40A Short Fight with Garp. Favorites. Ye Kai's strength has grown rapidly, according to Magellan. When Ye Kai was imprisoned in Impel Down prison, his strength was not very strong at the beginning, and he couldn't even beat the jailer beast. In just 2 months, he planned to escape from the prison, and his strength improvement was terrifying. He did not lose in the battle against the former warden, Shiryu of the Rain. Magellan predicted, Ye Kai will become a huge threat to marine in the future. However, Garp and Sengoku, in fact, are not too concerned about it. Human potential is limited, and it is impossible for Ye Kai to grow so fast all the time. When Ye Kai unleashes his potential, he will fall into a bottleneck. Marine issued a reward to Ye Kai and wanted to capture Ye Kai, more because Ye Kai was the planner, organizer, and chief criminal of the Impel Down jailbreak event. But seeing Ye Kai this time, Garp knew, he was wrong. The whole marine could be wrong. Ye Kai's growth rate, too fast. The sword just now has far surpassed Magellan and Kizaru's summary of Ye Kai's strength. Today's Ye Kai is definitely not on the same level as Shiryu of the Rain, and definitely not the Ye Kai who was hunted down by Kizaru for 3 days. That is to say, after being hunted by Kizaru for 3 days and arriving in East Blue less than 10 days later, Ye Kai's strength has improved qualitatively compared to when he escaped from prison in Impel Down and when he was hunted down by Kizaru. This is a qualitative improvement, not a small one. Today's Ye Kai is definitely not comparable to Marine Admiral in strength, but definitely not weaker than Marine Admiral. Fencing, gymnastics, hockey, Ye Kai are top-notch. Back then, Kizaru couldn't do anything with Ye Kai. Now, Kizaru can't do anything with Ye Kai. Kizaru's strength is very strong, but his weakness is also obvious. Kizaru relies too much on the ability of sparkling fruit. Ye Kai observation hockey is powerful, and he can also armament hockey. Today's swordsmanship is even more amazing. Kizaru against Ye Kai probably loses more than wins. Vice Admiral Garp won the award. Ye Kai was a little surprised to see Garp's serious and dignified expression. Ye Kai has never seen such a serious Garp. At least, in the comics he read in his last life, Garp always looked like he was indifferent to everything, and he was rarely serious. That is, when Ace was killed and when Rox was mentioned, he was serious. Ye Kai knew that Garp regarded him as a confidant, and said, compared to Vice Admiral Garp, I'm still far behind. I'm going to take you back today. Garp looked at Ye Kai, but still chose to do it. Boom. Garp leapt and stepped on the void, crushing the air with a powerful force, and the impact formed was enough to shake the sails of the ship to pieces. And Garp's figure rushed to Ye Kai as if teleporting, and punched Ye Kai in the head. Garp's attack is not too particular. Its speed and power, both are enough. As for Vice Admiral Garp, I also really want to know how far away it is. Facing Garp's attack, Ye Kai didn't back down, on the contrary, he was a little eager to try. He also stepped on the moonwalk, facing Garp's fist, and swung his fist to hit it. Boom! The moment the two black iron fists collided fiercely in the air, the sea was directly shaken up by the sea water. The two fists collided, and the impact was enough to send Nami flying more than 10 meters away. The ship under Ye Kai and Garp was instantly torn to pieces. Call out! Call out! The two fists collided, and after a moment of stalemate in the air, they each retreated. Ye Kai flew back a few meters, stepped on the moonwalk, landed in front of Nami, and flew out. Nami caught it, unsheathed the sword in his hand, and swung it towards the sea. Open the sky. In an instant, a powerful sword chi slashed at Garp with a force that opened up the world. Unstoppable, unstoppable, unstoppable. At the same time, this sword is not just for Garp. There is also the uninhabited island in the distance. Garp's battleship. If Garp chooses to avoid, with the power of Ye Kai's move, Garp's battleship and his men may suffer. Therefore, Garp can only resist hard. Brat. Garp let out an angry shout. His whole body was covered with armament hockey, his muscles swelled, and his already strong body became a little bigger. He swung his iron fist, and smashed at the sword that Ye Kai swung. Boom. It's like the sky is falling apart. The sea was divided by Ye Kai's sword, and the sword energy collided with Garp's iron fist. The collision between the two shook the sea and overturned it. The waves of more than 10 meters beat the coast, and one wave swept the other and spread towards the sea. The sea that was separated by Ye Kai's sword energy was quickly swallowed by the waves and disappeared. Ye Kai took Nami, stepped on moonwalk, and disappeared into the sky instantly after swinging that sword. It runs really fast. The suit on Garp's body has been torn apart, and Marine's cloak is also torn apart like a net, all caused by the bursting of the sword energy. The body was not injured. The powerful sword energy that Ye Kai slashed was smashed by Garp in a circle, turning into countless tiny sword energy and flying around. Garp was covered with armament hockey, so it was impossible to get injured. It's just that the clothes are torn and look a little embarrassed. I don't want to fight to the death with Vice Admiral Garp. Let's fight again in the future. Ye Kai's voice came from a distance, but the person had already disappeared. Forget it. Don't worry about it, let's talk about it later. Garp didn't go after him. Ye Kai. No one knows what will happen in the future, maybe Ye Kai will play a big role in the future. During this time, Garp also knew about Ye Kai's activities in East Blue. Nami can infer Ye Kai's personality based on Ye Kai's behavior style. Of course Garp could see it too. Anyway, a few monsters were released on the 6th floor of Impel Down, enough to disrupt the current world pattern. With a person like Ye Kai joining, maybe he can also contain the guy who escaped from the 6th floor of Impel Down. The future will be very lively. That will be a magnificent era. Chapter 41 Don't worry, I will protect you favorites. 42 210ths. Chapter 41 Don't worry, I will protect you favorites. Thanks to the book friend Cheng Wei for rewarding 100 volts points, thank you. Please collect and support. Hoo hoo. Holding Nami in his arms, Ye Kai stepped on the moonwalk and quickly traversed thousands of miles in the air before landing on an island, panting slightly. After running so far, it is actually not that far. If Garp really wants to chase, he will definitely catch up. Ye Kai stopped because he was sure that Garp was not chasing him, so he chose a place to stop. As expected of Garp, as expected of a marine hero, Ye Kai put Nami down. His right hand was still shaking. His right hand had torn muscles and shattered blood vessels. This kind of injury, if it is an ordinary person, may have bled to death. For Ye Kai, when learning the 6 styles, he needs to achieve a very high level of self-control. When it reaches the point where life is returned, it can control every muscle in the body, even the hair can be controlled. It is still possible to control the muscles and blood vessels to avoid bleeding. Just now when he had a head-to-head encounter with Garp, Ye Kai knew that he was a little swollen and suffered a bit. Garp is powerful, and armament hockey is even more powerful. Armament hockey can actually increase the defense power. Ye Kai is powerful, but armament hockey is not strong enough. The result of the head-to-head confrontation with Garp is, Garp's fist is protected by a powerful armament hockey. The armament hockey in Ye Kai's hand is directly defeated, only relying on his own strength and physical strength to head-to-head with Garp, it is inevitable to suffer. Such a horrible collision, Ye Kai's arm was not protected by hockey, it would be strange if he didn't. Fortunately, Garp paid more attention to his subordinates after the knife was slashed, and chose to resist Ye Kai's attack, so that Ye Kai retreated so easily. Are you okay? Nami was put on the ground by Ye Kai, with a hint of shyness on her face. After all, she was a 16 or 17-year-old girl, and she was a little shy when she was held in her arms. I just saw that Ye Kai's right hand was still dripping blood, and the naked eyes could see the torn wounds and ruptured blood vessels on his hand, which looked very ferocious and terrifying. But Nami saw Ye Kai split the sky with a sword, split the island in half, and split the sea in two. This powerful strength almost made her doubt her life, and her whole 3 outlooks were refreshed. But now, as strong as Ye Kai, he was also injured. This shows that there are many powerful beings in the world, not weaker than Ye Kai, even stronger than Ye Kai. It's not a big problem, just find a doctor and take a rest for a while. With this level of injury, recovery is still very fast. Even if you don't see a doctor, with Ye Kai's control over his body and his own resilience, his activities will be almost unaffected in 3 or 2 days. Nami said with concern. Then see a doctor. I'll talk about it later, don't worry. Ye Kai rested for a while, and didn't rush to find a doctor, his injury was nothing serious. During the break, Nami asked curiously, the one who fought you just now was Marine's Vice Admiral Garp. Ye Kai nodded. That's the guy, he's very strong. Garp is in East Blue, and a lot of people know that. After all, he is a Marine hero, the one who has driven the One Piece, Gul D. Roger into a desperate situation several times. Plus One Piece, Gul D. Roger, who was also born in East Blue knows a lot of people in Garp. It's just that I don't have any idea of how strong the Marine hero Garp is. The same goes for Nami. Today, I saw Ye Kai's sword split the sky, split the island in half, and divide the sea into 2, so I know how strong Ye Kai is. Even with Ye Kai's strength, he can only escape from Vice Admiral Garp. It can be seen that the Marine hero is still very strong. Nami also has an approximate concept. However, Nami said to Ye Kai, you are also strong. Is this consolation? Ye Kai shook his head helplessly, but didn't say anything. On the contrary, Nami was a little curious. How many powerful people like you and Vice Admiral Garp are there? There shouldn't be many, right? Not much, but not too little either. Ye Kai counts them randomly. 4 emperors, the core members of 4 emperors, Sengoku, 3 admirals, 5 elders, Shichibukai also have powerful people, and there are also some hidden people, such as Impel Down the 6th floor jailbreak those guys, Fujitora, Green Bull and all that stuff. Definitely not too much, but not too little either. Alas, Nami heard Ye Kai's words and sighed, feeling that this world is really dangerous. Ye Kai can split the sky, split the island in half, and split the sea in 2. How many people are there? Nami thought that he had already sold himself to Ye Kai. Would it be dangerous to follow Ye Kai in the future? Don't worry, I will protect you. My strength is improving very quickly, and I will soon leave others behind. Ye Kai's, don't worry, I will protect you, in this game made Nami feel strange. In short, it was a lot of peace of mind. Anyway, it was sold to Ye Kai, and Ye Kai should protect her as a matter of course. After resting for a while, confirming that Garp had left, Ye Kai took Nami back to Kokoyasi village. Nami has sold herself to Ye Kai to become Ye Kai's navigator, and then she will enter the Grand Line. She has to go back to prepare some things and say goodbye to the people in the village and her sister Nuo Chigao. Ye Kai and Nami returned to Kokoyasi village. Under the leadership of Nami, they found the doctor in Kokoyasi village, treated the wound on his hand briefly, and he went to find a boat to come back. The money was not spent, it was just finding a pirate group and taking their ship. In this regard, Nami is still complaining that the sword of Ye Kai's uniformed dragon pirates is too hard. The 100 million berries are all gone from the dragon pirates. The dragon pirates completely dissipated, several cadres and Arlong shouted, and the rest of the dragon pirates were packed away by Garp. Garp did not take away some of the treasures of the dragon pirates, and it was even more impossible for Nami to monopolize them. They were all returned to the villages that had been oppressed by the dragon pirates over the years. Chapter 42 Arrive in Logue Town. Favorites. 43 210ths. Chapter 42 Arrive in Logue Town. Favorites. Slightly late, dinner is relatively late today. Nami said goodbye to her sister Nuo Chigao and the villagers, and left with Ye Kai. As for Ye Kai's identity, people in Kokoyasi village basically already know. After all, with a reward of 350 million berry on his back, there are not many people in East Blue who don't know about Ye Kai. Of course, people in Kokoyasi village don't know much about Ye Kai. One thing, although Nami didn't say it, he can be sure. The dragon pirates must have been wiped out by Ye Kai. At least it can prove that Ye Kai is the benefactor of the whole village, and even all the villages in the surrounding sea area. It also proves that Ye Kai's strength is very strong. Ye Kai split the sky, split the island in half, and divided the sea into 2 with one sword. In Kokoyaksi village, many people have seen it and will never forget its scene. With such a strong strength, it is safe for Nami to follow Ye Kai. There are dangers too. Ye Kai has a reward of 350 million. The stronger he is, the stronger the enemies he encounters must be. Nami follows Ye Kai, and may be implicated and dragged down because of insufficient strength. Where do we go next? Straight to the Grand Line. Nami doesn't know the route to the Grand Line, so I have to ask Ye Kai. In her opinion, Ye Kai is from the Grand Line. However, Ye Kai himself often gets lost at sea, who knows where the entrance to the Grand Line is. It's not difficult, and it's easy to know the entrance of the Grand Line, just ask someone. And one thing is for sure, the entrance of the Grand Line is not far from Logue Town. In the original book, Luffy's last stop on the Grand Line is Logue Town. Logue Town is also an important supply station before entering the Grand Line, which is why the marine of the assistant of Logue Town is stronger than the marine of other divisions of East Blue. For East Blue, Ye Kai can be said to have nothing worth staying. Knowing that he was in East Blue, Ye Kai set 2 goals, visit Koshiro and go to Logue Town. Koshiro has already visited, and the flaws in swordsmanship have been made up, forming Ye Kai's own swordsmanship system. Now I have picked up Anami as a navigator, so I don't have to worry about getting lost at sea. All that's left is to go to Logue Town. Let's go to Logue Town then. Logue Town must be very famous throughout East Blue. Even if you haven't been there, you know this place. After all, it is the place where One Piece, Gall D. Roger was born and executed. At the same time, as the last supply station to enter the Grand Line, it is also a place to connect to the Grand Line, and it is very prosperous here. Nami asks where Logue Town is, and if you buy a map, you can reach Logue Town. After arriving in Logue Town, it becomes much easier to know the entrance of the Grand Line. The ship that Ye-Kai and Nami are driving is a big ship, more than double the size of the first ship Luffy got in the original book, the Going Merry. Such a big ship can sail relatively fast, and it is very spacious. As in the original book, Nami also transplants a piece of orange onto the boat. When sailing at sea, if you don't supplement enough vitamin C, you are prone to get pregnant blood disease. The matter of the ship made Nami very satisfied. After all, she snatched a warship with a reward of 20 million, big pirate. The only thing that makes Nami feel hopeless is not having a good cook. As for letting Ye-Kai cook, impossible. Ye-Kai, instant noodles are takeaway. It's a pity, there is no such thing in this world. I just sold you to be a navigator, but you didn't say that you want to be a chef. Nami was very dissatisfied and said, I cook, you have to pay for it. In fact, Nami's home-cooked dishes are still very good. Regarding Nami's request, Ye-Kai said solemnly, you sold yourself to me, shouldn't you do what I asked you to do? Regarding Nami's angry expression, Ye-Kai chose to turn a blind eye and continued to eat the lunch prepared by Nami. While eating, he commented, it's not bad, keep going. It's a good thing for girls to learn more, and they will get married after they know how to cook. Only then can you make your husband like you better. I'm only 16 years old, you cruelly oppress me like this. Nami said very dissatisfied, it's too early to get married. Before I draw a map of the world, it is impossible to get married. Ye-Kai said indifferently, then you have to work hard. The objection was fruitless, and the discussion was useless. Nami could only succumb to Ye-Kai's coercion and took over the responsibility of the chef. After several days of sailing, we finally arrived in Logue Town. Seeing the bustling pier of Logue Town, with rows of boats docked, it is more prosperous than many islands and cities in East Blue. Here we are, follow me and help me carry things later. When the ship docked at the port, Nami beckoned Ye-Kai to follow. Ye-Kai, who is offering a bounty of 350 million berry in the dignified marine, is a bag-carrying existence in front of Nami. This is also impossible. Nami has learned about the situation of the Grand Line, and knows that before entering the Grand Line, it takes time to record the pointer from one island to the next. Not every island has people, and they can replenish the nearby islands casually. So before entering the Grand Line, you must prepare a lot of things. This is why, Logue Town is an important supply station before entering the Grand Line. Nami must not be able to carry too many things by herself, so Ye-Kai has to help. However, Ye-Kai and Nami were not in a hurry to go shopping, but just strolled around Logue Town. Come here, how to visit Logue Town. After all, it is the place where One Piece, Gall D. Roger was born and died, and the bustling, big city, of East Blue, so you can take a good tour. Meanwhile, news of the Grand Line entrance can also be found here. Chapter 43 Nami's Weapon. Favorites. 44 210ths. Chapter 43 Nami's Weapon. Favorites. Ye-Kai and Nami arrived in Logue Town without much notice. The appearance of the stolen pirate ship has not changed, but in East Blue, the pirate ship is almost the same, as long as you don't fly the pirate flag, who knows if you are a pirate or a member of the pirate group. When Ye-Kai followed Nami off the boat and landed on the island. The people at the port noticed Ye-Kai when they saw, this one seems to be the one who offered a reward of 350 million berry. This is also here at the port pier, which caused a lot of commotion. Some people who saw the bad situation, as well as some pirates, immediately chose to flee away from Logue Town. This choice is correct and prudent, as well as wise. These people guessed that when Ye-Kai arrived in Logue Town, he would be known by Marine sooner or later. Because Ye-Kai didn't hide at all, just walking on the road like this, Marine will receive the news sooner or later. I just don't know if the Marine stationed in Logue Town dare to attack Ye-Kai, the super pirate who has a bounty of 350 million berry. The Marine in Logue Town is doing okay. If the garrison in Logue Town reports the news of Ye-Kai directly to Naval Headquarters. At that time, the person who took action against Ye-Kai might not be the assistant Marine from Logue Town, but Naval Headquarters, Admiral. If a general at the Admiral of Headquarters level did it, the entire Logue Town might be affected, right? Thinking about it for a while, many people who saw Ye-Kai at the port immediately chose to leave Logue Town, not wanting to stay in this right and wrong place. Nami walked beside Ye-Kai, watching Ye-Kai's appearance, causing a commotion at the port pier. Many of them fled back to the boat as soon as they got off the boat, and drove the boat to escape quickly and left Logue Town. Your deterrent power is really great. Nami was very emotional, but also a little worried. There will be no problem, right? Following Ye-Kai, Nami knows that Ye-Kai will definitely protect her. The enemy who dares to attack Ye-Kai is definitely not weaker than Ye-Kai. Nami followed Ye-Kai, which is actually very dangerous. If Marine Admiral really came, Nami felt, she might drag Ye-Kai down. Ye-Kai waved his hand and didn't care at all. Vice Admiral Garp went back to visit his grandson, and it's impossible to come here in a short time. As for Marine Admiral who came here from the Grand Line, the flowers are all thanks. That dog Kizaru is fast, but he dares to appear in front of me, I promise to kill him. Ye-Kai has a lot of resentment towards Kizaru. When he just escaped from Impel Down, Ye Kai's strength was not as good as Kizaru's, and he was injured, so he was chased by Kizaru for 3 days. For 3 days he was soaking in the sea. In addition to dealing with Kizaru and getting rid of Kizaru's pursuit, he also has to deal with so many sea kings in Calm Belt. The 3 days after escaping from the promotion layer were the most painful 3 days in Ye Kai's life as a manager. Drinking sea water made me want to vomit, eating sashimi, meat from sea kings, all made me want to vomit. At this time Kizaru dared to appear in front of Ye Kai would really kill him. Today's Ye Kai has made up for the deficiencies in swordsmanship and formed its own system. Being chased by Kizaru for 3 days, 100 times the income, combat experience, willpower, are all improving. Observation hockey, armament hockey are also improving. At this time, Kizaru dared to show up. Ye Kai definitely has the strength to defeat him, just saying, killing Kizaru is more difficult. As a sparkling fruit capable user, it is not so difficult to kill Kizaru. Unless Ye Kai's observation hockey can go one step further and reach the point of predicting the future. Even if he could predict the future, it would be really hard to stop Kizaru if he wanted to run. The ability of sparkling fruit almost confirms that Kizaru has an invincible position. The speed of light is simply too fast. Kizaru is determined to escape. With the ability of sparkling fruit and his own impressive strength, there are really few people who can stop him. Fine. Hearing Ye Kai's words, Nami was about to kill Marine Admiral Kizaru, and felt relieved. Now that she sold herself as Ye Kai, Nami also knows the world's top existence. Especially the existence of Marine Admiral, which represents the strongest combat power of Marine. Ye Kai is very confident that he will kill Kizaru Admiral when he speaks. At the same time, Nami also believes that Ye Kai's analysis is correct, and Vice Admiral Garp will not be able to catch up with Logue Town in a short time. The Admiral of Headquarters came from the Grand Line, and the flowers are gone. Walking in the bustling Logue Town, Nami saw a weapon shop and walked in. While looking at the weapons in the store, I chatted with the boss for a while, but the boss's eyes fell on Ye Kai, his body was still trembling, and he couldn't speak fluently. Nami felt that it was meaningless. I need to create a handy weapon, do you have any good suggestions? Nami is going to use Ye Kai's seastone fragments to create a handy weapon. Since she wanted to follow Ye Kai, Nami knew that she would definitely be a hindrance. In order not to be too slow, she must also be strong, and she must have a little ability to protect herself. Devil fruit, seastone, these are what Ye Kai told Nami, and Nami wants to know about this. Even hockey, Nami already knows. Seastone is the seastone handcuffs that Ye Kai wore when he escaped from prison. If you want to process seastone, only Wano-kuni can do it in the world. But the seastone handcuffs brought out by Ye Kai are not 100% pure seastone, plus his steel-cutting sword technique violently cut the seastone handcuffs and gave them to Nami for self-defense. Nami wanted to make a weapon out of these cut seastones. Of course, even if it is not 100% pure seastone, it cannot be processed by ordinary craftsmen. Nami had to ask craftsmen to add seastone cut by Ye Kai to the weapon. It can also be said that it is based on the seastone cut by Ye Kai to create a handy weapon. The weather is great. Ye Kai said the name without even thinking about it. In the original book, what was not used was to use this as a weapon. However, the original book was made by Usopp. Later, Nami was photographed by the bear, and flew to Victoria to learn weather knowledge and improve his weather stick. Now, without Usopp, with Ye Kai tips, plus Nami's own weather knowledge, it should not be difficult to find a craftsman to build a weather stick. Chapter 44 Brain Crazed Smoker. 5 more for collection. 45 210ths. Chapter 44 Brain Crazed Smoker. 5 more for collection. The weather is great, that's a good suggestion. For Ye Kai's proposal, Nami nodded, feeling pretty good, and accepted the suggestion. She is very sensitive to the weather, so it is really good to make weapons according to the weather. Add some cut seastone, installed on both ends, to deal with the demon fruit power, and it will definitely work well. But Ye Kai just made a suggestion. Ye Kai has no idea how to make a weather stick or what technology is needed. This needs to be discussed between Nami herself and the craftsman of the weapon. That's no problem for Nami. To cause weather changes, it is nothing more than airflow, and the change of airflow has a lot to do with cold and heat. Nami has his own research and ideas in this area. He discussed with the craftsman who made the weapon for a while, raised his own requirements and questions, and asked, "Master, can this weapon be customized?" Finally, no problem at all. The attention of the craftsman in the weapon shop fell entirely on Ye Kai, and he said, "Can I refuse?" Therefore, he also attaches great importance to Nami's request, and it is not difficult to customize such a weapon. Even if there are problems, they must be overcome. After all, where is Ye Kai? The reward for this one is 350 million berry. Who knows the relationship between the little girl in front of me and the big pirate Ye Kai? If she can't do it, she might die the next moment, right? Then I'll leave it to you, boss, this is the deposit. Nami doesn't care about the attitudes and changes of the master craftsmen and weapon shop owners, as long as she can make the weapons she needs. After paying the deposit, Ye Kai followed Nami and continued to wander around Logue Town. After that, I went to a few more chaotic places, such as bars. The bar here is definitely not the kind of bar in Ye Kai's previous life with music playing and all kinds of demons dancing around. It's just that some pirates like to get together, chatting and bragging. Here, a lot of news can be found, and it may also cause various confusions. Crack. When Nami pushed open the door of the bar and walked in, he immediately attracted some attention. Seeing such a beautiful girl as Nami still made many people's eyes shine. Needless to say, Nami's good looks. Although she is only 16 or 17 years old, she has a very good figure. Nami's childhood experience makes Nami look very mature. She doesn't look like a little girl at all, but more like an adult. When Ye Kai followed Nami, he stepped into the bar leisurely. Quote. The whole bar suddenly fell into silence. Some people even put the wine bottle in their hands to their mouths. But from the corner of their eyes, they saw Ye Kai, and his whole body seemed to be frozen, turning into a sculpture. Don't dare to move, don't dare to move. Ask, who has a chart for the Grand Line, can I have one? I'll pay for it. At this moment, in the silent bar, a needle could be heard. And Nami's voice is not very loud, echoing in the bar, everyone can hear it clearly. Yes, you can take it. Someone tremblingly took out a nautical chart from his arms and handed it to Nami. For money-hungry Nami, since it's so friendly and doesn't charge money, it's great. Glancing at the nautical chart in his hand, Nami said politely, thank you. The person who sent the nautical chart said politely, it's nothing, it's my honor to help you and Master Ye Kai. When walking out of the bar, Nami glanced at Ye Kai and said, your deterrence is still very useful. Along the way, with Ye Kai, nothing is impossible. Give Nami a taste of what it's like to be a privileged person. There is good and there is bad. Ye Kai didn't feel anything. In observation hockey, Ye Kai already senses that Marine is after him. In fact, Ye Kai just landed in Logue Town and appeared at the port pier, and related news was reported to Smoker. Smoker immediately notifies Vice Admiral Garp with a phone bug. However, Garp has already returned to Windmill Village, and it will take a few days to get to Logue Town. Garp and Ye Kai have played against each other briefly, and have a certain understanding of Ye Kai's personality. At this time, Garp doesn't care about Ye Kai anymore, and he won't rush to Logue Town at all. Smoker said he was helpless, so he could only send someone to monitor Ye Kai to find out what Ye Kai wanted to do in Logue Town. Even, the weapon shop and bar that Ye Kai and Nami have been to. After the two left, Marine went to inquire about related matters. This is Seastone, brought out from Impel Down, supposed to have been cut from Seastone handcuffs. In the weapon shop, Smoker was smoking a cigar, watching as Nami handed over the material to the weapon shop craftsman to create a weather stick. The material is striped, with a little arc. The material is Seastone, obviously Seastone handcuffs, long strips obtained after cutting. Phew, Smoker put down the Seastone strip, and spit out an eye circle heavily. Even the Seastone can be cut, it's really scary. As a colonel of naval headquarters, he was trained under Marine Admiral. Smoker's own weapon, 10 Hands, also has Seastone. Of course he knows the processing of Seastone, not everyone can do it. The processing of Seastone can only be done by the scientists of naval headquarters. In fact, only Wanokuni has the processing technology and ability of Seastone. In other words, Seastone's handcuffs are cut into strips, all of which are Ye Kai's sword skills. Really scary. It is impossible for Vice Admiral Garp to come over in a short time, and it is impossible for me to sit idly by. No matter what, I will challenge that guy. Smoker is definitely not a very calm guy. He knew that Ye Kai was very powerful, and he was not an opponent at all. The best choice was to report the news about Ye Kai, and then leave it alone. Naval Headquarters doesn't blame Smoker either. In the entire Naval Headquarters, except for Marine Admiral's level of combat power, others are not Ye Kai's opponents at all. Smoker can report the news about Ye Kai, ignore Ye Kai, and will not be punished. But, Smoker can't do it. In East Blue, in Logue Town, but his territory, he will never let Ye Kai go. Chapter 45 Doflamingo's Invitation. Favorites. 46 210ths. Chapter 45 Doflamingo's Invitation. Favorites. There is a huge square north of Logue Town. A tall execution platform stands on the square. One Piece, Gul D. Roger, was publicly executed here. This execution platform has been preserved. It can be regarded as a warning, as a memorial and scenic spot. There are also many people from the execution platform to visit, including pirates. The death of Gul D. Roger opened the era of great pirates, and set sail for countless people with dreams and ambitions. Before entering the Grand Line, it is also a good choice to see the place where the legendary One Piece was executed. Pirates are often caught and executed. I really don't know what's the use of being a pirate. Nami looked at the execution platform and muttered in a low voice. She doesn't like pirates very much, she even hates them. After all, the dragon pirates are pirates. Nami's closest relative, Belmere, who was like a mother, was killed by members of the dragon pirates, and the village was bullied by the dragon pirates for many years. It's strange that Nami has a crush on pirates. Ye Kai said he didn't care about this. I'm not a pirate, I was just offered a bounty by Marine, and I was treated as a pirate. One Piece Gul D. Roger has opened up an era. He has his own ideas. He wants the world to find the great secret treasure. He wants to reveal something and overthrow something, but this process will bring great pain. For Ye Kai, no matter what secrets the Void Century hides, or whether the Marine and world government are orthodox, he is not interested. Isn't dynasty change a normal thing? How many generations of dynasties did Washa experience in the previous life? And isn't history written by the victors? It is normal for the victor to erase something from history, or even rewrite history. One Piece, Gul D. Roger started the era of great pirates, and asked everyone to find that great secret treasure which may be the hidden truth of this world. However, it is also a fact that countless evils and criminals were born in the era of great pirates, which led to countless tragedies and deaths. Who was right and who was wrong is hard to tell. Just like anti-Ching and fuming, everyone has their own persistence and beliefs. I didn't expect a guy who offered a reward of 350 million to have such an idea. As soon as the voice rang in the ears of Ye Kai and Nami, it seemed a little sudden, and it was obviously a conversation between Nami and Ye Kai. Nami tested his head and glanced at the man. Ye Kai didn't move at all. His Majesty observation hockey, this person's approach was always within his expectation. It can also be seen from the position of Ye Kai that he has been standing beside Nami, protecting Nami, and preventing anyone from selling Nami or threatening him with Nami. The person who spoke suddenly, saw that Ye Kai didn't move at all, and even ignored him, and smiled self-deprecatingly. He didn't dare to show any temper, but said very politely, "Mr. Ye Kai, I am from Don Quixote family, representing Doflamingo my lord, I invite you to join us." Ye Kai said without turning his head, "I'm not interested, unless Doflamingo makes way for me and makes me the boss, he will help me." Quote. Doflamingo, 7 warlords of the sea, celestial dragons, offer a reward of 340 million berry, only 10 million berry less than Ye Kai. This is because Doflamingo's identity is sensitive, and Marine dare not offer too high a reward. Later, after Doflamingo became 7 warlords of the sea, the bounty no longer increased. Otherwise, Doflamingo's reward is definitely higher than Ye Kai's. Those who came to invite Ye Kai to join the Don Quixote family, of course, supported Doflamingo, thinking that the strength of their boss was higher than that of Ye Kai. When Ye Kai said this, he obviously refused. It is also impossible for him to say anything cruel, he is just a little guy, it's just Yaukin Ye Kai who came here, and he will die if he speaks harshly. No one will take him seriously. Along the way, he not only received invitations from the Don Quixote family, but also invitations from the 4 emperors. Both Kaido and Bigmom invited Ye Kai to join. Without exception, all were rejected by Ye Kai. It is impossible for Ye Kai to join the banner of any individual or organization, and be someone else's subordinate. With 100 times the speed of cultivation, Ye Kai has achieved his current strength in just 3 months. How can he join other individuals and organizations and be willing to be under others? If you want to do it, of course you have to be the boss. Even if Ye Kai doesn't have any ambitions and doesn't want to fight for anything, he won't give in to others. Fu. Ye Kai rejected everyone's invitations, and wanted me to abdicate and let me be his subordinate. Forget it, he must have said the same to the 4 emperors, let him go, wait he will know it when he enters New World. Doflamingo was not too surprised when he received the progress reported by his subordinates. How could a guy as powerful as Ye Kai be willing to submit to others? Be someone else's subordinate. In the beginning, Doflamingo sent someone to invite Ye Kai, setting himself up for failure. It's just that he didn't expect that Ye Kai would be so presumptuous and let him abdicate. Come to think of it, that's what Ye Kai said in the invitation to the 4 emperors, right? However, this Ye Kai's view on the era of great pirates is very interesting. He also knows that Gul D. Roger wants to start the era of great pirates. He wants to do something. He himself may know some secrets, but he doesn't know this guy. What is your identity? Doflamingo's intelligence system is not weak, and even has sources in naval headquarters. As far as he knows, even naval headquarters, there is no more news about Ye Kai. Ye Kai, who seemed to appear out of nowhere, appeared in Impel Down in the first place. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be any news or activities about Ye Kai from the outside world. Chapter 46 Bury a mine casually for collection. 47 210ths. Chapter 46 Bury a mine casually. It seems, a little trouble is coming. Walking around Logue Town, rejecting several invitations, and leaving the square, Ye Kai stopped. Nami followed Ye Kai, glanced at Ye Kai curiously, and then stood behind him. Since it's a small trouble, then someone must be looking for trouble. In order not to burden Ye Kai, Nami obediently stood behind Ye Kai. At this time, Smoker came from not far away with his subordinates. Beside Smoker, is the newly recruited deputy, holding a sword in his hand, wearing glasses, and Tashigi without a ship marine costume. At this moment, Tashigi quickly followed Smoker, with a worried look on his face, and whispered to Smoker, "Colonel Smoker, are we really going to find Ye Kai? We are not his opponent at all, and the headquarters also let's not act rashly." Therefore, Smoker did not listen to naval headquarters orders and acted without authorization. Miss Smoker wants to teach this colonel a good lesson. Of course, part of the reason is that she is a little worried. After all, it is Ye Kai, the guy who offered a bounty of 350 million berry. Naval headquarters let other marine divisions find out about Ye Kai's traces and do nothing. This is not a joke. From Ms. Tashigi's point of view, Colonel Smoker's going to trouble Ye Kai like this is a bit desperate. This is my territory, I will not let any pirate act on my territory and ignore it. Smoker held a cigar in his mouth, and said righteously, but in fact, Logue Town, as an important supply station for entering the Grand Line, often has pirates coming over, and Smoker will not catch every pirate group. That is to say, Ye Kai, that's all for now. At this time, Smoker arrived at the plaza and stood in front of Ye Kai. On Ye Kai's side, he stopped for a while, as if he knew that someone would come to make trouble. Ye Kai stopped like this, and the people around him left quickly. In other words, wherever Ye Kai goes, anyone who recognizes his identity will quickly leave. This is a man with a halo of retreat. Ye Kai looked at Smoker with his head tilted, and shook his head. It doesn't seem to be enough. Naval headquarters can't let you attack me. You decided to stop me on your own, right? Ye Kai has played against Garp for a short time, so he must have some understanding of Ye Kai's strength. Even if Garp didn't report Ye Kai's strength to Sengoku, Ye Kai also fought against Kizaru. As a Marine Admiral, Kizaru hunted Ye Kai for 3 days but failed to do anything to Ye Kai. With this strength, a Marine colonel like Smoker could not deal with it. It's only natural for Marines to catch pirates. There is no need to ask the headquarters for instructions. This is my duty. Smoker said it very dearly, and Miss Tashigi next to him actually wanted to say. The headquarters told him not to take action against Ye Kai without authorization, but Colonel Smoker didn't listen. Ye Kai said lightly, "Your strength is not enough, step back." HMPH, stop looking down on people. The more Ye Kai speaks lightly, in Smoker's view, he is belittling him. After the words fell, Smoker had already launched an attack, his arms turned into smoke, and his fists flew towards Ye Kai. Hula, with the sound of breaking through the air, Ye Kai turned his upper body slightly to avoid Smoker's attack easily. When Smoker's circled smoke fist missed, he immediately turned back in the air and launched another attack from behind Ye Kai. And Ye Kai seemed to have eyes behind him, knowing that the attack was coming, he just shook his upper body and Smoker's attacks all missed. This is absolute suppression between strengths. Ye Kai's observation hockey is not, good at, but, Grandmaster, very strong. With such a powerful observation hockey, fighting people who are not good at or even know how to use hockey is like bullying a child. All attacks are expected, and when the attack strikes, it has already been avoided. In addition, Ye Kai's own strength is higher than that of Smoker, and his speed is also higher than that of Smoker. No matter how Smoker's fists attack, Ye Kai avoids dozens of attacks by Smoker without moving a step. Looking at the crazy attack of his own colonel, it doesn't work at all in front of Ye Kai. Ye Kai avoided all the attacks of his own colonel without moving a single step. The soldiers on the side and Tashigi could see that the gap between Colonel Smoker and Ye Kai was not that big. It is simply a moat. Shish. Smoker turned into smoke, instantly appeared in front of Ye Kai, and launched a melee attack. He has the ability of smoke fruit. His fists turn into smoke to attack Ye Kai. When the smoke gathers around Ye Kai, he can instantly turn into smoke and appear in front of Ye Kai. The 10 hands in his hand stabbed directly at Ye Kai's throat. Ding. Only the upper body turned into a solid, and the lower body was still in a state of smoke. Smoker landed on Ye Kai's throat with 10 hands. The attack speed is very fast, that is to say, the body attacks from the moment the smoke turns into a solid body. But, 10 hands attacked Ye Kai's throat, Ye Kai didn't dodge at all. He put his hands on Ye Kai's throat, and there was indeed the sound of metal clashing. He didn't even use armament hockey, just relying on iron body, physical fitness, and control of body muscles, he blocked Smoker's attack. Continue to practice, your strength is not enough. After all, you are a disciple trained by Marine Admiral. You haven't even mastered hockey. It's a bit unreasonable. I hope you can master hockey in the next few years. By then, there will be someone with a strong background. The pirate is going to see, I hope you can bring him a little pressure. After Ye Kai's voice fell, he clapped casually. Boom. Just a simple snap. The Smoker, who was still smoky, was slapped out of the body by Ye Kai, and the whole person was sent flying more than 10 meters away. The cigar in his mouth and the 10 hands in his hand came out, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Let me teach you a lesson. You dare to attack me even though you know you are not an opponent. If you don't teach me a lesson, won't anyone dare to attack me in the future? Ye Kai dropped this sentence, and took Nami away without looking back. And Smoker's subordinates didn't dare to stop him at all, they all ran to Smoker's side to check the colonel's injury. After all, Smoker is also the kind of impulsive, not very brainy person who dared to attack Ye Kai because he didn't listen to Naval Headquarters orders at all. This fight will definitely teach Smoker a profound lesson. I hope that in the past 2 years, Smoker can work hard to become stronger. When the time comes, when Luffy arrives in Logue Town, he will face Smoker who is more powerful than in the original book and may even master hockey. That would be fun. 2cc. Chapter 47 Nami, who is not big enough favorites. 48 210ths. Chapter 47 Nami, who is not big enough favorites. Ye Kai definitely didn't intend to cause trouble for Luffy and make it more difficult to go to sea. Just for fun, more interesting. Ye Kai wants to see the future. After Luffy goes out to sea and encounters Smoker in Logue Town, what will happen? But, thinking of the original book, Luffy is not Smoker's opponent. If it weren't for Monkey D. Dragon, Luffy might have died at the hands of Buggy and was executed on the execution platform. Without the help of Monkey D. Dragon, it would be impossible for Luffy to escape from Smoker, leave Logue Town and enter the Grand Line. Even if Smoker becomes stronger, with Monkey D. Dragon on the Logue Town side, Luffy should still be able to survive the danger. It is that Monkey D. Dragon cannot protect Luffy all the time, and it is precisely because of Monkey D. Dragon that Smoker is interested in Luffy, chasing Luffy all the way into the Grand Line, and even the New World. Smoker was just slapped casually by Ye Kai, and he was seriously injured. Several ribs were broken, and he also had some internal injuries. It was impossible not to recuperate for a while. It was the first time for Smoker's subordinates to see that Colonel Smoker, who has the ability of smoke fruit, was injured. Smoker is a Logia fruit-capable user, almost immune to all physical attacks. But in front of Ye Kai, he was slapped away with an understatement. It made Smoker's subordinates doubt their lives. Smoker lay on the hospital bed biting his cigar, and let out a heavy breath, looking very unwilling. A slap was slapped away by Ye Kai. The gap is really too big. Too big. Colonel Smoker, why did Ye Kai attack you? Tashigi has just been recruited by Smoker to be his deputy, and he still respects Smoker. Unlike 2 years later, he still dares to teach Smoker a lesson. Smoker glanced at Tashigi and spit out 2 words, hockey. As a disciple of Marine Admiral Zephyr, Colonel of Naval Headquarters, Smoker certainly knows hockey. Ye Kai is Grandmaster Observation Hockey. Facing his attacks, every time he moved his feet, he avoided dozens of attacks. It is also because of Grandmaster Armament Hockey that he was able to attack him who was a smoke man. Tashigi asked curiously, hockey, what is that? Everyone has the ability to attack the Logia demon fruit power. You don't understand it, you are still far away. Smoker glanced at Tashigi, said something briefly, and realized what was the use of saying this to this little girl. Even he hasn't mastered hockey yet, let alone the little girl Tashigi. However, the match against Ye Kai this time really stimulated Smoker. All the attacks were useless to Ye Kai, and Ye Kai finally slapped him away. This gap made Smoker feel desperate. It seems that I have been lax. I have to pick up the things I left behind and start practicing seriously. Hockey must be mastered. Smoker lost in the hands of Ye Kai, although he knew that he was definitely not Ye Kai's opponent, but he didn't expect to lose so badly. After this battle, Smoker also made up his mind that he must pick up what he left behind and practice seriously. After arriving at East Blue, he did let up. In other words, after graduating from Zephyr, he still has the ability to smoke fruit, so he relaxes. You have to practice hard. Smoker is also very curious, who is the pirate with a strong background going to sea, in Ye Kai's mouth? How strong is the background? According to Ye Kai, it seems that it will take 2 years to go to sea, and we will know when the time comes. Ye Kai didn't know that he just casually mentioned that in about 2 years, there will be a pirate with a strong background going to sea. Smoker, however, cared very much about it and kept it in his heart. Luffy's background is really strong. Grandpa is Marine hero Garp. Dad is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. One brother is One Piece, the son of Gul D. Roger, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' second team. Another brother is the general staff of the Revolutionary Army. It was the 4 emperors, Shanks, who led Luffy to the pirate road. For Luffy, Shanks even bet on his left arm, and gave Luffy the straw hat of the One Piece King Gul D. Roger. There is also a teacher who is the right arm of One Piece, Pluton Rayleigh. There is a girl who likes Luffy, she is the Serpent Princess of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Wait for a bunch of backgrounds. All in all, Luffy's background is definitely strong. Even if Ye Kai knew, Smoker was very concerned about his casual mention of, a pirate with a strong background will go to sea in 2 years' time. Ye Kai will only feel interesting, and will not have any other views. Ye Kai and Nami wandered around Logue Town and stayed for 2 days, purchasing enough food, fresh water, and necessary things. A record pointer is essential for use in Grand Line. In the original book, Luffy and the others were chased by Smoker and entered the Grand Line in a hurry. They didn't know that the record pointer was needed to move forward in the Grand Line. With Ye Kai's reminder, coupled with the understanding in Logue Town these days, Nami must be prepared for this kind of thing. At the same time, waiting for these few days is also to wait for Nami's weapon to be completed. For 3 days, Nami entrusted the weapon shop to build a weapon weather stick. Finally finished, as in the original work, Ye Kai's suggestion was adopted, and it was made into 3 sections, which can be spliced freely. When in use, it can be spliced into long sticks, and when not in use, it can be conveniently stored after the meeting. Also joined the Sea Stone, even the Devil Fruit ability of the team has a suppressive effect. The only regret is that at this time, Nami's mind is not big enough to fit in the weather. In the original book, Nami relies on her broad mind, and many things are stored in her broad mind, which is really amazing. Ye Kai also wants to see it with his own eyes. However, at this time, Nami was only 15 or 16 years old, and his mind was not big enough, so he could only use a small bag to store the weather stick and tie it on his leg. It still looks very good, with a different kind of temperament. Chapter 48 Leaving East Blue. Favorites. 49 210ths. Chapter 48 Leaving East Blue. Favorites. Come on, it's time to enter the Grand Line. After Nami got her own weapon, everything that needed to be purchased was purchased, and everything that needed to be prepared was also prepared. The next step is to enter the Grand Line. Actually, Ye Kai himself doesn't know what he wants to do when he enters the Grand Line. He doesn't have a big goal, but his current strength is strong enough, but he really doesn't have much interest in becoming the One Piece. What's the use of being the Pirate King? Ye Kai doesn't care about the Void Century, or the truth of this world. Instead of caring about these things, go to New World and fight the 4 emperors. Perhaps, replacing one of the 4 emperors, or becoming the 5th emperor, would also be a good choice. There is a card face, but also waiting for others to challenge. Anyway, let's get into the Grand Line and talk about it. There's really no point in staying at East Blue. In East Blue, there is no strong person to challenge. With Ye Kai's current strength, it is already very difficult to improve by simply relying on self-cultivation. Today, Ye Kai's physical fitness and strength training have also reached a bottleneck. It is very difficult to continue to improve, and he can only rely on years of accumulation. Ye Kai's promotion direction is swordsmanship and hockey. Whether it's swordsmanship or hockey, the fastest way to improve is to fight. Especially for hockey, apart from exercising by yourself, the fastest way to improve is to fight against hockey's powerful enemies. In battle, hockey's ascension is the fastest. If Ye Kai wants to find an opponent, he can only enter the Grand Line, or even the New World. Leaving, it seems that he is preparing to enter the Grand Line. Also, this kind of powerful guy, Grand Line, and even New World is his stage. At this moment, Smoker, with his injuries, stood on the high-rise building at the port of Low Town, watching Ye Kai and Nami drive the boat away, rushing towards the entrance of the Grand Line. Looking at the ships gradually disappearing from sight, Smoker thought to himself, after I master hockey, Grand Line and New World, sooner or later I will go. It won't be hard for Smoker to move back to Naval Headquarters. But going back to Naval Headquarters isn't going to be any less liberating than being stationed in East Blue. Staying in East Blue, he has more time to practice, try to master hockey quickly, go back to Naval Headquarters on Grand Line, and even go to New World. When the time comes, challenge Ye Kai again. The entrance to the Grand Line is just ahead. It is said that the entrance of the Grand Line is a mountain. To enter the Grand Line, we need to take the ascending canal, enter the top of the mountain, and then enter the canal of the Grand Line. On the deck of the boat, visit a sunshade and chairs. Nami was sitting on a chair with a glass of iced orange juice on the table. She opened a map, checked the entrance of the Grand Line against the map, and interpreted relevant news. It is different from the original. In the original book, neither Nami nor the Straw Hat crew knew anything about the Grand Line. Straw Hat crew was hunted down by Smoker in Low Town, fled Low Town hastily, and went directly to Grand Line, and did not find any news about Grand Line in Low Town. Now following Ye Kai, Nami found a lot of news about Grand Line in Low Town. With Ye Kai's introduction, Nami is fully prepared to enter the Grand Line. The Grand Line, in the eyes of all East Blue pirates, is a legendary place. Even with Ye Kai, Nami takes it very seriously. Ye Kai said, the entrance to the Grand Line is indeed a high mountain, also known as the Upside Down Mountain. There are a total of 4 entrances, each in the 4 seas. These 4 ascending canals converge at the top of the mountain and finally flow into the Grand Line. Ye Kai reminded Nami, the ability to push the canal directly to the top of the mountain shows how strong the undercurrent is. You have to be careful to control the boat, otherwise, if you are not careful, the boat will directly hit the red continent driven by the undercurrent. What happens next is, the ship crashed and the people died. Nami took what Ye Kai wanted to say and was not nervous. Nami looked up and looked at the weather. Today's weather is very good, and the view is very wide. I have also calculated the undercurrent of the seabed. I have calculated the entrance of the Grand Line and the entrance of the ascending canal. There is absolutely no problem entering the Grand Line. Following Ye Kai, Nami can make sufficient preparations and have a lot of time to calculate the undercurrent of the seabed, advance through the undercurrent of the seabed, hit the red continent, and then form a backflow. The part of the undercurrent that did not hit the scarlet continent directly, climbed up the mountain. This one is the ascending canal that enters the Grand Line. Nami chose to set off at 10 o'clock this morning because he judged from the weather that today's weather will be fine, and it will not be earlier than the storm, so it will be very convenient to enter the Grand Line. In the original book, Straw Hat crew entered the Grand Line too hastily, without any preparations, and even braved the storm to enter the Grand Line. If it wasn't for getting a chart from Buggy to enter the Grand Line, the Straw Hat pirates might be on the Upside Down. I saw it. It's the rising current, a canal that can climb mountains. When the sky is clear, you can see a canal from a distance, quickly, climbing, to the top of the mountain from the sea. It can forcibly push the river up to the top of the mountain to form an ascending canal, and it can also be seen how powerful the undercurrent on the bottom of the sea is after approaching the red continent. When they got here, the boat that Ye Kai and the others were driving seemed to be equipped with propellers, and under the remaining push, it directly crashed into the scarlet continent. Driven by the undercurrent, the ship moved very fast. Once the ship is not well controlled and does not enter the ascending canal accurately, it will directly hit the scarlet continent and the ship will be destroyed. Of course, Ye Kai is very strong and can basically rule out the situation of death, but it will be inconvenient if the ship is destroyed. After all, I bought a lot of things and made all the preparations, so I planted an orange orchard on the ship, and it would be a pity that the ship was destroyed. Chapter 49 The Whale and the Old Man. 5 more for collection. 5200 tenths. Chapter 49 The Whale and the Old Man. 5 more for collection. Today's update is a little late, and the revision has been revised for a while. Wow, so fast, going too fast. I can't control the direction of the ship at all. When relying on the submarine undercurrent to push the ship forward quickly, the forward speed of the ship has reached a limit. With Nami's power, there is no way to move the rudder to adjust the direction. The speed of the ship was too fast, and it was impossible for her to turn the rudder. When the ship approaches the red continent, you will realize how high the red continent is. How huge. Coupled with such a powerful undercurrent constantly hitting the scarlet continent, the billowing waves slapped water and gathered in the air, forming clouds and mist. The scarlet continent is in the clouds, with a hazy feeling, looming, like a giant hiding in the clouds. Very huge. At the same time, clouds and fog will also block the line of sight. Even though the sky is clear outside, there are still very thick clouds and fog under the red, and the visibility is not low. But driven by the undercurrent, the speed of the ship is too fast. Even if the visibility is not low, it will work, the speed is fast, and it is too difficult to adjust the direction of the ship. In other words, there is no time to adjust the direction of your progress. Or with luck, go directly to the ascending canal. Or, driven directly by the undercurrent, crashing into the Scarlet Continent, the ship is destroyed and everyone dies. Fortunately, Ye Kai is on board. Ye Kai is powerful. Among other things, under observation hockey, he can easily confirm the direction of the ascending canal, and with his strength, a moonwalk can see the situation ahead. Determine the direction and position of the ascending canal in advance, and the ship is driven by the undercurrent, as if a propeller is installed, rushing straight into the ascending canal. There are really ascending canals, and the boats are climbing. It's so shocking. Ye Kai also said with emotion, nature is amazing. Standing on the boat, Nami looked at the upper body canal in front of her, and turned her head to look at the sea behind her. She could see a different view, the boat was climbing a mountain. This feeling is very magical and shocking. Even Ye Kai admitted that what Nami said was really shocking, nature is amazing. Ye Kai saw the canal on his upper body, this canal that can climb mountains, felt the boats under his feet, and was climbing up under the impetus of the canal, and felt miraculous. This kind of experience, this kind of personal experience and participating in it, is completely different from watching manga or anime in the previous life. Feel good. Ye Kai stood firmly at the bow of the boat, watching the boat climb the mountain driven by the canal, and the speed was very fast. From time to time, there would be water splashing and falling on Ye Kai's body, but he didn't care about it at all. This feeling of watching the ship climb the mountain is very good. If you have a mobile phone, you can take a group of selfies, share a short video or something, it will definitely become popular. Nami was also standing beside Ye Kai, but she was not as chic as Ye Kai. She held on to the guardrail with both hands, watched the boat advance, and said a little excitedly, there is still time to go up and they will converge after reaching the top of the mountain, and finally flow into the Grand Line. Also in other words, we are about to enter the Grand Line. Yes, Ye Kai responded lightly. Nami looked very excited. That's right, you know so much about Grand Line, you were imprisoned in Impel Down before, so you can be regarded as coming out of Grand Line. The reason why Nami is excited is that in the entire East Blue, there are very few people who have entered the Grand Line. Being able to enter the Grand Line is a legend. So, to enter the Grand Line soon, for 15 or 16-year-old Nami, it is a very exciting thing and a sense of accomplishment. The boats take the ascending canal, finally meet at the top of the mountain, then follow the current into another canal, and rush down the mountain quickly. Wow, going down the mountain. No. What is that? Why is the exit blocked? Boats meet at Upside Down Mountain, converge into a canal, and race down the mountain into the Grand Line. But, Nami saw that there was a huge, black shadow, below, blocking the exit of the canal. If he rushes down so quickly, isn't he directly mounted on the black shadow? What is that shadow? It can't be a mountain, can it? If it is really a mountain, isn't it inevitable death? So, why is it difficult to enter the Grand Line? The reason why countless people failed to enter the Grand Line and died in the Grand Line is because of this. It's a whale. When Ye Kai saw the exit of the canal, he was blocked by a huge, black shadow, and he also knew that it was the whale Abu in the original book. The whale was blocked at the exit of the canal, and only a small angle between the two sides could pass through. Driven by the descending canal, the speed of the ship was extremely fast. One accidentally hit the whale Abu directly, and then, the ship would be destroyed. Boom. In an instant, a powerful sword power was released from Ye Kai, and the killing intent burst out like a substance, aiming at the whale Abu. Afterwards, Ye Kai stepped on one, and a powerful vacuum slash flew towards the whale's eyes. Tempest kick, swish, vacuum slash and accompanied by a powerful momentum and murderous aura, in such an instant. The huge pupils of the whale Abu shrank suddenly, as if he had been greatly frightened, and even felt the danger of death. Boom. At this time, the old man wearing shorts and slippers, holding a newspaper in one hand, appeared in front of the whale Abu in an instant, and smashed the vacuum slash brought out by Tempest kick with his fist. The whale Abu was also at this moment, its tail slapped the sea, and it dived into the sea with a crash, causing a wave and countless splashes. Splashes of water fell from the sky, creating a rainbow. Ye Kai's powerful sword and murderous aura just now naturally caught Crocus' attention. Over the past few decades, tens of thousands of people have entered the Grand Line, and it is not that no one shot at the whale just now and wanted to kill the whale Abu. But, the whale Abu is still alive and well, it's not unreasonable. This ordinary-looking old man who is nearly 70 years old has extraordinary strength. Although Crocus is old, as the ship doctor on the ship of the Roger Pirates, he still has the strength. What's more, this is only the first half of the Grand Line, or even just the entrance of the Grand Line, no one is really his opponent. Just now Ye Kai just used his powerful momentum and murderous aura to scare off the whale Abu. That Tempest kick was just a test, it was aimed at Crocus. Chapter 50 Crocus, Favorites, 51/210. Chapter 50 Crocus, Favorites. Ye Kai knew that Crocus had been looking after Laboon at the entrance of the Grand Line, and he also knew that Crocus might not be too weak. The Tempest kick just now was not aimed at Laboon the whale, but Crocus. As it turns out, Crocus has a lot going for it. The whale laboon dived into the sea, and the boat entered the sea smoothly, which made Nami relieved. However, seeing Ye Kai looking at the bank at the exit of the canal, an uncle, or an old grandfather looked at Ye Kai with a serious face. Crocus looked at Ye Kai, and could feel Ye Kai's eagerness to try. I also guessed that the tempest kick just now was not directed at the whale laboon, but directed at him. Ye Kai, Crocus, who often reads newspapers, naturally knows a little bit. Seen from the bounty issued by Marine. Other than that, no more information is known. Crocus saw that Ye Kai was obviously a new face. How did he know he was here? Ye Kai obviously meant to challenge him. Boom. While guessing Ye Kai's thoughts, Ye Kai has already moved. The whole person jumped from the boat, jumped straight up, stepped on moonwalk, and rushed directly to Crocus. My old man, I'm getting old, don't come looking for me. New World is the place you should go. There are many strong people waiting for you to challenge, and you will definitely have a place. Crocus also knew at this time that Ye Kai wanted to challenge him. And, the young people nowadays, they do it as soon as they say it. Crocus held the newspaper in his hand and punched Ye Kai's fist. Boom. With Armament Hockey's fist, there was a fierce collision with the newspaper in Crocus's hand. Ye Kai's fist, which itself has Armament Hockey, is very Minxian. Of course Crocus noticed, the rolled-up newspaper in his hand, of course, also carried Armament Hockey. Otherwise, how could it be possible to head-to-head with Ye Kai? Unless Crocus is not the ship doctor in Roger Pirates, but a steel-slashing great swordsman, no matter what he holds in his hand, even a piece of paper, he can unfold steel and head-to-head with Ye Kai. The fist collided with the newspaper, and Ye Kai retreated all over, stepped on a moonwalk in the air, and landed at the other end of the canal exit. On the ground under Mr. Crocus's feet, there are potholes several meters in size, surrounded by spider webs, stretching several meters. The newspaper in his hand was not shredded or damaged in the collision. It can be seen that Crocus's Armament Hockey is strong enough, at least not weaker than Ye Kai. How to say it, Crocus has been waiting here for decades at Upside Down Mountain. Galdie Roger was sick and couldn't find a solution, so he invited Crocus to board the ship as a ship doctor to continue his life. Crocus is not the elder of the Roger Pirates. Accepting the invitation of the Roger Pirates is more like cooperation, just to help Roger continue his life. As far as Armament Hockey is concerned, Crocus has practiced decades more than Ye Kai. Even if Ye Kai has 100 times the cultivation speed, Crocus's hockey will not be weaker than Ye Kai. Hockey needs practice and accumulation. The fastest way to improve hockey is to fight. So, isn't Ye Kai just fighting? However, after Crocus and Ye Kai played against each other, he spread out the newspaper in his hand, read the newspaper, and obviously didn't want to do it anymore. Ye Kai didn't want to waste this opportunity. I also asked seniors to give advice. Ye Kai gave full play to the spirit of shameless and stalking, and attacked Crocus again. As soon as he finished speaking, Moonwalk stepped on his feet, swung his fist again, and rushed towards Crocus. Boom! Crocus swung his fist back and collided with Ye Kai's fist. Bang bang bang! In the next instant, the two fought each other no less than a dozen times. Ye Kai's attack was stronger and faster. The battle became more and more intense. Crocus couldn't handle it with one hand at all, so he could only drop the newspaper in his hand and deal with Ye Kai's attack with two hands. The two were fighting against Armament Hockey. At the same time, Ye Kai also starts using Observation Hockey to dodge and predict Crocus's attack, and then uses Armament Hockey to attack Crocus. This forced Crocus to use Observation Hockey. Otherwise, his attacks were all avoided by Ye Kai, all were predicted by Ye Kai. How could he attack Ye Kai? Boy, I'm just a doctor. Doctor, and I'm already old. What's the point of you challenging me? Let's go to New World. After saying that, Crocus kicked Ye Kai, the whole leg in slippers, with Armament Hockey, shining with metallic luster. Boom! Ye Kai also raised his foot. The 2 feet with Armament Hockey were colliding, and the two retreated more than 10 meters each to stabilize their bodies. In this competition, Ye Kai did not use all his strength, but his strength was very strong. Crocus is really just a doctor, not as powerful as a monster like Garp. Ye Kai just uses Armament Hockey to fight against Crocus, and Crocus's Armament Hockey is not weaker than Ye Kai. Hockey's ascension is fastest only in combat. Moreover, Ye Kai, who has a training speed of 100 times, once played against a person of Crocus's level, is equivalent to accumulating the experience of fighting 100 times. How could Ye Kai miss such an opportunity? In this fight, Ye Kai can feel the improvement of his Observation Hockey. Crocus guarded the whale laboon for so many years, and even healed the whale inside the whale laboon, communicated with laboon, and swam in stomach acid. Proven Crocus Grandmaster Observation Hockey and Armament Hockey. Personal opinion, do not spray if you have different opinions. Offended. After this collision, Ye Kai flew back more than 10 meters and landed on the boat, apologizing to Crocus very sorry. Crocus' feet were still shaking at this point. Ye Kai has no right to use it, and the power he can use is not small, at least comparable to Crocus's drumming. Crocus used all his strength, but Ye Kai didn't use all his strength. Such a head-to-head encounter, even with Armament Hockey's protection, is not comfortable. What's more, since he hasn't done anything for decades, his body is old. Of course, Crocus is a little uncomfortable with such a fierce battle. HMPH. Crocus gave a cold snort of dissatisfaction, picked up the newspaper on the ground, went back to the bank and sat down on the deck chair, crossed his legs and continued to read the newspaper, ignoring Ye-Kai. Chapter 51 Grand Line Sets Sail. Favorites. 52 210. Chapter 51 Grand Line Sets Sail. Favorites. Excuse me, ha ha ha. Ye-Kai returned to the boat with a hearty laugh, and left the upside-down mountain by boat. For ordinary people, this battle may be a simple confrontation and competition. This is not a fight with all your strength, let alone a life-and-death battle, and the rewards will not be too great. However, for Ye-Kai who has 100 times the speed of cultivation, this competition is equivalent to 100 competitions. Even if it wasn't a life-and-death battle, neither of them used their full strength, and the experience of 100 competitions was very rich. Especially observation hockey. In this short and intense fight, even though Ye-Kai did not use all his strength, Crocus did not use his full strength, but observation hockey did his best in this invisible competition. Ye-Kai's observation hockey was already stronger than armament hockey, and now it has been improved a bit. Happy, of course happy. The mood is very good, although there is a little disrespect for the old and the young. Thinking of the strength of Crocus, respecting the elders, is used on this person, so why not? This kind of strength, in the first half of the entire Grand Line, few have it. What's more, this is only the entrance of the Grand Line, except for those strong players who came back from New World, few people are Crocus opponents. This kind of monster is enough to give Marine a headache, and the New World is going to be in chaos again. Crocus was lying on the chair, but his eyes did not fall on the newspaper. From the corner of his eye, he looked at Ye-Kai's distant ship, feeling a sense of emotion in his heart. It's really young people's world now. With the strength of Ye-Kai, entering New World will definitely occupy a place. Coupled with the monsters that escaped from Impel Down, New World will definitely be in chaos, and Marine will have another headache. The pattern of New World is bound to change. But, the New World is chaotic, so the pirates can kill each other. For Marine, it might be what they want to see. Who was that old man just now? It seems very powerful. Nami asked curiously. To be able to compete with Ye-Kai, of course, the strength will not be too bad. Nami still remembers the picture of Ye-Kai splitting the sky, splitting the island in half and the sea in two when he was in Kokoyasi village. Of course, I also remember the scene where Ye-Kai and Vice Admiral Garp played against each other. With Ye-Kai's strength, the old man's strength will definitely not be too bad. Ye-Kai nodded, and said, the doctor who was on the One Piece ship back then, of course he is very good. The ship doctor on the One Piece ship. Gul D. Roger. Nami showed a surprised expression. He didn't expect to meet the legendary person on the One Piece ship when he entered the Grand Line. Are there any other One Piece besides Gul D. Roger? Ye-Kai asked back. Nami didn't speak, just nodded to show understanding. In Nami's memory, only One Piece is known, Gul D. Roger. None of the other members of One Piece's ship knew about it, or even heard of it. This is a bit strange. Nami didn't think about it before, but now it seems that Marine deliberately concealed relevant information. According to the information we got, after entering the Grand Line, there are a total of 7 routes. We can choose one of the routes to start, and we can all reach the destination in the end, Raftel. Nami looked at the record pointer on his wrist and asked Ye-Kai, which route shall we choose? Different from the original book, following Ye-Kai into the Grand Line, Nami collected a lot of information about the Grand Line in Logue Town. Know that entering the Grand Line can choose a path forward. Every road is different and will eventually reach a destination, Raftel. The legendary One Piece, Gul D. Roger's great secret treasure is in Raftel. You can choose whatever you want, it doesn't matter. Ye-Kai didn't really want to go anywhere. In East Blue, he visits Koshiro to sort out his sword skills. Also harvested Nami, a big loli, as a navigator. I also went to Logue Town to see it, and all the goals were achieved. In the Grand Line, speaking, Ye-Kai doesn't really want to go anywhere, the only place he wants to go may be Sabayati Archipelago. Because Rayleigh is there, the right arm of the legendary One Piece is definitely not too weak. It is also the teacher of Luffy Haki who will meet in the future. Ye-Kai is very interested in Rayleigh, and it is a good choice to try it out. So it doesn't matter which path you choose. They will eventually arrive at Sabayati Archipelago, where they choose the way to enter New World. There are only 2 ways to enter the New World. Pass through the Holy Land of Mariajoy, or pass through the Fishman Island under the sea. Ye-Kai definitely chose the latter. He is a big pirate with a bounty of 350 million from naval headquarters, how could he pass through the Holy Land of Mariajoy? In addition, Ye-Kai is very interested in the Fishman Island. To be precise, he is very curious about how beautiful Princess Shirahoshi is, the #1 beauty in the legendary pirate world. In Ye-Kai's opinion, Nami's appearance is already very good, and after a few years of blooming, she will be beautiful enough. Even so, Nami is worse than Princess Shirahoshi. Then choose any one. Ye-Kai didn't give any advice, and he didn't seem to care. Nami also chose a route at will. According to Nami's understanding of Ye-Kai, it is the first half of the Grand Line. There is no difficulty at all, just choose any route. Nami also learned a lot of information and news about Grand Line from Ye-Kai. At least she knows that the Grand Line is divided into the first half and the second half of New World. The New World is the place where the powerful gather, and the 4 emperors are all in the New World. After the ship confirms a direction, it starts to move forward following the record pointer. Nami is in his own drawing room on the first floor of the ship, draws the world chart, records relevant information, occasionally pays attention to the record pointer, and directs Ye-Kai to steer the helm to avoid deviation from the direction. Ye-Kai practiced on the second floor. Even if his physical fitness and strength have reached a bottleneck, it will take years of accumulation to go further. But with a training speed of 100, Ye-Kai will not be idle. If you practice hard every day, you will always gain something. If there is no gain in one day, if you persist for a few days, 10 days, or a month, at 100 times the speed of practice, there will always be gains. Chapter 52 The First Stop of the Grand Line for Collection. 53 210ths. Chapter 52 The First Stop of the Grand Line for Collection. Ye-Kai, you promised me to take care of all the money on board. What happened? No money at all. Where's your treasure? As a big pirate with a reward of 350 million in marine, how could you not have your own treasure? I have to do the cooking. I can't change it for a bounty. I'm your navigator and the Marines already know it. How could they give me a bounty? You liar. On the boat, Nami's very dissatisfied voice came. There is a trace of anger, a trace of arrogance, and a trace of the feeling of being unlovable. Although Nami sold herself to Ye-Kai when she was in Kokoyasi village. But Ye-Kai also said that if he becomes a navigator, all his money will belong to Nami. Nami thought back when Ye-Kai was in East Blue, he helped him raise 100 million berry in one day, and even more. Join Ye-Kai, be a navigator for Ye-Kai, and manage money. It feels good too, right? What's more, Ye-Kai is a big pirate with a reward of 350 million berry. In East Blue, a little pirate with a bounty of tens of millions has a lot of treasures. Ye-Kai must have his own treasures, right? The results of it, Nami feels cheated. It's all in the Grand Line. Ye-Kai doesn't seem to have any treasure. Not only is there no treasure, after joining Ye-Kai, on the way to Logue Town, even if Ye-Kai defeated some pirates, Nami could not exchange them for bounties. Marine already knew that she joined Ye-Kai and became Ye-Kai's navigator. How could Marine give Nami a bounty? It's fine if you don't capture Nami. Therefore, at this time, Nami felt quite hopeless. After entering the Grand Line, the ship has sailed for 2 days and has not yet reached the first island. Nami should be a little emotional. Fortunately, they were well prepared and had all the supplies, but there were only Ye-Kai and Nami on board, which seemed a bit boring. Adding that Ye-Kai has been practicing, Nami seems even more bored, so there is such a complaint. To this, Ye-Kai can only say, I didn't say I have wealth. But don't worry, even if we can't catch pirates to make money, we can grab their treasures. Ye-Kai still couldn't help comforting Nami and stabilizing Nami's little mood. After all, Nami is just a 16 or 17-year-old Lolita. Humph. Nami didn't want to talk to Ye-Kai. He sat on a chair, laying his whole body on the table, and fiddled with the record pointer on his hand. What makes people feel emotional is that even if Nami is lying on the table, his body is not completely in contact with the table. So a little distance. Nami, who fiddled with the probability pointer, suddenly raised his head, then stood up, looking at the direction the ship was heading. On the sea, an island came into view. Ye-Kai, Yudao, our first stop has arrived. The first stop on the Grand Line has finally arrived. Nami looked very excited, which marked her stepping into the Grand Line, the first island of the Grand Line. As the boat approaches, you can see the small town and port on the shore of the island. It proves that this is not an uninhabited island. In fact, the 7 routes of the Grand Line, the first island of each route is not an uninhabited island. Why? Because the pirates who enter the Grand Line will choose one of the routes. No matter which one they choose, there must be someone waiting for the first island, even a marine stationed there. It's just not the first island of each route, like the Whiskey Peak chosen by Luffy and the others in the original book, belongs to the gathering place of bounty hunters, and is secretly controlled by the Baroque Walker Studio. Arrive. Ye-Kai and Nami drove the boat to dock at the port. Nami seemed a little excited and couldn't wait to get off the boat. Of course, she didn't leave Ye-Kai too far, she still kept her vigilance. Here, but the Grand Line. The place where countless pirates want to come in belongs to the grave of pirates. In addition to various natural disasters, it must be humans who really buried countless pirates. The ships driven by Ye-Kai and Nami do not have any pirate flags, nor do they have pirate symbols. Even Ye-Kai does not consider himself a pirate, and after recruiting Nami, he did not take the name of the pirate group. Nami has no objection to this. She naturally doesn't like pirates very much. Joining Ye-Kai's banner is not better than being a pirate. However, Ye-Kai was offered a bounty of 350 million berry by Marine, which belongs to the big pirate with a very high bounty. Even if Ye-Kai and Nami don't think they are pirates in the eyes of others. That person couldn't be that guy. You can't be wrong, it's the guy who offered a reward of 350 million. I didn't expect such a monster to come. Who do you think is stronger, this guy or the recently rising Fire Fist? It goes without saying that although Fire Fist is very powerful, but in terms of rewards, this guy must be higher and stronger. His bounty is a lot of water, right? This guy just escaped from Impel Down, and Marine didn't dare to announce other escapees, so he quit to take the blame, so there is a reward of 350 million. Of course, the strength there must be some, otherwise it would be impossible to escape from prison with other people, but in terms of strength, it is definitely not as good as Fire Fist. Tisk tisk tisk, don't care who is strong and who is weak, let's leave first. When Marine gets the news, he will definitely report it. First heard that Marine Admiral is nearby. Go first, quote. As soon as Ye Kai and Nami's boat arrived, it attracted a lot of attention. It's just that many people didn't expect that what they waited for was actually a guy with a reward of 350 million. This is the entrance of the Grand Line, the first stop to enter the Grand Line. I didn't expect that there would be a guy with a reward of 350 million to log in. Many people chose to slip away when they saw Ye Kai, and it was meaningless to stay. It seems that no matter where you go, you have a lot of deterrent power. Arriving at the Grand Line, Nami seemed to be a lot more careful, following Ye Kai forward while paying attention to the movement around him. When Ye Kai appeared, many people chose to turn around and leave. At this moment, 4 or 5 ships had already left the port. It is enough to prove that Ye Kai's deterrence is also useful in Grand Line. Ye Kai said, "It's no longer useful in East Blue. Many people don't believe that my bounty is because of strength." Just now Ye Kai heard voices discussing him. Marine did not announce that Impel Down was destroyed and how few people escaped from prison, but only said that Ye Kai was the planner, organizer, and top criminal of the prison escape event, and marked him with a reward of 350 million. This has led many people to believe that Ye Kai was just a pirate who was pushed out to take the blame, and who really planned to break out of prison and destroy Impel Down. Marine dared not announce it at all, fearing that it would cause a commotion. Therefore, Ye Kai's reward of 350 million yuan does not represent his strength. There is indeed this possibility. For example, Robin is in this similar situation. It's just that Nami scoffed at it. She doesn't have a big concept of Impel Down prison, because she hasn't been exposed to it. However, Nami witnessed Ye Kai's sword splitting the sky, splitting the island in half and the sea in two. It's not surprising that there is a reward of 350 million for such a strength, right? Chapter 53 News of Fire Fist Ace. Favorites. 54 210ths. Chapter 53 News of Fire Fist Ace. Favorites. However, what surprised Ye Kai was, as soon as you enter the Grand Line, you hear from Ace. In the conversation I heard just now, compare him with Fire Fist. This Fire Fist should be referring to Ace, right? Ace with Logia Devil Fruit, Mara Fruit, will soon rise after entering the Grand Line, which Ye Kai can be sure of, and can also predict. Ye Kai didn't know when Ace went to sea. To determine an approximate timeline he is in, Ye Kai is not very interested in Ace and Luffy. Ye Kai is more interested in big beauties. Referring to the original book, it has been a long time since I went to sea from Luffy and arrived at Sabayati Archipelago. In fact, just less than 3 months have passed. Even with the battle on the top, it has only been more than 3 months. In other words, it took Luffy less than 3 months to start from East Blue, enter the Grand Line, and arrive at Sabayati Archipelago. It is not difficult for Ace to enter the Grand Line and quickly win the title of Fire Fist. According to Ye Kai's inference, Ace should have entered the Grand Line for a while, right? There is also the ability of Logia Mara Fruit. It is normal to rise rapidly. Let's find a place to eat first. Nami suggested to find a place to eat something else. Although a lot of food is prepared on board, Nami's home-cooked dishes are also good. But Nami is not a professional chef. He always eats the same ingredients and cooks them in the same way. Anyone who eats them for a period of time will get tired of them. Finding a restaurant that seemed crowded, Ye Kai and Nami walked in, ordered a nice lunch and ate while listening to other people's conversations. Nami is at the Grand Line, and it is obvious that many people in the Grand Line will not feel afraid even if they recognize Ye Kai. What should be eaten is still eaten, what should be talked is still talked. It is said that the Fire Fist Ace and the Murloc Jinbei fought for 7 days and 7 nights, and the whole island was destroyed by seawater and flames. Closing parenthesis. Yeah, someone went to see that island, and it turned into a piece of scorched earth, with traces of being soaked in seawater, and traces of fights everywhere. Fire Fist's bounty has exceeded 300 million. It's a terrifying rate of increase. Marine actually invited him to become 7 warlords of the sea. The Murloc Jinbei is the 7 warlords of the sea. If Fire Fist Ace can fight Jinbei for 7 days and 7 nights, he naturally has the strength to become the 7 warlords of the sea. But I heard that Fire Fist Ace was forced to retreat by Marine Admiral. I don't know where he went. Marine 3 Admiral is very active, and I often hear news that some pirates have been cleaned up by 3 Admiral. Supposedly after a prisoner who escaped from Impel Down. Speaking of this, many people even glanced at Ye Kai. After all, Ye Kai is the prisoner who escaped from Impel Down, and the only person whose escape from Impel Down was rewarded. But Marine 3 Admiral was active in the first half of the Grand Line in New World, and didn't go after Ye Kai, the big pirate with a bounty of 350 million. If there is no problem here, no one will believe it. 3. Admiral is chasing the prisoner who escaped from Impel Down, but not Ye Kai. At least one thing can be proved. The prisoners that Marine Admiral is chasing are stronger than Ye Kai. Ye Kai was not hunted because he is not strong enough. Which category is harmless? You seem very interested in the Fire Fist Ace mentioned by these people. Nami sat across from Ye Kai, and noticed that Ye Kai was listening to the conversation around him. When other people mentioned Fire Fist Ace, Ye Kai's eating speed was obviously slowed down. This shows that Ye Kai is more interested in Fire Fist Ace. Ye Kai ate lunch, and felt that the taste was average, not better than Nami's home-cooked food. It's just that the ingredients are fresher and more diverse. Curious about Nami, Ye Kai just nodded and said, Fire Fist Ace is also a pirate from your East Blue, a very good pirate, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Nami was a little surprised. Vice Admiral Garp's grandson became a pirate. Nami didn't turn the corner a bit. Vice Admiral Garp is a marine hero, how could his grandson become a pirate? What a strange thing. Seeing Nami's surprised expression, Ye Kai felt more interesting, and said, however, Ace is not the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, but adopted. The grandson of Vice Admiral Garp is similar, he will definitely become a pirate in the future, because he has a very powerful leader. Ye Kai still hasn't said that Vice Admiral Garp's own son is the biggest enemy of marine and world government, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Nami feels a bit strange, did not expect the grandson of the marine hero Vice Admiral Garp to become a pirate. After dinner, Ye Kai and Nami stayed in the town for a while to do some shopping. At the same time, I also learned that the record pointer is here, and it takes 4 days to complete the record. In other words, Ye Kai and the others must stay here for 4 days, and the record pointer will point to the next island after the record pointer completes the record. 4 days is not a long time, Ye Kai passed after a while of practicing. Nami also took the time to draw the sea map here. Find something to do, time always flies by. However, on this island, there are not only bounty hunters, but also a marine division. When Ye Kai and Nami appeared in Logue Town, Smoker had already reported it, and Naval Headquarters also knew that Ye Kai would enter the Grand Line in the near future, but they didn't know which route he would choose to depart. Now, on the island where Ye Kai and Nami are staying, the Marine branch will report the news, and it will soon reach the nearby Aokiji. The endless sea. Wearing a white suit vest, a 3-meter tall man is sailing on the sea on a bicycle. Driving a bicycle on the sea is like driving on flat ground. If you take a closer look, you will find that when the wheels of the bicycle move forward, the place that is crushed is instantly frozen into ice. The wheels of the bicycle, when rolling forward, are all pressed against the ice, not the sea water. It is only Marine Admiral Aokiji who can directly freeze the sea and ride a bicycle on the sea. Blue Brew. While walking, Aokiji's phone buzzed. I'm near Belove Island. Has Ye Kai entered the Grand Line? I chose my route. I know, I will take the time to check it out. News came from Naval Headquarters that Ye Kai entered the Grand Line and chose the 5th route, which is on the route of Aokiji, and will collide sooner or later. Aokiji didn't care about this, and said solemnly that he would go and have a look, but he was not in a hurry at all. After hanging up the phone bug, he still rode his bicycle leisurely on the road, not 1 second faster because of the notification from Naval Headquarters. Chapter 54, Broken Moon. 5 more for collection. 55 200 Chapter 54, Broken Moon. 5 more for collection. Sent at the 5th update, please support the collection. The chapter will be revised twice when uploading, once when it is uploaded, and again after uploading. The chapter has just been uploaded, it may be better to wait a few minutes and then read it. Of course, it's okay to watch it directly, all the revisions are typos and sentences, and the content will not change much. It is the wee hours of the night. Port Pier. Ye Kai was lying on the bed, his body undulating slightly, already falling into a deep sleep. The room next to Ye Kai is Nami, who is also in a deep sleep. In the dark night, there are no lights, only a waning moon and scattered stars. Today's night sky is not very good, but it is a dark and windy murderous night. Several figures, in the darkness, approached Ye Kai and their ship. Why are there always people who don't give up? Ye Kai opened his eyes instantly, with a trace of helplessness and cruelty in his eyes. Why are there always people who don't believe in evil and come to make trouble? Obviously, Ye Kai can give himself the answer to this question. Upon arriving at the island, Ye Kai heard the answer. Some people think that Ye Kai's reward of 350 million yuan represents that Bin is not his strength. It's just that Ye Kai escaped from Impel Down, Marine can't release the information of other jailbreakers, and put all the problems of jailbreak on Ye Kai, so there is a reward of 350 million. There are always people who want to take risks. There are always people who don't believe in evil, and there are always people who like to challenge powerful people. Even the 4 emperors have always been challenged, let alone Ye Kai. As early as when Impel went down to the 4th floor of freezing hell, Ye Kai had done relevant training. Let other people throw snowballs at him while he is sleeping, improve vigilance and reflection ability, and look forward to awakening observation hockey. It is impossible to attack at night. Ye Kai doesn't want the ship to be destroyed, it will be more troublesome, although he can grab one at any time. But it's not a problem to always rob other people's ships, not to mention that there are a lot of things on the ship, and it's not good to be destroyed. Such as Nami drawing nautical charts, and orange groves on board. Call out. Under the night, Ye Kai disappeared into the room like a ghost, and the whole thing blended into the night silently and moved quickly. If Ye Kai was wearing black clothes, under the moonlight, at his speed, few people would be able to see him. Unfortunately, Ye Kai doesn't like Chuan's black clothes. He was dressed in white clothes, matched with his tall figure, his resolute face, his unique aura as a strong man, and Ye Kai's attitude of not caring much about anything. The overall temperament is still very good. Of course, this half is also very conspicuous in the dark. Like a ghost, Ye Kai appeared from the corner of a 4-story building on the pier, overlooking the enemy who was preparing to attack. When Ye Kai stopped and stood on the roof swaggering like this, it was hard not to be noticed with his undisguised murderous aura. It was discovered. The visitor looked at Ye Kai, and was not surprised by being discovered, but praised Ye Kai. This vigilance is not bad, but... Pooh. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Kai's figure had disappeared from the roof, appearing beside the enemy like a ghost, without extra movements at all, not even using the knife in his hand. It's just like reaching out your hand in an ordinary way, and pointing your finger on the enemy's head. Not even touching the enemy's head with a finger, let alone using armament hockey. Just used finger grab with a strong force to directly pierce the enemy's head with a single effort. Bang! As the enemy's corpse fell to the ground, many people still attacked Yi Kai. These people were not frightened by Yi Kai's sudden appearance and instant kill, and chose to continue the attack. Yi Kai swayed slightly, easily dodging the attacks of 4 or 5 people, and then stretched out, fingers a little, and one person directly fell to the ground. Tempest kick. With a lift of their feet, several people who wanted to escape were split in half by a slash, and the corpse was split in 2 in the air, and scattered all over the ground with blood. The movement here also alarmed the people nearby. Seeing that it was Yi Kai, he immediately chose to avoid it. It can be said that he shied away, fearing that it would be affected. Yi Kai also sighed. With such strength, who gave you the courage? Ah. Yi Kai let out a heavy, ah, which was a rhetorical question, more like questioning the dead, and also like warning others. The next moment, Yi Kai stepped on the moonwalk, and his whole body was sent into the sky like a cannonball, flying to a height of 100 meters. Holding the handle of the knife with his right hand, he pulled out the Tadao. The Tadao is still the ordinary Tadao that I randomly picked up on the pirate ship when I went to Shimotsuki village. Such an ordinary sword in the hands of ordinary people may just be hacked casually and used as cannon fodder among the pirates. Putting it in Yi Kai's hands, such an ordinary Tadao would not be the slightest difference from a famous sword, and it could still burst out with terrifying power. Although I don't want to prove anything, but it's a bit bad to be missed and disturbed all the time. Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves thinking about it. There are always people who think that Yi Kai's reward does not match his strength, and want to try it out. For Yi Kai, who doesn't like trouble, it's a bit boring. He likes to fight, and he likes to challenge the strong. But that's challenging the strong man. He has no interest in the young man. Broken Moon. Yi Kai's body was at a height of 100 meters, holding the Tadao in his hand, and stabbing downward. It's such a simple stab. Like an invisible sword energy running through the world. The buildings with a radius of 100 meters on the shore of the port, together with the earth, disappeared on the island, leaving only a deep hole. Bottomless, like a black hole connected to the depths of the ocean. Tens of seconds later, the Seawater Taoist temple filled the pothole in the 100-meter consignment in an instant. Originally, there was a piece of land near the port, and it seemed relatively prosperous. Now, the building next to the port has disappeared, and it has turned into a 100-meter-sized lake. As for the few enemies hiding in the dark, they disappeared along with the land and buildings. From the beginning to the end, these hidden enemies don't know if Yi Kai discovered them. I don't know why Yi Kai jumped into the air. Their consciousness stayed in Yi Kai jumping into the air. Then they felt a sword energy that could penetrate heaven and earth fall down, with a strong wind blowing their clothes and hair. Then, there's no after that. When they saw that sword chi, it was already something that their consciousness finally remembered. If opening the sky is the slashing of basic swordsmanship, with enough power to open up the world, it goes forward unstoppable, 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 and unstoppable. Then Broken Moon is the stab in basic swordsmanship. A sword pierces through everything, enough to penetrate the moon above the 9 heavens. Among all the attacks, the thorn must be the most powerful, strongest, and most concentrated. All concentrated in one point, the power is of course powerful. Yi Kai wrote Broken Moon, the power written was too strong, the penetrating power was too strong. When the sword energy came into contact with the ground, it would have pierced through the ground silently. There is not much sound at all, the buildings and land on the ground have disappeared, and there is only a bottomless abyss. Only when the seawater pours back, the movement is relatively large. The backflowing seawater has successfully climbed more than 10 meters, bringing out a huge reputation, like a jet of water sprayed out by a whale, turning into a sky full of water spray. This movement naturally woke up many sleeping people in the night, and Nami was naturally one of them. When Nami was disturbed, she was sleeping on the boat and could even feel the boat shaking. Through the window of the room, she looked in the direction of the movement, and she could also see the soaring water column formed by the backflow of seawater, as well as the scattered spray in the sky. What is more eye-catching may be the extra lake on the ground. Chapter 55 Broken Sea Yi Kai. Favorites. 56 210ths. Chapter 55 Broken Sea Yi Kai. Favorites. Previous. Next. I just came back from eating out, and I was delayed throughout the morning and afternoon. It is expected to be on the shelves tomorrow, and I don't have 2 chapters in hand, so I will try to update it when the time comes, and capable book friends, please support the first order. Gollum. On the outskirts of the lake, hundreds of people swallowed subconsciously as they looked at the lake in front of them. Also rejoicing. If he hadn't been alarmed by the movement of the battle, and chose to stay away for fear of being affected by the battle, if he stayed in the original room, he might not even know how he died, right? Horrible. Who said that Yi Kai's reward amount does not match his strength? Who doubts that Yi Kai's strength is not worthy of having a reward amount of 350 million? Didn't this BD mislead people and send people to die? Yi Kai's strength is indeed not satisfied with the amount of his reward. It's not that he is not worthy of the reward amount of 350 million, but that this reward is not enough to reflect Yi Kai's strength. This swordsmanship, Hawkeye may not be able to do it, right? So far so good. Get back a life. I heard that in East Blue, someone split the sky, the island in half, and the sea in two. I didn't believe it before, and I thought it was fake news. Ye Kai seems to have come in from East Blue Bar. That's right, it should be Ye Kai who did it, it's really scary. Break the sea with one sword, a rare great swordsman in the world. Quote. Many people are rejoicing, many people are afraid and feeling emotional. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to Ye Kai, otherwise, he would have disappeared into this world just like those who did something to Ye Kai just now. After a few days, Broken Sea Ye Kai, I don't know when, it began to spread on the Grand Line, and became a title of Ye Kai. The sword left by Ye Kai on the first island at the entrance of the Grand Line. This lake has become the object of many people's visits. Standing in front of the 100-meter-sized lake, you can feel the horror of Ye Kai's swordsmanship. Even in East Blue Kokoyasi village, the story of the sword splitting the island in half was also circulated on the Grand Line, and indeed many people went to check it out. It was even confirmed that Ye Kai did it. Ye Kai is also hailed by everyone as a rare great swordsman in the world, enough to be as famous as Eagle Eye. But in fact, how many people know the true strength of Ye Kai and Hawkeye? It is all based on guesswork and conjecture, using fraud to spread fraud, and this kind of statement gradually came into being. There are still many people discussing, who is stronger, Ye Kai or Hawkeye? I don't know if this discussion is really curious, or is it deliberately guiding and brewing something. Want Ye Kai to fight Hawkeye? In this regard, neither Ye Kai nor Hawkeye really cares. If they really met, they would definitely fight. Everyone is the kind of person who can't help but want to fight when they meet a strong man, especially a strong man who uses swordsmanship. Without great interests and grievances, the battle of life and death will not happen. Especially the characters of Ye Kai and Hawkeye, actually they are somewhat similar. Buhai Ye Kai, how about this title? On the boat, Nami was wearing a white t-shirt. At the age of 16, she already had a figure far superior to her peers in long legs. With her legs crossed, she sat on a chair and flipped through the newspaper in her hand. It reported Ye Kai's killing spree on an island at the entrance of the Grand Line. In fact, Ye Kai didn't kill many people at all. As an island at the entrance of the Grand Line, there are not many ordinary residents. Everyone knows that the first island at the entrance of the Grand Line is very likely to be visited by pirates. How can ordinary people stay? Even if there was, when Ye Kai was fighting the enemy in the early stage, he was alarmed by the battle and chose to leave quickly. Ye Kai's Broken Moon left a lake with a size of 100 meters on the island, which is actually not too big. The size is 100 meters, the radius is 100 meters, and the radius is 50 meters. A lot of buildings were destroyed, and the people who were killed were all people who wanted to attack Ye Kai and hid in the dark. Nami also knows that some of Marine's reports cannot be believed, not completely believed. In order to discredit Ye Kai, he insisted on accusing Ye Kai of various crimes and the illusion of mass killing. Blacken Ye Kai into a murderous demon. After all, he was a prisoner who escaped from Impel Down. He killed people without blinking an eye, and everyone believed it. Not only that, Nami also came up with a new reward order. Not Ye Kai's, but Nami's own bounty. Congratulations to myself, navigator of the Ye Kai pirates. I have also been offered a reward. That's right, this reward order is Nami's reward order. Oh, Ye Kai was on the second floor of the ship, put down the heavy props in his hand, and glanced at the reward order in Nami's hand. 15 million. The reason why Nami was offered a reward was because she was Ye Kai's navigator and Ye Kai's accomplice. It's that simple. Congratulations. Ye Kai looked at the bounty offer, and didn't feel worried for Nami, but nodded in approval, and congratulations to Nami. Nami was not afraid of this either. Ever since she boarded Ye Kai's ship and promised to sell herself to Ye Kai and serve as Ye Kai's navigator, she knew that one day she would be rewarded. It's just that I didn't expect it to come so soon. Within 2 days of entering the Grand Line, I was offered a reward. Rewards represent a lot, can be said to be a kind of popularity, strength, status. Anyway, Nami knows that in Kokoyasi village, there must be many people watching with her reward order, right? What's there to congratulate? Nami also knows that the villagers and sisters of Kokoyasi village should be worried about her right now. However, there is a reward. In a way, it is indeed a symbol of strength and status. Nami's bounty is for the navigators on Ye Kai's ship, not the combatants. As a navigator, there are not many rewards offered. Only navigators on some big pirate ships will be rewarded. Ye Kai didn't set up any pirate group at all, and didn't even hang out the pirate flag, so Marine just gave him the title of Ye Kai Pirate Group. Nami looked at Ye Kai curiously. Why didn't your reward increase? The newspapers clearly put Ye Kai on massive killing, described Ye Kai as a murderous guy, and added Nami's reward. It stands to reason that Ye Kai's bounty will also increase, right? Why didn't Ye Kai's bounty increase? Who knows? How could Ye Kai know about this? Maybe Marine forgot, or maybe, completely unnecessary. In any case, the title of Broken Sea Ye Kai has become a title of Ye Kai. Ye Kai thinks, that's it, it's not very nice, and it's not bad either. Chapter 56 Shiryu in the Rain Again. Favorites. 57 210ths. Chapter 56 Shiryu in the Rain Again. Favorites. It is expected to be on the shelves tomorrow. I hope everyone will support the First Order at that time, and there will definitely be more changes on the day of the shelves. Ye Kai and Nami have been in the Grand Line for about 10 days. In addition to entering the first island of the Grand Line, it took a few days to record the pointer. The second island was recorded in less than a day. The third island was also completed on the same day. While sailing the Grand Line, Ye Kai didn't feel much. The only feeling may be that having Nami as a navigator is very comfortable, and you don't have to worry about getting lost. At most, it is occasionally commanded by Nami to steer, adjust the direction and so on. Most of the time, they are practicing. Nami also doesn't care about the course of the ship, and will never deviate from the course she made. On the contrary, Nami's life is very fulfilling, and she will also find time to let Ye Kai guide her in cultivation. It is impossible for Nami to learn swordsmanship, but it is still possible to learn the 6 styles of paper arts moonwalk. These skills that can be used to dodge are still possible. It would be even better if you can learn hockey. Ye Kai can also justifiably attack Nami. Of course, just sell Nami, the very sudden kind, to hone Nami's dodge and vigilance. It is often heard, "Pa, there is a crisp sound," and when others hear it, it will definitely arouse associations. Nami was very dissatisfied with this. I chased Ye Kai and ran around the boat several times, but it was impossible to catch up with Ye Kai, so I could only stare at Ye Kai angrily, gritted my teeth, but there was nothing I could do. "Next time you're slapping my A, don't think I'll cook for you." Nami's threat, for Ye Kai, is almost zero. However, Ye Kai still said, "Try to avoid it next time." But that's how it is in practice. You never know where the enemy's attack will come from, which part of your body will be attacked. I didn't mean it. Actually, you are still very talented, just a little worse than me. You may be able to master observation hockey after a few years of practice. Nami's skills are still very vigorous, his reaction is quick, and he is very vigilant. Otherwise, how could a young girl win the title of Little Thieving Cat in East Blue? Nami's qualifications in practicing observation hockey are indeed not low, even much higher than Ye Kai. However, Nami does not have 100 times the speed of cultivation. Ye Kai is awesome, of course it can't be compared. Nami wants to master observation hockey. It needs a long time of practice and accumulation. It may take 2 years to master observation hockey. Today's Nami is different from the Nami in the original book. Her contact with Ye Kai is equivalent to direct contact with the world's top combat power. Know how powerful the strong in this world are. Nami doesn't want to drag Ye Kai down, doesn't want to be Ye Kai's burden. Knowing about devil fruit, swordplay, and hockey. Of course Nami will learn hockey to protect herself. After more than a day of sailing, Ye Kai and their ship arrived at a new island. This seems to be an uninhabited island. What catches the eye is an island covered with vegetation. The island is not very big. After walking around the island for a while, I didn't see the port and dock, nor did I see any traces of human habitation. Explain that this is an uninhabited island. Let's find a place to land, and I don't know how long it will take for this island to complete the pointer record. Nami ordered Ye Kai to turn the rudder and find a deep water area near the island to dock. Ye Kai holds Nami, a moonwalk that lands on the island. HMPH. Leaving from Ye Kai's arms and stepping on the ground, Nami hummed like a pig, obviously dissatisfied with Ye Kai, and felt that Ye Kai was cheap. Ye Kai has long been used to it and turned a blind eye. Let's go, take a look around the island and get some food by the way. There is no need to look at the scenery. One Piece world is mostly islands, and there are no big cities full of steel. Except for some more distinctive islands, such as Sabayati Archipelago and the Fishman Island, the other islands are similar. Nothing fancy. On the island, a 10-meter-high animal that looked like a deer and a pig was slaughtered, and then its life was roasted. Grill it, brush it with the dressing, and eat it. It is still very good to bake layer by layer and eat layer by layer. This is real game, and the taste is not bad. It is even better with the seasoning prepared by Nami. Nami's appetite is not very large, so she stops after eating a little and checks her surroundings. Ye Kai is different. Ye Kai ate almost all of the big guys that were more than 10 meters long. Some of the bones of the skull were chewed and eaten without spit. With Ye Kai's current physical fitness and digestion ability, it is naturally no problem. After eating, Nami is waiting for the record pointer to finish recording the magnetic field of the island before pointing to the next island. At the same time, Nami is also measuring the nearby sea area and topography and drawing the sea map. Her dream is to draw a world map. To see the whole picture of the island, Ye Kai and Nami are naturally on the high ground. There seems to be someone on this island. Ye Kai is still eating, and Nami is which telescope is checking the surrounding terrain, seeing a clearing and fallen animal carcasses. The clearing was not formed normally, but was cut out by a sharp knife, leaving a bare tree stump. The fallen body has not decomposed, which proves that there are people on the island, and it has not been a long time since they landed on the island, and they may not have left. Someone wants to steal our ship. Ye Kai also saw a person walking towards his boat at this time. Is this Che Guevara from One Piece? Want to steal a ship? Call out. At a distance of several thousand meters, Ye Kai directly threw out a leftover bone and threw it at the figure walking towards the boat. The bones thrown out were ribs, like a scimitar, with 1 piece of speed, and a powerful sound of breaking control. There is no concealment, and there is no way to conceal it, just to remind the enemy, I'm watching the ship, don't try to steal the ship. Crack. The person approaching the boat cut the bone thrown by Ye Kai in half with a backhand knife, and turned his head to look at the direction from which the bone flew. Ye Kai also saw clearly who was trying to steal the boat. Confirmed the eyes, it is someone I know. Shiryu of the Rain. Ye Kai. Shiryu of the Rain also saw Ye Kai. The baptism of foresight at this time looked a little embarrassed. The clothes on his body were no longer the Impel Down uniform, overcoat, and flight cap when he escaped from Impel Down. On Shiryu of the Rain, he was wearing an ordinary black shirt and trousers, or a coat, without a hat. Just looking at the back, Ye Kai didn't recognize him for a while. Shiryu of the Rain also saw Ye Kai who was eating, and when he was down with Impel, there was not much change, his face was still resolute, and the black and white striped prisoner on his body was replaced by a white t-shirt. The two had fought fiercely on the 6th floor of Impel Down, so they were naturally very familiar with each other. Encountered at this time, a battle is unavoidable. Chapter 57 Shiryu of the Rain is gone. Favorites. 58 210ths. Chapter 57 Shiryu of the Rain is gone. Favorites. You know this person. Nami saw Ye Kai stop to eat, looked at the person who had walked to the side of the boat, and said the name of the other person. Obviously they knew each other. People who can meet Ye Kai are not too weak, right? Looking at it like this, it's either a friend or an enemy, right? Ye Kai stood up from the ground and patted the non-existent dust on his butt. An opponent. You wait for me here, I'll meet him. Ye Kai told Nami not to move, and jumped directly from the mountain, stepping on the moonwalk, and swooped down like a cannonball, and Shiryu of the Rain rushed away. On the other hand, Shiryu of the Rain, without a hat, looks a little funny, doesn't have a cigar in his mouth, and his face is not very good looking. It can be seen that he has not had a good life since Impel Down. Especially during this time, Shiryu of the Rain is really having a hard time, being hunted by Marine Admiral. Shiryu of the Rain also knows the title of Broken Sea Ye Kai, and he also knows that Ye Kai's strength must have improved again. On the 6th floor of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain played against Ye Kai for a short time. It's just that Shiryu of the Rain was imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down and released, and his state was not at its peak. In the battle at that time, Shiryu of the Rain didn't think he had lost, it was a tie. In this encounter, Shiryu of the Rain is also in a bad state, and he doesn't want to talk to Professor Ye Kai. But, thinking of the person who had been chasing him for a few days, Shiryu usually looked at Ye Kai who swooped in, and felt that this was an opportunity. Here, Ye Kai might be able to divert the opponent's attention and escape the pursuit. Bang! In the end, Shiryu of the Rain stepped on the foot and also took off on the moonwalk, holding the thunderstorm in both hands and slashing towards Ye Kai in the air. Ding! Boom! The two met in the air, and the two swords collided violently. A powerful impact was released in the air and scattered towards the surroundings, causing the trees under the two of them to bend down, and even directly lifted and crushed. Call out. The moment the two met in the air, Shiryu of the Rain was thrown out of the air like a cannonball. During the rapid landing, Shiryu of the Rain kept stepping on the moonwalk, so as not to hit the ground with all his strength. Ye Kai fell slowly from the air, stepped on moonwalk, swooped down at Shiryu of the Rain, and waved a sword aura. Brush. Sword light slashes at Shiryu of the Rain. With Ye Kai's current strength and swordsmanship, even if it is just a subsequent wave, the sword energy is very powerful. Shiryu of the Rain had just stabilized his body, and after colliding with Ye Kai, at this moment his hands are still shaking. This guy's power has increased again. Shiryu Yuji frowned while controlling his trembling hands. Ye Kai's power is too strong. How long has it been since the already terrifying power? Still growing. Shiryu of the Rain waved the thunderstorm in his hand, and also stood out with a sword aura rushing towards the sword aura. Ye Kai stood up. Boom! The two sword chi collided in the air and exploded instantly. Because of the collision, the power carried by the sword energy turned into countless tiny impacts, which shot around. The entire deep forest, with a radius of several hundred meters, suddenly became riddled with holes and a mess. Ye Kai swooped down with the sword chi, and the collision of the two sword chi in the air had no effect on her at all. Ding! 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 Ye Kai and Shiryu of the Rain fought hand to hand, very intense. The two knives kept colliding, and there was a crisp sound. In this close combat, Shiryu of the Rain knew he was clearly at a disadvantage. Ye Kai's strength is too strong, he is not an opponent at all. If he continues to fight head to head, he may lose his grip on the knife, and thunderstorm will come out directly. Swish! Shiryu of the Rain pulled away in an instant, opened the distance, and didn't want to do close combat anymore, waved the thunderstorm in his hand, and a powerful sword chi slashed towards Ye Kai, preventing Ye Kai from continuing to close. Ye Kai's attack was extremely ferocious. Armament hockey covered the Tadao, waved it casually, and slashed at the attacking sword energy. Boom! Like a ferocious beast, Ye Kai forcibly picked up the sword energy and flew to the side, bringing out a sword mark of more than 10 meters, and countless towering trees fell down, startling the birds and beasts flying around, making a lot of noise. Swish! Shiryu of the Rain could only continue to slash out his sword energy to distance himself from Ye Kai. Ye Kai kept approaching, swinging his sword to fly away the sword energy, and even violently defeated him. In terms of strength, Ye Kai is exercising every day. Although his strength and physical fitness have reached a bottleneck, he has 100 times the speed of cultivation. With the accumulation of time, he can still make great progress. But, the Tadao in Ye Kai's hand is just an ordinary Tadao after all. Just now Shiryu of the Rain collided head-on, and now it is so violently flying and crushing the sword chi. In addition to using open sky, broken moon before, the sword in my hand still has a certain burden. Crack. In another collision, the Tadao in Ye Kai's hand was finally overwhelmed and cracked. The cracks became more and more cracked, and finally, like scattered puzzle pieces, fragmented. Rather than breaking in two. It's a pity. Ye Kai stopped his ferocious attack and sighed as he watched the Tadao in his hand shattered inch by inch, leaving only the handle. He looked at Shiryu of the Rain who had retreated hundreds of meters, and his eyes fell on Shiryu of the Rain's hand. Shiryu of the Rain wields a famous sword, Thunderstorm. Your knife seems to be good. The so-called treasure knife matches a hero. Obviously, I am more suitable for that knife than you. Ye Kai does not have much pursuit of famous knives, in his opinion, as long as it can be used. In most cases, even an ordinary sword can exert powerful abilities. But an ordinary Tadao may be overwhelmed by a master. At this time, the advantages of a good knife are reflected. I have to admit, I'm not your opponent, but wanting my knife, that's impossible. Shiryu of the Rain generously admits that he is no match for Ye Kai. But Thunderstorm is his favorite knife, how could he give it to Ye Kai? So, Shiryu of the Rain just jumped into the sea and ran away. Ye Kai thought that Shiryu of the Rain would do something to counterattack, or let go of some harsh words, so be generous and say, you are really strong, and you are indeed more suitable to be the master of Thunderstorm than me. Unexpectedly, Shiryu of the Rain jumped into the sea and escaped. This is really able to stretch and bend. Ye Kai has a new understanding of Shiryu of the Rain. In the original book, Shiryu of the Rain doesn't care much about other people's opinions and does his own way. If he cared what other people think, he wouldn't be imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down because of bloodthirsty. Shiryu of the Rain also ate the transparent fruit, proving that he is not a very traditional swordsman. Redhead, Hawkeye, Zoro, all disdain to eat devil fruit. Although eating devil fruit has many magical and powerful abilities, it also adds a fatal weakness, turning into a landlubber, afraid of water and sea stone. However, Shiryu of the Rain ate the transparent fruit, and didn't care about the weakness brought about by eating devil fruit. Chapter 58 Face Aokiji. Favorites. 59 210ths. Chapter 58 Face Aokiji. Favorites. Dinning outside, there is another update. After eating, I will make a modification and upload it. On the sea, the 3-meter-high Aokiji rode a bicycle and had arrived at the island where Ye Kai and Shiryu of the Rain fought. From a distance, you can feel the collision between Ye Kai and Shiryu of the Rain, as well as the momentum. Aokiji stopped the bicycle, and the moment his feet touched the seawater under his feet was frozen. On Aokiji, this white smoke started to radiate. It's not smoke, it's cold. The cold air on Aokiji's body was rising, and the moisture in the air around him was frozen by the cold air into icy slags that fell from the air, like it was snowing. On Aokiji, a layer of frost was slowly covering him. The range of snow is also expanding. When the chill on Aokiji's body reaches a certain level, it will be released instantly. Ice Age. The next moment, the powerful frozen fruit ability burst out, centering on Aokiji. The sea under his feet was instantly frozen. The sea area of Dongjia continued to spread, and even the island where Ye Kai was located was directly covered. The island that was originally lush and green turned into an ice and snow paradise in an instant, and everything was frozen. At this time, the fight between Ye Kai and Shiryu of the Rain has ended. The moment the sea freezes, Shiryu is the first to feel the rain in the sea. The direction where the sponge is frozen also spread from the direction where Shiryu of the Rain is. Boom! A sword energy rushed out from the bottom of the sea, splitting the frozen sea. The figure of Shiryu of the Rain rushed out from under the frozen sea, stepped on, shaved, and quickly moved away. From his ability to deal with Aokiji's frozen fruit so proficiently, it is enough to see that he has a wealth of experience, and he has dealt with Aokiji a lot during this time. Ye Kai's side. Observation Haki captures when the air starts to snow, and the surrounding air lowers, and Aokiji's ability to freeze fruit explodes. He stepped on his feet quickly, used shave, and rushed to Nami in an instant. Nami was still lamenting that the weather on the Grand Line was changing, and the sun was still snowing. Ye Kai rushed to her as if teleporting, grabbed her, and held her in his arms. Ye Kai stepped on the moonwalk and rushed straight into the sky. Nami didn't even know what was going on, and found that she was already in Ye Kai's arms. This is not a princess hug, but a hand around the waist. The whole body is attached to Ye Kai, and you can even feel the temperature from Ye Kai. With a blush on his face, Nami was about to question Ye Kai, but suddenly found, everything in front of him was covered with a layer of ice. The original sea, the lush islands, all were frozen. The sea is frozen. The whole island is frozen. What kind of monster ability is this? The image of Ye Kai splitting the sky with his sword, splitting the island in half, and dividing the sea in two echoed in Nami's mind. The scene in front of him was undoubtedly a powerful existence comparable to Ye Kai. Moreover, this ability to freeze the sea and freeze the entire island should be Devil Fruit's ability. Nami knows a lot about Devil Fruit and Haki from Ye Kai. I have also learned about the world's top combat power. Some Ye Kai would say it, while others smiled and didn't go into details, just said, you will know later. But, Ye Kai said about the ability of Marine 3 Admiral Kizaru, a person with the ability to sparkling fruit. Aokiji, a person with the ability to freeze fruit. Akainu, lava fruit ability user. Every Marine Admiral has the ability of Logia Devil Fruit, and they all have powerful lethality, and they all have a large-scale lethality, the kind that can defeat 10,000 with one enemy. There is no advantage in numbers in front of Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral can easily deal with tens of thousands of people, or even more people, and can be dealt with in an instant. Marine Admiral, Aokiji. The scene at this moment, the frozen sea, the frozen island, and the ability of frozen fruit are obviously what Marine Admiral Aokiji can do, right? Ah, I didn't expect the green chicken to be here. Ye Kai responded indifferently, and with one arm around Nami, he fell from the air and landed on the frozen ground. Nami is used to Ye Kai calling Aokiji, green chicken. Pheasant, means bird, Ye Kai deliberately called it, chicken. When Ye Kai introduced San Admiral to Nami before, he called Aokiji a, green chicken. 3 Admiral is the combination of monkey, dog and chicken. When it landed, Nami looked at the frozen ground and felt both amazing and terrifying at the same time. At the last moment, it was still a grassy meadow. The whole island is lush. Today, the entire island and the sea are frozen. Nami even took a branch of a tree, took a closer look, and came to a conclusion. What was frozen was not the surface. It wasn't that the surface was covered with a layer of frost, but, from the inside out, everything was frozen. Crack. Ye Kai stepped hard, the ground shook slightly, and the frozen ground cracked directly, revealing a crack that stretched for more than 10 meters and was more than 1 meter long. Through the cracked ground, it can be seen that even the ground beneath the entire island has been frozen. What a horror. Ye Kai also had to sigh with emotion. This freezing ability is truly terrifying. It directly froze the entire island into ice cubes and became very fragile, and it collapsed as soon as it was forcefully applied. Ye Kai's step just now, if it was the ground, it would certainly not be so fragile. A crack more than 1 meter wide was opened and spread more than 10 meters. At most, it just leaves a big hole. The ability of Aokiji frozen fruit is quite terrifying. Especially in close combat, once it is frozen, and then lightly touched by an external force, it may shatter. The best example is the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates in the original book, Diamond Josie. Josie, who uses Yo Bright Fruit, can be said to be the person with absolute defense in the pirate world. But it was frozen by Aokiji, and one arm cracked with a light touch. It seems that Shiryu of the Rain knows that Aokiji will come. Or, Aokiji has been chasing Shiryu of the Rain. At this time, Ye Kai realized that Shiryu of the Rain had been keeping a distance from him during the fight just now. The reason for this may not only be that Ye Kai is powerful, but Shiryu of the Rain is far from being an opponent, and close combat is very dangerous. Another reason is to know that Aokiji may come and be ready to escape at any time. In addition, Shiryu of the Rain does not seem to be in a very good state, not much better than when Impel was down. This means Min Aokiji has been chasing Shiryu for a while. After thinking about it for a while, Ye Kai knew Shiryu's plan, and said with emotion, "It seems that I was used as a shield." Shiryu of the Rain is using Ye Kai to attract Aokiji's attention. As long as Aokiji's attention falls on Ye Kai, he can get away by himself. So far, Shiryu's plan was successful. He pulled away and left. Aokiji did not chase Shiryu in the rain, but stepped on the frozen sea and walked towards the island where Ye Kai was. Obviously, he gave up Shiryu who chased the rain and chose to shoot Ye Kai. You are Ye Kai. Aokiji's speed is not fast, but his body is tall and his steps are fast. He walked quickly to Ye Kai's side, looking at Ye Kai and Nami. Ignoring Nami directly, eyeing Ye Kai. Actually, Aokiji was a little curious. Why didn't Vice Admiral Garp get Ye Kai done? Ye Kai just escaped from Impel Down, escaped from Kizaru. Vice Admiral Garp was at the Naval Headquarters meeting, but captured Ye Kai. Vice Admiral Garp is back in East Blue. Why didn't he catch Ye Kai? Is Ye Kai's strength strong? Failed to capture. Still haven't met. Aokiji thinks it's the latter. After all, Aokiji still respects and admires Garp. Speaking of which, although Aokiji was cultivated by Zephyr, it was Garp who really promoted Aokiji. Garp is also Aokiji's benefactor, and of course he firmly supports Garp. Chapter 59 Fierce Battle with Aokiji 5 more for collection. 6200 tenths. Chapter 59 Fierce Battle with Aokiji 5 more for collection. Sent at 5 more, please support for collection. Tomorrow morning there will be another chapter of the public chapter, and then it will be put on the shelves. Please support the first order. The first order is very important. It is related to the issue of follow-up recommendation. The first order is too poor. I don't have any passion for writing, so I'm asking for a first order here, thank you. Ye Kai looked at Aokiji, patted Nami on the shoulder, motioned Nami to go aside, and then said to Aokiji, I think I should be the Ye Kai you mentioned, and there is no second Ye Kai here. Nami was very obedient, didn't say much, walked aside, and went back to the shore directly. The sea has been frozen, even the pirate ship has been frozen into an ice sculpture, and everything on the ship has also been frozen. Nami can only wait on the sidelines, but it feels a bit cold. Ye Kai knows that Aokiji may be very lazy and a marine admiral with his own ideas. In the future, because of different ideas, he will leave Marine due to failure in the competition for Marine Admiral. But at this time, he said it was Marine Admiral. Ye Kai is the person for whom Marine has offered a bounty of 350 million berry. His power has grown extremely fast. He is a huge threat and a ticking time bomb. Aokiji does not recommend eliminating such threats. In the original book, Aokiji seemed lazy to Straw Hat Crew. When they first encountered each other, although he did something, it was just a joke. To test whether the relationship between Straw Hat Crew and Robin is really reliable. In any case, Luffy is Garp's grandson, and he is also his own grandson. Aokiji would give Garp some face no matter what, and it was impossible to really do it. But Ye Kai is different. He doesn't have Luffy's background, and his strength is growing fast. He is a huge threat to Marine. Aokiji's shot directly freezes the sea and islands, creating a favorable terrain, not only giving Ye Kai a blow. This is what it means to really get your hands dirty. That's right, after Aokiji, who was exuding a cold air, finished speaking, white smoke was rising from his hand. This is not smoke, but cold air. Wow, with a wave of Aokiji's hand, the moisture in the air condensed into a long spear and washed towards Ye Kai. This kind of attack, are you looking down on me? In the face of Aokiji's attack, Ye Kai does not retreat but advances. He has nothing to retreat, retreating will only affect Nami. Ye Kai can only attack. Boom. After Ye Kai's voice fell, he waved his fist and collided with the ice spear made by Aokiji, and the shattered ice spear turned into ice slags all over the sky and scattered from the sky. Armament Haki covered Ye Kai's hands, and when he crushed the ice spear, there were also a lot of ice slag and cold air on his hands. Even the arms were covered with a layer of ice, which was scattered from Ye Kai's hands with a slight shock. Aokiji's attack looks very simple. If it is an ordinary person who is head-to-head like this, or is hit, he may be frozen into an ice sculpture directly. Even if it is not frozen into an ice sculpture, if a part of the body is frozen, it will cause inconvenience in movement, and it will be at a disadvantage in the next battle. Fortunately, Ye Kai's physical fitness, strength, and armament Haki are not weak. His physical fitness and strength can even be said to be the best in the world. Aokiji's tentative attack is not very effective, and armament Haki alone can block it, not to mention Ye Kai's physical fitness and strength are very strong. Wow, just as Ye Kai smashed the ice spear, Aokiji waved his hands, and several streams of cold air were released like a waterfall. Of course, it is impossible for Ye Kai to stay in place and be attacked, or to resist hard. Observation Haki started when he saw Aokiji. He also expected Aokiji's attack and avoided it easily. The cold air fell on Ye Kai's original location, and it directly turned into an iceberg. These cold airs are more than 10 times more terrifying than the ice spear just now, and they will definitely be frozen if they resist. If you really want to be frozen, you have to rely on armament Haki and your body strength to shatter the ice on your body. Call out. Ye Kai avoided the cold, rushed to Aokiji in an instant, and kicked Aokiji's head. The entire kicked foot is covered with armament Haki, turning black and shining with a metallic luster. What is truly terrifying is the power that Ye Kai can carry when he bursts out with all his strength. When this kick was raised, the powerful force pushed the air, and the shock wave formed only blasted a hole of more than 10 meters into the frozen ground. With this kind of attack, even Aokiji's expression changed. Elementalization is not possible. With armament Haki on Ye Kai's feet, elementalization is courting death. Can only resist. As soon as Aokiji raised his foot, armament Haki instantly covered his entire foot, resisting Ye Kai's attack. Boom. The moment the 2 feet collided, the 3-meter-high Aokiji flew out with its huge body, like a windmill, spun a few times in the air, and landed on the sea dozens of meters away. Ye Kai raised his foot without stopping at all. The moment he landed, Shaved exerted all his strength, and stepped out dozens of times on the spot, and the whole ground cracked. Come on. Show off the strength of Marine Admiral, don't let me down. Ye Kai roared excitedly as he approached Aokiji. His speed is so fast that he can't even see the silhouette, only his voice spreads in the air. Before the sentence was even finished, Ye Kai rushed to Aokiji. In the case of melee combat, Aokiji has the ability to freeze fruit, and Ye Kai should be at a disadvantage. But he has armament Haki, forcing Aokiji not to be elemental. In close proximity, Ye Kai still has impressive speed and terrifying strength. Ye Kai's power is really terrifying, even Aokiji can't stand it, and dare not confront Ye Kai head-on. Aokiji's observation Haki is not weak either. Ye Kai uses Shivedto approach quickly, and he directly exhales a breath of cold air. A large amount of cold air was released from Aokiji's mouth. Ye Kai waved his fist and rushed to Aokiji, only to encounter Aokiji's cold breath. In an instant, the entire air seemed to be frozen. Ye Kai and his 10-meter circle space froze into an iceberg. But, no use. Ye Kai's speed is fast, his strength is even more terrifying, and he is also Grandmaster Armament Haki. With this kind of attack power, speed, and Haki's blessing, although Aokiji's freezing air froze Ye Kai, but the next moment, the 10-meter iceberg collapsed immediately. Get crushed by the mighty power carried by Ye Kai. Ye Kai's fist still rushed towards Aokiji. At this time, Aokiji didn't dodge, his whole body was terribly cold, and his body was covered with a lot of ice. The water vapor in the air was turned into ice slag by the East Pole, and snow fell directly hundreds of meters away. Facing Ye Kai's attack, Aokiji swung his right fist and slapped it with his left hand with a terrifying chill. Boom. The moment the two fists met, accompanied by the sound of violent collision, the frozen sea collapsed directly. Aokiji, who was exuding the cold air, slid backwards on the ice and was constantly pushed back by Ye Kai. However, Aokiji clapped his left hand directly on Ye Kai's hand, grabbing an arm. Crack. The moment Aokiji's palm exuding a terrifying chill came into contact with Ye Kai's arm was frozen. The fists that collided were also frozen directly. Ye Kai's face remained unchanged. How could this level of attack be unexpected? In other words, this attack, just as Ye Kai expected, swept Aokiji with a backhand. Boom. Another fierce collision of 2 feet. Aokiji was lifted tens of meters by Yikai again. Crack, click. Aokiji landed on the ground, and every time he took a step back, the frozen sea surface under his feet would crack, leaving a pothole and spider webs that spread several meters. Chapter 60 Scary Frozen Fruit. Favorites. 61 2/10. Chapter 60 Scary Frozen Fruit. Favorites. It will be on the shelves soon. Please support the first order, thank you. Aokiji stepped back tens of meters, and every step he took back left a hole in the frozen sea. The cracked ice turned into spider webs and spread several meters away. After stabilizing his body, Aokiji, who was exuding a cold air all over his body, knelt down on one knee with a blank expression, looking a little embarrassed, and his expression was extremely serious. Yikai's power is truly terrifying. Aokiji was able to block Yikai's attack, largely because of the cold air released, freezing Yikai for a moment. The momentary freezing caused Yikai's speed to slow down a lot, and his strength also weakened a lot because he broke free from the frozen ice on his body. Even so, Aokiji was forced back tens of meters by Yikai's punch, and his arm was directly broken. If this hadn't released the cold air to freeze Yikai, and let Yikai land a punch with all his strength, Aokiji felt that it was not as simple as a broken bone, but a punch that smashed out the white bones. Even so, the power carried by Yikai's back kick was more terrifying than the power in his fist. The strength that can be erupted from the thigh is several times or even 10 times that of the arm. Aokiji also uses his thighs to resist. The strength of his legs is also several times or 10 times that of his arms. But his power base, compared with Yikai, is not comparable at all. In a collision, his right leg was seriously injured. It wasn't as simple as a fracture, the bone was already broken. That's why there's armament hockey, and ice protection. Aokiji knew that Yikai's strength was extremely powerful in the previous fights and trials, and he was very careful when fighting against Yikai. Protected by armament hockey, and wrapped in a layer of ice on the push, it still hurts like this. Huh. Standing up slowly, Aokiji breathed out slowly. What came out of his mouth was terrifying cold air. He flicked his right arm, and with a click, the fractured right arm reset due to resisting Yikai's fist. A layer of ice was also automatically covered on his legs, so that he could still move, but it would be affected. On the other hand, it is not easy for Yikai. The right hand is still clenched into a fist, frozen. The left hand was caught by Aokiji's arm, and the whole arm was frozen into a block of ice. The right leg collided with Aokiji, and the middle part was also frozen into ice. Armament hockey does increase defense and even increases attack by touching the body of the Logia demon fruit power. But, armament hockey is not an entity that can restrain demon fruit power, but an entity that can touch Logia demon fruit power. Hockey is not a counter to devil fruit's abilities. Therefore, demon fruit power can still use fruit power on armament hockey users. Even like Aokiji, it is not a problem to directly freeze Yikai's fists, arms, feet, directly with armament hockey. Yikai also shook his hand, and the ice on his fist cracked with a click, revealing his frostbitten fist. The ice on the left hand also shattered, and when the ice slid down, it carried a lot of flesh and blood, and the white ice, with a lot of scarlet blood, looked very strange. The left hand is frozen much more than the right eye. The ability of Aokiji Dongdong fruit is still very scary. However, this injury is not a big problem for Yikai. Boom. With a shaved step on Yikai's feet, the whole person disappeared on the ice, leaving only the ice that cracked due to the explosive speed. Aokiji observation hockey is fully open. Freezing his right leg allows him to move and dodge, but the impact is still there, and the speed cannot be raised. Fortunately, through previous fights, Aokiji also has experience in dealing with Yikai. There is no need to go head-to-head, just use Dongdong fruit's ability to freeze Yikai. Aokiji directly exploded the fruit ability, turning the area around him more than 10 meters into an iceberg. Meanwhile, use the terrifying chill to keep freezing Yikai. Even if it's just freezing a part of Yikai's body, whether it's a limb or a part of the body, it will have a big impact on Yikai. A certain part of the body is frozen and cannot move normally, which will reduce Yikai's speed and strength. In this way, it will be much easier for Aokiji to deal with. Seize the opportunity, just sleep and freeze Yikai whole. Completely freeze up. Yikai's observation hockey is also fully activated, but Aokiji's fruit ability is powerful, and the way he uses it directly freezes the 10-meter space where Aokiji himself is. In this case, the ability of observation hockey to predict becomes a bit weak. Unless you don't attack Aokiji, otherwise, you will inevitably be frozen. Of course, this kind of large-scale freezing can't completely freeze Yikai, but he can still break free. Just being frozen, the speed and strength of the original attack, carry will decrease, and the consumption will also increase. Fortunately, Aokiji's ability to use frozen fruits on such a large scale consumes a lot of energy, which is definitely much greater than Yikai's physical consumption. Boom. After another fierce collision, Yikai stepped on the moonwalk in the air, took the initiative to retreat more than 10 meters, and landed on the edge of the merged eastern island, trembling all over. Chilly. The blood was frozen, resulting in a drop in body temperature, and the ability to respond in all aspects became a little untimely. What's more, he suffered from frostbite in many places on his body, and his fists were completely frozen in many fights, and it was impossible to thaw out in a short time. In addition, many places on Yikai's body were frozen with ice, and there was no way to thaw and break free in a short time. What's more, the ice on his body was shattered. Because of the ability to freeze the fruit, the ice slipped from Yikai's body, taking away some flesh and blood, and there were many injuries on his body. Aokiji is not much better. It doesn't get any better than Yikai anyway. A big man 3 meters tall, sweating from the cold. Sweat came out and was directly frozen into icy slag, which slid off the face. Is it okay? Aokiji has been using large-scale freezing to freeze Yikai, thereby reducing Yikai's speed and strength, so that he can resist Yikai's attack and take a counterattack. The consumption of Aokiji is not small. And, using the ability of frozen fruit to freeze Yikai and reduce Yikai's speed and strength does not mean that Yikai's attack is so easy to dodge and resist. Aokiji was standing a little strangely at the moment. Obviously the injuries on his body would not be less than Yikai's, and they would not be worse than Yikai's. Yikai touched the icicles on his face with his left hand, then grabbed the frozen tree trunk beside him, exerting a little force. Frozen threw a few off a section. The several pieces of ice attached to the whole body were cut just right, like a tadao. As soon as armament hockey is covered, the originally white and crystal clear sticks immediately become dark, with a metallic luster. The melee combat could no longer continue. Yikai knew that he had almost reached his limit. The blood flow in his body slowed down, and his body was frostbitten in many places. Keep going. If you are not careful, you may be completely frozen by Aokiji. Or use weapons. Although Tadao and Shiryu of the Rain were ruined when they fought against each other. But it was just an ordinary Tadao, not much better than the frozen branch in Yikai's hand. Testimonials on shelves. Outbreak and follow-up updates. 62-210. Testimonials on shelves. Outbreak and follow-up updates. It's on the shelves, there's not much to say. I won't say those things that make people excited, and I won't sell it badly. Talk about today's update and follow-up updates. At present, there are only 3 manuscripts in hand, and I worked overtime yesterday to write them. I don't have too many manuscripts in my hand. After the 3 chapters are uploaded, I will continue to write. It is estimated that today's update will be on 7 to 10, and the author will try to update as much as possible. Subsequent updates, 5 updates are guaranteed, and updates will be added if you have the ability. Update time. I don't have a manuscript in my hand at the moment, basically just upload it after writing it. When there is a manuscript in hand, it will be sent directly at one time, so that book friends who follow many books do not have to update the content twice a day, causing the middle content to be broken. Above. Finally, ask for subscription support. Ask for the first order support. The first order is very important, or the results of this week are more important, and only good results can get the recommended position. The grades are too bad. Needless to say, Chapter 61 Winning Aokiji. The first update asks for the first order. 63-210. Chapter 61 Winning Aokiji. The first update asks for the first order. Seeing the tree trunk covered by armament hockey in Yikai's hand, Aokiji was also very desperate. He reached out his hand and wiped his head helplessly, and shook off the blindfold on his head. Yikai's taijutsu is already tricky enough. The terrifying power combined with the impressive speed directly causes the taijutsu melee attack to threaten to explode. If Yikai hits him with all his strength, Aokiji feels that his bones and organs are all shattered. Something might happen, and if you don't die, you will have to lie down for a year or so. In the battle just now, he had gone all out and dealt with it carefully. Take the most consuming way to deal with it. Use the ability of frozen fruit to freeze everything around you in a large area, freeze Yikai, and reduce Yikai's speed and strength. The consumption of this method is not small. Now, Yikai didn't want to fight in close quarters, and chose to use his strengths to avoid weaknesses and use swordsmanship to fight. Is Yikai's swordsmanship strong? Aokiji is no fool. Even if he didn't know that Yikai left a lake with a size of 100 meters at the first island at the entrance of the Grand Line, he didn't know that at East Blue, a sword split the sky, split the island in half, and split the sea in 2. When Aokiji came, Yikai was fighting with Shiryu in the rain, and the duel was swordsmanship. Moreover, Yikai has the title of Broken Sea Yikai. Can Yikai's sword skills be bad? Yikai uses swordsmanship, although close combat is also possible, but without physical confrontation and direct contact, Aokiji's restrictions on Yikai will be greatly reduced. Aokiji believed even more that Yikai would not even engage in melee combat when using swordsmanship, but would use slashing and long-range attacks to constantly consume his physical strength. In the end, Aokiji knew he would lose. Although Yikai is in a bad state at the moment, even the flow of blood has become slow under the influence of the frozen fruit, so naturally he will no longer fight in close quarters. Choose to use slashing from a distance, and after a period of activity, these symptoms on Yikai's body will recover. At the same time, Yikai's physical fitness and strength are far higher than Aokiji's. The physical exertion is not very large, at least much better than Aokiji. In this case, Aokiji can foresee that he will lose, which is not unacceptable. Forget it. No. Aokiji sat down very simply, gasped slightly, exhaled the cold air, waved his hands to Yikai, and admitted very boldly, I am not your opponent. Aokiji's character itself is relatively lazy, but also very calm. Knowing that if you continue to fight, you will definitely lose, so why fight? It's better to sit down and rest well, just admit defeat generously, and it's not a bad thing if you can't beat it. It's not Aokiji's character to be unable to beat and still hold on. It's too wasteful, and in the end, both sides will suffer, so it's completely unnecessary. On the contrary, it was Ye Kai who threw away the armament hockey in his hand. It was a bit surprised that he surrendered so generously to Aokiji. As Marine Admiral, isn't it too hasty to admit defeat like this? Ye Kai knows Aokiji's character, but just throwing in the towel like this, how do you feel? A bit too sloppy. Aokiji is Marine Admiral. This is related to Marine's reputation and even face. The impact of Aokiji admitting defeat in this way is not small. Moreover, Ye Kai is not Luffy, not Garp's grandson, and has no background. As Marine Admiral, Aokiji has no need to release water. On the contrary, Aokiji doesn't care about being hasty at all. Isn't it normal to admit defeat if you can't beat it? As Aokiji said, he took out a phone bug and reported the matter here to Sengoku. Moshi, I'm Sengoku. Aokiji, how's the situation with you? Have you caught Ye Kai? Huh, Aokiji let out a breath of cold air, and admitted very generously. I lost, I just fought against Ye Kai, and I am not Ye Kai's opponent. As that's so, the growth rate is really fast. Sengoku's tone was full of solemnity. Hearing Aokiji's words, his mood was not very good. Aokiji's personality may be very lazy, but it does not mean that he does not value Marine's reputation and personal reputation. Aokiji admits that he is not Ye Kai's opponent. He must have fought once. Ye Kai really has no choice but to admit it like this. In other words, less than 4 months after Ye Kai came out of Impel Down, he has grown into an existence that Marine Admiral can't help. I see. If you have nothing to do, you can come back and tell me about the details. It's fine if the escaped guys can't be caught. Let them go to New World to make trouble. Prisoners who escaped from Impel Down, the hunt is done. After such a long time, many prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down have almost recovered after more than 10 or even decades of detention. Some prisoners who really couldn't be hunted down couldn't be brought back either. All rush to the New World. Let them go to New World. If the New World becomes chaotic, it doesn't matter if they attack the position of the 4 emperors, as long as the Marine doesn't mess up, they might be able to reap the benefits. Ye Kai heard clearly what Aokiji and Sengoku reported. This made him unable to continue fighting. He also knew what Aokiji was thinking at this time. He probably saw that he was going to use swordsmanship. He knew that the possibility of losing if he continued to fight was very high. He couldn't catch Ye Kai at all, so he just surrendered and saved some energy. Ye Kai wanted to kill Aokiji, but it was not that simple, and he needed to pay a high price. If it was a life-and-death battle, Ye Kai felt that he might pay a high price, and Nami would also be affected. Aokiji has reported the matter, so there is no need to fight any longer. Call out. Ye Kai threw out the branch in his hand, took several armament hockey's branches out of his hand, and stuck them on the ice between the two. It marks the end of this battle. Ye Kai turned and left, walking towards Nami. Aokiji sat on the ground, propped his head with one hand, tilted his head and looked at the back of Ye Kai leaving, not knowing what he was thinking. It took a while to get up, and some limping found the bicycle that was passively made into an ice sculpture, shook it, dispelled the ice, and rode away on the bicycle. Nami was trembling slightly, watching Ye Kai approaching, watching Aokiji riding away on a bicycle with some discomfort, with a gentle smile on his face, looking at Ye Kai who came with injuries. Did you win? It's me. Ye Kai also glanced at Aokiji who was leaving, and nodded slightly. Aokiji was riding a bicycle, his legs were still wrapped in ice, and he looked awkward and even stiff. Ye Kai confirmed that Aokiji must have been injured in this battle, and his physical condition is not much better than him. Even, Aokiji's physical condition is worse than Ye Kai. So, this battle is Ye Kai winning. Chapter 62 Reward 1 billion berry. 2 more for the First Order. 64 210ths. Chapter 62 Reward 1 billion berry. 2 more for the First Order. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku put down the phone bug, looked at Garp and Kizaru in the office, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his expression was very serious. Kizaru still looks nonchalant. Garp ate the senbei and didn't seem to hear what Aokiji said in the phone bug. In phone bug, Aokiji's voice is not small, so the conversation between Sengoku and Aokiji, Kizaru and Garp can be heard. It's just that Kizaru chased Ye Kai for 3 days. At that time, Ye Kai had just escaped from Impel Down and was still injured. Kizaru couldn't do anything to Ye Kai. What's more, Ye Kai has no injuries on his body and is in good condition, and it has been nearly a month. Based on the information currently available, it is certain that Ye Kai's strength will increase very quickly. In nearly a month, how much has Ye Kai's strength improved? Aokiji couldn't deal with Ye Kai. Kizaru was not surprised at all, it could even be said that he expected it. Garp, about the same. When he was in East Blue, he only had a short fight with Ye Kai. He punched each other and blocked a sword energy from Ye Kai. It's such a simple fight. Garp also has a certain understanding of Ye Kai's strength. Armament hockey Ye Kai does not lose to Aokiji. Ye Kai far surpasses Aokiji in terms of strength, and has powerful swordsmanship. Even if Aokiji goes all out, maybe Ye Kai can't do anything, right? What's more, it's been half a month since Garp and Ye Kai's short-term confrontation in East Blue. The strength of vomiting must have improved again, right? Sengoku put down the phone bug, and said solemnly, you have also heard the news that Aokiji reported just now, and he can't do anything with Ye Kai. Please tell me what to do. Maybe it's water. Kizaru crossed his legs and said casually. Among the 3 admirals, for a person like Ye Kai who likes to jump into the sea at every turn, Aokiji's ability to freeze fruit should be the most restrictive of Ye Kai's escape. Freezing the sea, it is impossible for Yikai to escape, so he can only fight hard. If you win, you will be able to leave after winning. Or Aokiji let the water go. This is not impossible, after all, everyone present knows Aokiji's lazy character. However, Garp, who was eating the senbei, said very seriously, "No, Aokiji didn't put water." Pipe exclamation mark quote. Why is there no water? Garp doesn't need to explain at all. Aokiji followed him to do things at the beginning, he knows Aokiji too well, under normal circumstances Aokiji may be lazy. But the business is still who takes it seriously. In addition, Garp and Yikai have fought against each other, knowing that Yikai is no worse than Aokiji. At most, after Aokiji and Yikai fought against each other, they found that there was nothing Aokiji could do, and chose to admit defeat. Therefore, the Aokiji who knows best is Vice Admiral Garp, who guessed a rough idea. I want to say, how to deal with Yikai. It's not about whether Aokiji let go. Sengoku said angrily. Regarding Yikai, Marine has more information, and it is certain that Yikai's strength will improve rapidly. So far, Kizaru has failed to hunt down Yikai, so he is sure that there is nothing Yikai can do. Garp also hunted down Yikai, saying that he tried his best, but he didn't say how he tried his best. Sengoku seriously suspected that Garp didn't try his best at all. Aokiji also reported it just now, and personally admitted that he is not Yikai's opponent. Sengoku still believes that Aokiji will not joke about this kind of thing. Anyway, Aokiji is also Marine Admiral, so he simply admits that he is not Yikai's opponent, and he must have fought against him. Garp said, "Don't worry about it too much, let Yikai enter New World, let the pirates of New World have a headache. Just a few guys who just came out of Impel Down will not be silent for too long. Yikai enters New World, let them make trouble, we just wait for the end." Kizaru's opinion is similar. Anyway, which one is stronger? It won't stay in the first half of the Grand Line for too long, and sooner or later it will enter the New World. Judging by his recent actions, it doesn't seem like the kind of person who likes to make big noises. People also like to deal with hungry children. Just raise Yikai and offer a reward to let him enter the New World. By the way, there is still a position in 7 Warlords of the Sea. Fire Fist Ace refused. Let's see if Yikai is interested. His character may agree. Garp and Kizaru said it, but they didn't say it. These two guys are salty fish. At this time, Akainu pursued the prisoner who escaped from Impel Down into New World and has not returned yet. If it was Akainu, he would definitely be more aggressive, and might even go after Yikai himself. Now, Sengoku let Kizaru and Garp have their say, and that's basically it. Afterwards, Sengoku also got the news here. Sure, Yikai and Aokiji have played against each other. And it's intense. Where the two fought, large areas of sea and islands were frozen. Moreover, the island is completely frozen from the inside out, turning the originally lush island into an Iceland. It won't be the same for a few years, or even longer. It can be seen that Aokiji is serious about it. When Aokiji returned to Naval Headquarters, it was determined that Aokiji was injured, with multiple broken bones and severe internal injuries. It is enough to see that the fight between Aokiji and Yikai is real, and it is not too watery. 3 days after the battle between Yikai and Aokiji, Marine released Yikai's latest bounty order 1 billion berry, from 350 million to 1 billion berry directly. However, this time Marine's promotion of Yikai's reward, although it has aroused a lot of attention and discussion, did not arouse too many doubts. No one questioned Yikai's strength anymore, it doesn't match his own bounty. Broken Sea Yikai, the origin of this title, that sword has proved Yikai's impressive strength. In addition, there are definite news circulating recently. Yikai and Marine Admiral Aokiji had a fight in Shanline Island. This is definite news. The area where Yikai and Aokiji fought, the sea for thousands of miles has been frozen to this day. Shanline Island, the island where Yikai and Aokiji fought, turned into an Iceland. Now in the past Shanline Island, the frozen sea over there has not yet thawed, honors, and the whole island will not thaw for several years. This is the terrifying power of Marine Admiral. Just the aftermath and residual power caused by the battle, there is such a huge power that the island will not thaw out for several years. At the same time, Marine updated the reward for Yikai, proving that this battle. Marine Admiral Aokiji did not do anything to Yikai, at least did not catch Yikai, so he updated the reward. The battle between Yikai and Aokiji was not seen by anyone except Nami, so naturally no one knew what happened to them. But being able to fight against Marine to such an extent and not being caught by Marine Admiral Aokiji is enough to prove how strong Yikai is. The reward of 1 billion berry is worthy of the name. No one questioned it at all. Just going to Mountain Forest Island and looking at the frozen sea and the island that has become Iceland can feel how fierce the fight between Yikai and Aokiji is, and how powerful the two are. Chapter 63 Rainbow Island, Rainbow Route. 3 more for the First Order. 65 210ths. Chapter 63 Rainbow Island, Rainbow Route. 3 more for the First Order. Yikai, why didn't you arrest Aokiji? The sea charts I worked so hard to draw were all destroyed by him. Our ship is also finished, even if it thaws, it won't take long. Nami's complaints rang in Yikai's ears. Nami hates Aokiji. Very annoying. As soon as Aokiji came, he used the ability of freezing fruits to freeze the sea and islands. Even Yikai and their ships were not spared. This kind of freezing is not that the surface is covered with a layer of ice, but that the interior of the ship's wood is completely frozen. After the ship is thawed, it becomes very fragile, and it can still sail when sailing. If it encounters a little problem, it may sink. It doesn't matter, the ship is gone, Ye Kai can just find a pirate group and rob a ship. Ye Kai does the same. What really made Nami very dissatisfied was that the nautical charts she drew in the orange orchard transplanted from Kokoyasi village were all scrapped due to Aokiji's ability to freeze the fruit. The sea charts are okay, after all, I just entered the Grand Line, and Nami can restore them from memory, but it is troublesome to compare prices, and many books related to navigation, climate, etc. have been destroyed. 767. The ones that really haven't recovered from Bibimbap may be the transplanted orange orchards. Do you want to return to East Blue, return to Kokoyasi village, and transplant a few orange trees? So Nami is angry, but there is no way, this has already happened. Can't really go after Aokiji, go to naval headquarters to trouble Aokiji. Try to avoid it in the future. Ye Kai sat next to Nami, with a bandage wrapped around his body, almost wrapping him like a mummy, only one head was not wrapped with a bandage. This is Nami's handwriting, although it looks serious, it is actually just a traumatic injury. The most serious thing is that part of the meat has been frozen. It is really frozen dead meat, which needs to be cut off and recovered slowly. No bones or internal organs were damaged. Ye Kai rubbed his chin, leaned west for a moment, and said, "We have the opportunity to build a boat of our own, and we must use the best materials. Of course, you are now a pirate offering a reward of 1 billion. 1 billion. Nami looked at Ye Kai with weird eyes, like looking at a pile of money. If you can sell Ye Kai, that would be really developed. Marine released the latest reward, and both Nami and Ye Kai Daisy saw that the reward of 1 billion is definitely a very high reward. Even in the new world, few people can achieve this bounty. Ye Kai didn't care too much about it, it was just a reward of 1 billion, and there are still quite a few in New World. But those who have this kind of bounty, everyone's strength is not bad. I have to go to the capital of 7 waters when I have time. Kushueji was the place where the underworld was built at the beginning, and it has the world's top shipyards and craftsmanship. More importantly, you can buy very good shipbuilding materials here. Baoshu Atom. In the book, Frankie pools his money to buy the Atom's treasure tree to build a battleship, and ends up building 1,000 Sunny for the Straw Hat crew. Therefore, you must go to the capital of 7 waters, and you must prepare to spend money. Unless you want to grab the treasure tree Atom, and then force the shipbuilders in the capital of 7 waters to build ships. Ye Kai will definitely not do this kind of thing, but it is impossible for any pirate with some status to do this kind of thing. Money matters are not difficult to settle. If you can't exchange for a bounty, you can still grab the treasures of other pirates, right? After the battle with Aokiji, the ship was basically useless. After the record pointer completed the record, Ye Kai took Nami to grab a pirate ship and move on. That is to say, the current ship, the one that was snatched from East Blue before, is even bigger and more luxurious, but Nami is not satisfied, there is no orangery on board, and the nautical charts she drew before are also destroyed. Except for this ship, the treasures on board are worth tens of millions of berry. We will meet some pirates like this along the way. It is a good choice to collect hundreds of millions of berry to buy Adam's treasure tree. It is a good choice to invite top craftsmen to build ships in the capital of 7 waters. In the past few days, Nami has been drawing sea charts, which is quite hard. She wants to draw the previous sea map when she still has the impression, so as not to forget it in the future, and she will not be able to add it again. Soon, Ye Kai and Nami arrived at the next stop. A very distinctive island in the Grand Line, Rainbow Island. The island, layer upon layer, is like a spiraling mountain range. The entire island is surrounded by rainbow, which is very beautiful. Wow, this island is so beautiful. Even though Nami was not in a good mood, after arriving here, seeing such a rainbow-surrounded island, his mood improved a lot. After landing on the island, I inquired a bit about the news and learned that on this island, it takes 2 days for the record pointer to complete the record. There is also a legend here. It is said that there is a set of rainbow bridges that lead directly to the sky, allowing people to go directly to the legendary Sky Island in the sky. Nami was very interested in this and asked Ye Kai, "Is there really a Sky Island in the sky?" There was a strange gleam in Ye Kai's eyes, quite a feeling of lightening up. He thought that Sky Island seemed to be a good removal. There was a lot of gold on it. Taking this batch of gold was enough to buy Adam's treasure tree to build a ship of his own. At the same time, Enel is also a good opponent, you can fight observation hockey. So, the legend is true, there is really a rainbow route, and you can take the rainbow bridge to Sky Island. Nami's eyes lit up immediately. Sky Island is a legend. Many people have heard of related legends when they were young, but they just listened to it as a fairy tale, and no one took it seriously. However, Ye Kai is the guy who offered a reward of 1 billion, he knows so many things, he knows the Grand Line and New World very well, he said that if Sky Island really exists, it must exist. Since Sky Island exists, the rainbow flight route circulating on Rainbow Island should also be true. Nami suggested. After the record pointer is full, let's challenge the rainbow route, how about it? Nami is very interested in this. The rainbow route on Rainbow Island is said to be along the rainbow, directly rushing to the sky one after another. This requires the control of the weather and the ship to reach a limit. Otherwise, if there is a little carelessness, the ship will fly from the sky. When it falls, there is only one end, the ship is destroyed and the people die. The more you hurt at high altitude, the more dangerous it is. The air at high altitude is thin, and the wind is also strong. If one is not good, if it falls from the sky, even if it falls into the sea, it will be shocked to death. There are too few people who dare to challenge the rainbow route. It is said that no one will challenge it for a few years, and no one has succeeded in decades. On the contrary, many people fell from the sky, and ended up with a boat crashed and killed. The reason Nami was interested, not yet afraid, was because of being in. With Ye Kai's strength, and moonwalk, even if the ship falls from the sky due to a mistake, there is no need to worry about the ship being destroyed. At most, it's just a shipwreck. It's just a snatched pirate ship. If it is destroyed, just grab another one. You must try the rainbow route, because the legendary Sky Island has a look. Chapter 64 Take off on a rainbow. 4 more for the first order. 66 210ths. Chapter 64 Take off on a rainbow. 4 more for the first order. I won't write too much about Rainbow Island here, too much going to Sky Island. According to the plot of Sky Island in the original book, you need to pay a head fee to enter Sky Island, explaining that in addition to Luffy's way of entering Sky Island, there is no way to enter Sky Island. Everyone should not delve into it, it is just excessive. Rainbow Island. It has been half a day since Ye Kai and Nami arrived here, and it will take 2 days for the record pointer to complete the record here. There are not many pirates staying on the island, but not too few. When Ye Kai and Nami landed on the island, they quickly attracted a lot of attention. No way, a reward of 1 billion. Maybe there are not many in the first half of the entire Grand Line. Even if there were, they were people from decades ago. They had already lived in seclusion, their prestige had faded with time, and few people knew about them. Really active in the first half of the Grand Line, there are not many pirates who offer a reward of hundreds of millions, 1 billion, not even one. At least, no one knows, in the first half of the Grand Line, who has a reward of more than 1 billion. Only Ye Kai. Marine's latest reward is as high as 1 billion. The undefeated strongman who fought against Marine Admiral, saw Ye Kai on Rainbow Island, with many bandages wrapped around his body, which seemed to be the injury left after the battle with Marine Admiral Aokiji. But seeing that Ye Kai moved freely and had a rosy complexion, his injuries should all be external injuries, and the injuries were not serious. Even so, no one dares to fight Ye Kai, challenge Ye Kai with no one. The reward of 1 billion has really entered another level. In the first half of the Grand Line, there may not be many people who really dare to challenge Ye Kai. What's more, Ye Kai is not 4 emperors, 7 warlords of the sea, there is only a reward of 1 billion, and he does not have a high status, and it seems that he will not get any benefits from challenging him. Most people look at Ye Kai with fear, admiration, envy, and admiration. You want to enter the rainbow route to Sky Island. The rainbow route has been challenged for many years, it is very dangerous, you should think about it. On Rainbow Island, Nami found a respected old man on the island and asked about the rainbow route and some things to pay attention to. In fact, the old man does not know much. For decades, few people have challenged the rainbow route. Most of the people fell from the sky not long after boarding the rainbow route. There is also a part that fell at a high altitude. The wreckage of the ship was seen on the sea after a long time, or completely sank into the sea, and just disappeared silently. Only a very small part, even 1 or 2 pirate groups, either because of strength or luck, logged into Sky Island from the rainbow route. Even many old people in Rainbow Island don't know whether the rainbow route can reach Sky Island. Perhaps, this is just a legend. After staying on Rainbow Island for another day, after the record pointer finished recording, Nami sorted out the information he had collected, and looked at Ye Kai with some doubts. Sky Island, does it really exist? Don't lie to me, quote, of course it exists. Actually, if you don't bring a boat, I can take you up there. Ye Kai said, forget it, I want to try the rainbow route. I don't take a lot of things off the boat. I bought so many things with great difficulty. I have to drop the boat and look for the boat and buy it again. Nami gave Ye Kai a blank look, walked under the sunshade fan on the deck, and called Ye Kai to come over. He will discuss with Ye Kai the compiled information and his own conjecture. The rainbow route should be a kind of air current. If you want to enter Sky Island from the rainbow route, you need to have superhuman perception of weather and airflow. In addition, you need to control the ship, otherwise, if you are not careful, it may cause the ship to fall from the sky and end up. Needless to say next time. If the altitude is low, it is possible to survive falling into the sea. If it falls from a height of several thousand meters, even if it falls into the sea, there is only one dead end. Unless the physical quality is very strong, or you can fly, Grandmaster, moonwalk, and other physical skills. You are in charge of giving the orders, and I will steer the boat, Ye Kai said. Then let's go. Nami closed the notebook in her hand, greeted Ye Kai, lowered the sails, and the ship slowly set sail, heading for the rainbow route 100 meters away from Rainbow Island. On Rainbow Island, layers of rainbows are superimposed, very dreamy, very beautiful, and very dangerous. Not far from Rainbow Island is the legendary rainbow route. It is also a rainbow layer by layer, layer upon layer, straight into the sky, no one knows how high it is. There are also many strange reefs and pits on the ground. You can even see flowing lava. It is not that simple to enter the rainbow route. The rainbow is also very magical, it looks like a rainbow, but ships can sail on it. It's just that the rainbow is superimposed layer by layer, not a rainbow directly rushing into the sky. It is a rainbow of tens of meters to hundreds of meters, superimposed day by day. If you want to keep rising, you need to control the ship, otherwise, the possibility of falling from a high altitude is very high. When entering the rainbow route, you can also see many other ships sailing on the rainbow. The ships aren't really trying to get on the rainbow route, though, to Sky Island. Part of it is the boats for sightseeing and tourism on Rainbow Island. The other part is to pass by, come and feel the magic of the rainbow route, just fly over one or the second rainbow, and then return to the sea. That ship is going to the 4th step. On the 5th rainbow, someone challenged the rainbow route. The 10th rainbow, can't see it. Who will challenge the rainbow route? How long has no one dared to challenge the rainbow route? When was the last time you challenged the rainbow route? 5 years ago, or 7 years ago? It's the Yikai pirates. Offer a reward of 1 billion Yikai. It's actually Yikai. If it's him, maybe, it's really possible to go to Sky Island. The premise is that Sky Island really exists. Sky Island must exist, comma. When Yikai and Nami steered the boat into the 4th rainbow, it was clear that they were in danger zone. 0. Ordinary ships do not challenge the rainbow route, but only feel the magic of the rainbow route on the 1st and 2nd rainbows. Into the 3rd rainbow, there is danger. The 4th rainbow is already hundreds of meters long, and the ship will definitely be damaged if it falls. When Yikai and their ships are on the rainbow route, they are constantly adjusting their direction and rising into the sky. Everyone also noticed that this is a person who challenges the rainbow route. Many people have also noticed that the person on this ship is Yi Jin. There is no doubt about the strength of the boss who offers a reward of 1 billion. Even if he fails to challenge the rainbow route, his life is unlikely to be in danger. Many people believe that Yikai can challenge successfully and go to Sky Island. It's just, does Sky Island really exist? Not just a legend. Many people choose to stop and wait. Everyone wants to see if Yikai's ship will fall from the sky, and will it really go to Sky Island. This wait is a few days. I didn't see Yikai's ship fall from the sky at all. Maybe it rose too high and landed far away. However, more people are willing to believe that Yikai is really driving a boat and entering Sky Island. This is definitely exciting news. Sky Island is not a legend. Is real. Stimulated by Yikai, many people challenge the rainbow route, and then, ships fell from the sky one by one. A better situation is that the ship is destroyed, and some people are alive. The worst possibility is falling in the sky of 1,000 meters, the ship is destroyed and people are killed. People come down from the sky, and they don't know where they flew. The death was unknown, and even after the wreck of the ship sank into the sea, no one knew. Just like that, he disappeared into this world and was slowly forgotten by people. Chapter 65 Arrive at Sky Island. 5 more requests for the First Order. 67 210ths. Chapter 65 Arrive at Sky Island. 5 more requests for the First Order. Turn left in 3 seconds. Yikai, come here and help. The gap in front is too big, you have to lower the sails a bit, and use the airflow to rush over. Rain in the sails. Rain in the sails. The air current is too strong, it will rush out. Look, the clouds in the sky are actually a sea. The people of Rainbow Island and the pirates are still waiting, wondering if the ship will fall from the sky. And Yikai and Nami are already riding the rainbow. Nami's perception, understanding, and calculation of the weather are really excellent. When a ship takes the rainbow upper body to a height of several thousand meters, a stream of air may have a huge impact on the ship. If one is not well controlled, it will fall from the rainbow, and its fate can be imagined. This is also the reason why very few people can successfully challenge the Keiduhong route. In addition to strength, luck is also needed. On the other hand, it also proved how excellent Na. 507, May, the navigator, is. When the boat rises to 7,000 meters on the rainbow, you can see the white sea under the Sky Island. It looks like clouds, but it is actually a sea. There really is an ocean in the sky. When the ship arrived at the white sea with the rainbow, the airflow was not too strong, and Nami could feel that it was safe now. Standing on the guardrail, feeling the ship sailing on the rainbow, and looking at the white sea not far away, it was really very good. This feeling is even more miraculous than the upside-down mountain that entered the Grand Line. The magic of nature is really endless, constantly surprising and shocking. Perhaps, this is part of why people want to go to sea. During the voyage, feel all kinds of magical things. But Nami also quickly felt uncomfortable. As the altitude increases, the air will become thinner and breathing will become difficult. It is easy to cause altitude sickness. At this time, Nami was 2 or 3 years younger than when he arrived at Sky Island in the original book. In the original book, when Nami arrived at Sky Island, she was also a little uncomfortable, and it took a while to recover. Now, needless to say, he fell directly next to the guardrail, sat on the deck, leaned against the guardrail, and gasped violently. Yikai leaned over immediately. He was really at a loss for this situation. But he also knows that altitude sickness is very dangerous, and if one is not careful, it will really kill people. It's okay. Just take a break, but fortunately, it has entered a stable layer now. You can control the steering of the ship. Nami waved his hand, indicating that he didn't have a big problem, he just spoke intermittently. Yikai picked up Nami and put her on the deck chair, letting her have a good rest. I didn't put it back in the room because I was afraid of any accidents, and Yikai could protect Nami in time. At the same time, Nami can also direct Yikai to deal with some emergencies. It can only be said that people in Pirate World, even ordinary people, have much better physical fitness than people on Earth. In about 10 minutes, the ship raised another 3,000 meters and officially entered the Bye-Bye Sea above the Bye-High Sea, which is Sky Island. During this period, Nami's condition did not continue to deteriorate. She lay quietly on the chair and needed a good rest to adapt to the current height. On the contrary, Ye-Kai can feel that the ship rides the rainbow and lands on Sky Island. The picture is also very magical and beautiful. Sky Island is a sea of clouds, with a rainbow hanging. And Ye-Kai and their ships ride the rainbow, enter the cloud sea of Sky Island, and then fall into the sea of Sky Island. It is simply a wonderful picture scroll of clothes, quite romantic. Of course, the way Ye-Kai and Nami log into Sky Island seems to be smuggling, not entering Sky Island through formal channels. To enter Sky Island through formal channels, you need to pay entry fees, and the fee is per person, 1 billion IQ per person, which is 100,000 berry. The key is not only to pay a fee to enter Sky Island, but also to pay a fee when leaving Sky Island. When you leave, you need to pay 2 billion IQ, which is 200,000 berry. In other words, to walk around from Sky Island, you need to pay 300,000 berry, and the fee is still charged per person. Pirates can have as few as this number of people, and as many as dozens or even hundreds of people. Charges are based on head count, and it is possible to pay millions or even tens of millions of berry. Smuggle, just smuggle. Ye-Kai felt that with Nami's character, how could it be possible to pay the entrance fee? Anyway, entering Sky Island this time is just a fight, and it doesn't matter whether you pay the entry fee or not. Nami rested for about half an hour and recovered a lot, at least she can do simple activities. Hearing Ye-Kai underestimating in a low voice, she asked curiously, "What smuggling?" Ye-Kai looked at Nami, who was still pale, and said, "Shouldn't you take a break? There is a fee to enter Sky Island. Each person pays 100,000 berry, and when you leave Sky Island, you need to pay 200,000 berry, a total of 300,000 berry everyone. This is robbery. Don't give it." As Ye-Kai expected, Nami is a money-grubbing little thief, how can she pay the fee? Nami said righteously, "Besides, we are pirates, how can we pay the fee? Just smuggle." Ye-Kai nodded, but did not speak. 0.00641051305 Filu152141531. Nami's ability to speak like this proves that she is recovering well, at least she has adapted to the thin air now. "Where are we going now?" Nami looked at the white clouds around him, and the boat sailed on the clouds, feeling very magical. "It's just that there is a vast expanse of whiteness all around, and I don't know where to go." "Turn around here. Maybe someone will come to your door." Ye-Kai doesn't know where to go. "Anyway, let's take a stroll here." At present, Sky Island is already the ruler of Enel. It stands to reason that when Ye-Kai and Nami arrive, Enel's powerful observation hockey will feel it. Maybe Enel was slacking off. Sleeping. So negligent. Can you really go down? The boat docked at the shore, and Nami saw that there was still a white cloud under his feet, wondering if this could really land. Wouldn't it fall directly from the clouds? Ye-Kai jumped off the boat and stepped on the land. In fact, the land is white clouds, soft. When Ye-Kai landed, he was still trapped in the soft clouds. It's not that different from dirt. Seeing Ye-Kai land on the clouds, Nami also jumped off the boat and stepped on the soft clouds, showing a surprised expression. "Can you really stand on people? Step on Waiduo. It's so soft and comfortable. For little girls, this is indeed something to be surprised and delighted about." Nami bounced and played for a while and then died, too tired. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, such strenuous activities are not a small burden for Nami. 5.3. Walking on the clouds, you can also see many plants around, and even in the sea of clouds, there are animals. Can these be eaten? Nami felt a little strange looking at the coconut-like trees growing on the clouds. And Ye-Kai dived into the sea of clouds and caught a lot of fish. It's just, Sky Island is full of clouds, and there are very few plants. It's not so convenient to grill fish. It's not too difficult, but Ye-Kai easily made a fire, and then started grilling fish, relying on lobster, and eating with Nami. I have to say that the fish in Sky Island is really delicious. No wonder Luffy likes it so much in the original book. This is also a feature of Sky Island. Grab them. Destroying plants on Sky Island. They don't have wings, they are from Shanghai. They didn't pay the entry fee, catch them. Chapter 66 The Trip to Sky Island, 6 more for the First Order. 68 210ths. Chapter 66 The Trip to Sky Island, 6 more for the First Order. The 6th update is here. I am going out now, and there will be updates in the evening. Please support the First Order. Please support the automatic subscription. Thank you. Everything in Sky Island can be said to be built by clouds. From roads, houses, furniture, etc., are all built in the cloud. Sky Island has a kind of special cloud that is relatively hard. After cutting, it can be used to lay roads and build houses like stones. The soft cloud can be used to make a bed, or a sofa, etc. In Sky Island, the energy used is B. There are many kinds of shellfish, which can be used in daily life, such as sailing, traveling, cooking, recording, listening to music, lighting, etc. At the same time, there are many shellfish that can be used in battle: cloud shells, wind shells, flame shells, impact shells, chalk shells, platoon shells. It is so empty that there is no soil, and there are not many plants. 400 years ago, a piece of land was washed up from Shanghai, that is, the Grand Line, and it was known as a holy place, the Island of the Gods. Ordinary people cannot log on to the island of gods, only gods and gods can live in the Holy Land. So there are very few plants on Sky Island. Ye Kai and Nami barbecue here. Of course, it is impossible to dismantle their own boat to roast things, so it must have destroyed a lot of plants on Sky Island. Add to that the smoke and aroma of leftover barbecue smoke that draws Sky Island's law enforcement officers over. Seeing that Ye Kai and Nami have no wings, and there are boats beside them, we know they are from Shanghai. And they didn't hear that someone paid the entry fee recently, indicating that Ye Kai and Nami entered the country illegally. What's going on? Why are they so unfriendly? Nami looked at the people rushing, looking at their clothes and attire. They should be Sky Island law enforcement officers similar to Marine. Boom. Ye Kai stood in front of Nami, dodging slightly to avoid all kinds of attacks, and slapped these people on the back of the head casually. 5 or 6 of them fell down immediately. There was only one person left, swallowed his saliva, stepped back, saw that Ye Kai had no intention of continuing to attack, turned around and fled. Ye Kai ignored the people who left, and said, "We entered Sky Island illegally, so of course we won't get a good deal." Is that so? Nami nodded slightly, as if so. But, the clever Nami thought about it for a while, and knew that there were not many plants in Sky Island, and Ye Kai would bake something as soon as he got off the boat. It is obviously because of the destruction of plants, the smoke and aroma of roasted food that attracted these Sky Island law enforcement officers. Nami gave Ye Kai a blank look. Ye Kai also quickly thought of the reason, and shrugged helplessly. Just now Nami also ate deliciously. After driving away, the two continued to eat the baked things cleanly. A sigh of emotion. It's so fragrant. Sky Island's empty fish is really delicious. Even without any seasoning, it is also very delicious. Nami also ate a lot. After eating, of course, the quilt should be turned around. Following Nami, Ye Kai officially set foot on Angel Island, the residence of Sky Island residents. These buildings are all made of clouds, even the ground is made of cut clouds, but this kind of cloud seems to be very hard. What are these people using to travel? Why are they so fast? What's in the sea? Such a small boat. So fast. Nami walked on the tall steps. The entire staircase is made of square clouds cut from the clouds. It looks like big white stones, very spacious and shocking. I stomped my feet hard, even bent down and tapped, and found that this kind of cloud was very hard. Climbing to a high place, you can see the sea of clouds. Someone is riding a waiba, a very small boat, and is moving fast. These are beyond Nami's imagination, and it feels very magical. Nami is like a curious baby, incarnating 100,000 whys. For these, Ye Kai knows some, and some doesn't. He has only read the original comics, and only remembers some important things, and some unimportant content has long been forgotten. However, he knows that Sky Island mostly uses bay. Log into the place where the residents of Sky Island live, and the surrounding becomes lively and prosperous. Everyone has wings. Nami also noticed that the residents of Sky Island seem to have wings. Walking in the small town where Sky Island residents live, Ye Kai and Nami stand out from the crowd. Over there, hurry up, catch up and live them. Soon, another group of people in uniform, riding some kind of vehicle, chased him up from the sky. Compared with the people I met last time, the law enforcement officers who surrounded me this time were obviously more powerful and advanced, and they also carried weapons in their hands. It's a red beret. Even the residents of Sky Island changed their complexion when they saw the law enforcement officers coming, and chose to leave quickly. On Sky Island, the hat on the lawman's head is a division. White, red, and other colors. Among them, red is the highest level existence. Several law enforcement officers who were knocked unconscious by Ye Kai before were all the lowest level white berets, and they didn't have any weapons or attack shells on them. Shua. In the distance, law enforcement officers reappeared, holding a shell in their hands, and released ropes at Ye Kai and Nami. This is a type of rope oyster that is tied up when hit. What an amazing shell. Nami stood beside Ye Kai, not worried, but looked at the shells in these people's hands. Just now I heard Ye Kai talk about Sky Island's bay. She is also very curious. Now that I have seen it with my own eyes, it is indeed amazing. Nami also wants to get some of these shellfish to improve his weather bar, or take a batch of shellfish away and return to the Grand Line will also have a great effect. Tempest kick. Facing the incoming rope, Ye Kai lifted his feet. Then a vacuum slash was released, cutting the incoming rope easily, and rushed towards the law enforcement officers unabated. Careful, the enemy is strong. Boom. Amidst the sound of the reminder, several law enforcement officers of Sky Island stood at the front, with shells in their hands holding up a shield to block Ye Kai's slash. However, the powerful force carried by the vacuum slash directly lifted the two of them several meters away. Even holding the defensive hand, they couldn't support it and broke. Shave. The next moment, Ye Kai also instantly disappeared in place. The figure keeps appearing beside the enemy, and the sword is raised and lowered. Of course, it is just a sword with the hand, not real strength. With a light pat on the back of these people's necks, several people passed out directly, or collapsed on the ground. We just want to turn around. There is no malicious intention, don't catch up again. Ye Kai dropped this sentence, picked up a few shells on the ground, and the means of transportation these people used when they came. It is somewhat similar to waiba. The difference is that these people's vehicles can fly in the air. Ye Kai stood on it and called Nami to come up. Let's go around. Coming. Nami bouncing and jumping onto the Weibo-like boat. Ye Kai stepped on the two pedals under his feet. Similar to the motorcycles in the previous life, one is for acceleration and the other is for landing. Ye Kai simply tried it out, and he figured it out. Call out, stepping on the foot Nuo de Jiao, a kind of shell, took effect, and the comba under the foot began to float in the air, and then rushed out quickly. This kind of air fighter is only available to senior law enforcement officers of Sky Island, and it is a relatively precious thing. The speed was very fast, and Nami was taken aback by such a fast speed. Checked because he couldn't stand firmly and fell off the comba and subconsciously reached out to stop Ye Kai's waist. Haha, Ye Kai let out a hearty laugh, feeling like driving in his previous life, and also a little proud. Obviously, Nami's subconscious move was within Ye Kai's expectations. Even if Nami doesn't grab his waist subconsciously, Ye Kai can't let Nami fall, can't he? Nami also knew that Ye Kai's sudden acceleration must be intentional, so he took two hands around Ye Kai's waist and twisted 360 degrees around his waist. Did you do it on purpose? With Ye Kai's physical fitness, this kind of tweaking effect is not great. But Ye Kai still let out a cry of pain and said, of course, yes. Nami thought that Ye Kai would explain and veto, but unexpectedly reversed and admitted generously. She was so angry that she pinched Ye Kai's waist a few more times. Chapter 67 The Priest Attacks. 7 more requests for First Order. 69 210ths. Chapter 67 The Priest Attacks. 7 more requests for First Order. Ye Kai and Nami were playing around all the way, and they flew through the air on the Airmaster, overlooking the entire Angel Island where the residents of Sky Island lived. It was still very good. In the Grand Line, or Qinghai, I have seen various islands and various buildings. At most, there are some small differences. They are all built with stones and bricks. As for Sky Island, all buildings and roads are built by clouds, which is of course very distinctive. There's an island over there. Nami held Ye Kai's waist, looked at the island that appeared in front of him, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Most of the buildings on Sky Island are built by clouds, how can there be an island? This is not an island with clouds, but an island with land, and there are many lush plants on it, which are very tall and grow well. That island was washed up from the Grand Line 400 years ago. It is considered a holy place by the residents of Sky Island, and it is also an island of gods. It is forbidden for ordinary people to set foot. Ye Kai doesn't know much either. It's all some news I learned from reading comics in my previous life, and I briefly explained it to Nami. Nami nodded and said, so, there are gods living on this island. God, Ye Kai said reluctantly. There is no so-called God at all, just people who call themselves gods, and their strength is still very good. In this way, Nami was relieved. She thought there was a god. After all, Sky Island is a legendary existence. In 4 Seas and Grand Line, everyone thinks that Sky Island is a legend. After logging into Sky Island, Nami saw that the residents of Sky Island have wings. Maybe there really is a god. However, I can be praised by Ye Kai. The strength is not bad. If you want to come to Sky Island, a person who calls himself a god, his strength will not be too bad. By the way, have you heard of the legend of the Golden Land? Ye Kai asked Nami. I've heard of it. Nami, who is very interested in money, has certainly heard of the legend of the Golden Land. Ye Kai said seriously, the Golden Country is on this island. Really? Hearing Ye Kai's words, Nami's eyes have turned into dollar symbols, and urged Ye Kai, hurry up, let's go to the island to see. Nami didn't blame Ye Kai for driving too fast just now, but now he dislikes Ye Kai for being too slow. The Golden Land, it is said that 400 years ago, Rolando of North Blue discovered it, but when he returned to Gaia Island to find the Golden Land, Gaia Island had already been raised and brought to Sky Island. The whole gold township disappeared, and Rolando was treated as a liar by the world. Nami heard Ye Kai say that the Golden Land is on the island in front, and Ye Kai said before that this island was brought to the main island by the upwelling current from the Grand Line 400 years ago. Based on this calculation, perhaps, Rolando really found the Golden Country, but he took people to look for the Golden Country again, wanting to prove that everything he said was true. Only to find that the Golden Town has disappeared. In fact, it didn't disappear, but was lifted and left to Sky Island. When Ye Kai drove the Kongba to the Island of Gods and fell from the sky. Okay, a long knife sticks out from the forest and strikes at Ye Kai's head. The long blade is no less than 10 meters. Obviously, this is because some kind of shell has been added to the weapon to have this extended effect. Ye Kai didn't dodge or dodge, he already knew who was making the shot. Facing the attacking blade, Ye Kai just stretched out his hand, his palm was instantly covered by armament hockey, and flicked against the attacking blade. Ding! With a crisp sound, the blade was directly bounced away by more than 1 meter, and flew out from the side. Shish! In the next moment, 3 figures came from the forest and scattered in all directions. One of them rode and kept shooting birds, holding a knight's gun with a flame in his hand, and stabbed at the leaves. The other guy fell from the air and slapped Nami with his hands. The force was very strong. Before he slapped his hands down, he could already feel the air being crushed, forming an air explosion. Sensitive, Nami is also in attack range. These priests will not be merciful just because it is a woman who broke into the Island of Gods. Same will kill. Boom. Ye Kai scored a kick and kicked the priest flying from Nami's head. No resistance at all. Dab. Even if the priest has all kinds of shells, he can't resist Ye-Kai's kick. How powerful is Ye-Kai? And this person made a move on Nami, which already made Ye-Kai a little angry. With this kick, Ye-Kai showed no mercy and directly kicked the enemy away. Like a cannonball, it flew obliquely for tens of meters, broke a big tree with a diameter of tens of meters, and was deeply embedded in a tree behind. The terrifying depression in front of the body, and the blood foam spit out of the mouth, contained the fragments of the inner tent. The sunken bones pierced through the internal organs, and even many white bones pierced from the back, plugged directly into the trunk. Straight to death. With one kick, a priest was killed. The remaining 3 priests were slightly taken aback, and for a while, none of them reacted. Each of these priests will hard net. That is observation hockey. Observation hockey is called in Sky Island hard web. Knowing how to use observation hockey doesn't mean they can avoid Ye-Kai's attack. If the speed and responsiveness cannot keep up, it will be as useless as observation hockey. What's more, not only they can use observation hockey, Ye-Kai is also Grandmaster observation hockey, stronger than these priests. Kicking one flying away, Ye-Kai didn't stop at all. Facing the night gun attacking with flames, Ye-Kai directly swung his fist and smashed it. Boom! There was another fierce collision sound. Ye-Kai punched the night spear with flames and flew towards another priest who used the surprise cloud at a terrifying speed. Under Ye-Kai's observation hockey, the priest who uses the surprise cloud finds that he has no way to avoid the attacking night spear. His movements and reactions were all anticipated by Ye-Kai. PFF. Sound. The night spear pierced through the chubby priest, passed through the chubby priest, and pierced through several towering trees, finally nailed to a tree trunk 1,000 meters away. As for the chubby priest, his body was penetrated. Because the night gun is too fast and carries too much power. It's like a bullet hitting a person's body and causing tearing damage. The priest's body was directly torn out of a big hole. The night spear is only a dozen centimeters wide, and it penetrates the body of priest Yuan Dao, leaving a hole of tens of centimeters. There is a huge hole in his body. Because the night gun flew out too fast, the priest Dao was not even dead. He looked down at the hole on his body, his eyes were wide open, the whole person was like a puppet with broken strings on the ground. Bang! Lots of dust splashed. There were only Cisco priests in total, and 2 of them died in an instant. There is also a priest who used a night gun and rode a big bird to attack Ye-Kai, Sura, who was punched by Ye-Kai with the night gun in the airman's hand, and his arm was also directly connected to this section. The moment the night gun collided with Ye-Kai's fist, the bones in his right hand were shattered. The moment the arm broke, a trace of force sent him flying from the mount and smashed him to the ground more than 10 meters away. Although he didn't die, but it wouldn't feel good either. Chapter 68 instantly kill the priest, Enel takes the shot. 8 more for the first order. 7200 tenths. Chapter 68 instantly kill the priest, Enel takes the shot. 8 more for the first order. Today is 8 updates. Counting the public chapter of the morning chapter is 9 updates, a total of 21,000 words. Try your best. The rest of the time will be written tomorrow's chapter, otherwise tomorrow we'll write 5 chapters. It may be too late, and if there is a slight delay, it may not be possible to guarantee the guaranteed update of chapter 5. Please understand and continue to ask for subscription support, thank you. Among the 4 priests, the only one who was not injured was the priest who used Yunbei to extend the weapon in his hand to attack Ye-Kai's priest, Om. At this moment, priest Om saw that he was the only one left standing on the field. There was another companion whose right hand bone was broken, lying on the ground unable to get up. Maybe it was because he didn't want to get up. Om is still standing. He's so cool right now. Don't know what to do. He also wants to lie down, but he doesn't want to be beaten down by the enemy. If I get beaten to the ground by Ye-Kai, I may never get up again. Escape. As priests, they are almost invincible in Sky Island, and there are 800 people who die in their hands, if not 1,000. In their life, they never escape. They also don't know what escape means. At this moment, Priest Om finally knew what escape meant, and also what fear meant. Fear and escape are natural and inherent. Om turned around and was about to run away. Ye-Kai simply ignored this little guy. Just run away, his bit his eye circuit. Right now, wow, a thunderbolt fell from the sky. It was a kind of thunder that was more dazzling than the daytime, making people unable to open their eyes. Next moment, boom, ah, with a loud noise, accompanied by a miserable cry that stopped abruptly, the thunder that fell from the sky disappeared. If it wasn't for the fact that there was a big hole blasted out by the lightning in the ground, leaving behind a scorched earth, maybe the lightning just now was just an illusion, and the scream just now was just an auditory hallucination. The priest who was concentrated by the thunder, didn't even leave his body. Not to mention the corpses, not even the slag was left, they were directly turned into ashes or coke by the thunder, and merged with the scorched earth exuding high temperature, it was impossible to tell them apart. Not only the priest, was taken away by the lightning, even the priest, Shira, who was lying on the ground with arms and hands and didn't want to wake up or face Ye-Kai, was also turned into ashes under the lightning. The ray of thunder just now was more than 10 meters wide, like a white column with a width of more than 10 meters falling from the sky. The gathered thunder light was even more dazzling than the daytime, making people unable to open their eyes. Nami stood beside Ye-Kai, subconsciously approaching Ye-Kai. The thunder light just now made her feel scared and worried. The thunder light came too fast, and its power was too terrifying. Looking at the black scorched earth pit with a size of more than 10 meters on the ground, which still exudes terrifying high temperature and white smoke, one can know how powerful Lei Guang's attack is. Nami, who has in-depth research on weather, of course knows how fast lightning can attack. If there is a lightning attack coming towards her, Nami knows that she can't dodge it and can only rely on Ye Kai for protection, so she subconsciously approaches Ye Kai. Call out. The next moment, a thunderbolt flew from the sky, forming a human figure in the air. A man wearing a white turban, bare-chested, with big earlobes, carrying a thunder drum painted with jade on his back, and holding a golden long stick in his hand. Nami can be sure that the golden stick in this guy's hand is made of gold. This person is exactly the god of Sky Island, Enel. His body is formed by the gathering of lightning, forming in the air, overlooking Ye Kai and Nami from a high perspective. This feeling is really annoying. Especially Enel's expression like looking at a little chick, he doesn't take Ye Kai and Nami seriously at all. Or, except for himself, he doesn't take other people seriously at all. Enel can be said to be a pervert and a psychopath. Even her hometown was destroyed by her own hands. The two priests under him were also killed by him in one thought, and he didn't take it seriously at all. In Enel's view, priests are like this. When they die, and after they die, they just choose someone to fill them up. However, Enel overlooked Ye Kai. His eyes were more serious. People from Shanghai, their strength seems to be pretty good. From Ye Kai's instant killing of the priests just now, Enel can see that Ye Kai's general strength is at least far higher than the priests under him. The power is very strong, and the hard net is also very strong. Enel's hard network, observation hockey, is very powerful. Combined with the ability of the thunder fruit, his observation hockey is so powerful that it can cover the entire Sky Island. In fact, when Ye Kai and Nami logged into Sky Island, Enel knew about it. Just ignored it. It wasn't until Ye Kai and Nami set foot on the Island of the Gods that Enel asked his priests to get rid of them. As a result, Enel's priests were all eliminated by Ye Kai in just one meeting. This forced Enel to do it himself. Break into the Island of Gods without permission, and I will give you death penalty. When Enel pronounced the sentence, he raised his left hand above his head, and a powerful thunder light was released from his hand, turning into a thunderbolt that descended from the sky, enveloping Ye Kai and Nami. God's sanction. Just now, Enel also used this trick, lowering the thunder light with a width of more than 10 meters, and killing the two priests he photographed. Zero asked for flowers, zero. And now it's back against Ye Kai and Nami. Lei Guang's speed is extremely fast, coupled with Enel's powerful observation hockey targeting Ye Kai, almost no one can avoid his attack. Ye Kai's observation hockey is not weak either. Even though Ye Kai's observation hockey coverage may not be as scary as Enel, it is better than Enel in some aspects. For example, when Enel launched an attack, it was predicted by Ye Kai. When the thunder light fell, Ye Kai grabbed Nami beside him and dodged sideways. Easily avoid the falling thunder light. Bang! The dazzling thunder light fell from the sky and landed on the ground 1 meter in front of Ye Kai, but Ye Kai didn't hurt a single hair. Enel raised his left hand above his head, and there was still a trace of electric arc in his hand, looking at Ye Kai, who avoided God's sanction like this, feeling a kind of embarrassment. Zero. He didn't even know how Ye Kai avoided the lightning attack. The coverage of Enel's observation hockey is enough to cover the entire Sky Island, and it can accurately lock on any person. With the ability of the Thunderbolt fruit, it can accurately shoot from thousands of miles away. Anyone can be called terrifying. Enel calls himself a god. With such abilities, it is indeed enough to be called a god. But Enel is not without weaknesses. His observation hockey cannot predict unintentional attacks. In other words, Enel cannot predict subconscious attacks and dodges. For example, Ye Kai took Nami's dodge just now. At Ye Kai's level, there is no need to think at all, and with Lei Guang's attack speed, Ye Kai relied on his combat experience to pull Nami back and take a step back. Naturally avoid Enel's attack, but Enel's observation hockey can't predict Ye Kai's subconscious movements, so he can't adjust the attack, and the attack will fail. Crackling. Thunder flashes on Enel. Attack again. Dozens of thunder lights were released from Enel and rushed towards Ye Kai and Nami. Lei Guang's attack speed is extremely fast, and Enel attacks continuously. Ye Kai took Nami and kept dodging. Ye Kai's movements were not too big, he just moved left and right. With subtle and flexible steps, he avoided dozens of lightning attacks. All of Enel's attacks were in vain, and his complexion became very ugly. He no longer had the calm and aloof feeling when he first appeared. The attack is almost done. It's time for me. There is also a Nami in Ye Kai's arms, and he directly embraces the princess. He takes Nami to avoid the lightning attack, but he doesn't stop, and has already rushed to Enel. Just. Chapter 69 Suffering from Little Knowledge. One more subscription. 71 210ths. Chapter 69 Suffering from Little Knowledge. One more subscription. The first update is sent. Please subscribe for support, and the fifth update will be updated together today, but each chapter needs a little time to modify. Ye Kai holding Nami, and still in the arms of a princess, strolling in the garden, avoiding dozens of thunder lights released from Enel, and rushing to Enel. It is also impossible for Ye Kai to dodge and defend passively all the time. He also needs to attack and counterattack. The attack is almost done. It's time for me. Ye Kai rushed to Enel, spoke out in a cold voice, kicked sideways, and attacked Enel with terrifying force. Wow, just the terrifying sound of air explosion brought out by the thigh is enough to be comparable to the sound of thunder. The powerful force crushed the air, forming a shock wave that swept across Enel's body first, but did not cause any damage. The shock wave passed through Enel's body, smashing a towering tree to pieces, and the ground was blasted out of a big pit in 097. This is just Ye Kai kicking his thigh, and the shock wave formed by the terrifying force crushing the air. When Ye Kai kicked in front of Enel, armament hockey had covered his entire thigh. Enel himself did not pay the slightest attention to Ye Kai's attack. Thunder light and electric arcs flickered all over his body, a terrifying thunder light erupted from Enel's body, and the golden stick in his hand was melted by the heat released by the lightning light, turning into a long halberd. 100 million volts. The long halberd pierced Ye's head with a terrifying thunder light. As for the attack on Ye Kai's feet, it was ignored by Enel. He didn't think Ye Kai's attack could hit him. Ye Kai's kick was not a subconscious attack, but a precise attack. Enel observation hockey captured that his body had been elementalized in advance, and he was still attacking Ye Kai with his hand. This is to use the ability of your own devil fruit elementalization to avoid Ye Kai's attack, and at the same time kill Ye Kai while Ye Kai is attacking. Innocence. I will teach you a good lesson today. Boom. Ye Kai's voice fell, and the kicked right foot accelerated, kicking away the smelted halberd in Enel's hand, turning his body in the air, a roundabout kick, and the back footprint landed on Enel. The terrifying air blast penetrated Enel's body, carrying armament hockey's feet, and imprinted on Enel's body. Boom. Bang. Ye Kai's foot landed on Enel, and the powerful force set off an invisible source of energy in the air. This is when a powerful force concentrates on an object, forming an air wave and emitting it. Enel's body sank in an instant, his eyes protruded like the eyes of a dead fish, and he spat out the last night's food and blood at the same time, his whole body arched like a cooked shrimp, and flew backwards. Boom. With a loud noise, dust and mud splashed all over the sky. Enel hit the ground like a cannonball, and he lay on the ground coughing, protruding blood and foam from time to time, as well as fragments of internal organs. Ye Kai's kick directly cost Enel half life. Crackling. Thunder flashed on Enel's body, stimulating his body cells, even his heart, revived himself, and slowly stood up. Lightning has very powerful lethality, not only can it be transformed into light and heat. Lightning is very harmful to the human body, especially the heart. Even Ye Kai knows that even if a household appliance is clicked, the heart may stop after a long time. But at the same time, electric shocks are also used in the medical field to resuscitate people's hearts. At the same time, lightning can also stimulate body organs, even cells, allowing people to burst out with greater strength and speed. To put it bluntly, in terms of practicability and lethality, the Thunderbolt fruit completely beats Kizaru's sparkling fruit. Cough cough cough, how could you attack me? Enel stood up tremblingly, looking at Ye Kai's eyes. He didn't have the feeling of aloofness, and he didn't dare to underestimate it. It even changed to an unprecedented level of seriousness and vigilance, with a hint of bewilderment. Devil fruit is by no means uncommon in the Grand Line, nor is it a secret. Many people in Sky Island also know about devil fruit, but hockey is really rarely known. Sky Island's name for observation hockey is hard net. Armament hockey. Enel is really untouched. For so many years, there are only a handful of people who have reached Sky Island, and in the first half of the Grand Line, those who can use hockey and armament hockey are even more pitiful. Even if someone comes to Sky Island by chance, they will not use armament hockey, and it is impossible to pose a threat to Enel. Enel hadn't met armament hockey either. This is the loss of little knowledge. This lesson from Ye Kai is really like a slap in the face. Moreover, this lesson is really painful. The checkup cost Enel's life. 0. Hockey. Ye Kai spit out these two words, put Nami down from his arms, patted Nami, and asked her to play aside. It's just that this, patted, was a little smooth, and the place where it was shot was a little subtle, which made Nami stare with a blush on his face. Seeing Ye Kai looking at Enel on the opposite side very seriously, it doesn't seem to be intentional. Nami felt that he was thinking too much, and walked aside, not too far away. Just now being held in Ye Kai's arms, Ye Kai told her not to go too far. Enel's hard net is too terrifying. If Ye Kai can't keep up with Nami's ability to use the Thunderbolt fruit if he really counterattacks when he is dying, Nami must be in danger. Hockey. Enel frowned and read along, but he didn't know what it was. Ye Kai said, the hard net of your Sky Island is also a kind of hockey, belongs to observation hockey, which can predict the enemy's attack and even predict the future. And the one I used just now is armament hockey. Armament hockey, it can touch the body of Logia demon fruit power. With that said, Enel knows it. He is demon fruit power, and he is also a Logia Thunderbolt fruit capable person. He can elementalize and be immune to all physical attacks. Ye Kai's kick just now could hit him because of hockey. Armament hockey. It can be said that until now, Enel already knew that he had lost this battle. His injury is very serious, he can only choose 4.4. The first one, admit defeat. After listening to Ye Kai, maybe he can survive. The second one, that is, fight to the death, fight to the death. For the God, Enel, admit defeat. Listen to the enemy's orders and give your life to the enemy to decide. It's out of the question. He didn't think he would lose before, he is a god. But at this moment, he can be sure that he will lose, and he will not live. Even if he dies, it is a death in battle. It is impossible to leave his life to the enemy to decide, and expect the enemy to pity him. Forgive him one life. Cough cough cough. Enel coughed slightly, scarlet blood slipped from the corner of his mouth along with his cough. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Enel waved the golden halberd in his hand, and put on a proud posture in the past. Your strength is very strong, even in Qinghai, your strength is definitely the top. Come on, let me see your strength. Chapter 70 A Match of Knowledge and Color. 2 more subscriptions. 72 210ths. Chapter 70 A Match of Knowledge and Color. 2 more subscriptions. My strength is in the Grand Line, that is, Qinghai, which is considered the top, but not the strongest. Ye Kai also has a little self-knowledge. His current strength, in the entire Grand Line and New World, belongs to the top combat effectiveness, and it is not inferior to Marine Admiral at all. But Ye Kai feels that he is still a bit short of a person who is at the level of the 4 emperors. For example, Ye Kai is definitely not as good as Garp and Kaido in terms of strength, armament haki, and physical fitness. Even if it is observation haki, Ye Kai is not even as good as Katakuri, the leader of the 3 desert generals. At least Ye Kai's observation haki can't predict the future. Just in terms of comprehensive strength, Ye Kai's strength, physical fitness, knowledgeable, armed, swordsmanship, are not bad. After all, there is 100 times the speed of cultivation. Others can only focus on 1 or 2 things, but Ye Kai has really achieved. Children make choices, he wants them all. It seems that I underestimated Qinghai. Maybe, Qinghai is more magnificent than the ball. Hearing Ye Kai's words, Enel felt that the moon he had been pursuing might not be as vast as Qinghai. There are many powerful masters in Qinghai. If he chooses to go to Qinghai, he will have more knowledge, even if he only knows that there are 30 armament haki and knows the role of armament haki. It will not be such a simple failure. Come on, this battle, let me see your strength. 100 million volts Thunderbird. 100 million volt Thunder Beast. 100 million volts Brontosaurus. Bang, bang, bang. This is Enel's full-throated attack. The first hand was 100 million volts. The golden halberd in his hand struck the thunder drum behind him. A powerful thunder light burst out from his body, turned into various thunder beasts, and attacked Ye Kai. Meanwhile, the Enel observation haki is wide open, capturing Ye Kai in action. At this moment, Ye Kai did not choose to confront the tough. Again, armament haki may be able to increase defense power, but not restrain demon fruit power. Even with the protection of armament haki, resisting Enel's attack is not so simple. The body may still be overwhelmed and may be injured. What's more, Ye Kai approached Enel, not the armament haki he wanted to increase, but the observation haki. Enel's observation haki is powerful, there's no denying it. Even if Enel's observation haki can cover the entire Sky Island, a large part of the reason is because of the Thunder Fruit. It can be said that Enel's observation haki is not strong enough. Without this foundation, it is impossible to cover the entire Sky Island with the increase of the Thunder Fruit alone. Haki's progress is to fight against Haki's more powerful opponents to make more progress. Facing Enel's crazy attack, Ye Kai chooses not to fight head-on, or to dodge. At this moment, Ye Kai closed his eyes tightly and opened his observation haki fully, catching Enel's attack, anticipating the incoming attack, and constantly dodging. Why do you keep avoiding? You are very strong, why don't you attack? You can use armament haki, you can attack me, why don't you attack? Why? Enel continued to attack Ye Kai, his whole body flashed with thunder, and he roared and questioned. His attacks became faster and more violent. Observation haki keeps tracking Ye Kai, locks Ye Kai's position, and keeps launching attacks. Raiden's attack is extremely fast, almost as fast as Kizaru's light. Even more powerful. To avoid Enel's attack, Ye Kai must also use observation haki to predict and dodge, and at the same time calculate the power of the lightning attack. In this way, Ye Kai's movements are not subconscious dodges and defenses, they are all calculated. Enel's observation haki can naturally capture Ye Kai's traces, thus locking Ye Kai. It turned into a competition of observation haki. This is exactly what Ye Kai wants. Ye Kai at this moment is like dancing in the thunder, swimming in the sea of thunder. Boom. Quote exclamation mark quote. Boom. Countless times, all kinds of lightning exploded beside Ye Kai, kicking up countless dust and scorched earth, splashing the scorched earth all over Ye Kai. However, these attacks were evaded by Ye Kai. There are also countless times, Ye Kai's observation haki failed to fight Enel. Enel predicted the next move, locked the position in advance and launched an attack. The thunder light fell directly on Ye Kai, who was crushed by Ye Kai using armament haki and the power of terror, or the moment. But after countless attacks, Ye Kai's body was also covered with all kinds of dust and scorched earth. His clothes became wrinkled, scorched black, and smoked. Needless to say, the hair and other hairs on the body stood on end, even curled, and then zoomed out. This kind of observation haki pairing is very rare even in the New World. To put it bluntly, this is already a match for the top observation haki. Not everyone's observation haki can predict the future. Ye Kai keeps dodging Enel's attacks like this, is constantly in danger, and is constantly being attacked. With a training speed of 100 times, his combat experience is accumulating, and his observation haki is improving even more. And it's a significant improvement. Fast ascension. Enel could feel it early on. As Ye Kai dodged his attacks, faster and faster, the odds of successfully dodging his attacks seemed to increase, and his chances of hitting Ye Kai were also decreasing. More importantly, he uses the hard network that is, observation haki, to predict Ye-Kai's movement and lock Ye-Kai to launch an attack, which also becomes difficult. Even Nami could sense that Ye-Kai dodging Enel's attack seemed to be more easier. In the beginning, Nami watched Ye-Kai being constantly attacked by the lightning, and was hit by the lightning from time to time. Her whole 533 heart seemed to be in my hand, and it tightened from time to time. It felt as exciting as going on a roller coaster. Nami didn't know why Ye-Kai kept dodging instead of attacking. But Ye-Kai must have his reasons for doing so. Nami can only watch from the sidelines and feel helpless, feeling a little uncomfortable that he can't help Ye-Kai. However, it is really too difficult to help Ye-Kai fight and help Ye-Kai deal with the enemy. For Nami, it seemed impossible. Anyone who can become Ye-Kai's enemy is very strong. Nami only helps Ye-Kai in other aspects, such as sailing, cooking. Ye-Kai is very excited. He can clearly feel that his observation haki is improving, and he is being promoted significantly. 100 times the speed of cultivation, no kidding. The enemy Enel is also well chosen, observation haki is powerful, and there is also the blessing of the thunder fruit. With such a partner for training, Ye-Kai's observation haki improves very quickly. Faster, more attacks, more violent attacks, bring it on. Ye-Kai feels a little swollen, and this kind of words are even a bit secondary. But to really enter this state, it's like touching something, and it's just a step away. You won't feel too much when you say this kind of words. On the contrary, I am very excited and eager. Ye-Kai needs to attack faster and more violently. Help him to step into that goal, and observation haki can step into another world. Chapter 71 Foreseeing the Future, Conquerors Awakens. 3 more subscriptions. 73 210ths. Chapter 71 Foreseeing the Future, Conquerors Awakens. 3 more subscriptions. Hateful. No matter how slow Enel's reaction was and how seriously injured he was, he knew that Ye-Kai was using him as a sharpening stone. Since you want it, let me give it to you. Crackling. The terrifying thunder light danced on Enel's body, and the whole sky had become a sea of thunder. Ye-Kai is retreating, and Nami has retreated and retreated thousands of miles away. Thunder 10,000 promenade. Hurrah! In an instant, hundreds of thunderbolts fell from the sky densely and continuously, slashing towards Ye-Kai continuously. This attack can be regarded as an enhanced version of God's sanctions. A single attack may not be as good as God's sanction, but there are more thunderbolts, and the attack speed is faster and denser, which can be described as continuous. Under this kind of attack, even Enel's observation haki can't accurately predict Ye-Kai's movements, and can't lock Ye-Kai to launch a precise attack. As long as one is about, then hundreds of thunder lights will fall continuously, and the attack speed of the thunder lights is extremely fast. The difference will not exceed 1 second, even within milliseconds, microseconds, there will be thunder lights falling. Even if Ye-Kai has a powerful observation haki, even if his observation haki is constantly improving, with a significant 903 improvement, it is impossible for him to avoid hundreds of thunderbolts in microseconds. Moreover, the thunder light keeps falling, round after round. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom. Hundreds of thunderbolts exploded around Ye-Kai. It looks like a figure is being attacked among the countless thunder lights. This figure is still moving and dodging, shaving, moonwalk, simple movement, sideways, bending over, leaning back, leaping, jumping with one hand on the ground, and even rolling on the ground regardless of the image. But Ye-Kai used all the means available. How fast is his reaction time? The whole person. Zoo. Similarly, Ye-Kai was attacked countless times in just 1 second. At this moment, his muscles were bulging, and his whole body became dark. Armament haki almost covered his whole body. Most of the clothes on his body were destroyed under the thunder light, and the arc flashed on his body. Soon to be. I saw. It's getting clearer. That's the future. In that instant, Ye-Kai successfully took that last step and saw a different world. A world within your grasp. It seems that everything has slowed down. It can't be said that. It seems that everything is in Ye-Kai's expectation. He sees what may happen in the future. Boom. However, Ye-Kai hadn't waited for a laugh to release his psychological excitement. Hundreds of thunder lights gathered together and landed directly on Ye-Kai. Accurate hit. One blow blasted Ye-Kai into the ground. When Ye-Kai's observation haki stepped into a higher level, he was a little excited. Enel seized the opportunity and hit Ye-Kai directly. Of course Enel would not miss this opportunity and chose to take advantage of the victory to pursue. Fighting till now, Enel also knows that his body has reached its limit. Even if Ye-Kai is not fooling him in the end, he will not be able to hold on. The injuries on his body will take away his sexuality. 200 million volts, Thor. In an instant, the thunder light on Enel's body exploded, converging into a giant thunder light giant, and slapped Ye-Kai with a slap. All this is done in an instant. Although Enel has entered Thor state, his attack speed is still very fast. Because Ye-Kai was stunned for a while, Enel seized the opportunity and blasted into the ground with thunder light, followed by a more violent attack to greet him. How could I give you a chance? Exclamation mark. Thunder God slapped down, and Ye-Kai rushed out, shaved and moonwalk under his feet flashed, and he rushed into the air in an instant. Isn't the reason for Ye-Kai's embarrassment that observation haki has entered another level and can predict the future? Enel's movements and attacks were within Ye-Kai's expectations, and he saw them directly. The subsequent evasion paths are all calculated. Avoid Enel's attack perfectly. At this moment, Enel has turned into a lightning giant with a size of 100 meters. Ye Kai rushed into the air, only on Enel's shoulders. His body was less than the size of Enel's palm. Bang bang bang. In an instant, Enel in Thor's state launched dozens of attacks. Enel's attacks are fast and violent, and each move has a terrifying lethality of 200 million volts. However, these attacks were all avoided by Ye Kai, and in the air, just using Moonwalk to avoid Enel's attack. You must know that even if you can use Moonwalk in the air, there are many restrictions. The Jedi is not as flexible as stepping on the ground, but Ye Kai still easily avoided Enel's attack. Observation Haki goes to another level and can foresee the future, which is really very useful. It seems that another kind of Haki has been awakened by accident. Observation Haki takes it to another level and gives Ye Kai a sense of mastery. That state of mind at that time unexpectedly stimulated him and made him awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Although not used, Ye Kai does awaken the Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is a kind of innate talent, a chosen person among millions of people. But there are as many people who own Conqueror's Haki in New World, not as rare as imagined. Ye Kai traveled over time. His previous life might have been ordinary, but in this world, he always has a natural sense of superiority, which cannot be erased no matter what. Coupled with the fact that he has a cheat of 100 times the speed of cultivation, his heart and courage are naturally not small, and he will not succumb to others. With the improvement of strength, even more so. Conqueror's Haki is awakened and is also serving as a minister. However, the newly awakened Conqueror's Haki is not very practical and needs to be exercised. At least, in this battle, the practicality is not very big, it can't cause too much damage to Enel, and it may also affect Nami. Ye Kai knew that Enel had come to the end of his life. This battle must have caused Enel to die happily, instead of being hit by the Conqueror's Haki, falling into a coma, and heading towards the end of his life. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Ye Kai feels, his observation Haki has reached a limit, and he just missed the goal, and needs more and more violent attacks. Enel seems to be fulfilling him. Why? Kindness before death, or do you want to see how strong Ye Kai can become after breaking through? Ye Kai thinks it is the latter. Ye Kai has become stronger, and Enel has become more motivated to fight. It is also a good choice to see Ye Kai's stronger strength and fight to the death. Chapter 72, 1 billion volts Thor Thunder Gun. 4 more subscriptions. 74 210ths. Chapter 72, 1 billion volts Thor Thunder Gun. 4 more subscriptions. Boom. Thor, transformed by Enel, keeps launching attacks, which can be described as splashing dust, mud, and tree branches all over the sky. When Ye Kai was stepping on the moonwalk to avoid the attack, he grabbed a branch and swung it vigorously. The long branch broke into more than 1 meter. This is a very suitable length. Armament Haki covered the branches, flashing with metallic luster. A black knife appeared in Ye Kai's hand. Wow. Turn into Enel, the god of thunder, wave your palm to Ye Kai, and turn your other hand into a fist to hit Ye Kai. The attack seemed simple, but it was very fast, with a terrifying electric light of 200 to 100 million volts. Although I don't want to say it, but just now, thank you, I will use my strongest strength to compete with you. Facing the huge lightning palm, the knife in Ye Kai's hand chopped off. Open the sky. The hand rises and the knife falls. The powerful sword burst out, attracting Conqueror's Haki, shaking the world to change color. A kind of power that is enough to open up the world. With one sword, it goes forward indomitably. No one can stop it, nothing can stop it, nothing can stop it. Boom. The powerful sword energy collided with the thunder light, instantly cut the thunder light, and rushed in front of the thunder god transformed by Enel. 200 million volts electric light. Enel transformed into a giant thunder god, crackling and flickering the thunder light all over his body, and directly turned into lightning, rushing towards the attacking sword energy. Swish. The electric light, whose speed was at its limit, was like a white rainbow dozens of meters wide, illuminating the day even brighter, and even the sun lost its color in front of this white rainbow. The sword energy that Ye Kai slashed out continued unabated, and collided with the white rainbow-like thunder light. Bang! Immediately, a violent collision sounded in the sky, deafening. Looking up at the sky, you will find, an obvious sword light collided with a white rainbow, splitting the white rainbow directly. It can be seen very clearly, a cylindrical electric light with a cutting line in the middle. The sword energy instantly cut through the white thunder light, rushed towards the giant thunder god transformed by Enel, and directly split the 100-meter thunder god in half. The sword aura stretched for thousands of meters, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. After a while, where the sword aura passed, the trees and the ground were separated very simply, and were split into pieces by the sword aura. 2 halves. Cough cough cough. Such a powerful attack did no real harm to Enel. The thunder god he turned into was made of thunder and light. Even if it was split in 2, it could heal in an instant and reassemble. It's just a question of consumption. If it was normal, he would definitely not care, but now his injury can't last long. Ye Kai's sword chi is very powerful. While splitting Thor, the speed and experience of the sword chi took away a lot of thunder light. If you want to maintain the state of Thor and restore it to the original state, you need to create a lot of thunder light again. Such a burden is definitely not small. Enel can't last long. However, the strength shown by Ye Kai is indeed very strong. As this, the top strength in Qinghai. It's not the strongest. Cough cough. Qinghai is really vast. Enel was filled with emotion and longing, but he also knew that he had no hope of going to Qinghai. However, to be able to see Qinghai's top combat power and fight vigorously, it is not bad to die just like this. Crackling. The lightning flashed on Enel's body, and the whole person completely disappeared, and he was directly elementalized, turned into a Thunder Man, and merged with the huge Thor. The entire Thunder God has become more solid, more powerful, and full of momentum. People from Qinghai, report your name. You are qualified to let me know your name. I am the God of Sky Island, Enel. Enel is as cocky as ever. In fact, at this moment, Enel is no longer self-inflicted. The reason why he still talks to Ye Kai in that superior tone is just to maintain his last dignity. This is Tsunere. In the original book, Enel calls Luffy, which means, the monkey of Qinghai. It is definitely a recognition and respect for Ye Kai's strength that Enel can admit it and take the initiative to report his name. Ye Kai. Saying his name, Ye Kai can also feel that Thor, transformed by Enel, is expanding. It's not getting bigger, but the power of Lei Guang is expanding, becoming stronger. Yamato is dangerous. Fortunately, in the fight just now, Nami kept retreating, and now he has left the area where the two fought and returned to the island of revolving heaven. By now, Enel no longer wants to do anything to Nami, or threaten Ye Kai with Nami's safety. With his life at the end, Enel just wants to fight Ye Kai, use his strongest attack, show his last swan song, and kill Ye Kai. And then, he himself will die. Come on, take this attack, and you will win. Enel uttered his final roar, and the golden halberd appeared in Thor's hand. Of course, the golden halberd is not big, it is only used by Enel when he is in normal state. However, at this moment, the golden halberd was covered with a layer of thunder light, and it became extremely huge, holding the huge thunder god's hand. The thunder god transformed by Enel has continuously improved and has exceeded 1 billion volts. The powerful thunder light is continuously attached to the golden halberd, pressurized into a huge war halberd that looks like a real thing. A halberd that is more than 100 meters in size, white and clean like jade, completely condensed with electric light. A terrifying electric arc flashed on the white halberd. That terrifying momentum and coercion. A dangerous feeling keeps emerging from my heart. This is a devastating attack. It is Enel's strongest attack. It is Enel's last swan song. This attack almost burned all of Enel's vitality. When this attack is completed, Enel is already dead. As for whether it can kill the enemy. 0. Kill Ye Kai. Enel may have lost sight of it. 1 billion volt Thor thunder gun. The thunder gun turned into white light and fell from the sky towards Yuhuan. Everything in the whole world seems to be eclipsed, only this 100-meter-sized thunder gun is still dazzling. After the thunder gun was released, the giant thunder god transformed by Enel disappeared as if he had exhausted all his power. Enel himself disappeared too. He has turned into Thunder Man and attacked Ye Kai together with thunder gun. This is his strongest attack, his last swan song. Broken Moon. Faced with such a powerful attack, even Ye Kai dare not resist. The branch covered by armament hockey in his hand stabbed lightly at the incoming thunder gun. When the sword stabbed out, all the power was concentrated in one point, with the power to penetrate everything, enough to pierce the moon in the 9 heavens and collide fiercely with the thunder gun. Boom. The sword light collided with the thunder gun. Lei Guang wantonly. The whole world seems to have turned into a piece of white light. The day has disappeared, everything in front of me, only the white thunder light, and I can't see anything else. Thousands of miles away on Angel Island, countless people covered their eyes, or squinted their eyes, listening to the huge collision sound from the Island of the Gods, watching the huge thunder gun releasing a dazzling white light. Boom. With the deafening roar, the ground shook, and the entire Sky Island seemed to be trembling. With the Island of Gods as the center, the surrounding white clouds spread rapidly to the surroundings, exposing the sea of clouds below. A huge pothole with a length and width of 1,000 meters appeared on Sky Island. Chapter 73 Run Through Sky Island. 5 more subscriptions. 75 210ths. Chapter 73 Run Through Sky Island. 5 more subscriptions. Then, what is that? No way. Sky Island was penetrated. The Island of the Gods has been punched with a big hole. What the hell is going on? Who is fighting the God? Have you won? Have you defeated the God? It should be those 2 people from Qinghai. A huge hole appeared at the edge of the Island of Gods. Even some of the land on the Island of the Gods, and the White Sea of the Sky Island, are directly penetrated. The White Sea of Sky Island is above the sky, and below is the void, which can be penetrated directly. Enel's attack directly destroyed a part of God's Island, and the Sky Island was pierced. Fortunately, Beibei will not pour, otherwise, such a 1,000-meter-sized hole may make Sky Island disappear. Not only will the sea area of Sky Island not be affected by the Youth Association, but it will also be automatically repaired. When the clouds gather, these 833 holes will slowly repair. But the small potholes made for thousands of meters are still shocking. Ye Kai, only Nami, full of worry, rode the Waiba and rushed towards the Island of God, where Ye Kai and Enel fought. And someone is faster than Nami. That is the former god of Sky Island, Gon 4, riding a Pegasus who ate the fruit of the horse, wearing a battle armor, holding a night gun, and rushing towards the battle. Or, to rush towards the huge hole that runs through Sky Island. Riding on a Pegasus, Gon Fall could even see the White Sea below his feet through the huge hole. he could see that the White Sea below 3,000 meters was penetrated. The thunder gun directly penetrated Beibaihi and Baihai, and rushed to Qinghai at the same time, and landed on the sea somewhere on the Grand Line. It was still very powerful, but the people of Sky Island didn't know it. What a horrible attack. Gonfoer looked at the pierced Beibaihi and Baihai, feeling very emotional. As the previous god, he was defeated by Enel. He naturally knew how strong Enel was, but he didn't expect to be so strong. What surprised Gonfall even more was that someone could fight Enel and let Enel use such a powerful attack. From this point of view, the people from Qinghai are also very strong. I just don't know who won. Gonfall had no idea who had won. Having been ruled by Enel on Sky Island for many years, Gonfall is like being ruled by a great devil, and rationally thinks that Enel has won. But he hoped that someone from Qinghai would defeat Enel. I rode a Pegasus to search around, but I couldn't find Enel, not even the person who fought Enel. All gone. Gonfall was a little puzzled. Could it be that the two died together? Ye Kai, where are you, Ye Kai? Come out for me. Nami rode Waiba, and rushed directly to the Island of Gods. The place where Ye Kai and Enel fought had long since disappeared. It was struck by Enel's lightning gun and erased from the Island of Gods. Where Nami logged in, there was a sword mark stretching hundreds of meters, surrounded by scorched earth that had been ravaged by lightning. No trace of Ye Kai was found. Nami's cries echoed in the Island of God, with a heart hanging, and the "come out" at the back, even crying with meaning. Bang bang bang. At this time, there were rhythmic voices and whistling sounds in the air, and Nami was very familiar with this sound. This is the voice of Moonwalk. Looking up, a figure stepped on Moonwalk, swooped down from the distant sky, and landed beside Nami. At this moment, Ye Kai has a lot of burns on his body, his hair has turned into curly hair, and his clothes have also been changed. During the battle with Enel, Ye Kai suffered a lot of minor injuries, not many serious injuries. Enel's last attack, 1 billion volts Thor Thunder Gun, struck. Ye Kai cast Broken Moon to resist for a moment, and immediately pulled away to avoid it. Even so, the clothes on Ye Kai were directly scrapped. The clothes on him were the clothes of the residents of Angel Island, and were taken by Ye Kai to escape on him. Otherwise, when Nami and Gonfer came over, what they saw was Ye Kai running naked. It's fine. Seeing Ye Kai's reappearance, Nami let go of his hanging heart and asked, that person? Where's the guy who was discharged? Nami asked, of course, Enel. Should it have fallen to the Grand Line below? Ye Kai is not sure either. Enel's last attack was almost certain to die. Regardless of whether Ye Kai can be killed or not, Enel himself has been washed to death. Enel elementalized, turned into Thunder Man and Thunder Gun, and attacked Ye Kai, wanting to kill Ye Kai. Instead of killing Ye Kai, the Thunder Gun pierced through Beibaihi and the Baihai below, rushing directly to the Grand Line below. So Enel's body may have fallen on the Grand Line. Maybe. Enel doesn't even have a body. 0. Body or not, Enel should be dead. His last attack was almost burning his last life, and he was already dead after using it. Did you win? And Enel, Gonfeur rode a Pegasus, fell from the sky, looked at Ye Kai, and looked at this Qinghai native who had fought fiercely with Enel and seemed to have won. Meanwhile, Gonfall also wonders about Enel's whereabouts. It's best to kill Enel when Enel is seriously injured, or make some kind of restrictions on Enel. Enel is not coming back. Ye Kai can say with certainty that he knows that the old man dressed as a knight in front of him is the previous god. He didn't say that Enel is dead, so let the previous god be vigilant. This can also better match the original residents of Sky Island and Shandia warriors to live in peace and manage Sky Island together, and be wary that Enel may return. Afterwards, many soldiers from Sandia also rushed over. In such a fierce battle, even part of the Island of the Gods was destroyed, so of course they were very concerned. The Sandia warriors who rushed over knew that they had defeated Enel. And Enel is missing. According to Ye Kai, Enel should go to Qinghai below, which is the Grand Line adventure. Shandia warriors and Gonfer shook hands and decided to govern Sky Island together. Meanwhile, all residents of Sky Island, whether natives or Shandia warriors, thank Ye Kai for defeating Enel. Enel has ruled Sky Island for many years, and every Sky Island resident lives in the shadow of Enel 2.9 Road. Enel has the observation hockey that covers the entire Sky Island. With the ability of the Thunder Fruit, Enel can hear everyone's conversation and lock on everyone in Sky Island. With just one thought, Enel casually dropped a lightning bolt, which could kill people. Over the years, many people have died at the hands of Enel. Everyone in Sky Island lives in the shadow of Enel. Now that Enel is defeated and will not come back, everyone in Sky Island is very grateful to Ye Kai and Nami. A celebration banquet was held on the Island of the Gods for 3 days. It was very lively, and everyone was very happy and relaxed. Chapter 74 Return to the Grand Line 1 Subscribe for more. 76 210ths. Chapter 74 Return to the Grand Line 1 Subscribe for more. The first update is sent, please subscribe, ask for automatic subscription. It is still 5 updates in a row. Sky Island's God's Island is no longer a sacred place or a forbidden place. Everyone can log in and visit at will, as long as they don't damage the things on the island. Ye Kai and Nami also tasted many specialties of Sky Island and were very satisfied. At the same time, a large amount of gold was taken away. You know, the Island of the Gods is a land of gold, and there is a lot of gold. Ye Kai and Nami only took away part of the gold, worth more than hundreds of millions of berry, or even 1 billion berry. Nami wanted to evacuate everything, but he couldn't put down so much, couldn't take so much gold with him. All in all, this trip to Sky Island has been fruitful for Ye Kai and Nami. Nami will not say much, this is definitely the happiest moment in her life, moving gold and soft hands, and finally had to ask Ye Kai for help, and even made a series of promises, some of which were bold and shy. But is Ye Kai that kind of person? What's more, the current Nami is just a delicious big loli. In short, Ye Kai still helped move a lot of gold, which may be worth nearly 1 billion berry. Nami instantly became a little rich woman. No, a big rich woman. In addition to the gold harvest of 30, Nami also harvested a lot of Sky Island's special product, Bay. Hot shells, cold shells, cloud shells, and some attack shells, support shells, etc. Needless to say, Ye Kai's harvest is just a breakthrough in observation hockey, entering another level, and being able to foresee the future is the biggest harvest. Not to mention the unexpected awakening of Conqueror's hockey, which can be said to be full of rewards. When leaving Sky Island, Ye Kai and Nami certainly cannot leave like Luffy and the others in the original book. Not only because Ye Kai's ships are more, but also loaded with more than 1 billion worth of gold, it is even heavier. You can only leave by the normal exit. The grandma, who was waiting to leave the country, dared to pick up Ye Kai and defeated Enel. But the fee still needs to be paid. At the same time, as a thank you to Ye Kai for defeating Enel, Ye Kai is not allowed to pay 10 times the amount, and it is fine to pay normally. However, the entry fee needs to be paid. In response, Nami said, "We helped you defeat Enel, are you willing to accept our money?" This is official business. The grandma doesn't listen to these things at all, the so-called business affairs are like this. It's useless to say anything. Nami was very angry, and snorted coldly, "Huh, can you beat us? As a pirate, how can you pay the fee?" After speaking, Nami looked at Ye Kai, indicating that he can start performing. Ye Kai is just one step forward. Boom! Conqueror's hockey burst from him. In an instant, the whole world seemed to be quiet. The granny at the exit and several Sky Island law enforcement officers fell down the next moment. What's going on here? How did you do it? Nami looked at Gulu and fell down. He looked at Ye Kai again, like a curious baby. Nami was not stunned by observation hockey, proving that Ye Kai still has some control over Conqueror's hockey. After all, when Conqueror's hockey was not awakened, Ye Kai was more proficient in controlling and applying his momentum, especially the sword gesture. Now that Conqueror's hockey is awakened, with a little practice, it's not that hard to control. Conqueror's hockey, a newly awakened hockey. Ye Kai said simply. Nami nodded slightly, expressing understanding. When Ye Kai introduced hockey and devil fruit to Nami, he also said Conqueror's hockey, and naturally Conqueror's hockey also said it. So there is no need to explain. In Nami's view, Ye Kai is so powerful, there is nothing surprising in awakening Conqueror's hockey. As a result, Ye Kai and the others drove the boat and swaggered away from Sky Island. The grandma and law enforcement officers who were stunned by Conqueror's hockey also woke up more than 10 minutes later. They didn't say anything, but with a smile on their faces, they expressed their blessings to Ye Kai and Nami who left. Normally, there is a route for entering Sky Island and leaving Sky Island. Ye Kai and the others took the rainbow to enter Sky Island, and in the original book, Luffy took the ascent and stayed to enter Sky Island, which is not the normal route. Going forward from the normal route, because it is still flowing downward and fast, the forward speed is very fast. In half a day, I went down from Sky Island and returned to Grand Line. It's just, I don't know where the Grand Line is. Originally, Ye Kai and the others completed the recording of the record pointer on Rainbow Island, pointing to the next island. Turned around at Sky Island, and recorded the direction pointed by the pointer, and it was still the next island pointed to by Rainbow Island. In other words, Ye Kai and the others don't know where they are on the Grand Line. Not even sure which of the 7 routes. At least, as far as Ye Kai knows, the route 5 he took, and the route they took in the original book, did not have a normal way to enter Sky Island. Therefore, Ye Kai can be sure that going downstream from Sky Island will definitely enter another route. It's definitely okay to continue to follow the record pointer. No matter which route you are on, if you move forward according to the record pointer, you can return to the 5th route, it is only a matter of time. What to do? Nami looked at Ye Kai. Go in any direction, or continue to follow the record pointer and return to the 5th route. This kind of problem, Ye Kai said that it doesn't matter. Let's move forward according to the record pointer first, and you can encounter other pirate ships or islands on the way. At that time, get a permanent pointer of Water City. Sky Island went around, and the money to buy Adam's treasure tree must be enough, and the money to hire craftsmen to build ships is not lacking. You can go to the capital of 7 waters, buy the best shipbuilding materials, and build a warship of your own. 347. A representative warship that can accompany you for a lifetime. The destination at the next moment is very clear, which is to go to the capital of 7 waters. Moving forward on the Grand Line, the record pointer is indispensable, that is, the capital of 7 waters must not be lost. We can only see if we can pass through a certain island on the way forward, find a way to get a permanent pointer to the water capital, and go directly to the water capital. Okay, let's go. Nami is full of energy, determined to continue to move forward according to the record pointer, and she also set a direction to start. She also wanted to find a prosperous big city and exchange part of the gold on board for berry. Of course, it is impossible to replace all of them with berry, and some gold must be kept at the bottom of the box. This is the treasure belonging to the big pirate. As a big pirate, how can he not have his own treasure? The ship sailed and returned to the leisurely way it used to be. Ye Kai continued to practice, although the progress was not much, but the speed of practice was 100 times. After years of accumulation, there must be some improvement. Nami is drawing the sea chart, Sky Island sea chart. Also record some things that happened in Sky Island. There are also some customs of Sky Island, which confirm that the legend of Rolando and the Golden Country is real. In addition, Nami also uses Sky Island's hot shells, cold shells, and cloud shells to modify and improve the weather stick, which has greater functions and is also stronger. Chapter 75 Ye Kai's Deterrent Power. 2 more subscriptions. 77 210ths. Chapter 75 Ye Kai's Deterrent Power. 2 more subscriptions. Ye Kai and Nami returned to the Grand Line, but there was no news of the Thunderlight landing on the Grand Line. The spread of news about Pirate World is relatively slow. In addition, there are too many islands in the Grand Line, and the sea area is too vast. Enel's thunder gun pierced through the Bye-Bye Sea and Bye-High Sea of Sky Island, and landed on the Grand Line Sea. Perhaps no one saw it, so naturally no related news came out. They didn't even hear the news of the Thunderlight's landing, let alone the news of Enel himself. Ye Kai felt that Enel was dead and could not survive. You can pay attention to the Thunder Fruit. After the Demon Fruit power dies, the Devil Fruit will return to the sea and reappear in a certain corner of the world. So you can pay attention to the Thunderbolt Fruit. This Devil Fruit is definitely one of the top Devil Fruits in Logia. If you can get Booming Thunder Fruit even if Ye Kai doesn't eat it, you can give it to the people around you, or keep it in the bottom of the box. There is never too much of a good thing. At the same time, if the Thunderbolt Fruit appears in the sea again, it can be confirmed that Enel is dead. Unfortunately, looking for a Devil Fruit, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. What is the difference between looking for a Devil Fruit all over the world and finding a needle in a haystack? Even though Devil Fruit is different from other normal fruits, it is very difficult to find Thunder Fruit. This is not something that can be found with time and patience. It takes luck and manpower. For the Dark Fruit, Blackbeard has been lurking in the Whitebeard Pirates for more than 20 years, and he got the Dark Fruit when he was about to give up. Patience, the manpower of the Whitebeard Pirates, and luck. Indispensable. What's more, Ye Kai doesn't know what the Thunderbolt Fruit looks like, and he hasn't read the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Are you looking for Devil Fruit? Nami asked curiously. Ye Kai glanced at Nami and said, if the Demon Fruit power dies, then the Devil Fruit they ate will reappear in the sea. Enel should be dead, and the Thunder Fruit will reappear in the sea on the sea. If you have a chance, you can pay attention, but the chance is too low. W. Does it randomly appear in any corner of the world? Hearing this, Nami also felt that it was really difficult to find a certain Devil Fruit in the sea, but it would be nice if he could find it. The Thunder Fruit Nami has seen it with his own eyes, and it is really powerful. It is a good thing to get such a Devil Fruit. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can prevent others from eating it and becoming competitors or enemies, right? According to the record pointer, after sailing at sea for 5 or 6 days, I passed 2 islands, both of which were 5-person islands, and saw no human habitation. Replenish some resources on the island and continue to set off. Nami improved the weather rod, and under the encouragement of Ye Kai, he practiced the 6-style moonwalk paper arts and at the same time exercised his reaction ability, hoping to awaken observation haki. Ye Kai thinks that Nami's spirituality is not enough, and it is best to be vigilant at night to avoid being attacked at any time. Ye Kai's proposal was met with a blank stare from Nami. If you dare to enter my room at night, I will click you. To this, Ye Kai could only shrug helplessly. However, Nami's reaction speed training has improved rapidly. This trip to Sky Island allowed Nami to see the battles of top powerhouses and top Devil Fruits, especially the fast attack of Thunder Fruit, which is too fast. If Enel attacks her, without Ye Kai's protection, she will surely die. Every time Ye Kai fights with the enemy, Nami can't help, or even become a burden to drag Ye Kai. Nami is also very helpless, and the cultivation is much more serious. Yes, there is a big city ahead. When the ship sailed for the 9th day, a slightly bustling city came into view. It's a huge island that looks like a copper fondue. There is a tall mountain in the middle of the island. From a distance, you can see many buildings built on the mountain, and more of them are full of flowers. From the bottom of the mountain to the shore, there are buildings in a huge and prosperous port. At the same time, there are patches of colorful flowers, very prosperous, very beautiful, very fragrant. This should be a prosperous country on the Grand Line. Before approaching the port, you can already smell a faint fragrance in the air. Not very strong and pungent fragrance, very quiet and pleasant smell. Before the boat approached the port, Nami took a deep breath and praised. It smells so good, this is definitely the smell of the top perfume in the world. Ye Kai has no research on perfume, neither in his previous life nor in this life. He can only smell the fragrance here, which is very pleasant and not pungent. Seeing the port, Nami was a little troubled. On the boat, but there is gold worth 1 billion berry, so the two of them got off the boat like this. What if the gold on board was stolen when disembarking? If she doesn't get off the boat, Nami will exchange part of the gold for berry. If she goes alone, will she be blackmailed? In addition, Nami also needs to inquire about some news to see if he can get the permanent pointer of the water capital. Let's go. The ship is docked at the port, there will be no problem. Turned around in the Sky Island, and sailed on the sea for 10 days. Broken Sea Yi Kai. This title has long been spread throughout the Grand Line. Especially Yi Kai's reward amount of up to 1 billion, even ordinary people know what Yi Kai looks like. Not to mention other pirates. For pirates with high rewards, they will pay attention. At the same time, the people who run the port or the wharf are very clear about the pirates that Marine is offering a bounty on. Just be afraid of encountering vicious pirates, and avoid recruiting bloodthirsty pirates. The fact is also, as Yi Kai said, when Yi Kai and their ships arrived at the port, many people already recognized Yi Kai. After all, he is a big pirate with a reward of 1 billion. In the entire first half of the Grand Line, except for those hidden antiques, Yi Kai's reward should be the highest. Such a, big pirate, with a reward of 1 billion is still active in the first half of the Grand Line. Whether it is pirates, marines, fleets at sea, people who operate ports in various countries, even civilians will pay attention to it and avoid it. To provoke such an existence. In Marine's report, Yi Kai likes to kill wantonly, and he kills good people without blinking an eye, so he needs to be more careful in dealing with it. When Yi Kai and their ships sailed into the port, there were originally many ships in the port, but other ships automatically avoided and made room for Yi Kai's ships to dock. The ships in Yi Kai had a radius of 50 meters, and no ship dared to approach the big one. Seeing this, Nami believed Yi Kai's words. Even if there are gold worth hundreds of millions of berry on board, no one dares to steal things on board. Yi Kai offered a reward of up to 1 billion berry, and fought fiercely against Marine Admiral without defeat. It is really a great deterrent. After boarding the road, Yi Kai and Nami also knew that the island was called Wanwa Island, and the country on the island was called the Country of Fragrance. It is the largest producer of spices, perfumes and essences in Grand Line. The top spices and perfumes produced here are deeply loved by the nobles of many countries, and many even belong to celestial dragons. Chapter 76 Selling Gold 3. 78 210ths. Chapter 76 Selling Gold 3. The Country of Fragrance on Wanwa Island is also one of the member states of the world government, a very prosperous and powerful country. The marine divisions stationed in the Country of Incense are all naval headquarters Vice Admiral. When Yi Kai arrived in the Land of Fragrance, the Marine branch of the Land of Fragrance reported the relevant information to Naval Headquarters. How did Yi Kai go to the Land of Fragrance? The news about Yi Kai was sent to Sengoku almost immediately. After all, he is a top player with a reward of 1 billion, and even Marine Admiral can't do anything to Yi Kai unless 2 or more Marine Admirals are dispatched. Wherever such a person goes, it is worthy of attention. It's just that Sengoku is a little puzzled. Yi Kai entered the Grand Line and chose the 5th route. The location of the Country of Fragrance is located on the 7th route. There is a huge difference between the two, unless you use the permanent pointer of the Country of Fragrance to reach the Country of Fragrance. If that's the case, then Yi Kai's trip to the Land of Fragrance must have some kind of purpose. Sengoku's adjutant added. When Yi Kai was in Rainbow Island, he went to Sky Island via Rainbow Airline. He should have come down from Sky Island and just appeared near the Country of Incense. It is the easiest way to go to Sky Island, the 7th route 347 of the Grand Line. But it is not 100% successful. In short, it is not that simple and convenient to go to Sky Island. Even Marine cannot send people to Sky Island on a large scale. It is for this reason that Marine did not enter Sky Island and set up a Marine branch in Sky Island. Of course, Marine also thought about getting involved in Sky Island and establishing a Marine branch on Sky Island, but Enel killed all the people he sent there. In the end, Sengoku issued an order, or rather an opinion. Pay attention to Yi Kai's movements, see what he is doing in the Kingdom of Fragrance, and let the people over there not provoke Yi Kai. The Country of Fragrance. As a country that monopolizes the top spices and perfumes in the world, the country is a very rich country. The trade here is also one of the most prosperous trade areas in the world. The funds and cash flow of daily transactions are also huge. Yi Kai and Nami walked on the spacious streets of the Land of Incense, and the air was filled with the scent of flowers and top-notch perfumes. Not pungent, very nice smell. It is said that this fragrance is the fragrance produced by the countless flowers planted on Wanwa Island, as well as the mountain in the middle of the island. That mountain was built into the world's most powerful and top-notch spice and perfume processing factory. It took a total of hundreds of years to hollow out the entire mountain and turn it into a processing factory for spices and perfumes. The smell of perfume is emitted from there, mixed with the fragrance of flowers in the air, becoming a feature of Wanwa Island. Nami loves the smell and the view. Yi Kai, carrying 2 heavy boxes of gold, followed behind Nami, found a gold shop, and sold part of the gold in his hand. The next voyage plan is to go to the water capital to buy materials to build their own warships, and they need to prepare hundreds of millions of berry. Nami is going to exchange gold for berry here, which can be used directly in the capital of water. At the same time, ask the boss if there is a permanent pointer to the capital of water. It will not be a simple shop that can eat hundreds of millions of berries gold. The Kingdom of Fragrance on Wanwa Island is so prosperous, and caravans use permanent pointers when they travel to and from all over the world, so there must be caravans going to the capital of water. Yi Kai and Nami want to get a permanent pointer to the city of water, but they can't find any way for a while. The easiest way is to find the owner of the gold shop and ask him to come forward and get a permanent pointer of the capital of water. These add up to give you a total of 500 million berry. 520 million berry. This, really not good. 500 million berry is the highest price in the market, and I didn't earn a penny. 510 million berry. No, 500 million berry, no matter where you go, it's the highest price. That's alright, sell you 500 million berry, die, you'll make a lot of money, these treasures are all antiques, the price fluctuates and it will appreciate in value in the future. Anyway, from Nami's mouth, you made a lot of money. And the owner of the gold shop is the real Alexander. When Ye Kai and Nami walked in, the owner of the gold shop recognized Ye Kai. There are not many big pirates with a reward of 1 billion in the whole world. Ye Kai is the only one who is active in the first half of the Grand Line, can you not notice? Such a person, come in, or sell gold, does he dare to lower the price? If you offend this person, maybe you will lose your life, and if the gold is not bought, the money will not be robbed. Therefore, as soon as he opened his mouth, the boss gave the highest price. It is the real highest price, and you may lose money if you don't handle it well. As a little thief, how could Nami not know the value of these treasures? In fact, it is already a high price to sell 500 million berry, and a large part of the reason is definitely because of Ye Kai. Nami felt that she was very wise because she brought Ye Kai together, so she silently praised herself. As for the owner of the gold shop, he kept wiping the sweat off his forehead and dealt with Nami and Ye Kai very carefully. He didn't believe a word Nami said. These golds are indeed antiques, and he also gave a sky-high price, which may increase in value in the future, but he can't wait until then. Maybe the value of this batch of gold will increase, and he will die. Fortunately, the deal was reached and Ye Kai was not angered, otherwise, he would really be negotiating business with his own life. After these few minutes, it was as if he had taken a bath, his whole body was soaked in sweat, the kind that could wring out water. Unexpectedly, the deal was concluded and someone sent the money up. Nami said again, "Boss, I need your help. I still have something to do." The boss felt that he was going to die, he was so nervous. However, he also realized that his voice was a bit wrong, and immediately said respectfully, "If there is anything else, just ask, we will definitely help if we can help." Nami said, "We need a permanent pointer of the City of Water, can the circle board buy one for you? The price is easy to negotiate." The owner of the gold shop wiped off his sweat again, and promised, "Leave this trivial matter to me, and the money doesn't matter. The permanent pointer doesn't cost a few dollars, just to buy the permanent pointer, you need to find other caravans, it may take a little time, I don't know if the two of you should wait here for a while, or should I send someone to your boat?" Nami also wants to buy something. If you are all in the land of fragrance, how can you not buy some special products here, the world's top perfumes? Nami said, "We will come to pick it up when we leave, and we are not in a hurry. Thank you boss in advance. It's okay, it's all small things, it's my honor to help Master Ye Kai and Miss Nami." The boss quickly waved his hand, very modestly, and flattered Ye Kai by the way. Chapter 77 Famous Sword Yuhu for Subscription. 79 210ths. Chapter 77 Famous Sword Yuhu for Subscription. Ye Kai and Nami stayed in Wanwa Island Fragrant Country for a few days to rest. Returning to the Grand Line from Sky Island, it took about 10 days of sailing before arriving at Wanwa Island and the Country of Fragrance. Although there are 2 islands passing by on the way, they are all uninhabited islands, just to replenish some fresh water resources and some simple things, and we set off without staying too long. Now, Wanwa Island Fragrant Country, with such a beautiful scenery, is still so prosperous. Of course, it is necessary to rest for 2 days, to relax. I heard that the land of fragrance is not only famous for its perfume, but also its hot springs. It is said that tens of thousands of flowers are planted here, and even the hot springs are fragrant. After soaking in the hot springs, there will be a kind of body fragrance. This is good, you can feel it. The idea of soaking in hot springs, Ye Kai said, was very interesting. It would be even better if men and women bathed together. Of course, there must be such a demand. It's just that Nami won't agree. Although, in Sky Island, Ye Kai made Nami promise a lot, but for Nami, just forget it, some shameful promises will never be admitted. With the money, Nami also started the big purchase mode. Purchased a lot of things. The country of fragrance is very prosperous, not only spices and perfumes, but also special products from other places can be bought here. Nami also bought a lot of professional books on geography, weather, Grand Line and so on. Before I met Aokiji, the books on the ship were completely frozen and damaged by Aokiji. This time in the land of incense, Nami not only bought all the books she wanted, but also purchased many other books. Buy as much as you want, and it's okay to evacuate these bookstores. When the time comes to build a ship in the capital of water, I can designate a study room just for you. Ye Kai expressed his support for this kind of books that can improve his professional ability, and he can buy as many books as he wants. Of course I have to set up a study dedicated to me. Nami said that she had thought about the design of the study room a long time ago. As for the books, why buy so many useless books? As long as you can use them, it's useless if you don't read them. 1. In fact, in the world of pirates, books are quite precious. After all, things like printing newspapers are all in the hands of marine, and the pirate world is an island, and the news is not circulated in time, so books and knowledge are more precious. Let's go buy you a weapon. In the past 2 days, I have played everything that should be played, and I have relaxed my body and mind, so I can set off again. Nami also wants to buy something for Ye Kai. Nami bought clothes and other things a long time ago, and Ye Kai didn't ask for it, so it was very simple. As for weapons, Nami has always kept them in mind. Ye Kai fought with Shiryu of the Rain in Mountain Forest Island. After the Tadao in his hand shattered, he didn't use his weapon. Ye Kai's strength is very strong, even if he doesn't use weapons, he is still strong. However, in the face of enemies who are similar in strength to Ye Kai, we still have to use weapons. Having a good knife and famous knife is very important to Ye Kai. When Ye Kai fought with Aokiji, and when he fought with Enel on Sky Island, weapons were used. It's just that Ye Kai didn't have a weapon and chose to use local materials. It's okay, it's still the same sentence. Famous swords are still very important to Ye Kai. Ye Kai is still a famous swordsman in the world, with the title of Broken Sea Ye Kai but without a sword. Don't have a saber of your own. It's a bit unreasonable. Don't worry about weapons, I have my own plans. Famous knives are not something you can buy just because you want to. Good fast knife 50 work. Big fast knife 21 jobs. There are 12 jobs in the Supreme Quick Knife. There are only so many famous knives, and there are so many people using knives all over the world, it is not so easy to get famous knives. And there may be more than 50 weapons like Liang Kuei Dao with 50 crafts, and many may not be ranked 50 crafts, but they are not bad. But a weapon of this level is not enough for Ye Kai. Not much better than a normal tachi, Ye Kai is not bad even if he covers a normal tachi with armament haki. In terms of identity, he is not worthy of Ye Kai. Ye Kai also needs at least a big sharp knife with 21 jobs. It would be better if he could get the Supreme Big Quick Knife. However, there are only 12 Supreme Sharp Knives in total, which are really hard to find and not so easy to get. It would be nice to have a big fast knife and 21 jobs. As for Ye Kai's plans, where to get weapons, 7 Warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria is not far from the Sea of Water. As for Wano Kuni's Ryoma, Gecko Moria used the fruit ability to inject Brook's shadow into it, and revived Ryoma. Although it doesn't have the full strength of Ryoma, at least that Black Sword Autumn Water in his hand is real. Black Knife Chushui. Ye Kai also likes this knife very much. Whether it's styling or other aspects, Ye is very used to it. When he read comics in his previous life, he liked this knife better, especially the black blade and red pattern. Ye Kai liked it very much. Taking away Black Sword Autumn Water, Zoro of Straw Hat Crew in the future will definitely not get Black Sword Autumn Water. But what does that have to do with Ye Kai? Even Nami has dug it up, why worry about a knife? Ye Kai liked it in his heart, even if he wanted to get this Black Sword Chushui, no one dared to say anything, and he didn't snatch it from Zoro. Maybe Ye Kai took Black Sword Autumn Water first, and Zoro will have other opportunities. Even if not, there will be a few famous swords in Wano Kuni in the future, and Zoro can change them again. 0. Then buy a knife and use it first. Nami didn't know what Ye Kai was thinking. Anyway, Ye Kai didn't have a weapon in hand, so he bought one first. Since Ye Kai said about weapons, he would handle them by himself, so Nami didn't buy any expensive weapons. She has also learned that the top famous knives are simply impossible to buy, and they cost hundreds of millions of berry, which is more expensive than devil fruit. If she really wants to buy it, it will hurt her heart. Stepping into a weapon shop, Nami directly ordered the boss, "Boss, do you have a good knife? Take it and have a look." "Yes, yes." The boss immediately answered Nami loudly, and when he saw Ye Kai stepping in, he was also stunned immediately, and his voice was lowered a lot. At the same time, the boss also took out the precious treasure of the store. In most weapon shops, most of the bosses know knives, they like to collect knives, and they have their own treasures. Without the treasure of the town shop, wouldn't it be compared to other weapon shops? This is a famous knife, Yuhu, which belongs to Liang Kuei Dao 50. The black handle and blade are made of special steel, and the blade will not reflect a single ray of light under the bright light. This is a famous knife with a black body, the handle and scabbard are black. When the weapon shop owner introduced it, he pulled out the blade, and even the inner blade was black, and the whole blade had a dark metallic color. But the boss pulled out the knife, and the blade did not reflect the slightest light under the sunlight. The handle, blade, and scabbard are all very simple and simple. This is a murderous knife. Nai. Chapter 78 The Capital of Seven Waters 5. 8200 tenths. Chapter 78 The Capital of Seven Waters 5. 5 more, please subscribe automatically. Nami didn't understand these things at all. To her, the introduction from the owner of the weapon shop was just listening. She glanced at Ye Kai. Buy as long as Ye Kai thinks it can. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you use it for the time being. Ye Kai nodded, he didn't have any comments, it's not bad to use it too much, anyway, his goal is Black Sword Autumn Water. This Yuhu before getting Black Sword Chushui, it is definitely possible to use it too much, and it is a famous knife of the good and fast level. That's fine, just this one, how much is the boss? Hearing Ye Kai's answer, Nami made a decision immediately, let's buy it, and asked the boss the price. If Nami knew, Ye Kai was just bought too much, maybe he would think about it before buying. Or buy an ordinary weapon for Ye Kai to use first, it's too much anyway. 300. This. The boss looked at Ye Kai, struggling a little. Is it facing Ye Kai who is offering a reward of 1 billion, and I don't know what price to offer? Worried that the offer is too high to anger Ye Kai. Of course not. The boss gritted his teeth, and finally said, I am willing to give Yuhu to Lord Ye Kai. A sword matches a hero. Ye Kai, as a big pirate with a reward of 1 billion, fought undefeated against Marine Admiral, and is the most powerful swordsman in the world. The owner of the weapon shop feels that Ikai can use Yuhu. For a knife lover like him, he has found a good owner for his knife. Even if it is sent out, it is a good thing. If Ikai uses Yuhu in the future, it will be a very face-saving thing for the owner of the weapon shop. You can get together with the owners of other weapon shops, or lovers of famous knives, and collectors to brag. No money. Nami was a little surprised, didn't expect this boss would not want money. He thought that the hesitation of the weapon shop owner just now was because he didn't know how to quote, and he was thinking about what price to ask so as not to anger Ikai. I didn't expect the owner of the weapon shop to give it away for free. Ikai was also a little surprised. In the original book, Zoro received this kind of treatment when he was in Logue Town. The owner of the weapon shop in Logue Town can be said to give away third-generation Gushin Yukiso for nothing. Didn't expect to be treated like this now. However, Ikai thought about it for a while, and knew what the boss thought. I bought the weapon for excessive use, and it may not be my last weapon. You should make a price. That's it. The owner of the weapon shop was a little disappointed, but it was also expected. How can a big pirate like Ikai, who has a bounty of 1 billion, keep using a famous sword like Yuhu? In the future, Ikai's weapon will definitely be a big sword, or even the supreme speed. Then 1 million berry. The boss set a price, which is definitely not expensive. In other words, this is also a good fast knife with 50 workers. Even if it is an ordinary tie knife, a better one will cost hundreds of thousands. The level of good sharp knife also starts at 1 million, and the fluctuation is also very large. Big knife 21 jobs, starting from 10 million berry. The ultimate big knife. Maybe it starts with hundreds of millions of berry, and you can't buy it at all. Nami paid 1 million berry to buy this Fox. The boss held Fox with both hands and handed it to Ikai. Clang. Ikai held Yuhu and pulled out the dark blade. No matter the feel, shape, or feeling were good. Let's go. The weapons were also bought, and Ikai told Nami to leave the weapon shop and find the gold shop that sold gold before. Master Ikai, Miss Nami, this is the eternal pointer of the capital of 7 waters. The owner of the gold shop has been waiting for Nami and Ikai these 2 days. Nami said that there is no need to worry about the permanent pointer of the capital of 7 waters, and I will get it when I leave. But the boss of the gold shop dares to neglect. Who the hell knows when you leave? Maybe I'm about to turn around and leave. If I didn't prepare the eternal pointer of the water city, wouldn't I be dead? The owner of the gold shop prepared the permanent pointer that day, and he didn't meet Nami and Ikai until today, and immediately sent the permanent pointer up. The recording pointer is generally one size smaller, and you might want to keep it on your hand like a watch, because you will use it every time you go to an island to check whether the recording pointer is completed. The permanent pointer should be slightly larger, and most of them are placed independently, and there is a base for convenient placement in a fixed place. The permanent pointer is to permanently record the direction of an island. No matter where you go, you can return according to the pointer. This kind of pointer is mostly used for trade between fixed routes. Water Capital is the largest shipbuilding place in the Grand Line, where many fleet ships are built and repaired, and the permanent pointer of Water Capital is not difficult to get. Thanks. Nami took the permanent pointer and looked it over. It was similar to the record pointer in her hand, only a little bigger. After thanking the owner of the gold shop, Ikai and Nami returned to the boat. Ikai's boat is still at the port. No ship dared to approach within a radius of 50 meters. During the 2 days they stayed at Ikai, there were also ships coming over. It was strange to see this ship docked here, and there was no ship around. But experienced people know, this is definitely a ship that cannot be messed with. After a little inquiring about the ship that came later, I found out, it turned out to be Ikai who offered a reward of 1 billion berry, so naturally he didn't dare to approach. It took a few days for Ikai and Nami to arrive in Wanwa Island Fragrance Country, and Marine must know the relevant news. The Marine stationed in the country of Incense is the headquarters of Vice Admiral. But Marine didn't make any moves, on the contrary. There is still a feeling of protecting Ikai and the others. Protecting Ikai's ship, it's kind of unbelievable though. But this is the truth. Obviously, the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral stationed in the Kingdom of Fragrance is a person with sense of taste. At Naval Headquarters, Marshal Sengoku told him not to provoke Ikai, of course he would not. Even a monster-level existence like Marine Admiral can't do anything to Ikai. A Marine Vice Admiral like him is not a top Marine Vice Admiral, so how could he provoke Ikai? He was also worried that other people would provoke Ikai, causing Ikai to get angry and attack the country of Fragrance, destroying the harmony and stability of the country of Fragrance 3. So he took the initiative to help Ikai solve some unnecessary troubles. It can be said that the fraudulent Marine Vice Admiral stationed in the Kingdom of Fragrance is very up-to-date and will definitely live for many episodes. After Ikai and Nami left, the Marine Vice Admiral stationed in the Kingdom of Fragrance let Ikai sort out the information during this period and send it back to Naval Headquarters. Naval Headquarters Intelligence Processing Department sorted out relevant information and sent it directly to Sengoku's office. Whenever there is news about Ikai, Sengoku will directly intervene. Sold to look at the gold. Soak in hot springs, buy clothes, buy perfume. What is the use of these information? I bought a famous sword, Yuhu, and I'm going to the capital of 7 waters, what to do? Shipbuilding. Sengoku looked at some unnecessary news and wanted to complain, but thought of him ordering that some information related to Ikai should be collected, so he didn't slap himself in the face. Chapter 79 Water Capital Carrera Company. 6 more subscriptions. 81 210ths. Chapter 79 Water Capital Carrera Company. 6 more subscriptions. The 6th one is delivered. I am a little worried about losing subscriptions for the excessive chapters, but there is always a time when writing novels is gentle and excessive. Please subscribe automatically. From the intelligence point of view, Ye Kai got the permanent pointer to the capital of 7 waters, and he is going to the capital of 7 waters. The capital of 7 waters is very famous for its shipbuilding. Ye Kai, as the big pirate, with a reward of 1 billion, does not have his own warships. They are all stolen pirate ships, which is a bit unreasonable. Sengoku deduces that Ye Kai went to the 7 waters to build his own battleship. Ye Kai sold a lot of gold in the land of fragrance for 500 million berry. The capital of the 7 waters is famous for its shipbuilding. It built the Pluton battleship and built a battleship for Roger. Ye Kai went to the capital of 7 waters, maybe to build his own battleship. But who can guarantee that he doesn't know the ancient weapon, Pluton? Wasn't it for Pluton's blueprints? None of this can be determined. Ye Kai is too mysterious, except for the time after Impel Down, there are his information and traces. Before Impel Down, Marine had not found any information about Ye Kai anywhere and at any time. No one even knows how Ye Kai ended up in Impel Down. Such a mysterious guy might know some secrets. I can only remind people 30 in the water capital to pay attention to Ye Kai's movements. The people in the water capital are all from the world government. Although Marine and Marine belong to the same world government, they are 2 different departments. Sengoku can't directly intervene in the management and order these people, but can only remind them to pay attention to whether Ye Kai is targeting Pluton. From the 7th route of the Grand Line to the capital of 7 waters, it will definitely take time. It took more than half a month to pass through 5 islands on the way, and they all stopped for repairs. Anyway, Ye Kai is not in a hurry, he practices regularly every day, and accumulates with the blessing of 100 times the cultivation speed. Ye Kai's strength has reached a bottleneck, and the effect of cultivation has not improved much, but with the blessing of 100 times of cultivation speed, plus the accumulation of time, it is still quite impressive. When we arrived at the capital of 7 waters, it was already a month since we came down from Sky Island. Ye Kai can feel his own strength and physical fitness. In this 1 month, he has 100 times the blessing of cultivation speed, which is not a small improvement. The improvement in 1 day's practice may be very small and difficult to detect. However, little adds up. 1 month, at 100 times the speed of practice, is equivalent to 3,000 days and nights of ordinary people's practice, which is more than 8 years. How many 8 years are there in life? 8 years of dripping water wears away rocks. Can this accumulation not be obvious on one person? Is this the capital of 7 waters? It's really spectacular. The capital of 7 waters, from a distance, looks like an enlarged version of a huge fountain. More than a dozen waterways flow out of the city, the whole city is a floating city. Entering the capital of 7 waters, you can see the intricate waterways inside, running through the entire city. Ye Kai and their ships did not fly the pirate flag, so they could enter the 7 waters capital from the front. Surrounded by vehicles such as cows and fish, carrying goods or people, coming and going in complex waterways. From here, we can see the prosperity of the city of water. Nami stood at the bow, looking at the streets and shops in the 2 halves of the waterway. The city of water not only has waterways, but also land streets. It is very prosperous, and there are many people coming and going, and there are even water trains. Ye Kai and their ships sail directly into Carrera's dock. Is there a problem? Well, the dock is to provide docking, trimming, inspection and maintenance of ships. It's just that Ye Kai's ship didn't fly a pirate flag. After docking, the workers at the dock thought it was a merchant ship or a private ship, and they came to do maintenance, so they asked casually. It's just that when Nami stepped off the ship, the dock workers felt something was wrong. Nami, navigator on the Ye Kai pirates, offering a reward of 15 million berry. It is also because of Ye Kai's bounty of 1 billion berry. Nami, as Ye Kai's navigator, even if her bounty is only 15 million, it is still impressive. Perhaps there is another reason. Nami is not bad looking, which makes people even more impressive. The one who disembarked behind Nami is naturally Ye Kai. When he saw Ye Kai, the boatman's whole body shook slightly, but he didn't expect it was really Ye Kai. In the slander of the marine newspaper, Ye Kai is a big villain who likes to kill and kills without blinking an eye. Actually, in fact, only when Ye Kai arrives at a certain place and stays in a certain place for a while, everyone will find that Ye Kai is not what the marine newspaper said. Ye Kai is actually easy to get along with, and he is very polite. He will pay for everything he buys, and he doesn't kill people at every turn. Even if it is a battle, it will try to avoid affecting civilians and irrelevant people. However, the information dissemination in pirate world is not very fast, and things like word of mouth are also restricted due to the poor circulation of information between islands. This also reflects from another aspect that Marine's control of the fishing reel is still very powerful. After Nami and Ye Kai got off the boat, they were used to the performance of these craftsmen. This is basically the case when dealing with other people without going to a place. Nami said calmly, "The boat stops here, take care of it, and then take me to meet the president of your company. We will customize a boat." "Yes, okay, this way please." After a brief daze, the workers carefully took Nami and Ye Kai to find the company's president, Bingshan. Bingshan is the president of Carrera Company, the mayor of Water City, and even the disciple of the legendary shipbuilder Tom. The design of Pluton was actually in the hands of Bingshan at the beginning. After Frankie came back, he persuaded Frankie to change his name, and then handed over the actual master design to Frankie. In the original book, although Frankie burned Pluton's design diagram, Frankie must have seen it. I must have seen the iceberg. Of course, Iceberg would never leave a copy of such a terrible thing as the Pluton design. It's safest to keep this thing in your mind. When Ye Kai and Nami followed the boatman into the Carrera shipyard, they could still see many workers busy on the way. Ye Kai sees CP9 people at a glance. CP9, the full name is Cipher Pol 0.9, is directly under the secret cipher pole of the world government, so the people in it are secret agents, that is, the secret police. In addition to CP9, there is also CP0-CP8. These people are hiding in the Carrera company, just for the design of Pluton. Ye Kai has no interest in Pluton blueprints or ancient weapon, Pluton. It is said that Pluton has the power to destroy the world, and can destroy an island with one shot. The atomic bomb nuclear weapon in the previous life was much more powerful than Pluton, and Ye Kai had no interest at all. It's all external force, not my own power at all. Even if you give Ye Kai the Pluton design, he will still use it. So fragrant. In fact, as long as the design drawings are advanced and good looking enough. Of course, if the design is not good, it can be modified. After all, Pluton was designed and built 800 years ago, and the design hundreds of years ago has already come to fruition, right? Chapter 80 for Ancient Weapon Pluton. One more subscription. 82 210ths. Chapter 80 for Ancient Weapon Pluton. One more subscription. Thanks to. Thank you for speaking. Brother Wufflike Poverty Roadman A, for rewarding 100 volts points. Kending Yule, for rewarding 588 volts points. 187,767.26305, for rewarding 3000 volts points. Winking face. As soon as Ye Kai came in, he attracted the attention of all the workers. Some even saw that Ye Kai looked a little horrified, and hurt his hand due to a mistake in the work he was doing. Under so many gazes, Ye Kai can still distinguish the existence of CP9. The strength of these people in CP9 is good, and they don't hide their strength too much in Carrera Company, they are violent workers. Shipyards build and repair ships for merchants, individuals, and pirates. They deal with all kinds of people, even pirates. If they don't have the strength to build and repair ships for pirates, how can they ask for money? Therefore, the workers of the Carrera Company all have certain strengths, and if they are put into the world as pirates, they may easily get tens of millions of rewards. Hi, I'm Mr. Bingshan's secretary, Khalifa. Khalifa has blonde hair, her hair is tied back, she is wearing a yellow top, a black skirt, and black knee-high boots. She has a pair of slender long legs and a proud figure. She is well dressed. This seemingly normal secretary is also a member of CP9 and the only female member, and her strength is not bad. Of course, this is not bad for Ye Kai. For ordinary people and ordinary pirates, CP9's strength can be said to be very good or even powerful. Khalifa pushed his eyes on the bridge of his nose, and said very politely, the president of our company is also the mayor of Water City, and he is rushing here with a lot of things. If you two want to know more, you can consult me first. I will explain the confusion for the two of you. CP9 people obviously know more about Ye Kai's information and character. Knowing that Ye Kai's character is not the kind of villain who kills wantonly and kills at the slightest disagreement, he is generally easy to get along with. The conversation between Khalifa and Ye Kai seemed to be well behaved, not too scary, nor too high profile, just an ordinary dialogue between occult arts and normal people. Walking into the reception room, Fa brought tea to Nami and Yi. Nami also said, we would like to commission your company to design and build a ship, a warship. Nami briefly talked about some ship facilities, rooms, and appearance after she discussed with Ye Kai. Khalifa is also very professional, she is now the secret technique of the iceberg, and has recorded all the requirements that Nami said. Nami also wanted to design the ship. However, there are many things to consider in the design of a ship, and it cannot be built as Nami said. At most, Nami puts forward his own requirements, and the overall design of the ship should be handed over to professionals. Khalifa is indeed the secret technique of the iceberg. As the mayor of Water City and the president of Carrera Corporation, Bingshan usually has a lot to deal with. If Khalifa's ability is not enough, it is impossible to become the secret technique of the iceberg. After Nami made the request, Khalifa also asked for some more important data. Material wants treasure tree atom, more than 100 meters in size, this. Khalifa hesitated a bit. The precious tree, atom, is the most precious shipbuilding material in the world, otherwise it would not be called a treasure tree, and the price is very expensive. To build a battleship, hundreds of millions of berry are needed just for the cost of materials. More importantly, this kind of material is hard to come by. The top pirates in the world all want to use treasure tree atom to build their own pirate ships. Want to build a 100-meter super warship. At present, there is no such huge raw material. Soon, the iceberg rushed over. Khalifa told Bingshan about Ye Kai and Nami's request. Bingshan sat down in front of Ye Kai, looking very calm. Anyway, he is also the head of Water City. Even if Ye Kai offered a reward of more than 1 billion, he was not afraid at all. You know, Bingshan is still Tom's apprentice. 20 years ago, Tom accepted the commission of the King of Thieves, Gall D. Roger, and built the Oro Jackson for Gall D. Roger. Tom was also executed for helping One Piece, Gall D. Roger build a pirate ship. 20 years ago, the iceberg was not small. He participated in the manufacture of the Oro Jackson, and he might even have seen the Thief King. What is Ye Kai's bounty of 1 billion? Mr. Ye Kai and Ms. Nami's request is very difficult. As far as I know, there is no atom baoshu on the market that can build a warship over 100 meters. Without enough raw materials, it is impossible to build a 100-meter warship. It can't be changed, can it? Ye Kai tapped on the table, looked at the iceberg, and said softly, Mr. Bingshan is Tom's disciple. If the materials are not enough, then you can do what you want, and you can build a powerful battleship. I believe you can do it, Tom. Mr. must have taught you very powerful shipbuilding techniques. Very powerful shipbuilding technology. These few words stimulated Khalifa. Isn't that why they CP9 came here? Blueprints for ancient weapon Pluton. Before Ye Kai arrived in the City of Water, Marshal Sengoku of Naval Headquarters told the senior management of the CP organization that Ye Kai's itinerary was to go to the City of Water, which may have something to do with the ancient music. The top management of the CP organization also asked CP9 to pay attention to this point, and at the same time not to provoke Ye Kai. In fact, Naval Headquarters did not inform CP9, what Ye Kai said just now is normal, and it will not remind people of the ancient weapon, Pluton. However, Naval Headquarters and the top management of the CP organization thought that Ye Kai might have come here for the ancient weapon, Pluton. Ye Kai said this again. Mr. Tom must have taught you very powerful shipbuilding techniques. Preconceived Khalifa naturally thinks, isn't this just for the ancient times, Pluton? Bingshan didn't have any mood swings, maybe he didn't hear what Ye Kai wanted to say at all. Or maybe he completely suppressed the Pluton design drawing. In his heart, no matter what others said or tried, he would pretend that he didn't know what the Pluton design drawing was, and didn't know the Pluton design drawing at all. Qian's, without the raw materials, it is impossible for us to transform it. At present, the treasure tree atom is very scarce in the world. At most, we can only build a boat with a size of tens of meters. Tens of meters, this doesn't really match Ye Kai's identity, softly. Ye Kai said, I will give Mr. Bingshan a batch of funds to buy the materials of baoshu atom, as long as it appears, I will buy it at a high price. It's possible to do this, but it takes time. Bingshan also wants to explain this point. The treasure tree atom is very precious, and the probability of entering the market is very low. Many people will not sell it. It may take a long time to buy enough materials. Well, they will definitely sell it, you can buy it in my name. Sometimes, offering a reward of 1 billion berry is definitely a deterrent. If you buy it under the name of Ye Kai, you must save face. If you don't give face, then give life. Anyway, Ye Kai wants to build his own battleship. This is something in the plan and must be completed. Chapter 81 Shichibukai's Invitation to for Subscription, Automatic. 83 210ths. Chapter 81 Shichibukai's Invitation to for Subscription, Automatic. From Ye Kai's voice, you can hear Ye Kai's determination to build his own warship. It will definitely be much more convenient to quote Ye Kai's name to buy Adam's treasure tree. A reward of 1 billion is offered, let alone the first half of the Grand Line, even in the second half of the New World. This reward is very scary, and it will give some face. I will help Mr. Ye Kai buy the Atom treasure tree as soon as possible, and build the battleship. Although Bingshan is not afraid of Ye Kai, but he really angered this person, he may not be the only one who will have an accident. The entire Carrera company, and even the capital of water, may cause chaos. By the way, Mr. Bingshan, as Mr. Tom's disciple, doesn't know, you just don't know the design of Pluton. Ye Kai directly spoke the information about ancient weapon. Anyway, as soon as he came, CP9 stared at him, obviously suspecting that he came for the design of Pluton. That being the case, let's just say it directly and tease CP9. Look at CP9, World Government, Marine. What will be the reaction? Pluton blueprints. What's that? The iceberg seemed perfectly normal, as if it really didn't know what a Pluton blueprint was. When Khalifa mentioned the Pluton blueprint to Ye Kai, a light flashed in his eyes behind the glasses, and his eyes kept watching the iceberg. Seeing the iceberg is very normal. 397 said that he didn't know the Pluton blueprint at all, without any flaws, just like a person who really doesn't know the Pluton blueprint. Could it be, iceberg really doesn't know the Pluton blueprints? Khalifa was a little unsure for a while. The purpose of CP9 is to lurk in the Carrera company, lurk beside the iceberg, and obtain the master's design plan. If Bingshan really doesn't know about the Pluton blueprint, or if the Pluton blueprint really doesn't exist, wouldn't it be a waste for their CP9 to lurk all these years? But if the higher-ups dared to issue such an order, it must have been investigated, and the Pluton design drawing must exist. Anyway, today when Ye Kai arrived in the water capital, the conversation with Bingshan, especially the mention of Pluton blueprint, proves that Ye Kai knows the information of ancient weapon Pluton and needs to report it. World Government side and Naval Headquarters. The news reported by CP9 was quickly sent back to the World Government and also sent to Naval Headquarters. Make sure Ye Kai knows about ancient weapon, Pluton. Even know that the blueprint of Pluton is in the hands of iceberg. Ye Kai really wanted to build a ship when he went to Water City, and he also wanted the design of Pluton, but he just mentioned a sentence, and he didn't mention it after being denied by Bingshan. Soon, some orders spread among Naval Headquarters, World Government, CP Organization, and soon to CP9 here. Lu Chi in the Carrera company hung up the phone, and left the shipyard without even saying hello. The other CP9 members lurking in the shipyard will help Lu Qi take care of the rest. Lu Qi walked slowly on the streets of the City of Water. On the way, a few people passed by him and completed the information transmission. Lu Qi also knew the whereabouts of Ye Kai and Nami. The waterways of the water capital are intricate, and the roads are equally intricate. Lu Qi quickly found Ye Kai and Nami. When Nami arrived in the water capital, he also experienced a handful of cattle and fish shuttling in the waterway and bought a lot of things. Lu Qi was on the shore, looking at Ye Kai and Nami who were riding on the bullfish, and also found a bullfish to follow. Love. As soon as he followed Ye Kai, Lu Qi heard Ye Kai's voice ringing in his ears. Obviously, he has been spotted by Ye Kai and is sure to be following him. Lu Qi is very confident, even conceited. He is known as the strongest and coldest killing weapon in CP9 history, and he is known as the strongest Enies lobby, CP9, in 800 years. But as a spy organization like CP9, they know a lot. Naturally, we know how terrifying it is to offer a reward of 1 billion berry, even if Marine Admiral sells it. No matter how confident and conceited Lu Qi is, he dare not show off in front of Ye Kai. Lu Qi is not a fool. If you are really a fool, it is impossible to become a member of CP spies. With Ye Kai's strength, Lu Qi didn't even need to ask himself how he was discovered. Anyway, with Ye Kai's existence, there are too many ways to know that he is following him. Lu Qi said very seriously and sincerely, I am a member of CP9 in the world government. Lu Qi, I have received orders from the world government and naval headquarters to invite Mr. Ye Kai to become a member of 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea are the 7 great pirates recognized by the world government, possessing catastrophic destructive power and a huge combat power that rivals the country. Naval headquarters, or the world government, the idea of establishing 7 warlords of the sea is to make Shichibukai into 3 major trends that can be called the Grand Line together with 4 emperors and naval headquarters. Only those who are famous and powerful enough to deter most pirates in the world are eligible to be selected as a member of 7 warlords of the sea. Fire Fist Ace and Jinbei fought for 7 days and 7 nights, and they were still Logia Devil Fruit, Mara Fruit's ability user, and their strength was very strong. Marine sent an invitation to Ace, but absolutely. Now, Lu Qi appears, representing the world government and Marine, and invites Ye Kai to become a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. This proposal was first proposed by Kizaru. Sengoku has also considered it. Judging from the collected information, Ye Kai has a relatively casual personality, which is somewhat similar to Hawkeye. So far, it seems that the active killings are all pirates, or are they offering rewards to snatch pirate ships? This is hardly something a big pirate, with a bounty of 1 billion berry can do. Sengoku reported this proposal, and after review by the world government, they agreed to invite Ye Kai to become 7 warlords of the sea. Whether it is strength or deterrence, Ye Kai is competent for 7 warlords of the sea. The only thing to worry about is that Ye will refuse. Not everyone wants to be 7 warlords of the sea. 7 warlords of the sea, to put it nicely, are powerful pirates recognized by the Marine and world government. However, most of the names from the outside world say that 7 warlords of the sea is a lackey of Marine or world government. Ye Kai's strength may not agree, and there is no need to agree, this is an infamy after all. But Ye Kai's personality is relatively casual, he doesn't care about other people's opinions at all, and his behavior style is completely unexpected, so it is possible to agree. As long as Marine can come up with something that makes Ye Kai's heart beat. You promise to become 7 warlords of the sea, and the world government will give you the Atom Treasure Tree to build your own battleship. At the same time, the world government will give you a famous sword, which is better than Yuhu, at least 21 jobs. Lu Qi stated the conditions offered by Marine. Ye Kai wants to build his own battleship, but he lacks the Treasure Tree Atom as the material, the world government has it. Ye Kai bought an ordinary famous knife in the Kingdom of Fragrance, Liang Kue Dao's 50 craft Yuhu, it is not worthy of Ye Kai at all, the world government can prepare a better famous knife for Ye Kai. Exclamation mark. It can also be seen from this that Marine has been collecting Ye Kai's materials and related information, and now this information has also come in handy. Chapter 82 Serve as 7 Warlords of the Sea. 3 more subscriptions. 84 210ths. Chapter 82 Serve as 7 Warlords of the Sea. 3 more subscriptions. 7 Warlords of the Sea. Okay, I promise. Regarding the invitation sent by Lu Qi on behalf of Naval Headquarters and World Government, Ye Kai thought for a moment, and then directly agreed. Speaking of 7 Warlords of the Sea, it's like Marine's lackeys. But for Ye Kai, it doesn't matter at all. He doesn't really care about such things as reputation. In Marine's report, he is a murderous demon without blinking an eye. What good reputation does he have? Of course, perhaps for the top pirates, they all have their own intelligence system, sources of information, know Ye Kai's character and information. But in the eyes of ordinary people, Ye Kai is definitely not a good person. Ye Kai doesn't care about these reputations either. 7 Warlords of the Sea is King Sha Chi Wu Si. Play as 7 Warlords of the Sea first to have fun, and get the Atom Treasure Tree. Let's talk about things in the future. 7 Warlords of the Sea can be appointed or resigned. If you are unhappy one day, just resign. What's more, 7 Warlords of the Sea listens to the tune but does not listen to the announcement, and Marine's orders can be ignored directly. Even if it is an order from the world government, as long as Ye Kai is unwilling, he can also be ignored. For Ye Kai, it doesn't matter if he has the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, can get the treasure tree Adam who builds battleships, and can save hundreds of millions of funds. As for famous knives, Ye Kai still prefers Black Sword Autumn Water unless Marine can get 12 skills of the Supreme Quick Sword. Of course, if Marine wants to give a famous knife, Ye Kai will certainly not refuse, take it and use it first. Lu Qi was slightly silent, it can be said that he was extremely surprised, just agreed. Did you think about it for 3 seconds? Just agree so easily. Then congratulations to Mr. Ye Kai for becoming 7 Warlords of the Sea. I will leave first and report the relevant news to my superiors. This is a phone bug, and it will be convenient to contact later. Lu Qi handed Ye Kai a phone bug. Ye Kai promises to be 7 Warlords of the Sea, naval headquarters or world government, and to contact Ye Kai, you need a phone bug. Otherwise, if you run around like Ye Kai, you really want to contact him, but you can't get in touch at all. Ye Kai didn't answer the phone bug at all, but Nami took it and put it away. Lu Qi didn't care, as long as he handed over the phone bug, he drove Niayu away and reported the matter. Accepted, so simply agree. He didn't agree just because he took a fancy to Baoshu Adam and famous sword. Actually, after Ye Kai escaped from Impel Down, he didn't do anything bad. On the contrary, he captured many pirates and wiped out many pirate groups. If he really joined 7 Warlords of the Sea, he would be able to serve as 7 Warlords of the Sea with peace of mind. The sea is also a good thing. That guy in East Blue can do all kinds of things by catching pirates in exchange for rewards, robbing pirates' financial reports, and robbing pirate ships. He doesn't care about other people's eyes and opinions at all because Adam Baoshu it is not impossible to agree to become 7 Warlords of the Sea with Mingdao. For Marine, Sengoku was really surprised that Ye Kai agreed to play 7 Warlords of the Sea. It's too easy, isn't it? Ye Kai simply agreed to serve as 7 Warlords of the Sea. 3 Admiral and Garp are both unexpected. However, Garp thinks that Ye Kai agreed to serve as 7 Warlords of the Sea, maybe because of the conditions given by Marine, Adam Treasure Tree and famous sword. Garp met Ye Kai at the East Blue, even briefly. Ye Kai is in East Blue, in order to invite the girl named Nami to serve as a navigator, to catch pirates in exchange for rewards, and to snatch the pirates' financial reports. In order to fool the girl named Nami into becoming a navigator. It can be said that she took great pains, and finally showed her great strength to wipe out the evil dragon pirates, and then trick the little girl into becoming a navigator. Just to fool a little girl, so many methods are used. Is there anything that Ye Kai guy can't do? As long as he wants to do something, he doesn't care about other people's opinions. At the same time, when Garp and Ye Kai fought briefly, Ye Kai slashed at his battleship. This caused Garp to resist the sword chi, otherwise his battleship and the people on board would suffer. It was also because of resisting the sword energy that Tuan Yi easily escaped. Garp believes that Ye Kai agreed to be 7 Warlords of the Sea because of the Adam Treasure Tree and famous sword promised by the world government. In short, take the benefits first, and then talk about it, and don't care about things in the future. Marine wants to order Ye Kai, but it's not that simple. Sengoku said, it doesn't matter, as long as Ye Kai agrees to join 7 Warlords of the Sea. Judging from his behavior during this period, he didn't do anything big, as long as he joins 7 Warlords of the Sea, first Marine just earned. As for the future, what will Ye Kai do after entering New World? Will he challenge the 4 Emperors? Nothing to do with Marine. As long as Ye Kai holds the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea, it will be profitable for Marine. Coincidentally, it would be a good thing if Ye Kai challenged the 4 Emperors with the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. World government moves quickly. On the same day, CP9 delivered a famous knife to Ye Kai. A famous knife belonging to 21 craftsmen of Dakue Dao. Then someone contacted Carrera's company and offered Adam Baoshu to build a super battleship. A huge warship over 100 meters. Bingshan personally led the people of Carrera Company to design this battleship according to the suggestions of Ye Kai and Nami. To put it bluntly, being able to build such a battleship is also a matter of pride for Bingshan. For the entire Carrera Company, it is also something worth going all out for. Not to mention building this battleship for Ye Kai. In the future, Ye Kai's achievements will be limitless, and he will gain a greater reputation. Of course, his battleship will also become famous. Perhaps in a few years, Bingshan, Carrera, and everyone involved in building warships for Ye Kai will be proud of it. Miss Nami, do you see this design? What about this design? According to your requirements, orange groves, swimming pools, and sunbathing on the 2nd floor are added. How about this design? Version after version, the Carrera Company continued to revise the design of the boat. In fact, the main design has not changed much, but the layout of the ship can be adjusted. Mainly to meet the needs of Nami. As for Ye Kai, he is a big man, and he has no needs at all except for practicing and resting in the sun on the boat. As long as the design doesn't lose hockey, don't be too girly by Nami. At the same time, Marine announces, Broken Sea Ye Kai, officially appointed as 7 Warlords of the Sea. This news shocked the whole world. Whether it was the first half of Grand Line or the second half of New World, it caused huge turmoil. It has attracted everyone's attention than when Hawkeye agreed to join 7 Warlords of the Sea. Hawkeye joined the 7 Warlords of the Sea for a compelling reason. This is no secret to many top forces and people at the 4 Emperors level. However, Ye Kai is different. His strength is really comparable to Marine Admiral, and now the reward is more than 1 billion berry. He has strength and reputation. In addition, the fact that Ye Kai's strength has improved rapidly is no secret to top forces, such as 4 emperors. The battle between Ye Kai and Marine Admiral Aokiji has been going on for more than a month, and now Ye Kai is stronger again. How could he agree to become 7 warlords of the sea, to be Marine's lackey? This is simply a self-defeating thing again. Chapter 83. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Ye Kai. 4 more subscriptions. 85 210ths. Chapter 83. 7 Warlords of the Sea, Ye Kai. 4 more subscriptions. Weibel, that guy actually joined 7 Warlords of the Sea, how funny. New World. Dressrosa. Doflamingo looked at the latest announcement from Marine. Marine offered a reward of 1 billion to the big pirate, Ye Kai, who officially became the 7 Warlords of the Sea. After Ye Kai escaped from Impel Down, he was chased by Kizaru to East Blue. When the bounty was still 350 million, Doflamingo sent someone to invite him to join the Don Quixote family. At that time, Ye Kai refused, saying that unless Doflamingo abdicates and makes Ye Kai the boss, he will agree to join Don Quixote family. In addition to rejecting Doflamingo, Ye Kai also rejected invitations from Kaido and Bigmom. Now, it's not just Doflamingo, but the 4 emperors are also looking at the news published in the Marine newspaper. Ye Kai offered a reward of more than 1 billion, which is very high even in New World. Moreover, Ye Kai had a professorship with Aokiji more than a month before, 993. Aokiji couldn't do anything to Ye Kai, and he was injured himself. Later Ye Kai appeared on Rainbow Island with bandages on his body, but his injuries were not serious, saying that Min Aokiji really couldn't help Ye Kai. Marine Admiral's strength is also very strong. Even the captain and general under the 4 emperors, facing Marine Admiral alone, dare not say that they can win, at most they will be tied. There are even some generals who are not Marine Admiral's opponents at all. That is still the strength of Ye Kai more than a month ago. The existence of the 4 emperors level has multiple huge fleets under its flag and has its own sources of intelligence. Naturally, I know that Ye Kai's strength has improved very quickly. From Ye Kai who grew up in Impel Down for 2 months to being able to escape from prison, and was chased by Marine Admiral Kizaru for 3 days and was able to escape. After that, he stayed in East Blue for a while time, returned to the Grand Line, and fight with Marine Admiral Aokiji. Now, Ye Kai and Aokiji have played against each other for more than a month. How far has Ye Kai's strength improved? It's a pity to join Shichibukai. Even the 4 emperors feel a little pity about it. Ye Kai's strength is growing rapidly, and he will definitely enter the New World in the future. Joining 7 Warlords of the Sea now, for Marine, has really improved a lot of freelancers. The redhead rubbed his chin, flipped through the news in the newspaper with one hand, and said with a smile, "That guy became 7 Warlords of the Sea, it must be just for fun. He is very similar to Hawkeye, but completely different." It is said that Ye Kai is going to build his own battleship and needs the treasure tree atom. The world government uses the treasure tree atom and a famous knife as a price to invite Ye Kai to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Intelligence news from 4 emperors is still very fast. What's more, the actions of the world government are not small. As a rare material, Atom Treasure Tree was sent to the capital of 7 Waters to build warships for Ye Kai. Can it not attract everyone's attention? I feel that the world government will lose its wife and lose its soldiers. It's not just the redhead who thinks this way here, many people think so. But how long after that, I don't know. Nobody believed Ye Kai would stay in 7 Warlords of the Sea anyway. In the future, Ye Kai will either resign or be expelled from Marine. The capital of 7 Waters. Ye Kai, do you really want to be 7 Warlords of the Sea? Ye Kai promised CP9 to serve as 7 Warlords of the Sea. Nami offered conditions because of Lu Chi at the beginning, Atom's treasure tree and famous sword, which I feel are not bad. Anyway, it is just a position, which is equivalent to earning hundreds of millions of berry. Moreover, Ye Kai introduced her to the forces of the Grand Line, and also mentioned the 7 Warlords of the Sea. In Grand Line, the status of 7 Warlords of the Sea is still very high. But after a few days of careful understanding, Nami also knew that the status of 7 Warlords of the Sea was indeed very high, but it was a little embarrassing. It is said that they are legal pirates recognized by Marine and world government. In fact, they are lackeys of Marine and world government. Nami felt that his family was not short of money, so there was no need for Ye Kai to bear such a bad name and be regarded as a running dog of the world government. It's okay, I don't care, and Shichibukai is not bad, just for fun, you can resign at any time, maybe you will be removed from Marine soon. Ye Kai looked at the famous knife sent by Marine, and he didn't care about Nami's worries. He doesn't have much interest in fame, status, wealth. We have all come to this world. Dang 7 Warlords of the Sea is still very good, it can be regarded as an experience, a feeling, and an experience. It's worth a walk in this world. Secondly, Ye Kai has a follow-up plan, and Marine will definitely not be able to bear it. By then, he will definitely be removed from 7 Warlords of the Sea. This knife is not bad, world government still has a lot of collections. The world government asked CP9 to send a famous knife. Coincidentally, the name of the knife is Duanai. It belongs to the 21 workers of Dakue Dao. It is said that more than 100 years ago, a great swordsman's saber used this knife to cut open the sea. This knife is also called Broken Sea. I don't know if the world government intends to please Ye Kai. I still felt that it also had the title of Duanai, so I sent this big fast knife with 21 crafts to Ye Kai. This knife is completely different from Yuhu. The white and blue hilt and sharp blade are elegant and restrained, but at the same time, they have a sense of vastness like the sea. The scabbard is also white and blue. Just by holding it in your hand, you can feel a completely different feeling from Heliong Kuai Dao Yuhu. The gap is a little big. Even in the 21 jobs of Dakue Dao, Broken Sea should be considered relatively high, right? World government can be said to be the ruler of this world, and there must be a lot of things in the collection which can be regarded as rich and powerful. The famous knife is just one of the collections of the world government, and it is not too precious. In the original book, the people of CP9 will grab Robin and Annie's lobby, and each person will directly get a devil fruit. Even if it's not some precious devil fruit, the worst devil fruit is worth 100 million berry. What is world government if it is not rich and powerful? Play as 7 warlords of the sea to feel it, experience the feeling of being 7 warlords of the sea, save the money to build ships, get Adam treasure tree, and ZJ with a big sharp knife 21 crafts. Anyway, Ye Kai thinks he made a profit. No matter what others say, does he care about this? The strong don't need to care about what other people say, as long as they are strong enough, everything is right. 3.5. Ye Kai's battleship has been designed. Adam's treasure tree has been sent to Carrera's shipyard for manufacturing. The entire Carrera company, even Marine, sent people to build warships for Ye Kai. For a huge battleship, even if the Carrera company is fully mobilized, with the help of Marine, it will take 2 to 3 months. In the past 3 months, Ye Kai and Nami are temporarily staying in the water capital. Nami occasionally goes back to check the construction progress, and spends more time reading, practicing, drawing sea charts, and going out with Ye Kai. Ye Kai seemed rather boring. Practice, 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 rest. There is 100 times the speed of practice, and it is not justified if you don't practice seriously. However, after completing the daily practice, he will also rest and go out to play. As a modern person, Ye Kai is more interested in many places in the world of pirates, and will go to sea and go out for a walk. 3cc. Chapter 84 Fire Fist Aces Challenge. 5 more subscriptions. 86 210ths. Chapter 84 Fire Fist Aces Challenge. 5 more subscriptions. 5 updates. Please subscribe, please automatically. Water Capital. A pirate ship is docked in the backstreet of the capital of 7 waters. Here, many pirate ships have already docked, and the pirate ship that just stopped is not very big, but it is very eye-catching. The sail on this pirate ship is black, depicting a red spade, and there is a skull on the spade, with glasses and flames on it. This is the Spade Pirates. The captain is Firefist Ace with a bounty of more than 300 million berry. Here we are, hope to meet Ye Kai here. Ace is also true, we are about to enter the new world, and you have to come to the capital of 7 waters to challenge Ye Kai. The reward for that guy is 10 berry, which is much higher than yours. A reward doesn't represent strength, maybe that guy has done too many evil things, that's why Marine's reward for him is so. Then it is an indisputable fact that he fought Marine Admiral Aokiji but was not caught by Marine. Ye Kai actually accepted Marine's invitation and became 7 warlords of the sea. From this, it can be seen that he is not as good as Ace. How could a pirate with aspirations become the 7 warlords of the sea and be Marine's lackey? Ace is a pirate with pursuit. His dream is to become the One Piece. Marine invited 30 Ace to serve as 7 warlords of the sea, but he declined. Looking at the people who agreed to be the 7 warlords of the sea, there are reasons why they need the title of 7 warlords of the sea. The Empress Hancock is for the Isle of 9 Snakes. Jinbei is for the Fishmen Island. Doflamingo is for the business of Dressrosa Island and the underworld. The Crocodile was for Alabasta. In short, they need the identity of 7 warlords of the sea, to shelter their island, or to facilitate what they are doing. Why Ye Kai joined 7 warlords of the sea, nobody knows. Is it really because of Baoshu Adam and the famous sword? Ace doesn't care, he just wants to challenge once before entering the new world. In fact, Ace is not taking the route of the capital of 7 waters. He heard that Ye Kai is building his own battleship in the capital of 7 waters, and it will take at least a few months before he leaves. Ace had just arrived near the Sabayati archipelago, and when he heard the news, he got a permanent pointer of the capital of water and rushed over. Come on, is anyone coming with me? At this time, Ace still looked a little immature, wearing an unbuttoned yellow shirt, revealing a red bead necklace around his neck, still wearing the signature black shorts on his lower body, and wearing a hat on his head. Compared with the shirtless men in the original book, the current Ace is much better. He knows that being shirtless is not good. It is not as bad as the Whitebeard pirates. Ace jumped out of the boat and greeted his crew. Go and have a look. I also want to see how strong the legendary Ye Kai is. That guy is also a great swordsman. I heard that he became 7 warlords of the sea and extorted a famous sword from the world government. Quote, the captain challenged Ye Kai, of course I have to check it out. You guys go, I won't go. There are a total of 10 crew members on Ace's side, 7 people followed to watch the fun, and 3 people stayed on the boat to wait. Ah, still boring. Boring sounds came from a shore outside the water capital. Not far away is Nami in a bikini. Ye Kai held a stone in his hand and threw it towards Nami. Looks a bit nasty, throwing stones at a big loli. It seems a little ignorant pity. In fact, this is just Nami practicing. As for why you practice in a bikini, God knows. Ye Kai is a big man, how can he know what girls think? Maybe it's because it's convenient to swim directly in the sea after training. Anyway, Ye Kai threw one small stone after another at Nami, and Nami dodged quickly, like a movie producer. When the stone pierced the air and through it, Nami's body seemed to feel the flow of air, and his body fluttered like a piece of paper without the slightest weight. Ye Kai was yawning, and Chadian even burst into tears. It was so boring. It's too easy to hit Nami. Once observation hockey is on, it's impossible for Nami to win the past. It's just that it's not interesting. Ye Kai can only throw it casually, not too fast or too hard, otherwise the power and speed of Ye Kai throwing it will not be less powerful than a cannonball. How can Nami avoid it? Because of being so boring, Ye Kai almost fell asleep. Be serious with me, I am serious about cultivation. What do you mean when you look like you are about to fall asleep? Nami was panting from exhaustion, her chest was slightly bullied, her hands were on her waist, and she was a little dissatisfied with Ye Kai's performance. What made Nami feel even more aroused was, I am such a beautiful woman standing here in a bikini, and you are actually yawning. The little girl is still a big beauty. Ye Kai said something unceremoniously, which made Nami very dissatisfied. But in fact, Nami is indeed only about 16 years old, she can be regarded as a little girl. However, she is not short anymore, and her figure is much better than ordinary people, which still cannot change the fact that she is a little girl. Suddenly, Ye Kai, who was yawning and was about to fall asleep, stood up from the beach, turned around to face the shore, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing Ye Kai stop, Nami followed Ye Kai's gaze, but saw nothing. After a while, I saw a few people walking slowly. Going ahead, Nami knows, the captain of the Spades Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. Bounty more than 300 million pirates. East Blue was born, grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Nami had heard about Ace as soon as he joined the Grand Line, and Ye Kai also paid close attention to this person, but he did not expect to meet him today. From the looks of it, it seems that they came here on their own initiative. Ye Kai, Ace searched here for nearly an hour, and after inquiring for a while, he found out that Ye Kai was on the beach outside the water capital. As soon as they came over, they found that Ye Kai was watching them. From the beach where Ye Kai is, to the shore here, there is at least 1,770 meters. Before they get close, Ye Kai knows they are coming. You must know that when Ace came over, there was no sound. As soon as he came over, he saw that Ye Kai was already looking in this direction, as if he knew what they were asking for. Really scary. I'm Ace from the Spades Pirates, I want to see your strength. Swordsman of the Spades Pirates, Cornelia. I would also like to see your swordsmanship. Ace and a swordsman beside him in a cloak and a sword hanging from his waist challenged Ye Kai. Fire Fist Ace. Ye Kai looked at Ace, clicked his lips, and thought of many things in his head. At this time, Ace seemed too immature, just like Luffy who just went to sea, singing and advancing all the way. Luffy met Kizaru in the Sabayati archipelago, saw how powerful Kizaru was, and was shot away by Bartholomew Kuma. It was a blow to them, and was sent to various places to practice by the bear. For Ace's side, they haven't given them a blow, they haven't provoked the celestial dragons, let alone Marine Admiral to hunt him down. Ye Kai also paid attention to Ace and knew that Ace was about to enter New World. If there is no accident, Ace should enter New World smoothly as a supernova and continue to struggle. In the end, because of the failure to challenge Whitebeard, the entire Spades Pirates will be merged into the Whitebeard Pirates, and Ace will eventually become the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Perhaps, I should give him a slap in the face. Ye Kai looked at Ace, thoughtful, and felt that this idea seemed good. Chapter 85A Brand New World. One more subscription. 87 210ths. Chapter 85A Brand New World. One more subscription. It's a bit late, the revision took a while. Sorry, thanks to Kending Yule for rewarding 588 volts points. 13721000307 for rewarding 1000 volts points. The current Ace has not yet touched hockey, or he has not had armament hockey and observation hockey yet. Conqueror's Hockey Ace is available, but armament hockey and observation hockey, at this time Ace has not been touched and will not be used yet. Ye Kai also knows that whether Ace will use hockey in his previous life has always been an unsolved mystery, and it is also a place where everyone discusses and debates. As the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, it is a bit unreasonable to say that Ace only develops his own fruit ability but not armament hockey and observation hockey. Even after more than 2 years, Ace is still only in his 20s, which is considered very, very young, but it is really unreasonable to be the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and not know how to use hockey. However, it was officially announced that among the life cards of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace's life cards do not have armament hockey and observation hockey, indicating that he will not use armament hockey and observation hockey. Of course, the life card can be modified. Sometimes the real setting is not given for the needs of the plot. Just like a certain Hokage, Obito's setting is death, just because of the needs of the plot. No matter what the future holds, it is still too early for Ace to become the captain of Whitebeard's second team. There are still 2 years left. At this time, Ace, is there any? No one beat him in the head, no one taught him hockey. At the end of the day, it's possible that someone just left for tea. Although Ace's father is still the king of thieves, he is dead after all, and few people know Ace's true identity. Luffy is different. Grandpa is the marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. Dad is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He has a lot of subordinates. Straw Hat Crew was sent to practice by Bartholomew Kuma, and Rayleigh taught Luffy. Reasons. Let me give you a big blow and let you know the importance of mastering hockey. Ye Kai looked at Ace with such a daughter-in-law in his heart. Definitely not for coercion. This is for the sake of Ace. If you don't know hockey in New World, you will suffer a lot. In the future, the halberd fell into the sand in the hands of Blackbeard, captured by Marine, and killed by a Kainu. It is a loss that he cannot hockey, or hockey is not strong enough. Ye Kai was moved by his noble quality of thinking about others. I stretched out, and there was a cracking sound from my body. Ye Kai stretched his body and said to Ace, "It's just that I'm bored recently, so I'll accept your challenge, but..." Boom. But, said there was a pause here. Then there was a powerful aura erupting from Ye Kai, with Ye Kai as the center, releasing the doctor. Nami was behind Ye Kai. She didn't feel anything, but she could feel the impact of that powerful momentum, and the clouds in the sky were scattered. It wasn't much, but it did get punched through an imperceptible hole. Does this mean that Min Ye Kai's control over Conqueror's hockey is not bad? As for the members of the Spades Pirates ahead of Ye Kai, they were not so lucky. Ye Kai's Conqueror's hockey is aimed at them. Bang! There was a sound, and the crew members who followed Ace to watch the excitement swayed and lay down on the ground. There were a total of 7 people, 3 of whom were directly unconscious, and 2 who were sitting directly on the ground without the ability to move. The remaining 2, the package Ace and the swordsman Cornelia, were both staggering, and Cha Chuan sat down on the ground. Ace also has Conqueror's hockey, but he has not mastered it. He was hit by Ye Kai's Conqueror's hockey at the moment, and he was a bit offended. It's just that he has Conqueror's hockey himself, and his own strength withstood the impact of Ye Kai Conqueror's hockey. The swordsman Cornelia has good strength. He has practiced swordsmanship for more than 10 years, and his will is relatively firm. He was hit by Ye Kai's Conqueror's hockey and did not directly fall down, but his state is much worse than Ace. This is. Ace looked at Ye Kai. The small pupils in his eyes suddenly shrank and became smaller, with a hint of bewilderment and scrutiny. This kind of scene always feels familiar to him, seems to have seen it before. At the same time, Ace is also worried about his friends, whether something will happen. 2 of them have already passed out. Challenge Ye Kai. In the end, they met at a distance of 1,000 meters, and they were stunned by the momentum of the check-in. Is this gap, is it too big? Although Ye Kai's reward reached 1 billion, he fought against Marine Admiral Aokiji. No one knows the specific process of the fight, but Ye Kai not being caught by Marine Admiral Aokiji is enough to prove that his strength is not lost to Marine Admiral. So, is Ye Kai really that powerful? Ace felt that the gap between himself and Ye Kai was too big. Conqueror's hockey. Ye Kai walked towards Ace slowly, looked at Ace who was puzzled and worried about his companion, and said, "You also have this ability. Did it inspire you to have an impression when you were young?" Conqueror's hockey is the hockey of the chosen one among millions of people, that is, the talent of the king, who stands above others. Doesn't it sound very sharp? This kind of hockey, in New World, there are not 10,000 people who know it, but there are 8,000, and many of them are in the river. I just let your little friends have no problem, take a good rest here. If you want to challenge me, change to another place where you can use it. If you fight here, it may destroy the water capital. After Ye Kai finished speaking, he walked past Ace and headed towards the place where the fish was rented in the capital of water. He rented a fish and headed towards an island outside the capital of water. In Ye Kai's words, Ace's companions are said to be little friends. In the same way, Ace must be a child himself. Although he was a little unconvinced, but, the scene just now, with just one momentum, a lot of people fell down. It is indeed a bit exaggerated. The Spades Pirates are also very well known in the first half of the Grand Line. Ace is a supernova, and he has received an invitation from Marine 7 Warlords of the Sea, which is a symbol of strength. But, just fell down in front of Ye Kai. You go, I'll take care of them. Cornelia, the swordsman of the Spades Pirates, chooses to stay and take care of his companions. Ace wants to challenge Ye Kai, so he can go up with Ma Jiao. He himself has given up challenging Ye Kai. The gap seems too big. It's not that he's afraid, but it's unnecessary. With this gap, the challenge is useless, it's just self-inflicted humiliation, and he stays to take care of his companions and challenge Ye Kai again when he has the opportunity. Cornelia is not Zoro, and the beliefs of the two are different. Cornelia does not have to surpass Ye Kai. Zoro and Hawkeye encounter, never back down, because of Zoro's belief, because Zoro's goal is to surpass Hawkeye, so he can't back down. Ace itself also has Conqueror's hockey. Ye Kai explained that while walking over, he had already recovered. Hearing Cornelia's words, he nodded, and then followed Ye's pace. Ace knows that coming to the capital of 7 Waters to challenge Ye Kai this time, may change his life. Now at sea, this is the strongest enemy Ace has encountered. At the same time, Ace felt that he seemed to be in contact with another thing that he had never been in contact with before. A world that he had not been in contact with before, unfolded in front of him. Chapter 86 Helplessness, Fear, Despair, Doubt. 2 more subscriptions. 88 210ths. Chapter 86 Helplessness, Fear, Despair, Doubt. 2 more subscriptions. After Ye Kai unleashes Conqueror's hockey and knocks down the companion beside him, Ace feels very familiar. When Ye Kai said, Conqueror's hockey, Ace didn't know what it was. But, Ye Kai directly said, I was inspired when you were a child, and Ace was immediately impressed. When he was young, when Ace rescued Luffy, a similar thing happened just now. At that time, he didn't know what Conqueror's Haki was, and even now it was only the first time he heard of it. As a child, he unleashes Conqueror's Haki, which literally stuns enemies. Just like when Yikai unleashed a powerful aura that stunned the other members of the Spade Pirates. Conqueror's Haki, what exactly is it? The Haki of the chosen one that only one person has among millions of people, the King's aptitude that stands above others. As powerful as it sounds, it's very rare. But Yikai said that there are a lot of people in the New World who will use this kind of Conqueror's Haki, just like Crucian Carp crossing the river. But no matter what, the word Conqueror's Haki entered Ace's line of sight, and he felt that he had touched the gate of a new world. He must go to Yikai. He wants to challenge Yikai to find out what is Ba 827 King Color Haki. After a brief contact, Ace already knew that Yikai was very powerful, and he couldn't be Yikai's opponent at all. Even, he and Yikai might not be on the same level at all. Yikai's strength has reached another level, which is the real top strength in this world. He's nowhere near Yikai. Yikai didn't know, just the impact of Conqueror's Haki, just saying the words, Conqueror's Haki, made Ace think of so many things. Should I say Ace is smart? Or should I say Ace is sensitive enough? The bullfish was swimming in the sea, and it took a full half a day before they arrived at a small island. This is an uninhabited island with a radius of thousands of miles. There is no fresh water, and there is not much vegetation. It is not suitable for human habitation. It is perfect as a battlefield. Come on, let me see your strength. When they boarded the island, Yikai didn't say much, and let Ace do it directly. Ace followed Yikai, rented a bullfish, and rode for half a day, which was equivalent to a rest. The sequelae after the impact of Conqueror's Haki were gone, and he was completely at his peak. He also knows that there is a gap between his strength and Yikai, so he is not polite. Then I'll do it, Fire Fist. First of all, Ace is best at it, and it is also his famous attack, Fire Fist. When he swung his fist, he turned his arm into a super hot flame and rushed towards Yikai. This is not a Fire Fist at all, more like a flaming dragon, or a train with flames. In short, the attack speed was extremely fast and the range was wide. The flames, which were several meters wide, rushed to Yikai in an instant. Boom! When the Fire Fist exploded, the flames splashed and turned into a sea of flames in a radius of more than 10 meters. This is the real power of Fire Fist. This is the real attack range and impact of Fire Fist. Boom! Standing in the flames was this black shadow, still standing like that, not moving at all. When the flame exploded, the figure in the flame raised his foot, and the powerful force swirled upwards, driving the air and airflow up, and the flame was also directly attracted, even absorbed the flame, and then turned into a slash. A vacuum slash that absorbed Ace's flame flew out, rushing towards Ace. Wow! The vacuum slash with flames was extremely fast, piercing Ace's entire body in an instant, rushing dozens of meters away, leaving a long scorched mark on the ground. The pierced Ace was directly elementalized, the body was split by the vacuum slash with flames, some sparks were scattered, and the split body quickly healed. Physical attacks are useless to Logia Demon Fruit power. Unless you bring Armament Haki. Ace didn't touch Armament Haki, so he was bold and directly chose DABD elementalization to avoid Yikai's vacuum slash. Little did he know, this was all within Yikai's expectation. When Ace elementalized to avoid the vacuum slash, Yikai had already appeared in front of Ace like a ghost. The speed was so fast that Ace couldn't react at all. Marine 6 styles. Horrible. It's not that Ace has never fought against Marine, so he naturally knows Marine 6 styles. It's not difficult to see that Yikai's movement has the shadow of Marine 6 styles. But Marine uses 6 styles, how can it be as fast as Yikai? It was almost gone, like a teleportation, appearing in front of you in an instant. Before Ace's elementalized body closed, Yikai rushed over. Simply, Ace doesn't care about Yikai, directly maintains elementalization, and uses elementalization to attack Yikai's next attack. And after Yikai approached, he stretched out his hand. Just standing in front of Ace, holding out his palm. Very simply raised the palm, stretched it towards Ace's forehead, put the thumb on the middle finger, and flicked on the forehead. Ace just watched Yikai raise his hand, the palm kept approaching his forehead, his eyes were wide open, as if he had seen a ghost. When Yikai raised his hand, Aussie didn't move, because he didn't want to avoid Yikai's hand. Ace knows that Yikai is very powerful, and he knows that he and Yikai are not on the same level. Of course, he wants to avoid Yikai's melee attack and raising his hand like this. But he found, he couldn't avoid Yikai's attack at all. He leans back and adjusts to the left. Yikai's hand is like a shadow. The real shadow follows you everywhere, you can't get rid of it at all, you can only look at Yikai's hand, slowly, sticking it to his forehead, there is no way to avoid it, there is nothing you can do. Isn't this what a ghost is? That kind of fear, that kind of powerlessness made Ace truly understand what is called despair. Boom. When Yikai's finger was close to his forehead, Ace looked at the hand close to his forehead like a ghost. He was very desperate, his eyes were wide open. Did he notice that Yikai's hand turned black? Next moment, fingers and forehead touch, really touched. Ace's heart was full of helplessness, fear, despair, and doubts. All of a sudden, his brain was filled, and he didn't react at all, and the whole person flew back directly. Boom. Ace, who flew more than 10 meters away, made a small hole in the ground. He was lying on the ground, his eyes were still wide open, looking at the sky, his eyes were dull, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Why can't he avoid Yi's attack no matter what he does? Can't he avoid the Min who is slowly approaching his head? Why can Yi Kai knock himself out with a snap of his fingers when he is already elementalized? Ace was puzzled, he couldn't figure it out. But he knows. This, perhaps, is what he wants to know after chasing Yi Kai. Ace put back the hat that flew out of his head, sat cross-legged on the ground, looked at Yi Kai with doubts, and asked, why? Chapter 87. Ace is about to doubt his life. 3 more subscriptions. 89 210ths. Chapter 87. Ace is about to doubt his life. 3 more subscriptions. Why this sentence of Ace is not just a question, but countless doubts. Why is it that Yi Kai's attack is obviously not fast, but he can't dodge it? Why can Yi Kai's attack hit him even though he is obviously elementalized? Why? Yi Kai's hand turned black when he flicked his fingers. I want to know. Yi Kai aroused Ace's curiosity, but he didn't tell him, and said with a serious face, if you want to know, just show some strength. Got it. Ace stands up. He knew that if he didn't show some strength to get Yi Kai's approval, Yi Kai would never tell him what he wanted to know. Fire punch. The moment Ace stood up, he retracted his hands and threw them towards Yi Kai. The moment the 2 arms were stretched out, they turned into 2 pillars of fire several meters wide and struck them, turning everything they went into a piece of scorched earth. Ace's attack can be described as very fast, and the attack range is also fast. Even if ordinary people are fast and want to avoid it, there is no way. Because Ace's attack is not fast, and the attack range is very large. Fire fists are released with both hands, and the attack range is larger. But, when Ace's fire fist hit Yi Kai almost kept pace with Ace. As soon as Ace's hand retracted, before turning into a source of goods, the spit started to move in sync. When Ace's fire fist rushed over, Yi Kai had already avoided it. There is no doubt that the Ace attack has failed. It's this feeling again. Ace was very puzzled and surprised. This kind of feeling is really not good. It was the same feeling when Yi Kai flicked his fingers on his head just now. He was trying to avoid Yi Kai's attack. No matter what he did, he couldn't dodge it, and Yi Kai's attack was not fast. Slowly even, but it was such a slow attack. No matter what he couldn't dodge, he could only watch Yi Kai's attack approaching his forehead. This feeling is so hopeless. It's amazing how good the mood is. It's just that now, if Ace attacks Yi Kai, the situation is similar. When Ace launched an attack, Yi Kai dodged almost simultaneously, and he couldn't attack Yi Kai no matter what. Jumpsuit Kakuzu untouchable, capitalized despair, sunshine, musket, flame on the outline, Shinha Shiranui, flame ring fire dragon. The flames on Ace's body surged, and he used Mera fruit continuously, turning the 10 meters around him into a sea of flames. And Ace is like an elf bathed in flames. Demon god, he constantly controls the flames and launches various violent, fast, and intensive attacks on Yi. From single target precise attacks, range covering attacks, to large-scale rapid attacks, using fruit abilities in direct close quarters plus physical attacks, to finally bursting out a large area of flames, gathering countless flames get up, form a fire dragon, and rush towards Yi Kai. With this attack, the formed fire dragon landed on the ground, blasting out a pothole with a size of tens of meters, and the flames that erupted covered most of the island. There was no vegetation on the island, but when Ace attacked, most of the island turned into scorched earth. With the terrifying high temperature, the moisture in the air was also evaporated. Looking at the island from a distance, the entire island turned into a sea of flames, and the air was burned and distorted. This is Ace's most powerful attack so far. As for the Da Yan Jia Yandi, in the original work, it has not yet been developed. After all, it has only been a few months since Ace got the Mera fruit, and it is already very good to be able to develop to this point. Luffy has eaten devil fruit since he was a child. After going to sea, he developed his own devil fruit with battle after battle. It is undeniable that a large part of the reason is because he is familiar with his devil fruit. Even if he is a muscle, in more than 10 years, he has a deep understanding of his fruiting ability. Hoo! Ace was bathed in the sea of fire, panting slightly. Boom! A roar came from the direction Yi Kai was hiding in. The flames on the ground became turbulent with the roar, and then a powerful impact swept the surrounding flames and rushed towards Ace. Wow! A powerful impact swept through the surrounding flames, and rushed to Ace in an instant. If it was before, Ace might not choose to dodge, and directly avoid this attack with elementalization. However, the experience of being thrown away by Yi Kai with a flick of a finger let him know. The elementalization of Logia Devil Fruit's ability is not omnipotent, and it cannot avoid all physical attacks. Facing Yi Kai, who directly returned his flames, the flames on Ace's body surged and all gathered together, forming a fire dragon again and rushing over. Flame Ring Fire Dragon. Boom! The impact of flames swept across Yi Kai, colliding fiercely with the powerful attack released by Ace again. The flames all over the sky are scattered like evolution. The powerful impact actually directly defeated Ace's fire dragon and rushed to Ace. Of course Ace chose to avoid it, and he didn't dare to dodge it elementally. There is a psychological shadow. As it turns out, he was right. Carrying flames, This impact rushed past Ace, abruptly sending Ace flying more than 10 meters away. Ace chose to dodge this impact quickly, and then it must be elemental. Unexpectedly, he just missed, or was thrown out. If I stayed where I was just now, I foolishly chose elementalization to avoid this attack. Maybe I would be hurt. Ace flew only a dozen meters away, watching the powerful impact of the flames, chased out of the island, rushed to the sea and flew hundreds of meters, bringing out a burst of smoke. If this hadn't been avoided, but the elementalization had stayed where it was, it might have been blown into the sea. Tap tat tat. The powerful impact swept the flames towards the sea, and Yikai also walked out of the flames. 0. The impact just now was released from the direction where Yikai was, sweeping through the flames that covered most of the island, and brought out an unimpeded road leading to Ace. That feeling, like a red carpet. It's just that the two sides of the red carpet exude high-temperature flames. The strength is good. Yikai walked up to Ace, nodded slightly, feeling pretty good about Ace's performance just now. Of course, it's just good. Ace's current reward is more than 300 million berry, which is very high in the first half of the entire Grand Line. In Supernova, Ace also has the highest bounty. Part of his bounty was obtained by defeating all kinds of strong men with his own strength. Another part is the potential of Ace, or the potential of Mara fruit, a natural devil fruit, which makes Marine's bounty for Ace increase a lot. Ace gave up completely at this time, laying on the ground not wanting to move, and said, "That's not bad." "What's the result? I can't even touch your shadow. What's the matter with falling down? How did you do it?" At this time, Ace was still young, and he wanted to understand everything he was curious about and interested in. And this challenged Yikai. It can't be called a challenge, it's simply being abused. Yikai didn't move at all. On the other hand, Ace has been attacking for so long and tried his best. In the end, he didn't even touch Yikai's shadow, didn't damage a corner of Yikai's clothes, and didn't hurt a single hair of Yikai. So shocking. Ace knows that there must be a gap between himself and Yikai, but this gap, is it too big? Ace is really a little skeptical about life. Chapter 88 because it's boring, because it's fun. 4 more subscriptions. 9200 tenths. Chapter 88 because it's boring, because it's fun. 4 more subscriptions. When you enter the new world, you will find yourself unable to move an inch. It will take a lot of blood and sweat as the price to realize how difficult it is to advance in the new world without using hockey. Boom. While speaking, the mighty conqueror's hockey erupts from Yikai. The entire sky was shattered, countless clouds were scattered, and the sky seemed to be blown out of a hole. After a while, large and small sea fish also floated around the island. All of them were stunned, floating on the sea surface with their stomachs glowing, and most of them were big fish. When Ace continued to attack Yikai, causing a lot of commotion, the little fish had already slipped away. Among them, some fish in the deep sea did not move. Yikai's conqueror's hockey was released, directly stunned some fish in the deep sea, and floated to the surface after a while. Conqueror's hockey, you awakened when you were a child, but you didn't know it, and you didn't master this power. 593. Yikai shows conqueror's hockey to Ace. This time, Ace didn't feel any discomfort. It was Yikai who took control of conqueror's hockey without any impact on him. And Ace stared at the sky in shock. It's hard to imagine that with this powerful momentum, even the sky was shattered, and a big hole rushed out. Looking at the fish floating around the island, they were all stunned. Is this conqueror's hockey? Ace already has the impression that he did send this kind of thing called conqueror's hockey several times when he was a child, and he really doesn't know how to master it. Next moment, Yikai shot suddenly. Ace chose to avoid it. Yikai didn't mean to stop, and Ace probably knew what Yikai meant, direct elementalization. Boom. Unsurprisingly, the elemental Ace was slapped by Yikai and flew several meters away. He flipped and landed on the ground, taking several steps back to stabilize his body. Yikai showed mercy, otherwise this slap would definitely not be as simple as flying a few meters away, and give Ace a decent way to land. Instead, it flew out and hit the ground. After Ace landed, he didn't say much, just looked at Yikai's hand quietly. At this moment, Yikai's right hand and forearm had turned black, like a layer of black paint, shining with metallic luster. Ace knew that his elementalization had to trigger Yikai's attack, because of the black paint-like thing on Yikai's hand. Yikai stretched out his right hand, armament hockey covered his hand, and showed it in front of Ace. This is armament hockey, which improves personal defense. It acts like an invisible armor, which can cover the body and weapons. Armament hockey advanced application, an entity capable of unleashing a powerful attack that allows people to touch the fruit of Logia. I see. Ace Zongyu knew that he was elemental, and he couldn't avoid Yikai's attack. Why? Armament hockey, an entity that can touch the Logia demon fruit power. It's hard to imagine, if you don't know this, after entering the new world, facing a person who can use armament hockey, choosing elementalization to avoid attacks. Maybe you will die. Shish. The next moment, Yikai moved again and rushed towards Ace. This time Yikai didn't do anything, but simply approached Ace. And Ace also chooses to dodge, saying that it is futile. No matter how Ace dodges, to the left, to the right, to jump up, to move forward or to retreat, Yikai is always by his side. This feeling is what makes Ace most desperate, even more hopeless than armament hockey being able to touch his physical body. After playing for a while, Yikai stopped and said, observation hockey can't be seen or touched, but it really exists. This is the power to strongly feel the other party's voice, which can make people's five senses sharp, and they can perceive the surroundings. The breath and emotional changes of creatures can read the position and number of enemies outside the line of sight, and even predict the actions that the enemy will take, so as to avoid the enemy's attack or counterattack the enemy. Advanced observation Haki can even foresee the future, affect the emotions of others, listen to the realm of all things. Listen to Ye Kai explain observation Haki. Ace finally knew why he couldn't get rid of Ye Kai no matter what, and couldn't even avoid Ye Kai's slow attack at all. It's because all his actions were predicted by Ye Kai. Even, Ye Kai may have reached the point of foreseeing the future, and has already seen how he will dodge. That's why there was the first scene. Ye Kai stretched out his hand and slowly approached Ace's forehead. The movement was not fast, but Ace couldn't avoid it. In the end, Ye Kai landed on the forehead with a flick of his finger and flew out. Why are you telling me this? Many doubts in Ace's heart have been solved, and another question arises at the same time. Why did Ye Kai tell him this? Ace has never been in contact with Ye Kai, and this is the first time he has met Ye Kai. This was also Ace's spur of the moment, wanting to challenge Ye Kai, who offered a reward of 1 billion berry before entering the new world. 0. He just arrived at Sabayati Archipelago, which is not far from the City of Water, and rushed over after getting a record pointer of the City of Water. Without the idea of challenging Ye Kai, without this whim decision, he would never have met Ye Kai. It would be impossible to know so much about Haki. So, why did Ye Kai tell him this? Ace was a little curious. He has been in the Grand Line for several months, but he has never heard of information about Haki. Obviously, this is not knowledge accessible to ordinary people. It is a relatively precious and advanced skill, and it is by no means a bad street thing. Ye Kai put on a very bored expression. It's not a show. Ye Kai at this time is very boring, said, because it's boring, because it's more fun. Anyway, it's not a secret, you will come into contact with it after entering New World. Ace must not understand what it means to be fun. Ye Kai gave Ace a big blow, let him know the importance of Haki first. After entering the New World, Ace will definitely be able to study Haki hard. In this way, Ace will challenge Whitebeard as in the original book, and then join the Whitebeard pirates. Will he hunt down Blackbeard like in the original book, be captured by Blackbeard and give it to Marine, and finally be publicly executed and die at the hands of Akainu? This is where Ye Kai finds it fun. Ace knew the importance of Haki first, who knows what will happen in the future. Ace will join the Whitebeard Pirates 3.6. Will he lose against Blackbeard? Say no more. But, even if it's the same as in the original book, it doesn't have much to do with Ye Kai. He just thought it was fun, to add a little fun to the world. Or, add a little possibility for the future, add a little change. It would be boring if everything went according to the original book, as Ye Kai knows it. It's like Ye Kai in East Blue Log Town, casually, pointing, smoker, ha smoker, learned a lesson. What will become of Luffy when he arrives in Log Town, is another variable that can give more possibilities for the future. In Ye Kai's view, knowing the result becomes a bit boring, only the unknown can have the fun of exploration and a sense of expectation. After a long time, Ace said very seriously, Mr. Ye Kai, I would like to ask you to teach me how to practice Haki. Chapter 89 Ace's Request. 5 more subscriptions. 91 210ths. Chapter 89 Ace's Request. 5 more subscriptions. 5 more 12,000 words, please subscribe, please automatically. The update is a little late today, sorry. Mr. Ye Kai, I would like to ask you to teach me how to practice Haki. This is Ace's request. This fight, it seems that it is not a fight. From the beginning to the end, he was educated by Ye Kai and let Ace know the importance of Haki. Ye Kai said it was just because it was boring and it was more fun, and the group told Ace about Haki. Ace didn't know if it was true. Since Ye Kai told him about Haki because he was bored and fun, can he ask Ye Kai to teach him how to practice Haki? Anyway, Ye Kai is boring, so it's okay to give some pointers to pass the time. However, to learn Haki, Ace knows that it is not that simple. He has been in Grand Line for so long, and he has never heard of Chi. Ace's bounty has exceeded 300 million berry, and Haki has not been touched. From a certain point of view, this also proves that Haki is so precious that it is not something you can get in touch with if you want to. It's not something you can learn if you want to. This thing is a kind of inheritance. Maybe you can test your own training and exploration, and learn Haki, but I don't know how long it will take. If you want to master Haki quickly, the best way is to find a good teacher. There is no doubt that Ye Kai is a very good teacher. At least, Ace has been at sea for so long, and for the first time 30 encountered such a powerful enemy as Ye Kai. A super strong man who really made him feel hopeless. Ace feels that if Ace is really his enemy, the kind of life and death enemy, he, and everyone in his pirate group may be instantly killed by Ye Kai. From Ye Kai talking about Haki, Ace can hear between the lines. Conqueror's Haki, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, all have advanced applications. As for Ye Kai, there is no doubt that they have mastered it. Ace is really doing the gift of a disciple, and sincerely asks Ye Kai to teach him how to practice Haki. I hope Mr. Ye Kai can take the time to teach me how to practice Haki. Seeing Ye Kai staring at him silently, Ace spoke sincerely again, but he was very disturbed, wondering if Ye Kai would agree. He doesn't have much relationship with Ye Kai, it's just the first time we met, and he came to challenge Ye Kai, and Ye Kai fought. Will Ye Kai agree to teach him how to practice Haki? At this moment, Yi Kai is a little hesitant. Ace's performance did not exceed his expectations. When he told Ace hockey, he expected that Ace would want him to ask hockey for advice, but he didn't expect Ace to be so serious. I don't have much time. It takes more than 2 months to build my ship. If you want to learn from me, I can only teach you for 2 months, whether you learn it or not. After that, I will not teach you. Actually, I can recommend a teacher to you. If it is him, he will definitely teach you how to practice hockey seriously, and his advice may be more professional than mine. The person Yi Kai is talking about, of course, is that guy Rayleigh. Ace is the son of One Piece, Gul D. Roger. If Ace goes to Rayleigh to learn hockey, Rayleigh will definitely not refuse. What's more, Ace will go to New World soon. If he doesn't know hockey, he will definitely suffer a loss when he enters New World. Rayleigh will definitely teach Ace hockey. In fact, Ace knows his life experience, knowing that he is the son of One Piece, brother D. Roger. When Yi Kai told Ace hockey, Ace is a good show, why did Yi Kai tell him hockey? If he didn't look at Yi Kai in his 20s and not much older than himself, Ace would have wondered if Yi Kai had something to do with Gul D. Roger. For this reason, he told him about hockey. But Yi Kai is only in his 20s. More than 20 years ago, Gul D. Roger was executed. How old was Yi Kai at that time? How could it have anything to do with returning the Thief King? Secondly, Ace knows that no one knows about his life experience at all, only he and Garp know at present. Maybe there are people who know, but Yi Kai, they probably don't know. I'd better learn hockey from you. Ace finally rejected Yi Kai's proposal and I asked him to find a teacher, and he still insisted on learning hockey from Yi Kai. Yi Kai's strength is something he has personally experienced. Secondly, he is here at Yi Kai now, and he doesn't know who the teacher Yi Kai introduced is, and he doesn't know where it is, so it would waste a lot of time in the past. Yi Kai only has more than 2 months, enough is enough. Ace also doesn't want his partner to wait too long. In more than 2 months, he doesn't ask himself to master hockey, he just needs to know how to practice and learn some application skills. He can practice slowly by himself, and after mastering hockey, he can use the skills he learned from Yi Kai to deal with the enemy. Yi Kai said, "The teacher I introduced to you will not be worse than me. He is a very experienced teacher. He is definitely one of the top experts in the world. Don't you think about it?" "No, I'll practice with you," Ace said without hesitation. Going to learn from other people may waste a lot of time on the way. I will learn from you. As long as you know how to practice hockey, even if you can't master it, you know how to practice it. Method, I just need to explore and learn by myself, and I can't make my partner wait too long. Yi Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, let's start." Start practicing directly. Ace was a little surprised, Yi Kai is so efficient. Yi Kai directly asked, "Do you want to learn?" "Study, of course, I have to learn, and there is only more than 2 months. It can be said that every second is against time, and Ace doesn't want to waste time. This is how a lesson unfolds. Boom, bang bang, bang bang bang, ah, ah. The sounds of various fists falling on the head, as well as the screams like slaughtering pigs, sounded on the scorched desert island. It can be said that the listener is sad and the hearer sheds tears. Yi Kai did not tell Ace the principle of hockey and the specific cultivation method. As soon as he came up, Yi Kai attacked Ace with his hands, making Ace dodge desperately, and tried every means to dodge. Of course, you can fight back, as long as Ace has that strength. So for the next afternoon plus night, Ace was in the middle of being beaten. All kinds of 360-degree beatings were beaten into a 500 big pig's head. The head was covered with bags, the whole body was covered with injuries, the whole body was covered with mud, and it was burnt mud, the whole person was pitch black, like a beggar who hasn't bathed in a year. Okay, that's all for today, let's go back first. It wasn't until late at night that Yi Kai stopped today's teaching, greeted the pig-headed Ace, and prepared to return to the capital of water, dinner. Yi Kai hid Ace until he was hungry. As a super popular character in the original book, when Yi Kai plays Ace, he is still very cool. There are not many such opportunities. In the next 2 months or so, after being able to beat Ace like this for more than 2 months, Ace will leave. Even if he meets him in the future, if he wants to beat Ace like this, he will have no chance. Ace doesn't know what Yi Kai thinks at all, he just thinks, Yi Kai beat him up like this today, is it to exercise his reaction ability? Or is it the ability to resist? Or touch his bottom craftsman? Ace was right, there was another more important reason, that is, Yi Kai wanted to beat him up to see how it felt. Overall feeling good. At the same time, I also gained a better understanding of Ace's physical skills and reaction ability, and formulated a training plan for the next 2 months, as well as a longer-term training plan, which is for Ace's future self-cultivation. For more than 2 months, it is impossible for Ace to master hockey. Luffy has practiced for 2 years to master hockey. Ace is not much better than Luffy in the original book. Hockey is impossible in 2 months. He is not Yi Kai, he has 100 times the speed of cultivation. Chapter 90 Pighead Ace.jpg. Subscribe. 92 210ths. Chapter 90 Pighead Ace.jpg. Subscribe. Thanks, Kending Yule, for rewarding 588 volts points. Solution. Hearing Yi Kai say that this is the end of today's teaching, Ace with a pig's face, a bruised nose, and a full head said, "Thank you," very gratefully. Nay, he was beaten into a pig's head by Yi Kai, and he couldn't speak clearly. Yi Kai walked up to Ace. At this moment, Ace has indeed turned into a pig's head, and his whole body is sore, even standing up shaking Jingjing. Ye Kai reached out and picked up Ace, like carrying a little chicken, and stepped on the moonwalk to move quickly in the air, rushing towards the capital of water. When they came over, the bullfish they were riding had already run away when Ye Kai was fighting with Ace. If you want to return to the water capital at this moment, you can only use this method. When swimming back, Ye Kai said he was fine. It was impossible for Ace, who was beaten into a pig's head, and Ace had been in high-intensity training all afternoon and night, constantly dodging Ye Kai's attacks, and his physical strength and electricity were exhausted. What's more, Ace's demon fruit power, swimming, non-existent. It took more than half a day to take Niyu to the deserted island, and it took Ye Kai only 10 minutes to return to the city of water by stepping on the moonwalk and carrying a burden. From here, we can also see how fast Ye Kai is, how powerful he is, and how strong his physical fitness is. Although it is just a moonwalk, when ordinary people use it, it is just borrowing power in the air. When Ye Kai is used, it is like a completely changed appearance. Even in the air, using moonwalk can move at super high speed. This requires strong physical fitness, great strength, and control over strength. Return to the capital of water. Ye Kai's observation haki captures all members of the Black Pirates by Nami's side. There is no doubt that the captain I added went to challenge Ye Kai, followed Ye Kai out for a whole day, and has not returned. I was afraid that something might go wrong. Who knows if this guy Ye Kai killed his own captain? In the Marine report, Ye Kai is a person who kills without blinking an eye and likes to kill. So the Spades pirates came to Nami in the afternoon and kept guarding Nami. Fortunately, Nami ignored these guys at all, went her own way, and did her own homework every day, as if these people from the Spade pirates did not exist. Bang bang bang, backquote. A regular sound came from the air. Nami knew from the sound that Ye Kai came back stepping on moonwalk. The members of the Spades pirates looked in the direction of the voice. Watching Ye Kai stepping on the moonwalk and approaching quickly, the speed is very fast. More importantly, Ye Kai is carrying a person in his hand. A guy covered in black, beaten like a pig's head, and covered in baldness. Boat captain, is this Ace? What did you BD do to our captain? It's too much, beat Ace like this. When the crew of the Spades pirates first saw the person Ye Kai was carrying, they couldn't believe it was their captain, and couldn't believe it was Ace. Isn't it too miserable? He was covered in pitch black scorched earth, all over his body and on his clothes. Lien was beaten into a pig's head, and he couldn't tell who it was at all, and his head was full of bags. It would be strange if this could be recognized at a glance. It's because Ace's attire has not changed, the trousers are black, and even though the clothes are covered with scorched earth, the original appearance can still be seen. The key point is that the hat on Ace's head is still hanging on the back, and there is a red bead chain around his neck, so that the members of the Spades pirates can be sure, the pig head that Ye Kai is carrying is exactly the captain, is Ace. It's just that it looks a little horrible. Oh, Mosey, hold back your crutches and make a noise, I'm fine, don't blame Mr. Ye Kai. Ace, who was beaten into a pig's head, also recovered some physical strength when Ye Kai used moonwalk to rush back to the water capital. Seeing that his crew was blaming Ye Kai, he immediately stopped. Nay, he was beaten into a pig's head and his pronunciation was not standard. After being put down by Ye Kai, he stretched out his hand to stop the members of the Spades pirates, so that these crew members calmed down and did not attack Ye Kai. Of course, Ye Kai didn't care at all. Even if Ace doesn't stop it, it doesn't matter. If one person fights, so does a group of people. Wait for me at the meeting place from tomorrow morning to afternoon, take your people and leave first. Ye Kai told Ace to drive him and the Spades pirates away. Nami looked at Ye Kai curiously, wondering what happened between Ye Kai and Ace. How did it play like that? Ace asked me to teach him how to practice hockey. It just happened that he had nothing to do during this time. It was boring enough. He started directly in the afternoon, but he was too ungrateful. In just one afternoon and one night, he became #J. Quote, Ye Kai said very boringly. In exchange for Nami's first-class supercilious look, Nami can be sure that this guy Ye Kai is deliberately promoting Ace like this. Nami knew very well that Ye Kai knew Ace, and knew Ace quite well. When he first entered the Grand Line and arrived at the first island, Ye Kai heard about Ace, so he revealed Ace's identity, and he was the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp, the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp. Explain that Ye Kai knows Ace and knows Ace. There must be this reason for teaching Ace to practice hockey, otherwise Ye Kai would not teach Ace hockey. There is also a reason for beating Ace. Nami doesn't know, but there is a part of the reason. Maybe in East Blue, Vice Admiral Garp did it to Ye Kai. Ye Kai is beating Ace to vent his anger. For Nami's thoughts, Ye Kai can also guess a little bit, but he doesn't care. No matter how Nami guesses, he can't guess why Ye Kai instructed Ace to practice hockey. Instead, Ye Kai said to Nami, now you know how gentle I am to you. If you were a man, you must be like Ace, who was beaten so hard that he couldn't take care of himself. Nami doesn't pay attention to Ye Kai at all. Anyway, Ye Kai can't treat her like he trained Ace. Girls certainly have privileges. However, Nami also took a lot more seriously after that. In the following time, on the beach outside Shuadu, the classic plot of fat beating Ace will be staged every day. The members of the Spades pirates went to see their captain every day and were beaten up by Ye Kai. That scene was really dark. Definitely Ace's black history. The point is, Ace can't drive his subordinates away yet. Ace originally wanted to ask Ye Kai to teach all members of the Spades Pirates to learn hockey, but he also mentioned it vaguely, but Ye Kai refused. After Ace returned, he also asked his crew to watch him being fatly beaten by Denuo. Even if it's just watching and listening to Ye Kai teach Ace to practice, for the members of the Spade Pirates, it will be enough for a lifetime. In the following instructions, Ye Kai officially launched the Devil Training Plan, constantly honing Ace's will, physical fitness, and reaction ability. This is what is necessary to awaken hockey and master hockey. At the same time, Ye Kai began to explain the principle of hockey, so that Ace can practice and explore hockey better. Ye Kai's training plan for Ace is to let Ace master Conqueror's hockey first. This is Ace's awakened hockey, now train him so that she can control the Conqueror's hockey. Conqueror's hockey can play a big role in future encounters with Siege in New World. After completing armament hockey and observation hockey training every day, Ye Kai will deal with Ace to control his Conqueror's hockey. Of course, when dealing with Ace, Nami and members of the Spade Pirates should stay away to avoid being affected by Conqueror's hockey. Ye Kai's Conqueror's hockey can be controlled freely, but Ace can't do it. Chapter 91 Nami's Special Observation Hockey. 2 more subscriptions. 93 210ths. Chapter 91 Nami's Special Observation Hockey. 2 more subscriptions. Boom. Ye Kai's Conqueror's hockey unleashed. Ace is also shaky. The only way for Ace to master Conqueror's hockey in a short time is to be continuously hit by Conqueror's hockey. Let Ace feel the Conqueror's hockey and bring out the hidden Conqueror's hockey in him. Can achieve simple free release, and then talk about control. If you can't even release Conqueror's hockey sending and receiving as you like, what kind of control is there? After being tortured by Ye Kai during the day, Ace practiced observation hockey with Nami, and strengthened his physical exercise every day to practice armament hockey. His physical fitness and strength are improving, and his will is slowly being tempered. Especially at night, but also alone by Ye Kai's Conqueror's hockey shock. Finally, on the 10th day, boom, a powerful energy actually erupted from Ace. After 10 days, Ace finally stimulated the Conqueror's hockey in his body. This is also inspired again after Ace awakened Conqueror's hockey when he was a child. Remember this feeling for me, why you can inspire Conqueror's hockey, your weakness, your unwillingness, your anger. When you can control it, you can release your Conqueror's hockey as you like. Quote, when you can release Conqueror's hockey according to your own ideas, let's talk about practice and control. The advanced application of Conqueror's hockey is still far away from you. It took 10 days for Ace to unleash his Conqueror's hockey for the first time. For the next 2 days, Ace failed to activate his own Conqueror's hockey. It was just an accident that he released Conqueror's hockey 2 days ago. 333 on the 3rd day, the Conqueror's hockey was inspired again. After a few days of exercise, I was constantly impacted by Ye Kai's Conqueror's hockey, and the strength of the released Conqueror's hockey was also continuously improved. Ace can finally add a switch to his Conqueror's hockey, and can release Conqueror's hockey according to his own needs. It's just released. They are all indiscriminate attacks, the enemy will be stunned, and your own people will also be stunned. If you want to master your own Conqueror's hockey without causing harm to your own people, it is not something you can do in a short time. After Ace finishes his practice every day, he will go back to practice with his partner at night. The members of the Spades Pirates all watched and stole from the sidelines when Ye Kai was dealing with Ace. Ye Kai didn't pay attention to this at all. Ye Kai does not teach hockey practice, but after entering the Grand Line, they will gradually come into contact with it and learn it slowly. It's just that there is no teaching like Ye Kai. They want to learn hockey, just the way of learning and exercising, it takes a long time to explore. Ye Kai can have such a powerful hockey, and even such a wealth of experience. It is because he has 100 times the speed of cultivation and 100 times the accumulation of experience. More than 2 months is not very long. If there is nothing to do, Ye Kai will finish his practice, and he will be bored to the point of yawning and sleepy, wanting to sleep. Now that Ace has sent Dave to the door to find abuse, Ye Kai is also relentless in abuse, and the time is not so boring. What Ye Kai didn't expect was that he taught Ace for about 2 months. Out of curiosity, Nami went to see Ye Kai teach Ace to practice Conqueror's hockey, but he was stunned by Ace's Conqueror's hockey and awakened observation hockey. All in all, after practicing with Ace for the past 2 months, Nami has worked even harder. As a girl, Nami's strength and physical fitness are definitely not as good as Ace, so Nami specializes in observation hockey. Paper arts Nami has been mastered, and can be used proficiently, and can be used against the enemy. Moonwalk I have also mastered it initially, but the strength is not strong enough. On the contrary, the control ability is excellent. I can barely use it. I borrow it in the air, at least not after jumping up, it becomes a living target. It's just that Nami's strength is not enough, Moonwalk can't be used twice, and it can't last long. Nami's ability to respond is also very good, and she is very sensitive to the weather and the perception of climate. Ye Kai thinks that Nami has a special talent in observation hockey. This unexpected awakening of observation hockey is an accident. Part of the reason is that Nami also followed Ye Kai for half a year, and practiced with Ye Kai for half a year, and they were very serious. In addition, Nami is talented, and it is reasonable to be blessed to see the thunder. With observation hockey and paper arts, Nami's dodge ability is also very strong. For the Spades Pirates, after following Ye Kai for 2 months, they have become familiar with Nami, and they have all become Nami's younger brothers. Maybe, Nami has such talent. Then, the members of the Spades Pirates were pulled over by Nami to practice their newly awakened observation hockey and paper arts. For the members of the Spades Pirates, they can only cooperate. After all, his captain is still receiving guidance and training from Ye Kai. It is also a kind of reward for them to be Nami's sparring partners. At the same time, they have been watching for so long, it can be said that they are stealing. Ye Kai didn't suggest it at all, and they were embarrassed, and they all actively cooperated with Nami's cultivation and gave Nami advice. From swordsmanship, melee combat, to long-range sniping, all cooperate with Nami to train her observation hockey. Nami has just awakened observation hockey, but it works wonders with paper arts. Observation hockey's predictive ability really surprised the members of the Spade Pirates. Nami is just a little navigator girl. After awakening observation hockey, she can avoid their attacks, and her reaction ability and dodge effect are improved several times. If they awaken the observation hockey and master the Conqueror's hockey, the improvement in strength will definitely be more significant. A desire rose from their hearts. Nami's awakening of observation hockey also deeply stimulated them, and also stimulated Ace. Ace and his friends practiced harder. Your observation hockey has a special ability, what is it? After Nami awakened observation hockey, he recruited members of the Black Jump Pirates as sparring partners every day. Ye Kai watched it for 2 days and guessed that Nami's observation hockey should have a special ability. Otherwise, with Nami's newly awakened observation hockey, and her strength, it is impossible to achieve that level. How did you know? Nami looked at Ye Kai in surprise. Her observation hockey does have special abilities, but she doesn't speak, and no one knows about it. Even if it will be seen after a long time, how did Ye Kai see it all at once? What ability? Ye Kai asked curiously. Well, how should I say it? I can hear the sound of air feedback to me, and people are also in it. Listen to the voice of all things. Ye Kai said with some surprise. The main description of Nami is indeed a bit similar. However, this is not the case. Nami doesn't know what listening to the voice of all things is, and he can tell from the name. But Nami can't listen to the voice of all things. I can only hear the information fed back to me by the medium of air, such as the movement of attack, or even the voice of the heart. However, I can't hear your voice, but I can hear your movements, but I can't avoid them. Nami explained it, and Ye Kai understood. Nami should be more sensitive to weather and air, so that she can hear the feedback of air as the medium. Especially attacking, moving, all actions will attract air, and Nami is very sensitive to air, she can hear the air feedback to her. When you move, Nami knows your movements and even the thoughts coming from your body. Even if it's just a subconscious action, she can hear it without thinking about it. Simply put, it is, your body has betrayed you. This is the same as observation hockey can predict the enemy's attack. It's just that Nami's prediction is more accurate, and she can hear other people's voices, which makes it even more terrifying. She knows your attacks and thoughts, so of course she can avoid your attacks. Of course, it's still the same sentence. To be able to predict the enemy's attack, you must have enough strength and speed to avoid it. Nami could hear Ye Kai's attack, but couldn't dodge it. At the same time, Ye Kai's observation hockey is very powerful, and Nami can't hear Ye Kai's voice. Ye Kai is also feeling emotional, but fortunately he can't hear it. If he can hear his thoughts, wouldn't many secrets be exposed? Chapter 92. The ship is completed, Ace leaves. 3 more subscriptions. 94 210ths. Chapter 92. The ship is completed, Ace leaves. 3 more subscriptions. Sharp. For Nami's observation hockey, Ye Kai can only express his emotions in this way. Nami's observation hockey, in a way, like regular observation hockey, is all about anticipating enemy attacks. The point is that Nami is more sensitive to weather and air, and she can hear the information conveyed to her by air as a medium. Your actions, your motives, even your thoughts and voices, even subconscious actions, will be accepted by Nami. Of course, Nami can hear the voices of others, but she can only be passive, and cannot actively hear the thoughts of others. Another limitation is that observation hockey is stronger than Nami, and Nami cannot hear the inner voice and thoughts of others, and hear the actions of this person. Nami's observation hockey is more accurate than ordinary observation hockey. Even if you don't listen to the voice of all things, it's very powerful. Ye Kai is very envious, but it is a pity that this thing cannot be envied, it is talent. Nami awakens observation hockey, making Ace practice even harder. The other members of the Spades Pirates were also stimulated and practiced with Ace at night. But, in more than 2 months, it is impossible to awaken observation hockey or master armament hockey. Even with Ye Kai teaching it is impossible. At the very least, Ye started to recognize the calendar like this. But something happened that surprised Ye Kai again. Ace also awakened observation hockey. No surprises. Not stunned by Conqueror's hockey. It was in the process of being attacked by Ye Kai that he awakened observation hockey. Because Ye Kai's attacks were too fast and dense, Ace kept dodging, and dodging with all his concentration. Ye Kai found that Ace's dodge was faster and easier, and he continued to speed up his attacks. Ace didn't notice the change in himself at all until Ye Kai stopped. Ace was still a little strange. Why? Stopped. Ace looked at Ye Kai puzzled. Swish. Ye Kai didn't speak, he raised his foot in an instant, and a tempest kick brought out a vacuum slash, and slashed towards Ace. At this moment, Ace predicted that Ye Kai would raise his foot, and used tempest kick to bring out a vacuum slash, and his body dodged subconsciously. Avoid this vacuum slash. Is this observation hockey? Ace himself is not sure, this is observation hockey. But at that moment, he really felt Ye Kai's attack, and subconsciously avoided it. This is completely different from the previous dodge. I didn't expect you to awaken observation hockey in more than 2 months. It's a bit beyond my expectation. It may have something to do with your talent. This is indeed a bit beyond Ye Kai's expectations. Nami has been practicing with him for half a year, and has a special perception of weather and air. It will be a matter of time before he can awaken observation hockey. Ace's awakening observation hockey is really beyond Ye Kai's expectations. In just over 2 months, observation hockey has been awakened. Ye Kai has 100 times the speed of cultivation, and it took him about a month. Calculated more than 8 years, it is simply scum. Of course, at that time, he was groping more by himself, adding 100 times of practice, repeated trial and error and continuous efforts to awaken observation hockey. Ace has Ye Kai's teaching and guidance, of course he has an advantage, but this is too fast, right? Think about Ace's father, Gul D. Roger, who has a powerful observation hockey who listens to the voice of all things, and his strength is even stronger. To become the One Piece, if Gul D. Roger is not strong enough, can he become the One Piece by relying on his subordinates? Ye Kai can't believe it. Wanting to become the One Piece is not something you can get recognized when you arrive at Raftel. Without enough strength, Whitebeard doesn't want to fight, so he won't say it, but will Kaido, Bigmom, and Golden Lion agree and recognize it? Perhaps the talent of Ace observation hockey was inherited from Gul D. Roger. Ace is very happy that he has awakened observation hockey. He himself did not expect that he could master hockey in 2 months. It was definitely a surprise and a surprise. At least it shows that he entered the new world and has an extra guarantee. Ye Kai discovered that Ace's observation hockey did not seem to have inherited his father's ability to listen to the voice of all things. Come to think of it, the special observation hockey won't be inherited, right? Or maybe Gul D. Roger's powerful observation hockey, listen to the voice of all things, is an advanced application developed with its own ability. Who knows? More than 2 months passed quickly, almost 3 months. Ye Kai's Junshi battleship has finally been completed in Carrera's dock and is about to undergo a launch test. If there is no problem with the test, it can be delivered to Ye Kai. Thank you Mr. Ye Kai for your teaching and guidance during this time, very grateful. Ye Kai's ship is complete. It's also time for Ace to practice under Ye Kai. More than 2 months and nearly 3 months, not only Ace has gained a lot, but the entire Spade Pirates have also gained a lot. So, it's not just Ace expressing gratitude to Ye Kai. The 10 or so members of the entire Spade Pirates bowed and thanked Ye very respectfully. Thank you, Mr. Ye. Ha ha ha. No thanks, I'm just passing the time, there's nothing to be thankful for. Playing your captain was great. I heard that Ace still wants to become the One Piece King. If he becomes the One Piece King in the future, isn't he going to kill me? Ye Kai let out a hearty laugh, feeling that if Ace really became the One Piece, in the past 2 months, especially when he practiced under Ye Kai at the beginning, he was beaten into a pig's head. It is definitely the biggest dark history in Ace's life. However, can Ace become the One Piece? Died early in the original Ace. Now Ye Kai gave Ace a big blow. After 2 months of teaching, I don't know what the future will be like. Anyway, it will be more exciting and interesting. Ye Kai waved his hand, dismissed the Spades Pirates, and left without looking back, returning to the Carrera Company to see what kind of warship he built. At the same time, of course he has to take a look at the launching test, otherwise who will hand over the boat after it is launched? Ace and the others looked at Ye Kai who simply left like this, and they could only watch him leave. Goodbye new event. Ace believes that Ye Kai will enter the new world soon. When the time comes, New World will definitely see you again. I just don't know how much Ye Kai's identity and status will change when we see Ye Kai again. Both Ace and members of the Spade Pirates are certain that Ye Kai will definitely not be serving as 7 Warlords of the Sea for very long. Ye Kai's strength is too strong, there is no need to serve as 7 Warlords of the Sea. But Ye Kai is in charge. It's really confusing. It can only be said that Ye Kai does whatever he wants. If not, why would Ye Kai instruct Ace to practice hockey? There is no reason. That's why it is said that Ye Kai does things as he pleases, and it is impossible to guess his thoughts. Ace and the others boarded the docked pirate ship until Ye Kai was out of sight. Let's go, New World. New World. Finally going to New World. The entire Spade Pirates are looking forward to New World. Of course, I practiced with Ye Kai for 2 months. Although only Ace accepts Ye Kai's guidance and teaching, the whole Spade Pirates can watch it. While they are looking forward to the New World, they are also more cautious. Ace came to find Ye Kai this time, to challenge Ye Kai. He definitely came at the right time. Without this itinerary, the Spades Pirates would not know about hockey, and if they rashly enter the New World, they will definitely suffer a big loss, and even pay the price in blood. Chapter 93 Junshihao be a suppressor for a lifetime. 4 more subscriptions. 95 210ths. Chapter 93 Junshihao be a suppressor for a lifetime. 4 more subscriptions. For the past 2 months, Ye Kai has been teaching Fire Fist Ace in the City of Water. Naval Headquarters' attention to Ye Kai did not slacken just because Ye Kai agreed to be the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Especially when Ye Kai is still in the capital of 7 Waters, CP9 has not let up in monitoring him at all, just worried that Ye Kai will stay in the capital of 7 Waters during this time, looking for the Pluton design drawing. Who knows if Ye Kai's promise to be 7 Warlords of the Sea is a cover? just to let Marine relax his vigilance, and then secretly look for the Pluton blueprint. As it turns out, it wasn't. After Ye Kai agreed to be the 7 warlords of the sea, there was no extra action. In addition to completing my own cultivation every day, I am training my own navigator. Later, Fire Fist Ace challenged Ye Kai, and the two seem to have had a fight. I don't know the details of the match, but it is certain that Ye Kai will win. Then Ace has been receiving Ye Kai's guidance and teaching during the construction of Ye Kai's battleship. He didn't leave until Ye Kai's battleship, 790, was completed. Sengoku is strange. What is the relationship between Fire Fist Ace and Ye Kai? No, Garp's answer was very straightforward, without any emotional fluctuations. Ace grew up with Luffy when he was a child. It can be said that Garp's grandson is the same. Garp is sure that Ace has nothing to do with Ye Kai. The origin of Ye Kai is mysterious. Before Impel Down, there was no trace or information, and his age seemed to be in his 20s. It is impossible for Ace to have contact with Ye Kai. Garp came from Roger's era, and he has dealt with Roger countless times, and he also knows that Ye Kai is not from Roger's era, and it is impossible to have any relationship or favor with Roger. So why did Ye Kai teach Ace? Even Garp doesn't know this. Fire Fist Ace's strength is pretty good, and I studied with Ye Kai for 2 months. I should know about hockey. I may not suffer a big loss when I enter the new world. I have to keep an eye on it. It is impossible for Sengoku to pay too much attention to a pirate of Ace's level. But who said Ace is Garp's grandson? At the same time, Ace has already offered a reward of more than 300 million berry, which is a supernova and a person with Logia Mera Mera fruit ability. It has great potential and will become a headache for Marine in the future. Now I have practiced under the guidance of Ye Kai for nearly 3 months, and the future will be more troublesome. Originally, I thought that Fire Fist Ace would suffer a big loss when he rushed into New World, but he didn't expect that guy Ye Kai to point out Ace. Sengoku said, Ye Kai's battleship has also been completed. I heard it is called Junshihao. Suppression of the world. Garp also read a sentence. I don't know if it means that. Then he shook his head again. With his personality, suppress the world. Marine has collected a lot of information about Ye Kai. It is not difficult to see Ye Kai's character, just a salted fish. How could a salted fish have the ambition to suppress the world? It's just the name of a ship, isn't it normal to have something more? At this time, Ace left the water capital, went to Sabayati Archipelago to find craftsmen to coat the pirate ship, and headed for New World. The capital of 7 waters. The shipyards of the Carrera shipyard. A huge battleship was launched today for sea trials. This huge warship is just standing in the dock, and the people standing beside it are extremely small compared to it. There are only 4 poles in the whole ship, 3 of which are the main sails, and the one at the stern is used to assist in turning and turning. The boat yard exceeds 100 meters, the width exceeds 20 meters, and there are 5 floors in total. Basement. The floor below the deck, mainly used for storage. Deck layer. There are halls, aquariums, gardens, kitchens, kitchen accessories, study rooms, practice rooms, bathrooms, etc. Semicolon. The second floor. Ye Kai's room, and some other rooms, and supporting bathrooms. There is a huge balcony and a large swimming pool outside, sunbathing facilities, etc. Semicolon. Third floor. Ladies' rooms, bathrooms, garden, orange grove, medical room. The fourth floor. It is also the top floor. It is a huge platform. Nothing is placed on it. You can move around on it. Open ladders. The design of the entire ship is a bit modernized, but the main body is still the treasure tree, Atom, but it is a little taller and taller than ordinary pirate ships. Junshihao is so huge that it is very easy to build 4 floors on the deck. At this moment, Nami has already boarded the boat, standing at the bow of the boat, looking at the sea outside the dock. She is looking forward to and very excited about the launching test of Junshi. This is her super warship. Well, she has already sold it to Ye Kai, so Ye Kai's is hers, and Junshihao is naturally hers too. For the design and construction of the ship, Nami is not very satisfied. But after it was built, Nami found that it was really good, very 3-dimensional, and the layout was very reasonable. Unlike other pirate ships, all the rooms are put together, which looks more chaotic. Junshi doesn't look like a pirate ship at all, like a very luxurious, even extravagant mobile palace. The only dissatisfaction with Nami may be the name. Nami prepared a lot of good-sounding, beautiful and connotative names, all of which were dismissed by the dictator Ye Kai, and decided on the broken name Junshihao. 0. What to say? When you come to this world, even if you don't claim to be king, your own reputation will be suppressed for the rest of your life. You are not in the sea, but there are legends about me in the sea. Nami wanted to refute, but Ye Kai didn't give in at all. He could only set down the details of Junshihao. However, the layout on the boat was all done by Nami. Needless to say, the gardens are all kinds of flowers transplanted from the land of fragrance, and there are many potted plants on the ship. There are 2 gardens, one large and one small, on the 1st and 3rd floors of the ship. The orange orchard also dug orange trees from Kokoyasi village. These were all requested by Ye Kai, and the world government sent people to complete them. Ye Kai dismissed Ace and the others before arriving at the dock, looking at his boat while walking, nodding his head from time to time to express his satisfaction. How do you feel? Ye Kai walked up to Nami and asked a question. When the two stand on the boat, the first feeling is that it is huge. Even for Ye Kai and Nami, it is a bit too spacious. Nami smiled and nodded. Very good, I like it very much. Then test it, if there is no problem, let's go. Ye Kai has no opinion on this, it feels okay, as far as it is concerned, this is already the best warship that can be built. As long as Nami is satisfied and nothing else. The water city of Seven Waters is really beautiful and interesting. But after staying for nearly 3 months, Ye Kai is also bored. If Ace hadn't come to seek abuse, and he could beat Ace to pass the time every day, Ye Kai would have been bored and ran away, and he would come back to get it when the ship is repaired. ZK. Ye Kai and Nami make sure there is nothing on board that needs to be modified. Bingshan issued an order, and Junshi officially started the water test. 3.8. A huge gantry in the dock opened. The whole ship tilted slowly entered the sea, and began to sail into the sea. The boatman of Carrera's company also checked the condition of the ship on the lower deck of the ship. After confirming that there was no problem with the ship, it was delivered to Ye Kai. Mr. Ye Kai, your ship has been built. Thanks. The ship returned to the dock, but directly docked at the port of the capital of Seven Waters. Leaving from Shanline Island, the stolen pirate ship also docked here, and Nami asked people to move the things on the ship to Junshi. Many things are Nami's personal belongings, but the most are books. The most on board is actually gold. Gold brought down from Sky Island. At the pier, when the gold was transported from the pirate ship to the Junshi, the workers who carried it were also stunned. Gold worth more than hundreds of millions of berry is also a lot. Chapter 94 The Horror 3 Deceitful Sailing Ships. 5 more subscriptions. 96 210ths. Chapter 94 The Horror 3 Deceitful Sailing Ships. 5 more subscriptions. Junshi Hao leave the capital of water and rush towards the legendary Magic Triangle. The Magic Triangle is a legendary place, not a real island, so there is no record pointer pointing there. Because the island in the Magic Triangle is actually the pirate ship of Gecko Moria, the terrifying sailing ship, and it is also one of the largest pirate ships in the world. Of course, if you exclude the Elephant Lord or some other pirate ships, modified with creatures, the terrifying sailing ship of Gecko Moria may really be the largest ship in the world. In Grand Line, it is very difficult to go to a place without recording pointers. During the period in the capital of Seven Waters, Ye Kai is also exploring the Magic Triangle, which is where Gecko Moria is located. There is only one approximate direction, but if you want to find it, it still depends on your luck. I leave it to you, Nami, I believe you can find it. Nami is a very good navigator, even if he can reach the site of Gecko Moria without a record pointer, but only knows a general position. Ye Kai also believes that Nami can find the site of Gecko Moria. As long as the direction is right, 30 Junshi Hao is not in any storm or danger, just look for it slowly. Be it natural or man-made. Junshi Hao can carry it down. Can't resist, isn't there Ye Kai? With Ye Kai's strength, even natural disasters can be resisted. Nami is very calm. Don't have too much hope, the Grand Line is still there. The magnetic field is very complicated. It is not feasible to distinguish the direction by ordinary methods, not to mention that we are not the exact location of the Magic Triangle, only a general direction. It is not so easy to find, it may take a long time. Nami is already immune to Ye Kai's general encouragement like chicken soup. She doesn't feel the encouragement at all. What she feels is the trouble that Ye Kai threw over. In the Grand Line, on the vast sea, I only know a general direction. Want to find an island. This is no ordinary difficulty. The Magic Triangle, in the capital of Seven Waters, is just a legend. It is impossible for those who actually log into the Gecko Moria site to come back, and they are basically turned into zombies. At most, some people took a look at the periphery and then quickly fled. So these people only know a general location. Want to find out where Gecko Moria's territory is as quickly as possible. That is to ask the Marine or the world government directly. Ye Kai didn't do that. He might have a conflict with Moria, both of whom are 7 warlords of the sea. It is definitely impossible for the two to fight to the death. This is what Marine does not want to see. Ye Kai is not really looking for Gecko Moria, but Ryoma. But Gecko Moria was the one who challenged Kaido at the beginning, because he escaped from New World alone because of the group destruction, and he was hit hard. Even so, Gecko Moria won't do Ye Kai any favors. Ye Kai wants to find Ryoma, ask for Black Sword Autumn Water. Gecko Moria will agree. In the end, it will definitely fight. So it's better not to let Marine know, and Ye Kai is not in a hurry, just look for it slowly. After 5 days of sailing at sea, the site of Gecko Moria was still not found. Neither Ye Kai nor Nami was in a hurry, so they took the capital of Seven Waters as the coordinates, and searched according to the approximate location of the Gecko Moria site. 10 guys' warships are upgraded, whether they are rushing or resting, there is not much difference from the land. It is not a problem that one supply is enough to sail at sea for several months. And it's very comfortable. After all, there are only Ye Kai and Nami on board, which consumes very little resources. A storm is coming, in 10 minutes. Nami's powerful perception of weather and air becomes more sensitive after awakening observation hockey. At this time, the sky was still clear, and Nami could already feel the changes in the air currents, and weather. Ye Kai also retracted the sails on the ship, leaving only one sail, and sailed at sea at a reduced speed. When the storm comes to avoid it, run around with Junshi Hao. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a storm hit. Naturally, there is no need to worry about drainage and waterproofing on the boat. Nami returned to the large living room on the first floor, found a place to sit and read a book, and waited for the storm to pass. Ye Kai is practicing in the training room, and it doesn't matter how the boat sails, as long as the boat is not overturned. After only half an hour passed, the storm ended and the storm stopped. But the sky outside was still groggy, as if it was pressing on a person's head, very depressing. Ye Kai looked at the sky outside through the paging, and saw that it had stopped, and Nami also walked out, so he could be sure that the storm was over. But the sky outside is still so dim, as if pressing on people's heads, the fields are depressing. This feeling, it is very similar to the site where Gecko Moria is located. At this time, Nami's voice also reached Ye Kai's ears. Ye Kai, I think I found where you are going. Distressed sky, with bursts of thick fog. An incomparably huge black shadow stood under the dim sky, hidden in layers of clouds and mist. After getting closer, you can see that it is an extremely huge old castle. And on the outside, there is a circle of things like a city wall, still very tall, even taller than that Junshihao. Some of them have been broken, as if they have experienced some kind of war. On the wall, an incomparably huge chain spread in the thick fog, all the way to the most important main island, the place where the castle is located. Just this chain is several times thicker than ordinary people. Here is the legendary magic triangle. Countless people have disappeared here, whether they are ordinary people, merchant ships, pirates, or even 333 marines. They never came out after entering it, and they all disappeared inside. So many people entered here by mistake, just looked under the outer city wall, and then fled immediately. I am afraid that I will also disappear here and die here. Are we really going in? Nami looked at the city wall that was taller than Junshihao. Such a city wall, surrounded by a circle, is like protecting a huge island, with an ancient castle standing in the middle. Just look at the main island in the center. The old castle, the trees with no leaves, only the branches, the dark sky, the fog. No matter how you look at it, it hurts, and it feels like a pop-up will pop up at any time. Ghosts are ghosts. Of course we're going in, that's why we're here. Ye Kai comforted Nami and said, don't worry, the owner here is just a 7 warlords of the sea. The shadow fruit has the ability to deprive people of their shadows and inject them into other people or corpses. Attempt to create a zombie army, and then fight back to New World to challenge the 4 emperors. Unfortunately, he won't have a chance. Gecko Moria was defeated by Kaido, and he has no chance to challenge Kaido. This is equivalent to a knot in his heart. If he can't overcome it, he will never be able to challenge Kaido again. Nami just rolled his eyes at Ye Kai's words. Is it just a 7 warlords of the sea? Someone is afraid to forget that he is also 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 95 Nami, start your performance. Seeking full order, seeking automatic. 97 210ths. Chapter 95 Nami, start your performance. Seeking full order, seeking automatic. Thanks again. New News Kending Yule and 9th 5-year honor for rewarding 100 volts points. The place of the terrifying 3 deceitful sailboat is surrounded by a city wall, and if you want to enter, you need to enter through an entrance. The entrance is like a huge mouth, it feels like being eaten. Ye Kai didn't drive the boat in, but docked directly under the city wall, calling Nami, let's go, are you going? I'll go with you. Nami didn't like the atmosphere of the scary sailing ship. She didn't want to go inside, but she didn't want to stay on the ship alone. What's more, Ye Kai said that there are many zombies in the horror sailing ship. Nami felt that he could go in and hone his fighting skills. Before observation haki awakened, Ye Kai had been giving Nami advice, giving Nami moves, honing Nami's reflexes and fighting skills. Now, Nami has awakened observation haki, which provides another layer of security. What she lacks is practical experience. After entering the Grand Line, the enemies Ye Kai encountered were not weak, and Nami had no chance to fight. Now is just an opportunity. The zombies in the terrifying 3 deceitful sailboats are not very strong. Bring a little salt. That thing has a special effect on zombies. If you can't handle it, just sprinkle it. Ye Kai remembers that in the original book, those zombies were resurrected by depriving others of their shadows. Salt containing the power of seawater can deal with these zombies by feeding it into the mouth. Because of the resurrection of zombies, Gecko Moria used the fruit ability to take other people's shadows and put them on the corpses to resurrect them. This is a transformed zombie. The salt contains the power of the sea, and the zombie is not Gecko Moria himself, but a shadow, and the ball will work. Salt has no effect on demon fruit power itself. It is indeed an opportunity for Nami to practice combat ability. It's just that there are a lot of zombies on the island, and Nami can't handle it, so you can just sprinkle a pinch of salt to resist it. Take it. Leaving from the water capital, Ye Kai prepared these things for Nami to bring. Nami still attaches great importance to her own life, although following Ye Kai will definitely protect her. But if Ye Kai fights with 7 warlords of the sea's Gecko Moria, he may not have time to take care of her, and Nami can't let Ye Kai protect him all the time and drag Ye Kai back. Need me to hug you? Or do you come by yourself? Carrot. Ye Kai chooses the way to enter the terrifying 3 deceitful sailboat, which is moonwalk directly. It is also possible to directly enter the inside of the terrifying dark sailing ship from the huge chain. HMPH, I'll do it myself. Nami snorted, walked up to the top floor of Junshihao, stepped on moonwalk, and with a bang, relay, jumped up the city wall more than 10 meters high, and landed on the huge chain. Nami's moonwalk called how she is not very skilled, her control is strong, but her strength is too small. Using moonwalk is not a problem, but it cannot be used continuously. It is not a big problem if you just jump on the city wall more than 10 meters high. The chain under Nami's feet is thicker than hers, so there is no need to worry about it falling off. Standing on the chain, Nami ran quickly, rushing towards the inside of the terrifying sailing ship. Ye Kai stepped on the moonwalk, jumped directly from the deck of the ship to the chain, and followed behind Nami. This time, when it comes to Gecko Moria's whole card, it must be Black Sword Autumn Water in Ryoma's hand. At the same time, it is also to add a little practical experience to Nami. It's not enough to have Ye Kai, Ace in the Spades pirates, without real combat experience. Only when you really participate in the ever-changing battle can you feel the atmosphere, strength and observation hockey can progress. Isn't this too far away? After running on the chain for half an hour, and there was still a long way to go, the word, talk, appeared on Nami's head this time, and he wanted to beat Ye Kai hard. I should have sailed in directly just now, so what's the point of going in like this? Nami stared at Ye Kai with a pair of eyes, seriously suspecting that this guy was plotting something wrong. At this time, Ye Kai stepped on the moonwalk, bang 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 beside Nami, not standing on the chain, but in the air. Ye Kai said to Nami, "Come on, let me hold you and drive faster." Shua. Nami was very angry, took out a weather stick from the pouch on her lap, and swept towards Ye Kai. It was avoided by Ye Kai slightly sideways. With a snort, Nami accelerated, jumped up, and jumped behind Ye Kai, like a big kangaroo hanging on Ye Kai's back. "I want to hold it, but I don't want to give it." Nami hummed and said very arrogantly, "Hurry up and go." Ye Kai said that it doesn't matter, whether it is hugging or carrying, it's all the same. If you carry it on your back, Ye Kai feels a little bit better. It's just that the arrogant little temper, those who don't know it think it's the little pig humming. Ye Kai stepped on the moonwalk, and with a bang, he flew through the air like a rocket, and swooped down with Nami on his back. Needless to say, the speed is nearly 100 meters per second. Nami's orange hair was blown flying at such a high speed that she had to get close to Ye Kai and use Ye Kai's tall dog body to cover the wind caused by her advance. At the same time, Nami also felt that it was not good to lie on Ye Kai like this, so he hit Ye Kai hard on the back a few times. However, her little strength is useless at all. To Nami, it is weaker than the strength of a massage. In the next moment, Ye Kai has already brought Nami to the ground. Under the dark sky, looking around, it is full of tombstones, dead wood, and full of decaying atmosphere, like a cemetery, a paradise of death. Wow. As soon as it landed, a few hands came out from under Ye Kai's feet, grabbing at Ye Kai and Nami's feet. Boom. Ye Kai stepped on it directly, and within a short distance of more than 10 meters, Ye Kai's powerful force forced a shock wave, crushing several hands. The entire ground was also lowered by a few centimeters due to the powerful impact. Here Nami chose to jump away. Her reaction is not slow. When entering here, she turns on observation hockey. Here the plants, the tombstones, told her a lot, including that there are zombies underground. Nami knows all about them. The palms came out of the ground. Nami anticipated it as soon as it stretched out, and avoided it with a light jump. Good. And the ground where she landed can be sure that there are no zombies. Crack, 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 yah. The arrival of Ye Kai and Nami is like dropping a big stone on the calm water, causing quite a wave. In the manor where Ye Kai and Nami lived, there were hundreds of tombstones, and the mended corpses emerged one by one. These corpses are no different from zombies. Of course, not the kind of zombies in film and television dramas. These are zombies, created by Gecko Moria using fruit abilities and a doctor named Hobak, with different strengths. Stitching all kinds of creatures together, there are all kinds of grotesque creatures and people, and there are a lot of them. Others are people whose shadows were taken by Gecko Moria and turned into half-dead zombies. Come on, Nami, start your show. No less than 100 zombies crawled out of the entire manor, just enough for Nami to exercise. Chapter 96 Violently Beating the Transparent Fruit Ability User. 98 210ths. Chapter 96 Violently Beating the Transparent Fruit Ability User. Come on, Nami, start your show. Ye Kai stepped back, not intending to fight at all. There were many tombstones in the whole manor, and zombies came out of the ground one after another, like a group of demons dancing wildly, rushing towards Ye Kai and Nami. But Ye Kai didn't intend to do anything. Nami held the weather stick with both hands, and the 3 weather sticks were linked together to become a long stick, and he swung it quickly. Bang bang bang, a rhythmic sound came. One after another, the zombies were beaten out by Nami. Can no longer stand up. These zombies are just corpses in the final analysis. They just put shadows into the corpses, so that the corpses can display some of their pre-birth strength, and it is impossible to display their full pre-birth strength. What's more, these zombies are just some ordinary corpses, and their bodies are just ordinary shadows, with no special abilities at all. Nami's weather is great with sea stone. This kind of zombie can even wear salt, let alone sea stone. Isn't the power of the sea carried by sea stone hundreds or thousands of times stronger than salt? The weather stick in Nami's hand doesn't even use the power of the weather, just use the stick to poke and attack these zombies, just like a child with a stick, who can't stand up when he is hit and falls down. It doesn't seem too difficult. Nami himself won the title of Little Thieving Cat in East Blue. He can steal people clean in an instant, and his reaction ability and skill are naturally not bad. What's more, the uniforms of these zombies that can't even be compared with ordinary people. The action is not as good as ordinary people, the physical strength is not as good as ordinary people, and the strength 317 is not as good as. It feels useless. Nami means a child with a stick. Adding observation hockey, within a short while, dozens of corpses had fallen around Nami. It's all because of Seastone's restraint on Devil Fruit's ability. When hit by the weather rod, the shadow in the body will leave the body. The zombie directly becomes a corpse, and of course there is no way to move. I can't beat it. The little girl seems to be very powerful. Let's stay underground. Zombies are not unconscious. Seeing that the little girl Nami is so powerful, she knew it was not easy to provoke her, so she wanted to hide in the ground. The little girl now really is. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. These zombies can talk. Nami was shocked, and seemed to think how could zombies talk. But in fact, why can't zombies speak? Wait for me, I'll ask you a few questions, answer my questions. Otherwise, you won't be able to hide in the ground. Nami immediately stopped these guys from getting into the ground. And, what Nami said is not a lie. Her observation hockey can know exactly where these zombies are, even if they are hiding in geography, Nami can still sense them. In addition, the soil in the manor is not very rigid, and Nami's strength is not too small. If the weather stick in his hand is pierced into the soil, the underground zombies will also die. In order to prove his deterrence, Nami directly stabbed the weather stick in his hand into the ground. Weather stick with Seastone, knock out a zombie shadow. The zombie without shadow turned into a corpse directly. The rest of the zombies were trembling, and many of them got into the ground, and they had to stop halfway through, showing their rotten heads and looking at Nami. If you have any questions, little girl, just ask. We're just ordinary people who get hurt. What ordinary people? Aren't you zombies? Nami won't be fooled. The world asked. Is there a zombie with a knife here, the more powerful? It seems that there are knives, but I don't know which one you are talking about. Is there any more powerful one? Have no idea. We are just waiting to rot here. If you want to find someone, you can go to that castle. Nami originally wanted to help Ye Kai find out the news, but now it seems that these people. No, these zombies don't know at all. They are just wandering around the island, waiting to rot. They don't know the outside situation, and what subordinates Gecko Moria has here. Let's go. Ye Kai greeted Nami and walked towards the castle not far away. There is the mansion of the surgeon, Hogback, and it is also his laboratory, where all the servants complete the production and transformation. Also, 2 of Moria's other minions. Transparent fruit ability this, Absalom. The ghost fruit ability user, Perona, are all in this castle. And Ye Kai's target, Ryoma, is the guard of this castle. When walking towards the castle, you can see a lot of strange things on the road. Even the trees are transformed into dying zombies and drink beer. At the same time, various modified beasts rushed out, with several heads, all of which were dealt with by Nami. Nami also tried out a modified weather stick, Hogbei, Lengbei, Yunbei. When used together, they will form a thundercloud, release several thunder lights, and bring down several modified strange animals. With a light touch of the weather stick with Seastone in hand, these monsters turned into corpses. These monsters have numbers on their bodies. They are all sewn together. It is obvious that they were transformed by humans. Nami looked at the monsters that had turned into corpses. Each monster had stitches and a serial number. It proves that these monsters are all transformed by people, and they are recorded and even managed by people. Don't worry about it, you'll be in charge of the battle. Your goal this time is to increase your actual combat experience. Don't worry about other things. Ye Kai has no interest in rescuing the robbed shadow people on the island. If Gecko Moria doesn't come out, it would be great if Ye Kai can get Black Sword Autumn water directly from Ryoma. As for Gecko Moria, let's wait for Luffy to deal with them later. Anyway, Gecko Moria is not a threat to Ye Kai. In other words, Ye Kai no longer looks down on Gecko Moria's strength, and it's also meaningless to fight Gecko Moria. From the periphery all the way to the castle, Ye Kai didn't make a move the whole time. It was all done by Nami, which proved Nami's impressive strength. Having been fed the moves by Ye Kai for half a year, and accompanied by members of the Spades Pirates, Nami has a lot of combat experience but lacks real combat. Nami is also used here, just practice slowly. Ye Kai is not in a hurry, and Nami is not in a hurry, just treat it as a daily practice. Just as he was approaching the castle, a transparent guy approached Nami cautiously, trying to plot evil. Pity. Ye Kai has observation hockey, Nami also has observation hockey, and Absalom with transparent fruit has nowhere to hide. In the original book, this guy uses the ability of transparent fruit successively to approach Robin on Straw Hat Crew's boat and kiss Robin forcibly. The most outrageous thing is that when Nami was taking a bath, he used the ability of the transparent fruit to enter the bathroom, and gave Nami a wall dong. At this moment, as soon as this guy appeared, Ye Kai wanted to kick him away. Although it is Ye Kai who appeared in this world and abducted Nami away, when thinking of the original book, Ye Kai is like killing this guy, Absalom and Momonosuke, countless people want to kill them. What? Get the hell out of here. Speaking of which, Nami's observation hockey, in some respects, is more perceived than Ye Kai's observation hockey. Absalom uses transparent fruit ability to get close to Nami, still want to take advantage. But he didn't expect that he was already sensed by Nami's observation hockey before he got close to Nami. When he approached Nami cautiously, he was hit in the face by Nami directly, and he was sent flying. Under Nami's observation hockey, this guy is carefully sent up to fight. Chapter 97 The Dragon Slaying Warrior, Ryoma, 3 updates for full subscription and automatic. 99 210ths. Chapter 97 The Dragon Slaying Warrior, Ryoma, 3 updates for full subscription and automatic. P.S. Dragon and horse picture attached. The ability of the transparent fruit can hide the body shape, and even the things it touches can become transparent. But there is no way to hide sounds and smells. In this respect, Nami's observation haki is better than Yikai's observation haki. The medium of air will tell Nami a lot of information, and Absalom has nothing to hide in front of Nami. Bang! It hit the ground, and Absalom, whose right cheek was swollen like a pig's head, was lying on the ground with a dazed look on his face. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? I remembered, I wanted to take advantage of this beautiful little girl, and then I was hit by the little girl with a stick. Why can she find me? Absalom was in a daze. At this time Yikai said, Nami, this guy is a person with transparent fruit ability. He usually likes to use his fruit ability to take advantage of girls, peeping, even kissing girls, sneaking into girls' bathrooms. I must have wanted to take advantage of you just now, teach him a lesson. HMPH. Needless to say, when Nami heard Yikai say that this guy has transparent fruit ability, he likes to use fruit ability to peep, and even sneak into girls' bathrooms. Then he knew that this guy was human, and what he was trying to do by approaching her just now. Nami hit a stick with his backhand, and the other side of Absalom's face was swollen, and his whole body flew up. Absalom has no way to resist at all, and he can't do it if he wants to dodge. Even using the devil fruit ability to become transparent, it was still hit by Nami. And, Nami's weather is great, but with sea stone. Bang bang bang. After beating several times, Absalom was directly beaten into a pig's head, with bags all over his head. That look is much more than the first time Ace met Yikai and trained under Yikai. Obviously, Nami referred to Ace's miserable appearance at the beginning, and gave Absalom a similar set meal, directly knocking Absalom unconscious. Absalom is one of the 3 weirdos under Gecko Moria, so he was instantly killed. The appearance of Absalom is just an episode. When Yikai and Nami got rid of Absalom and stepped into the castle, what greeted Yikai and Nami was the goal of Yikai's trip, Ryoma. Ryoma, who has been dead for hundreds of years, is a warrior of Wano-kuni with great strength. It is said that hundreds of years ago, no matter who the opponent was, the dragon horse would defeat the opponent in an instant. It is said that he once killed the dragon in the sky with autumn water, and was also known as the Dragon Slayer warrior. He was a great swordsman who never failed in his life. And Wano-kuni was once known as the country of gold, and Ryoma stopped countless pirates and world nobles from coming, and let the whole world know that Wano-kuni has samurai, and there are many legends. Even after his death, Ryoma was regarded as the sword god by Wano-kuni, and was enshrined in the ancestral hall together with the famous sword, Autumn Water. In Wano-kuni's view, Kaido invaded Wano-kuni because of the loss of Black Sword Autumn Water, which caused Ryoma's anger and punishment. No matter how you look at it, Ryoma is a great swordsman, and a top swordsman. Tap tat tat. Wearing a white kimono, with a blue belt hanging on the waist, Black Sword Autumn Water, a bun wrapped in a blue scarf, silver hair, and wooden shoes on his feet, he walked out of the castle slowly. Even after being dead for hundreds of years, the resurrected Ryoma only has Brook's soul as a support in his body. His body has long since decayed, and his body has been assembled through various splicing. He still has the demeanor of the great swordsman before him. It seems that an incredible master has come. Long Ma stepped on the wooden shoes, walked to the gate of the castle, and saw Yikai. I also saw Broken Sea in Yikai's hands, and Yikai's unique aura as a top swordsman. Yikai stopped and looked at Ryoma. Nami also looked at the approaching Ryoma, and from Yikai's appearance, he knew that the zombie in front of him was the target of Yikai's trip. At the same time, Nami also took a look at the knife in Ryoma's hand. Is this knife the famous knife that Yikai wanted? Nami didn't say much, and automatically gave up the position, allowing Yikai and Ryoma to perform. I want your knife. Yikai looked at Ryoma and said directly, take it if you want it. Ryoma didn't say much. He himself had been dead for hundreds of years, and he knew this himself. In his current situation, he can't exert any strength at all. Yikai's strength is very strong. If he wants the knife in his hand, he can't hold it at all. What's more, entrusting Black Sword Autumn Water to a strong man like Yikai is better than living outside. But, Ryoma paused slightly, and pulled out the black knife Autumn Water from his waist. The purple-black blade and the scarlet sawtooth pattern give Black Sword Autumn Water a different kind of beauty, and it is indeed a good knife. The moment he pulled out the knife, a powerful aura emanated from Ryoma's body. This is the breath of a swordsman. At the same time, the same powerful aura burst out from Yikai. The invisible opportunity confrontation has already begun. Even after being dead for hundreds of years, his body has been transformed and he can only display a small amount of strength, but Longma's aura that belongs to the great swordsman is equally powerful. Defeat me, He Dao Chu Shui is yours. After the words fell, the dragon horse swung Black Sword Autumn Water and rushed to Yikai, slashing at Yikai. Very fast, lightning fast. Ding. When Ryoma was leaving, Yikai pulled out Broken Sea, put the knife in front of him, and blocked Ryoma's attack. 0. Black Knife Autumn Water and Broken Sea collided horizontally and ended in a stalemate. Ryoma held Black Knife Autumn Water in his right hand and pressed against Broken Sea only a few tens of centimeters away from Yikai. A row of teeth were exposed on his rotten face, and his empty eyes stared at Ye Kai. And Ye Kai's complexion didn't change at all, he didn't move, he didn't retreat a bit, and he didn't even shake his hand. In strength and physical fitness, Ye Kai has an absolute advantage. Even if Ryoma is fully resurrected and has the peak strength hundreds of years ago, his physical fitness and strength may not be stronger than the current Ye Kai. What's more, how much power can Ryoma display at this time? With a pick of broken sea in Ye Kai's hand, the dragon horse flew out, and he said bluntly, "Now you can't exert any strength, you are not my opponent." Shish. Ryoma, who was picked out, flipped his whole body in the air, and finally landed on the castle, the kimono on his body fluttering with the wind, and his hollow eyes looked down at Ye Kai. "You seem to know me." Ryoma was a little surprised. He had been dead for hundreds of years, and he didn't expect anyone to know him. But thinking that Ye Kai came here for Black Sword Autumn Water, it is understandable to know Ryoma. Even so, most people would not think that the present zombie is hundreds of years ago, Black Sword Autumn Water, the master. Dragons and horses have been dead for hundreds of years, maybe the one who uses Black Sword Autumn Water now is only the owner of this knife. Wano Kuni's legendary dragon-slaying warrior, Ryoma, of course I know. Ye Kai looked at the zombie Ryoma and told his origin. Chapter 98 Black Knife Ryoma's long-cherished wish. 4 more full orders, 100-200 tenths. Chapter 98 Black Knife Ryoma's long-cherished wish. 4 more full orders. P.S. Don't delve too deeply into Ryoma's strength. In the original book, Brook's strength and swordsmanship are obviously not as good as zombie Ryoma. His shadow enters Ryoma's body, and using Ryoma's body, the power he exerts is far greater than that of Brook above. I didn't expect that after so many years, there are still people who remember. Although the shadow in Ryoma's body belongs to Brook, it is still Ryoma's dominance. The strength that this body can display is not comparable to that of Brook. Normally, Ryoma may not appear at all, or it may be left to the remaining instincts of the body and the orders issued by Gecko Moria, acting like a machine. Or just give your body to Brook's shadow. But, with the appearance of Ye Kai, it becomes different. Ryoma is Wano Kuni's dragon slayer, and even if he is only resurrected by the shadow, he is eager for a smooth battle. So Ryoma appears, he controls the current body, and fights Ye Kai. Shua, Ryoma's emotion fell, and the whole, 063, jumped down from the sky above the castle, holding a knife in their right hand, and slashed towards Ye Kai. Ding, another crisp sound. Black Knife Autumn Water collided with Broken Sea. Such an attack seems to have no effect at all. Ye Kai didn't move a bit, and blocked Ryoma's attack by raising his hand. Nami watched from the side, feeling that even if she goes, she can block the attack, right? Even if her strength is not as strong as this Ryoma, her reflexes and observation haki should be no problem in avoiding Ryoma's attack. This thought just popped up in my mind. Next moment, click. Behind Ye Kai, a sword mark spread for hundreds of meters, and everything was cut in half. That neat incision reminded Nami of the time when Ye Kai slashed the island of Kokoyasi village. Gulu. At this moment, Nami swallowed his saliva, not daring to think about it anymore. He can block this attack called Ryoma himself. This zombie named Ryoma doesn't seem to have any special attacks, but the attack speed is very fast and the power is very powerful. Ding, ding, ding ding ding. Ryoma attacked Ye Kai time and time again, and Ye Kai held the Broken Sea in his hand and kept waving it, easily blocking Ryoma's various attacks. Ye Kai still didn't move a step. Only the ground under Ye Kai's feet is still intact, and the area around Ye Kai, 100 meters in diameter, is covered with various sword marks intertwined in all directions. Even the castle was split into several pieces, leaving only 1/3. Both Perona and Hobak in the castle have already escaped first, standing in the distance to watch the battle here. Even Hobak, as the person who transformed the corpse of Ryoma, didn't know that Ryoma actually had such a powerful strength. But, the strength shown by Longma is so powerful, it is not enough to look at in front of Ye Kai. Anyone can see that it is too simple for Ye Kai to deal with Ryoma's attack. He didn't move a step, only the ground under Ye Kai's feet was still intact. I really want to compete with you in this world. Ryoma is very eager to use all his power in this life to have a hearty battle with Ye Kai. It's a pity, that's not possible. The strength he can display now is not at the same level as Ye. In this short fight, Ye Kai also knows Ryoma's swordsmanship, that is fast and powerful slash. Ryoma's sword is very fast and can cut everything. Cutting steel for Ryoma, it is very easy. Legend has it that Ryoma once slashed a dragon over Wano Kuni with a single blow, able to defeat enemies in an instant. This requires a fast attack speed, and at the same time a strong cutting ability, which can split everything and break everything. Just like Ye Kai's swordsmanship opening the sky, it is also a slashing, with enough power to open up the world. One sword slashes forward, unstoppable, unstoppable, and unstoppable. The same is true of Longma's swordsmanship, one cut in two, there is nothing that his sword can't stop. The last knife, I hope to see your strength. The sword on Longma's body was rising, and that black sword Autumn Water in his hand was horizontally in front of him, standing on the wall cut down 30 meters away. Next moment, the dragon horse turned into a flash of light and rushed towards Ye Kai in an instant. The speed was so fast that it was no worse than Ye Kai moving at full speed. At the same time, black knife autumn water was so black that it shone brightly, and the faint red sawtooth knife patterns flashed with a strange brilliance, a kind of power that could cut everything with one knife, and slashed towards Ye Kai. This is a black knife. Show it in the hands of Ryoma. Ye Kai is still standing on the same spot, holding broken sea to pick at the attacking dragon and horse. Fufeng. This knife has no concept of fast or slow, it is very gentle, without destructive power and movement, it is like a gust of wind blowing by, and it seems to be stroking the breeze, and there is a bit of meaning in it. Broken sea is slow, soft, and upwards like stroking the breeze. Long maws fast enough to cut everything, black knife autumn water cut everything, even the gentle power brought out by Ye Kai's move Fufeng was split. But the moment Ryoma held the black knife autumn water and came into contact with broken sea he was directly thrown out of the hospital. Shua, the dragon horse that was lifted into the air was hit by a sword chi casually slashed by Ye Kai, knocking him out. 0. The body has been split in half. Ye Kai added this saber at the back, it was either a powerful attack, or a sword chi that was slashed casually. Because he knew that Ryoma's last attack had been executed, and he had no intention of continuing to fight. In other words, with his current strength, Ryoma couldn't be Ye Kai's opponent at all. He had already been defeated and had no desire to fight any longer. If Ryoma wanted to dodge the sword energy that Ye Kai casually slashed at the end, it would be very easy. Call out. The body was split in half, and when the whole body flew backwards, Ryoma sheathed the black sword autumn water in his hand and threw it to Ye Kai. Hey Dao Chu Shui left Wanokuni, and I also appeared here to prove that something happened to Wanokuni. If possible, I hope you can help Wanokuni. You are strong enough to become the master of black knife Chushui. But you will definitely have your own black knife in the future. After thousands of tempers, forge your own black knife. Bang! Ryoma's body fell from the air and fell directly into two pieces. The shadow also flew out of the body, and it didn't know where it went, maybe it went back to Brook's body. Ye Kai returned the broken sea to its sheath, hung it on his waist, and took over the black sword autumn water factory thrown by the dragon horse. Clang! Ye Kai pulled out black sword autumn water and looked at this famous knife. When you hold the knife, you can feel that it is slightly heavier than ordinary Dao. It has a pitch black handle, a purple black blade, and a faint red serrated knife pattern. The cold light is restrained. It is said that this knife, even a dinosaur standing on it, will not bend a millimeter. It is the saber of Ryoma during his lifetime. 4.3 inches. Ye Kai read a sentence softly, then sheathed black sword autumn water, thinking about what Ryoma said, black sword. The black sword that Ryoma mentioned is definitely not black sword autumn water. The original Chushui can only be said to be a famous knife in the 21 work of Dokuai Dao. It was Ryoma who used autumn water and after thousands of tempers, forged it into a black sword, which was later directly called black sword autumn water. This is the same as Hawkeye's black knife knight, both are knives. Hawkeye's black sword knight is the strongest black knife. In fact, this knife is not hard. On the contrary, it is very soft. It was just forged by Hawkeye into black sword. As for black sword autumn water and black sword knight, who is the strongest black sword in the world? Ye Kai thinks it might be black sword knight. After all, Ryoma has been dead for hundreds of years, and Hawkeye is still alive, recognized as the world's #1 swordsman. Black Sword Knight there is an owner, and the owner of Haidao Chushui, has been dead for hundreds of years. Chapter 99 Gecko Moria jumps out. 5 more full orders, 101 210ths. Chapter 99 Gecko Moria jumps out. 5 more full orders, 5 more 12,000 words, please order full, please automatically. Yesterday I thought it was not recommended. I asked the editor to know that it is in the app, and there will be more updates in the evening, so please subscribe for support, thank you. According to Ryoma, Black Sword Autumn Water was forged, and Ye Kai will also forge his own Black Sword in the future. In the original book, Hawkeye also said that as long as the armament hockey is covered on the weapon, the knife will not break. A gap on the blade is a shame to a swordsman. Any knife is black knife. But in fact, without the cover of armament hockey, the weapon in the hand will still look the same. So, how to forge a weapon to turn it into a black knife? This requires the advanced application of armament hockey. Keep fighting, and after 1,000 hammers and 100 forgings, can you get your own black sword? At this moment, Ye Kai has his own thoughts and inferences in his heart. Ye Kai's current hockey, observation hockey, is the most powerful and can already foresee the future. Secondly, armament hockey is also top-notch. He has already tested his own practice and mastered the advanced application of armament hockey. Conqueror's hockey has been mastered, advanced applications he has not figured out. How to turn an ordinary famous knife into a black knife, this requires Ye Kai to constantly try and explore. 30. With Black Sword Autumn Water pinned to his waist, Ye Kai realizes that he has also become a two-swordsman. Bring 2 knives. They are all Dakue Dao 21 workers. If you count the Liang Kue knife Yuhu on the boat, Ye Kai also has 3 knives. Do you want to have a 3-knife style among the guests? The thought of holding a knife in your mouth, forget it. With Ye Kai's current strength, it doesn't matter if he is one-handed or two-handed. Whether you hold a knife in your left hand or right hand, you can show your own strength, and the same goes for holding a knife in both hands. Let's go. Black Sword Autumn Water has been obtained. Nami has also accumulated a little combat experience, and the purpose of this trip has been completed. I also know, or have confirmed some information about Black Knife. Ye Kai came to get Black Sword Autumn Water just because it was a black knife, and wanted to know how Black Sword was forged based on Black Sword Autumn Water. Now Ye Kai also has some ideas, waiting for him to verify. This process may be a bit long. He. I want to leave when I come here, don't you think me, the master, too much? Ye Kai. In the darkness, a huge black shadow came out from the shadow of the castle. With a height of up to 7 meters, it is like a hill. The whole body is black, and the outline of Gecko Moria can be seen, but it is not Gecko Moria himself. This is the shadow clone made by Gecko Moria using the shadow fruit to split her own shadow. As a member of 7 warlords of the sea, even if Gecko Moria doesn't pay attention to outside news, he still knows that Ye Kai has become a trusted 7 warlords of the sea news. I want to leave after getting Black Knife Autumn Water. For me, isn't it too simple? After all, I am the owner of this place. Black Knife Autumn Water is my thing. If you want to take it away, you have to pay a little price. Makes sense. In accordance with what Gecko Moria said, Ye Kai looked at the Moonlight Shadow clone, nodded, and then said, Black Sword Autumn Water was given to me by the Samurai Ryoma, and it is mine in my hands. Hey. Then it's up to you, why not keep your shadow in exchange? Gecko Moria is not a swordsman or a swordsman at all, and he doesn't value Black Sword Autumn Water at all, otherwise he would not give it to Zombie Ryoma for use. What he cares more about now is Ye Kai's shadow. Ye Kai's strength is very strong. A few months ago, he did not lose to Marine Admiral Aokiji alone, and even Aokiji couldn't do anything to him. Today, Ye Kai's strength has definitely become stronger. Ye Kai's shadow is also naturally powerful. No matter which zombie's body it is taken over, it will be very scary. In particular, Gecko Moria has brought Oz's body from the land of ice. If you put Ye Kai's shadow inside Oz, how powerful would it be? Gecko Moria even felt that by putting Ye Kai's shadow into Ozzy's body, he would definitely be able to return to the New World and challenge the 4 Emperors Kaido again. Call out. In an instant, Gecko Moria was on the move. The shadow clone turned into a black light, and rushed to Ye Kai in the shadow on the ground as if teleporting. In other words, directly appearing in Ye Kai's shadow, a huge shadow clone of nearly 7 meters drilled out of Ye Kai's shadow, turning into a black cube, trapping Ye Kai in it. Shadow box. Gecko Moria uses his own shadow clone to turn into a black box, trapping Ye Kai in it. Because the shadow can be stretched and changed at will, and it can also be immune to various attacks. Even if it is scattered, it can be reunited. Gecko Moria is not afraid of Ye Kai at all. Are you going to lay hands on me? Think about it. If you do it, you will die. Ye Kai's voice came from the shadow box. That tone was like being at home, not in a hurry, without a trace of tension or panic. This put Nami at ease. After all, Devil Fruit has all kinds of strange abilities, so I'm afraid that Ye Kai will suffer if he doesn't know or understand the enemy's fruit ability. Do you think that having a reward of 1 billion represents your strength? You are just a domineering in the first half of the Grand Line. When you go to New World, you will find that your strength is no more than that. There are many people who are stronger than you. Gecko Moria's voice came from the shadow of the castle again, and Gecko Moria's body appeared there like a teleportation. The main body is clearer than the shadow avatar, with a flame onion, candy-like body, with a rounded bottom, and the neck is just like a tied rope. It really looks like a candy 203. Gecko Moria's body appeared, holding a pair of scissors, and walked towards Ye Kai who was trapped by the shadow box. Boom. There was a loud noise, and as the shadow box was shattered, a powerful sword energy flew out. Swish. Sword chi struck, and Gecko Moria's body held the scissors, and disappeared in place as if teleporting, replaced by a black shadow standing at the original place of the body, which was directly split in half by the sword chi. Gecko Moria has the ability of the shadow fruit, which can separate his own shadow. When in danger, he can directly use the shadow to exchange with the body to avoid the attack. Boom. The sword energy struck, and split the shadow of Gecko Moria in half, and the remaining part of the castle was completely split in half. The shadow of Gecko Moria split in half, merged again, and disappeared into the dark shadow. And Gecko Moria's main body, and the shadow exchanged bodies, marking that Gecko Moria appeared in front of Ye Kai in an instant. Just now Ye Kai was turned into a black box by the shadow of Gecko Moria, and was trapped in the black box. Gecko Moria interacts with his own shadow, which is equivalent to teleporting to Ye Kai's side, and grabbing Ye Kai's shadow with one hand. It's like pulling plasticine to elongate Ye Kai's shadow. Gecko Moria's other hand is holding scissors, cutting towards Ye Kai's shadow. Chapter 100 Instant Kill Moria. 6 more full order and automatic. 102 210ths. Chapter 100 Instant Kill Moria. 6 more full order and automatic. The 6th one is presented. Thanks to Kending Yule for rewarding 100 volts points. Gecko Moria's hand alternates with the shadow, avoiding Ye Kai's attack and playing very well 6. Ye Kai's attack split the shadow box, and the sword energy flew towards Gecko Moria's body. Who knew that Gecko Moria's main body directly chose to change a position with the shadow? Such a sudden movement, such a quick change of position. How can you catch Ye Kai by surprise? At least Gecko Moria thinks so. Ye Kai will definitely observe Haki, and can predict his movements. But there is also a process for predicting, and the physical reaction and speed must be able to keep up. Otherwise, if observation Haki is powerful, it would be useless if his body reaction and speed cannot keep up. Gecko Moria exchanged positions with his own shadow, with a reaction speed comparable to teleportation. How could Yikai react? What's more, Gecko Moria just wanted to cut out Yikai's shadow, and it wasn't a deadly attack or ultimate move. There was no such murderous intent, no such deadly danger. Maybe Yikai will take it easy and take it lightly. It's a pity. Gecko Moria's idea is very good, and the script is well designed. Unbeknownst to him, Yikai knows his fruit ability like the back of his hand, and observation haki has even reached the point of foreseeing the future. When Gecko Moria waved the scissors to cut his shadow, as soon as the main body appeared, Yikai had already foreseen that Gecko Moria would come to cut his shadow. How is it possible to still follow Gecko Moria's script? The splitting of the shadow box just now was just for the performance of Gecko Moria. According to the picture of foreseeing the future, it is a plan to use up the light to attract Moria. Shua, Yikai held the black knife autumn water and split the shadow box, and exchanged positions with Gecko Moria in the shadow. As if teleporting over, he slashed with his backhand. That feeling, there is a kind of Gecko Moria teleporting over, taking the initiative to hit Yikai with a knife wound. Is this the porcelain touch of One Piece world? If you are not careful, you may even have to confess your life to the punchy here. How is it possible? Backquote. The flame onion hair on Gecko Moria's head stood up, and the whole person let out an incredible scream, and immediately chose to exchange places with the shadow. PFF'd. But when Yikai slashed, he didn't show mercy at all, accompanied by the sound of the blade quickly cutting through flesh and blood. Blood splatter. Gecko Moria's figure also disappeared in front of Yikai in an instant, and the blood spurted out of the air hadn't even landed, which proved that Yikai's knife did not fail and hit Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria, who was tens of meters away, looked at Yikai viciously. His body like candy was cut with a hideous wound. The entire wound was several meters long, and the right arm holding the scissors was completely cut off, leaving only a layer of flesh and blood linked together. Even the bones were completely severed, and the wound stretched from the right arm to the abdomen. Gecko Moria's body is as high as 7 meters, and such an injury is several meters long. This is also the result of Gecko Moria using armament haki defense, instant choice and shadow swapping places. Otherwise, his fate may be that the shadow beside Yikai is completely split into 2 halves. It wasn't just this deep wound. Hateful. Gecko Moria knew, underestimated Ye. Even if he has positioned Yikai's strength to a very high level, he still underestimates Yikai. Yikai's strength is definitely not as simple as offering a reward of 1 billion berry, nor is it at the level of Marine Admiral. Although Gecko Moria doesn't want to admit it, Yikai's strength is indeed much stronger than him. Even in New World, Yikai is a strong player at the top of the pyramid. Huh. Gecko Moria snorted coldly, disappeared in place, and took away Dr. Hoback, apparently to treat his injuries. Perona, stop him for me. When Gecko Moria left, he left the shadow in place and joined Perona on Yikai. Perona is an ability user of Ghost Fruit. Her pessimistic ghost or negative ghost passing through a person's body will make the person extremely pessimistic and negative. Even Luffy, who wants to become the One Piece, Zoro, who has been practicing swordsmanship for 10 years, even Nami, the little thief cat, who is greedy for money, will become extremely negative if passed by the negative ghost. Demon fruit power is often unreasonable. Even Yikai dare not say that he won't become negative after being hit by negative specter. As far as Yikai's character is relatively lazy, he should become even more negative when he is hit by negative ghosts. Still, as long as you don't get hit by the negative specter. Boom. Without giving the enemy Perona a chance, a powerful conqueror's haki erupted from Yikai, and the dark clouds that shrouded the entire terrifying 3-guided sailing ship were rushed out of a big hole, casting a piece of sunshine. Many people were robbed of shadow zombies, exposed to sunlight, instantly purified, and it can be said that they died. Some people may not die after getting their shadows back. Yikai's conqueror's haki erupted and blasted a big hole in the dark clouds in the sky, accidentally injuring many people whose shadows were taken away. This is also helpless. Yikai doesn't care about these people at all. Perona's passive specter may have some kind of miraculous effect on Yikai, but she must be able to attack Yikai. The powerful conqueror's haki was released, and Perona, who was originally floating in the air, was already foaming at the mouth and hit the ground from the air, falling into a coma. Gecko Moria's shadow fell silent. As one of the pirates from New World, 7 warlords of the sea, he certainly knows that Yikai uses conqueror's haki. Among his 3 subordinates, the only 2 who could fight were dealt with like this. To put it bluntly, at this time, Gecko Moria has nothing to do. Unless he got the shadow into Ozzy himself. But Ozzy hasn't thought at this time. Even if he attached his own shadow to Ozzy's body, it would be very difficult to control Ozzy to fight Yikai. The key is not necessarily beat. HMPH, your shadow will be placed on you first, Jiao Hao Hao, and I will get it later. With a cold snort, Gecko Moria's shadow also merged into the shadows and disappeared in front of Yikai. He ran away very directly. The body is seriously injured, and it is impossible to fight Yikai again, unless the frozen Ozzy is taken out. Even so, after seeing Yikai's terrifying sword skills, Gecko Moria is not sure whether Ozzy can beat Yikai. Gecko Moria thought for a moment, and confessed directly. Black knife autumn water, it is completely useless to Gecko Moria, so it should be given to Yi. This is really stealing chickens and losing rice, or in other words, pretending to be coercive but getting fed. Originally, the zombie Ryoma was killed by Yikai, and Yikai who got black sword autumn water was about to leave. But Gecko Moria took a fancy to Ye Kai's shadow, and asked Ye Kai to keep the shadow. Now Ye Kai not only took Black Sword Autumn Water but also seriously injured Gecko Moria. As for the Ye Kai shadow, Gecko Moria doesn't even need to think about it, that's just to say harsh words. Chapter 101/Gecko Moria. One more full order and automatic. 103 210ths. Chapter 101/Gecko Moria. One more full order and automatic. Thanks. 17589850736 for rewarding 100 volts points. Are you pretending to be aggressive while running? Gecko Moria's own body has run away, and the shadow clone has to speak harshly when it runs away. Typical. Don't leave after school. Ye Kai took a moonwalk into the air, rushed into the air and looked down at the terrifying three deceitful sailing ships. Vigorously waved the black knife Autumn Water in his hand. The big sharp knife I just got is very easy to use. Open the sky, swish, with a black and purple blade and a faint red sawtooth blade pattern, Black Sword Autumn Water cuts down with Ye Kai's hand, bringing out a powerful sword energy to quickly cut down. That powerful sword energy is like a waning moon, moving forward indomitably, unstoppable, 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 and it falls on the island. Boom. In an instant, the entire terrifying sailboat in front of Ye Kai was split in half, and even the sea and the city wall outside were split together. The divided seawater has not healed for a long time. This knife almost split half of Gecko Moria's territory in half. This is also because Ye Kai and Nami rushed to a more central position. If it's on the periphery, Ye Kai's cut may split the entire territory of Gecko Moria in half. Ye Kai. Gecko Moria's roar came from the building not far away, full of anger and unwillingness. Ye Kai swung Black Knife Autumn Water and cast Open Sky, not only splitting half of the terrifying three deceitful sailing ship area into two halves. The powerful sword energy is directed at Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria is now shouting like the sky, proving that he is not dead. But Hobak, who treated him, is just a surgeon himself, without fruit ability, and his strength is too weak. When Ye Kai's sword energy fell, Huobake had no way to dodge it, and was directly wiped out by the sword energy. It doesn't matter if a subordinate dies, even if this person is a collaborator of Gecko Moria, he transformed many zombies in the entire terrifying sailing ship. What really made Gecko Moria angry was that Gecko was helping him to stitch up his wounds and arms. Ye Kai's sword chi slashed down, and Huobake was wiped out by the sword chi. Gecko Moria's right hand was also erased and disappeared immediately. Except for the arm, Ye Kai's sword energy directly split a high tower, not far away. Inside the tower is frozen Oz. There is no doubt that Oz must have been attacked, but it is not known how destroyed it was. One hand is gone, become crippled. Oz, who worked so hard to get back, was destroyed by Ye Kai. Can Gecko Moria not be angry and angry? Daka anyway, he used to be a mighty force in the New World and challenged the four emperors Kaido. Although he failed, he is still the seven warlords of the sea now. Ye Kai, this is too much deception. Ye Kai's strength forced Gecko Moria to calm down, but let out an unwilling and angry roar, and really didn't dare to go out to find Ye Kai to fight for his life. When he was not injured, he was no match for Ye Kai, let alone now that he lost one hand. You seem to be very excited, are you not reconciled? Ye Kai's voice sounded in Gecko Moria's ears. Wearing a white dress, holding Black Knife Autumn Water, Ye Kai, who wants to add Broken Sea, stepped on the moonwalk and fell from the air, standing on the section of the mansion that was split in half, overlooking the Gecko Moria below. Gecko Moria looked even more embarrassed at the moment. The wound several meters long in front of his body was half stitched up, and the stitches were relatively large, which was very obvious, making Gecko Moria's injury even more hideous and terrifying. The entire arm of the right hand is gone. With a look of anger and unwillingness, the eyes looking at Ye Kai are also full of resentment, a look of daring to be angry but not speaking, like a bereaved dog, very embarrassed. Ye Kai, you want to kill me. As seven warlords of the sea, marine and world government will not let you kill me. Gecko Moria didn't expect Ye Kai to kill him. This is to kill everything. At this time, Gecko Moria also regretted it very much. If I had known it earlier, I wouldn't have provoked Ye Kai, just let him leave with Black Sword Autumn Water. Why make it look like this? It's a pity, there is no regret medicine in this world. Gecko Moria is useless to move out of naval headquarters and world government. Ye Kai doesn't care about naval headquarters and world government at all. I want to find a devil fruit. You used to be considered a bit powerful in New World. Even if you escaped to the first half of the Grand Line, you must have connections. Help me find a devil fruit, I won't kill you. Ye Kai stands on Gecko Moria's head, holding Black Sword Autumn Water in his right hand, overlooking Gecko Moria. The tone of voice is irresistible. Can't refuse either. Heee. Gecko Moria smiles. Laugh wantonly. This is PD off. Is it true that the tiger falls in Pyongyang and is bullied by dogs? It seems, not even that. Gecko Moria also knows that he is not Ye Kai's opponent even in his peak period, and he is not bullied by dogs. It can only be said that the weak eat the strong, and the strong respect. Ye Kai was stronger than him, so he dared to say such a thing, and he couldn't refuse. But Gecko Moria escaped from New World, and he has a knot in his heart. Ye Kai directly said that Gecko Moria escaped from New World, he was simply admiring Gecko Moria's scar. All this escaped from the New World and came to the first half of the Grand Line, where else could he go? Go to the four seas to barely survive, or do you submit to others and do things for Ye Kai? Shadow gathering place. Gecko Moria finally chose to fight to the death, chose to resist, because he chose a decent way to die. Hundreds of shadows gathered densely from all directions in the entire terrifying sailing ship, all of which were contained in Gecko Moria's body. Gecko Moria's 7-meter-high body immediately began to swell, her strength were improving, and she was desperately fighting her heart at this moment, exuding a brutal atmosphere all over her body. Pity. Facing Gecko Moria, whose body had swelled to tens of meters in size, Yikai sighed. He knew Koshihikari had chosen Moria. It is also because he is too forced, or to put it directly, Gecko Moria's strength is too weak. After being defeated by Kaido, escape from New World and return to the first half of the Grand Line, where Go builds his own zombie army and wants to return to New World to fight Kaido again. It's a pity that his strength is still not enough. He was seriously injured by Yikai, and he didn't want to help Yikai find Devil Fruit, so he chose to fight to the death and give himself a decent death. Yikai can see that when Gecko Moria chooses to use the shadow gathering place to gather shadows, he already has the will to die. Yikai will not give time. Let Gecko Moria continue to gather shadows and continuously improve his strength. Anyway, Yikai's observation haki can predict the future. When Gecko Moria used shadow gathering place and his body began to swell, Yikai waved the black sword Autumn Water to bring out a powerful slash and slash towards Gecko Moria. Shua, slash attack. Gecko Moria's ever-expanding huge body stretched out his left arm and smashed towards the slash. Boom. Today's Gecko Moria only has his left hand left. Countless shadows gather in his body, and his strength and power have been improved to the point of a horror department, which is no worse than a giant. The huge left hand covered by armament haki cut and crushed Yikai abruptly. Yikai held Black Sword Autumn Water at this moment, and flew past Gecko Moria's waist. Shua, Heidao Chu Shui slashed at the waist of Gecko Moria, with powerful sword energy and the ability to cut steel. Even if Gecko Moria's body swelled to a size of tens of meters, he was directly chopped at the waist. Body up and down, one divided into two. Chapter 102 The Moisture of 7 Warlords of the Sea. 2 more subscriptions. 104 210ths. Chapter 102 The Moisture of 7 Warlords of the Sea. 2 more subscriptions. Boom. Gecko Moria has swelled to tens of meters, and the huge body nearly 100 meters in size was cut in half. Yikai waved Black Sword Autumn Water and flashed past Gecko Moria's waist. After a while, Gecko Moria's huge body was split into 2 from the waist, and each hit the ground with a loud noise. After failing to challenge the 4 Emperors Kaido in the New World, a generation of tyrants fled back to the first half of the Grand Line to accumulate strength and attempted to return to the New World's Gecko Moria as the 7 Warlords of the Sea, and fell away. Wow, when Gecko Moria dies, Devil Fruit's abilities also disappear. The shadow gathered by Gecko Moria immediately spread out from Gecko Moria's body like a meteor, returning to its original body. In the entire terrifying sailing ship, after the death of Gecko Moria, countless zombies, the ability of the shadow fruit disappeared, and the shadows in the zombies also disappeared, and all the zombies became a corpse. Yikai looked at the Black Sword Autumn Water in his hand. He felt very good. He couldn't put it down, and put it back into the sheath with some reluctance. But the battle was over, so he had no choice but to sheath Black Sword Autumn Water, and then walked in the direction where Nami was. Let's go. Yikai greeted Nami and walked towards the direction of Junshihao. Is this the end? Was the battle over too soon? Hearing Gecko Moria's unwilling and angry voice, Nami could guess that Yikai's powerful sword energy just now caused some kind of damage to Gecko Moria. Then there will definitely be a fierce battle between the two, right? How? It ended so soon. He heard a roar. It was the sound of Gecko Moria's huge body being cut in half and hitting the ground. This is 7 Warlords of the Sea. Each one is a top-notch big pirate, so it's too easy to die in Yikai's hands, isn't it? You must know that the 7 Warlords of the Sea, but together with the naval headquarters, 4 Emperors, and the Grand Line, are the 3 major forces. Did you expect Gecko Moria, one of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, to be defeated and even beheaded in front of Yikai? It's too watery. With such forces, even if there are 7 of them, it is impossible to be called the 3 major forces of the Grand Line together with the naval headquarters and the 4 Emperors, right? Nami thinks the moisture here is not normal. 4 Emperors. Nami has not been in contact with naval headquarters. Nami has been in contact with Vice Admiral Garp and Marine Admiral Aokiji. Just these 2 people can tell the strength of Marine. Marine 3 Admiral, Vice Admiral Garp, Marshal Sengoku, and countless Marine Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral. This is naval headquarters. How does 7 Warlords of the Sea stack up against the entirety of naval headquarters? The moisture in this 7 Warlords of the Sea is big enough. Nami couldn't help but complain. Yikai admitted as much. It's kind of true. Naval headquarters, 4 Emperors of New World, and the 3 major powers of the Great Channel. Yikai also thinks it is a bit exaggerated. One is naval headquarters, the other is 4 Emperors, not a single one, but 4. 7 Warlords of the Sea is just 1 pirate. At most, there are 7 pirate groups. It is a bit too much to compare with the entire naval headquarters and the 4 Emperors of New World. Yikai greeted Nami and was about to leave. When he saw Perona, who was foaming at the mouth and passed out, he glanced at him and said to Nami, "Do you want to take this person with you?" Are you really a pervert?" Nami looks at Yikai's eyes, an expression, just like looking at pervert. Perona is dressed in pink braids with double ponytails, a crown, and a wine red umbrella in her hand, like a little princess. It definitely doesn't look big, even smaller than Nami. From Nami's point of view, Yikai doesn't really like little girls, does he? Terrible. Nami thought that she was tricked by Yikai to become a navigator, maybe because Yikai likes big loli. Hearing Nami's words, Yikai couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth when he saw Nami's expression, still protecting him cautiously, with the urge to beat Nami up. How many years older than you are you? You can take it to the boat to help you do things, such as cleaning. Wouldn't it be tiring to clean such a big boat once? Yikai didn't want to pay attention to Nami, left this sentence and walked towards the outside of the terrifying deceitful sailboat. Nami thought about it, and felt that what Yikai said made sense. Today's Junshihao is horribly large, over 100 meters long, 20 meters wide, and has 5 floors. When cleaning, it can make Nami doubt his life. There are only Nami and Yikai on board. Find a subordinate to help. Seems like a good idea. For the male crew, Nami felt a little inconvenient. There is a lot of jokes between her and Yikai. If she had a male crew, she would definitely not be so unscrupulous. She can accept female subordinates. It's just, Yikai really didn't like her. Did she really find someone to clean for her? Hey, why are you going? You have to take her with you. Nami would have no problem moving the unconscious Perona by himself. Perona is only 1.6 meters and less than 100 caddies. But there is still a long way to go back to Junshihao with Perona. Nami doesn't want to be so revealing. Let her go on her own. Yikai didn't stop at all, but kept going. Nami heard Yikai's words, and looked at Perona lying on the ground, comatose, and when observation hockey opened, he confirmed that this guy was really faking a coma. Nami said directly to Perona, "Okay, you heard it too, don't be stunned, get up and follow me. I will not betray my master and go with you." Perona also knew that it was impossible for her to pretend to be dizzy, so she stood up and was about to float away with a wine-red umbrella in her hand. 0. As a result, when they came together, they were punched down by Nami. After being trained by Yikai for half a year, Nami has become so violent. In fact, Gecko Moria is quite good to his subordinates, and these subordinates are also more loyal to Gecko Moria, and they all call Gecko Moria the master. Of course, that's only relative, and if they had to, they would still leave Gecko Moria. After all, the strength of Yikai and Nami lies there. Even their master, Gecko Moria, is no match for Yikai, and it is useless to resist. Under Nami's coercion and lure, Perona held a wine-red umbrella, floated beside Nami like a ghost, and followed Yikai back to Junshihao. On the way, Nami asked Perona for information. "How old are you?" 20 years old, no matter how you look at it. "What is your ability?" "Ghost fruit ability user." "Floating like this seems to be very good, it saves energy, and the sanitation on board will be left to you in the future. It can also separate ghosts to control various dolls, so that cleaning is faster." When asked by Nami, Perona can only say that she is more capable. From Nami's point of view, Perona's fruit ability is indeed a good cleaner. Perona didn't object, nor did she have the ability to object. After all, she is now a prisoner, isn't she just cleaning? What's so difficult? When Perona followed Nami and Yikai back to Junshihao, they saw Junshihao which was more than 100 meters away. Perona was stunned, and she said that she wanted to go back on her word now. "I want to go back to Lord Gecko Moria and be a little princess, not a cleaning husband." Chapter 103 Is this woman a devil? 3 more full orders. 105 210ths. Chapter 103 Is this woman a devil? 3 more full orders. Perona is under Gecko Moria, but she is an effective cadre. She lives in the castle, has her own separate room, and is treated like a princess. Now it is taken away by Nami, and Nami's servants are taken to the boat to clean up. Perona is actually not very afraid of Nami, but afraid of a hot man named Yikai, so she has to succumb to Nami's coercion and follow Nami back to the boat. Perona didn't expect how big the boat of Nami and Yikai was. Thinking about cleaning, what's so difficult about it? When Perona followed Yikai and Nami, she left the terrifying sailing ship and came to the outer city wall, looking at the Junshi with perseverance on the sea. The big ship that was more than 100 meters long and more than 20 meters wide suddenly felt that he was being deceived. How can 2 people make such a big boat? How long does it take to clean such a big ship? At this time, Perona looked weak, helpless, and pitiful, and wanted to leave Nami, return to Gecko Moria, and continue to be her little princess. 240. You can't go back, your master Gecko Moria is dead. Nami's observation hockey can listen to people's hearts. Yikai observation hockey is powerful, even if Nami can't hear it. But Perona doesn't know how to use hockey at all, and Nami heard everything in her heart, and couldn't help but speak, and wiped out all the little emotions in Perona's heart. How cruel. Perona though a bit disbelieving that Gecko Moria is dead. But this is the fact. This man named Yikai was so powerful that even Gecko Moria died in his hands. More importantly, Perona looked at Nami as if she saw a ghost. "No, how do you know what I'm thinking?" The thought just now, Perona was thinking about it in her heart, and she didn't say it at all. How does this woman named Nami feel, know what she's thinking? Nami couldn't help but said again. "Yeah, I know what you're thinking, so you'd better not speak ill of me, don't think about running away, and don't even think about harming me and Yikai, otherwise I'll just throw you into Yikai's room and let her OOXX you, he loves petite and cute little girls like you the most." Bang! As soon as Nami finished speaking, the scabbard of black sword autumn water knocked on her head. Even though Nami has awakened observation haki, but she is not as strong as Yikai in observation haki, and she doesn't have the reaction ability and speed to avoid Yikai's attack, and she was hit firmly on the head by the scabbard. Yikai didn't use much force, but it still hurts when he hit Nami's head. After hitting Nami, Yikai said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense, it will ruin my reputation. What do you mean I like petite and cute little girls the most?" Huh, pain. Nami held his head, glared at Yikai angrily, and asked, "It's me and Perona on the boat now, how dare you say you don't like petite and cute girls?" Yikai had nothing to say, and felt the urge to vomit blood. He swears that he definitely doesn't like big loli. In the original book, Nami is a hot figure, with a proud figure and long legs. What Yikai sees is the future, not the current Nami when she was a big lolita. Perona, it was just an accident, just picked it up by chance. Although Perona looks petite and cute, she is already in her 20s and her figure is not bad. Yikai didn't bother to explain, and said directly, "I'm not interested in petite and cute girls, I only like girls with hot bodies, long legs, and beautiful." Hearing this, Nami and Perona looked relieved, seeing Yikai beat someone. The ship set sail, left the terrifying sailboat, and rushed towards the next destination. Yikai and the others rushed to the capital of water, using the permanent pointer. The original record pointer was recorded on Rainbow Island, and the island pointed to is not known how far away from the water capital. Yikai and the others want to move forward in the water city, so they have to change the record pointer, and wait for the record pointer to complete the record of the water city, and then go to the next island. If they go this way, they will arrive at Sabayati Archipelago soon. As 7 warlords of the sea, Yikai might be able to pass through the Holy Land of Mariajoy directly and enter the New World. Of course, if he wants to enter the New World, Yikai will definitely choose the route of the Fishman Island. He wants to see how beautiful Princess Shirahoshi is, the most beautiful in the world. However, Yikai and the others do not intend to enter the New World. At least not planning to go to New World yet. Therefore, the direction of Nami's progress is not to return to the water capital, nor to go to Sabayati Archipelago, but to Alabasta. Hurry up and clean up, don't be lazy. Your ability is still very suitable for cleaning. After a while, I will buy you a few dolls. You can split ghosts and control the dolls to clean. The speed will increase a lot. You scolded me in your heart. Bang, I fight with you. The ship is sailing, but the people on the ship have not calmed down. Nami and Perona fight every day. Junshihao is so huge, cleaning is not something that Perona can do alone. What's more, there are no toys or dolls on the boat for her to control to clean up. If you really need to clean up, the 3 of you should do it together. Just maintain hygiene, Nami will leave it to Perona to do it. But Nami regards Perona as a training object for observation haki, so he drives observation haki and listens to Perona's thoughts. 0. The two had a lot of trouble, and they would often fight on the boat. The two would win or lose, and it was mostly 50-50. Why? Because Nami has observation haki, which can predict Perona's actions, even hear Perona's thoughts, and avoid Perona's attacks. B. Perona's ghost fruit, the negative ghost released has no entity, and when it moves, it will not attract air. Nami's observation haki can't receive the feedback from the air to the ghost, and there are multiple ghosts. After being passed by a negative ghost, Nami will become very negative. How can I draw a world map? I'm not worthy to be a navigator for Yikai, I'd better go back to East Blue. Nami, who was once again penetrated by that negative specter, knelt on the ground with tears, looking very negative. Yikai is no stranger to this. Let Nami and Perona play as long as they don't actually do it. The 2 girls were playing around like this, on such a huge battleship, it brought a lot of anger and became much more lively. Originally on the boat, Yikai didn't talk much, and there was a fixed practice to complete every day. There were only Yikai and Nami on the boat, so it seemed relatively quiet. After Perona boarded the boat, she broke the calm. It's like pouring cold water into a hot pot and it suddenly boils. Sometimes Perona also wants to give Yikai a negative specter to see if her negative specter has any effect on a powerful existence like Yikai. However, Yikai observation haki is much stronger than Nami, even reaching the point of foreseeing the future, and there is also powerful armament haki. Negative specter never successfully encountered Yikai once. Perona, die for me. Nami was negative for 4.6 minutes, and after the effect of negative specter passed, Nami burst away and started chasing and killing Perona. The 2 were running around on the extra boat. Fly everywhere, jump everywhere. Perona can float in the air. Nami is agile and can also moonwalk, but it is useless for Perona to float. What's more, Perona doesn't float very fast. Nami can also use observation haki, or a special observation haki. Perona rarely escapes Nami's chasing and killing, and is often beaten by Nami. For Nami, Perona just wants to say, "This woman is a devil, right? Why can you even know what other people are thinking?" She herself is a ghost fruit ability user, and she also regarded Nami as a fruit ability user at the beginning, thinking that Nami's ability to hear what others are thinking is a fruit ability. But, when Nami was taking a bath, Perona launched a surprise attack, only to find out that Nami is not demon fruit power. Yikai can occasionally see different scenery. Ahem. In short, the deserted Junshihao has become much more lively. Chapter 104 Who is Sengoku? 4 more full orders. 106 210ths. Chapter 104 Who is Sengoku? 4 more full orders. The magic triangle is a mysterious area shrouded in dense fog all year round, and it is easy for people to get lost in it. The magic of this place is not made by Gecko Moria, but formed naturally. Ordinary people may not know what the magic triangle is like. Marine knows for sure that Gecko Moria is in the magic triangle. The magic triangle itself is easy to get lost, but it's because of Gecko Moria that it's really hard to get out. Being a 7 warlords of the sea is a privilege. Gecko Moria is in the magic triangle, but anyone who enters the magic triangle will basically have his shadow taken away by him to create a zombie army, and many people will die because of it. Marine knows this and doesn't care about it. That's one of the perks of being the 7 warlords of the sea, or the perks of being a 7 warlords of the sea. Except for the convenience and privileges brought by Gecko Moria using the 7 warlords of the sea identity, crocodile, doflamingo, are pretty much the same. The identity of 7 warlords of the sea is equivalent to an umbrella, which can legally do bad things. This is also the reason why 7 warlords of the sea is called the world government, or the lackey of naval headquarters, and the reputation of 7 warlords of the sea is not very good. A few days passed, in the magic triangle area, because of the death of Gecko Moria, many people got back their own shadows and left the magic triangle area. The death of Gecko Moria was gradually known to the outside world. The first to know, naval headquarters without a doubt. Marine has been following Ye Kai's movements. After Ye Kai's Junshi Hao was built and launched successfully, he left the capital of 7 waters on the same day and went to the next stop. It is impossible for Marine to monitor Ye Kai all the time, he only knows a general location. The exact location is only known when Ye Kai arrives somewhere and is discovered. Usually Ye Kai is on the sea, or on all uninhabited islands, islands without marine branches, and it is impossible for Marine to determine Ye Kai's location. However, according to Ye Kai's route, the next stop should be to Sabayati Archipelago. But after waiting for more than 10 days, Ye Kai was not seen. Marine is basically sure that Ye Kai left the capital of 7 waters and did not go to Sabayati Archipelago, but should have gone to other places. After that, I heard that someone came out of the magic triangle, and the news that Gecko Moria was beheaded began to spread. The magic triangle, which is the site of Gecko Moria, Thriller Bark, many of those who have lost their shadows have been trapped in the terrifying 3 ghosts for many years. They don't know Ye Kai's specific identity at all, they only know that Ye Kai is very powerful, and with a little description, people outside will know who killed Gecko Moria. In any case, Gecko Moria is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Even if he failed to challenge Kaido in New World and fled back to the first half of the Grand Line, it is not something ordinary people can deal with. Not to mention killing Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria fails to challenge Kaido, it's the 4 emperors Kaido after all, isn't it? Think about it, even Kaido didn't kill Gecko Moria, whether it's disdain to kill, don't want to kill, or Gecko Moria has the ability to escape, it can be seen that Gecko Moria is not something ordinary people can kill. Reminiscent of the site of Gecko Moria, it is not far from the capital of water. Then calculate the time when Ye Kai left the water city, and the time when Gecko Moria was beheaded, plus the description of the survivors who escaped from the magic triangle. It is not difficult to conclude that the person who killed Gecko Moria was the same 7 warlords of the sea who offered a reward of 1 billion berry, Ye Kai. What is Ye Kai doing? He killed Gecko Moria. There must be some restrictions among the 7 warlords of the sea, and cannibalism is definitely not allowed. If other pirates kill 7 warlords of the sea, forget it, or even directly replace 7 warlords of the sea. Ye Kai was also a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, and he actually killed Gecko Moria, who was also a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, which must have violated the regulations. Naval headquarters was also very angry with Ye Kai for doing such a thing. 7 warlords of the sea is not so inviting. It is impossible for pirates who are not strong enough and have no reputation to become 7 warlords of the sea. And the mighty pirates aren't that interested in 7 warlords of the sea either. Any pirate with some strength, ambition, and dream, without any special reason, will not choose to become 7 warlords of the sea. Because of binding and fame. Becoming 7 warlords of the sea may have privileges, but it is also a kind of constraint, and you have to pay a certain price. At the same time, becoming 7 warlords of the sea is not very good for your reputation. Naval headquarters are a lackey of the world government. The strong or those who cherish their feathers will not choose to become 7 warlords of the sea. Not everyone is like Ye Kai, who behaves in a wild and unconstrained style, doing whatever he wants, and doesn't care what other people say or think. Ye Kai kills Gecko Moria. Marine wants to find another pirate, it may take a while to replace 7 warlords of the sea. Before Ye Kai arrived at Alabasta, the questioning from naval headquarters came. Blue Brew. In the hall of the first deck of Junshi, the voice of a phone bug came. Something is ringing. Ye Kai is on the 2nd floor deck, holding Broken Sea in his hand, and the 5-color hockey covers the body of the knife, turning the whole knife into a black knife, to practice swordsmanship. It's just that armament hockey is gone, and Broken Sea will return to its original appearance. Want to forge a black knife that belongs to you? It seems that it is not that simple, and there is no way to find it. Sounds like a phone bug. Nami was a little unsure. Do we have phone bugs on board? Ye Kai asked a little curiously. He completely forgot that when he was in the capital of water, he accepted the invitation from 7 warlords of the sea, and Lucci handed him a phone bug. At that time, the phone bug was picked up by Nami, and where did it end up? Ye Kai didn't ask at all, and ignored it. Even 703. Yi Kai doesn't feel the slightest bit that he is 7 warlords of the sea. This identity was ignored by her, and it didn't have any influence on him, what should be done or what should be done. On the contrary, Nami still remembered that Yi Kai had the identity of 7 warlords of the sea, but Yi Kai also killed Gecko Moria, who was also 7 warlords of the sea. There is only one phone bug on board, and that is the phone bug that Lu Chi gave Yi Kai to facilitate the contact between naval headquarters and world government. It was the call from CP9 when you were serving as 7 warlords of the sea. Oh, I remembered. Nami has reminded like this. Yi Kai suddenly realized the clothes, and then, there's no more. Seeing that Yi Kai didn't make any movement, Nami still held Broken Sea, constantly chopping out sword energy, and flew towards the sea. The sword energy that was cut out was not very powerful, but it could still split the sea surface into a long incision. Nami said to Perona, "Perona, answer the phone bug." Nami knew this phone bug, it must be from naval headquarters or world government. Yi Kai didn't want to care about it, and she didn't want to deal with naval headquarters or the world government, so let Perona, who didn't know it, do it. Forced by Nami's coercion, Perona could only float over obediently, picked up the phone bug, and asked preemptively, "Who are you, what's the matter?" "I am Sengoku." "Sengoku, who is Sengoku?" Chapter 105 Sengoku being air-bombed. 5 more full orders. 107 210ths. Chapter 105 Sengoku being air-bombed. 5 more full orders. 5 updates with 12,000 words will be sent, and there will be more updates in the evening. Please order in full, please subscribe automatically. I am Sengoku. Sengoku from Naval Headquarters, holding a phone bug, heard a girl's voice coming from the phone bug, which immediately made Sengoku a little angry. The phone bug he used to contact Yi Kai was given by Yi Kai as 7 warlords of the sea, and the world government asked CP9 to Yi Kai. Yi Kai must know, the phone bug rings, either naval headquarters or world government. Now, what came from the phone bug was a girl's voice. In Sengoku's view, this is after Yi Kai killed Gecko Moria. He didn't want to negotiate with naval headquarters, he didn't want to face questions from naval headquarters or the world government, so he asked his female crew to answer the phone. However, in fact, Yi Kai never cared about returning to the headquarters or the world government, let alone not wanting to face the questioning of naval headquarters. It was Yi Kai, who didn't realize that he was 7 warlords of the sea, didn't have the consciousness of being 7 warlords of the sea, and didn't care about the orders of marine or world government. What should Yi Kai do? What should I do? I don't even want to talk about naval headquarters and world government. Who is Sengoku? Hearing the voice from the phone bug, Sengoku had the urge to flip the table. As the marshal of naval headquarters, how can someone not know who he is? The one who answered the phone bug should be the navigator girl next to Yi Kai, right? It seems to be called Nami, right? The navigator with a bounty of 15 million berry. The phone bug was given by Yi Kai as 7 warlords of the sea. When the phone rang, it was either from naval headquarters or world government. Sengoku reported his name. How dare you say who Sengoku is? Only when Yi Kai threw away the phone bug and was picked up by a little girl who didn't know what the phone bug meant, would he ask such a question. In fact, the situation is much the same. Perona had just boarded Yi Kai's boat and had no idea what the phone bug represented. She was called by Nami to answer the phone bug, still a little angry and dissatisfied, still in a rage, and heard Sengoku say, "I am Zondinguo." For a while, how could she have thought that it was naval headquarters? Perona didn't expect what Sengoku represented, and said directly, "It doesn't matter what country you are, if you have something to say, hurry up." Perona's tone was still a little impatient. She and Nami had been fighting openly and secretly for several days, and she felt angry when Nami called her over to listen to the phone. Quote. Sengoku said, "If I hadn't considered that first was a marine marshal and didn't have the same knowledge as a little girl, he might have followed the phone bug and beat him up for someone else. Why did Yi Kai kill Gecko Moria?" Sengoku was angry in his heart, but he controlled it very well, not sending it out with a little girl. From Sengoku's point of view, Yi Kai just pushed out the navigator girl around him, just to annoy him. Perhaps what the little girl said was all benefited and arranged by Yi Kai. How do I know why Yi Kai wanted to kill Lord Gecko Moria? Perona said that she didn't know why Yi Kai wanted to kill Gecko Moria. From her point of view, Yi Kai seems to come for the guard, that is, the black sword autumn water in the hands of zombie Ryoma. Then Yugon Master Moria didn't want Yi Kai to take away black sword autumn water so easily and wanted to steal Yi Kai's shadow. The two hit it off. In the end, because Gecko Moria lost to Yi Kai and got killed. Man, seems a little silly, died for an unusable knife pit. She didn't want to talk about it, and she was stunned by Yi Kai's conqueror's haki. How Gecko Moria died, Perona didn't know, maybe there were other reasons. Ask Yi Kai if you don't know, why doesn't that guy come to answer the phone bug? Sengoku demanded. Perona took the phone bug out of the overtime hall and floated to the second floor deck. Yi Kai practiced swordsmanship facing the sea, with his back to Perona, and heard Perona say, "Master Yi Kai, a man named Sengoku asked you." "What's the matter?" Yi Kai asked without looking back. Perona said, "It seems to be asking why you killed Gecko Moria." Yi Kai still didn't turn his head back, and said casually, "You tell him and kill him, there is no reason." Well, there is no need to tell Perona. At this moment, Perona is holding a wine-red umbrella in her right hand, floating beside Yi Kai, with her left hand spread out, with a phone bug on her palm. The conversation between Ye-Kai and Perona was overheard by Sengoku from the phone bug. Sengoku heard Ye-Kai's words without Perona's message. I killed him without any hassle. No why, Ye-Kai. With the phone bug in Perona's hand, Sengoku roared. You are a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, who allowed you to kill Gecko Moria, who is also a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ye-Kai hummed, stopped practicing, turned around and looked at Perona floating beside him, and reached out to take the phone bug in Perona's hand. I need someone's permission to kill Gecko Moria. Do I need permission from Marshal Sengoku? I can kill whoever I want, I don't need anyone's permission. Besides, I promised to be the 7 warlords of the sea, and no one told me that the 7 warlords of the sea cannot be killed. Don't disturb my cultivation if you have nothing to do, keep it if you have an opinion, and revoke my title of 7 warlords of the sea if you don't like it. After speaking, Ye-Kai threw the phone bug away. Just throw it away, throw it into the sea. Gulu gulu, the phone bug fell into the sea and drowned. Sengoku from Naval Headquarters turned pale when he heard Ye-Kai's words, and wanted to say something, but he heard a gurgling voice from the phone bug. He was very familiar with this voice. When he was Marine Vice Admiral and Marine Admiral, he would often throw the phone bug into the sea because he was angry and didn't want to listen to Naval Headquarters orders. The phone bug is a kind of animal. If it is thrown into the sea, it will drink water, even be choked and drowned. In other words, Ye-Kai was thrown into the sea and died. Arrogant, too arrogant, especially what Ye-Kai just said. Faced with Sengoku's questioning, Ye-Kai said directly, I want to kill the moon, Zhao Qianhao, and Light Moria, and I still need someone's permission. Do I still need to ask you, Marshal Sengoku, to apply? I can kill whoever I want, I don't need anyone to act. If you have nothing to do, don't disturb my cultivation. If you have opinions, keep them. If you don't like them, revoke my title of 7 warlords of the sea. Listen to what this is saying. This simply ignores Sengoku. It can even be said to ignore Sengoku, and ignore the entire Naval Headquarters. After speaking, he threw the phone bug into the sea, leaving the phone bug behind. Sengoku couldn't help but slap the table. Ye-Kai is too arrogant. Even if CP9 didn't tell him he couldn't kill 7 warlords of the sea, he should be aware of this. Fellow 7 warlords of the sea, how can sea kill each other? Ha ha ha. On the side, Garp laughed heartlessly. Over the years, Garp is still one of the few times to see Sengoku being angry like this. The key is to be so angry by a pirate. Really rare. Gang. Chapter 106, Going to Kidnap a Young Lady. 6 More Full Order and Automatic. 108 210ths. Chapter 106, Going to Kidnap a Young Lady. 6 More Full Order and Automatic. Previous. Next. Thanks again. Kending Yule marked the 100 volts point. Just now. It was Sengoku over the phone bug just now. Marine Marshal Sengoku. Perona, belatedly, heard the conversation between Ye-Kai and Sengoku, and noticed that Ye-Kai called Sengoku, Marshal Sengoku. In this world, the only one who can be called Marshal Sengoku and communicate with Ye-Kai in this way is the Marshal of Naval Headquarters. Thinking of how she yelled at him just now, telling Sengoku to say something quickly. Perona was in a strange mood. He actually scolded the Naval Headquarters Marshal. Should I be afraid? But why did I have a very good feeling in my heart? Can I scold Marshal Naval Headquarters Sengoku myself? Ye-Kai nodded and said, It's Sengoku from Naval Headquarters. Nami was by the swimming pool, wearing a bikini, leaning on the beach chair under the umbrella, put down the book in his hand, took a sip of the juice on the table, and then said to Perona, How about it? Directly scold the Naval Headquarters Marshal. How does it feel? Isn't it very fulfilling? Quote. Perona looked at Nami. This woman is a devil, right? Peeping at other people's thoughts is really annoying, although it does have a little sense of accomplishment. Perona immediately complained to Ye-Kai. Master Ye-Kai, I think you should tell Nami not to use the ability to spy on other people's thoughts, it's not good. Ye-Kai ignored this at all, and said, Your observation haki is strong, so naturally you don't have to worry about her peeping into your thoughts, let's work hard and practice. 330 Nami immediately greeted Perona. Come, let me teach you the cultivation of observation haki. Nami practiced under the guidance of Ye-Kai for half a year, coupled with her own talent, she accidentally awakened observation haki. Perona is definitely not as talented as Nami in observation haki. It is impossible to master observation haki without a few years of practice. Even if observation haki is awakened, if observation haki is not as powerful as Nami will still hear his heartfelt voice. All in all, Perona is desperate right now. This is not the first time she has approached Ye-Kai. Ye-Kai's answer is the same. Work hard to practice observation haki. Perona knew the existence of haki from Ye-Kai and Nami, and then she knew that there is such an ability in this world. No wonder she always suffers in front of Ye-Kai and Nami. Haki's practice, Perona is also following up. However, instead of Ye-Kai pointing her, Nami is pointing. For Nami's pointers, from time to time it turns into a battle between the two. For example, now, Perona is heard by Nami again. Nami is still jumping like this. Perona directly separates a negative ghost and flies towards Nami. The two fought again to get it. Finally, even if Ye-Kai beat Sengoku, Ye-Kai Shichibukai's title was not removed from Naval Headquarters and World Government. Gecko Moria is dead, and it will be very troublesome to remove Ye-Kai and find 2 Shichibukai to make up. So, Gecko Moria dies and Ye-Kai dies for nothing. It's just that Gecko Moria's death also caused quite a stir. After all, he was a member of 7 warlords of the sea, which was a symbol of strength and status. As a result, one of 7 warlords of the sea died like this. More importantly, Gecko Moria was killed by fellow 7 warlords of the sea's Yikai. There are more people who pay attention to this matter. 7 warlords of the sea has strengths and weaknesses, which is recognized and discussed by everyone. Now there is a 7 warlords of the sea who died in the hands of another 7 warlords of the sea, which proves this point even more. Among them, it is generally accepted that among the 7 warlords of the sea, the strength of Yikai and Hawkeye should be the top. Hawkeye is the world's #1 swordsman, and Yikai offered more than 1 billion rewards, which is the highest among the 7 warlords of the sea. The strength of the 7 warlords of the sea, of course, is not calculated by rewards. But Yikai's ability to kill Gecko Moria, who is also 7 warlords of the sea, proves his strength. Some people even think that Yikai's strength is stronger than Hawkeye's. Hawkeye only uses swords, and is recognized as the #1 swordsman in the world. He served as 7 warlords of the sea, partly because he had to, and partly because he took advantage of 7 warlords of the sea, and world number. The title of Great Swordsman attracts others to challenge him. Yikai is also a great swordsman. In addition to being good at swordsmanship, Yikai's physical skills in hockey are very strong. Who is stronger and who is weaker between Yikai and Hawkeye, no one knows, unless the two of them have a fight. Yikai's Junshi sailed at sea for nearly a month, and finally arrived at Alabasta. Here we go, Dabi. Junshi when approaching Alabasta, looking at Alabasta's pier from a distance, Nami stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the new destination. It seems a bit desolate. Looking around, I didn't see any vegetation, most of it was a desert. What are we doing here? Yikai is the captain and Nami is just the navigator. Yikai decided where to go, Nami didn't ask much, and didn't know what Yikai was doing in Alabasta. It's so desolate, it's desert as far as the eye can see. Yikai said solemnly, didn't you say that I like girls with petite and cute bodies? To prove that I like girls with a good figure, long legs, and pretty girls, so come here and kidnap one. Nami gave Yikai a blank look, and didn't want to pay attention to this person. Perona said that she just watched from the sidelines without interrupting or expressing opinions. She also has nothing to say, wherever Yikai goes, she can follow wherever she goes. It is impossible to escape, Yikai is too strong, maybe he can only stay by Yikai's side in this life and be a handyman. This doesn't seem good, we must find a chance to counterattack, stand up and call the shots. Of course, it is impossible and no chance to become the master of Yikai without turning over. She wants to stand up and become Nami's master, and suppress Nami, a brat. When she thought that Nami was just a 16 or 17-year-old girl who could suppress herself, Perona felt depressed for a while. If there is a chance, we must suppress Nami, the female devil. When the ship approached the port, Yikai said, this time, I really came here to find someone. She is a Grandmaster history book, and she is the only person who can read history books besides world government. I want to hold her in my hand. Inside. If you want to go to Raftel, if you want to become the king of thieves, you must be able to read historical texts. In this world, except for this person, perhaps only the world government can read historical texts. By the way, help you find the Thunderbolt fruit. As far as Yikai learned, the only scholar in Ohara who can read historical texts is Robin. In the Kazuki family of Wanokuni, only Kazuki Odin can read the historical text. Unfortunately, when he died before he had time to teach Momonosuke, so this is already lost. As the largest force in the world government must have a way to read historical texts. The world government will not interpret historical texts, and will even kill all those who know how to read historical texts. In this way, in this world, the only person who can read historical texts is Robin. If you want to go to Raftel, you must get 4 red road signs with historical texts. If you want to interpret the information on the road signs with historical texts, you need someone who understands historical texts. Then you need Robin. So, hold Robin in your hand, and you don't have to worry about no strong ones to challenge. Whoever wants to become One Piece, whoever wants to go to Raftel, must challenge Yikai. Finding devil fruit is by the way, Yikai himself has no hope, and the same is true for Nami. Chapter 107 Brain supplements are the most terrifying. 7 more full orders. 109 210ths. Chapter 107 Brain supplements are the most terrifying. 7 more full orders. 7 more 1.7W words will be sent. Ask for full order, ask for automatic subscription. Speaking so righteously, I actually came to find a girl. Nami heard so much from Yikai, but what she cared about was Yikai's talk about Alabasta, which is to find a girl with a good figure, long legs, and beautiful. It can only be said that the focus of girls' attention is different. In other words, girls only pay attention to the things they are interested in. Or, something that threatens you. Anyway, I have been with Yikai for more than half a year in the sea. In addition, Nami sold herself to Yikai. It can be regarded as Nami's most desperate time, and Yikai helped Nami. It is impossible to say that Nami has no affection for Yikai. Even if she often bickers with Yikai, saying that Yikai likes petite and cute girls. Isn't that what she is talking about? Of course, Nami doesn't know her future self, but she is also a girl with a hot figure, long legs, and a very good-looking appearance. Nami sees herself petite and cute. What Yikai sees is Nami, who will be hot in the future, has long legs, and looks good. Hearing that Ye Kai came to Alabasta to find another woman, Nami felt a little uncomfortable, and felt a little uncomfortable if he didn't hate Ye Kai. No matter what excuse Ye Kai uses to find a woman on board, it is a threat, right? Ye Kai stroked his chin, looked at Nami at the bow of the boat, and confirmed with a look of thinking, Nami, are you showing jealousy? How could I be jealous? It was impossible for Nami to admit this. But Perona made up the knife from the side. You are just jealous. I see you don't want to. Nami looked angrily at Perona floating in the air, stepped on moonwalk, and the two fought together again. Ye Kai ignored the two of them, waited until the Junshi docked at the port of Alabasta, put up the sails, and jumped off the ship. Nami and Perona also stopped and followed Ye Kai off the boat. Perona held a wine-red umbrella and wore a gothic pink dress and floated off the boat, beside Nami and Ye Kai, and did not leave anyone on the boat. Ye Kai's Gen Shi Hao still didn't fly any pirate flag. But, the appearance of Junshi as well as such a huge hull, have already shown its identity. It is Ye Kai's ship. Docked here at the port, no one dares to do anything. What's more, Marine will help Ye Kai look after Junshi Hao. What is this Ye Kai guy doing in Alabasta? Alabasta's dream city, Rainland, where the largest casino in the country is located. There are various gamblers and members of Baroque Washu Studio coming in and out every day. All kinds of information are reported here every day, sent to the vice president, Nico Robin, woke up and sorted out, and then sent to Crocodile. Crocodile is the owner of Baroque Walker Studio. Not many people know about it. In the Baroque Walker Studio, there are very few people who can directly contact Crocodile. When Ye Kai and his group log into Alabasta, the relevant information will be sent back from the port. Robin also attached great importance to this matter, and immediately notified Crocodile directly using the phone bug. The reason is also very simple. Ye Kai's last stop was the Magic Triangle. There, Ye Kai killed fellow 7 warlords of the sea Gecko Moria. Why Ye Kai killed Gecko Moria, so far no one knows the specific reason. Some people say that Ye Kai is Black Sword Autumn Water for Dakue Dao 21. Killed Gecko Moria for this. Many people expressed disbelief, because Ye Kai already had Broken Sea given to him by the world government in order to win him over. Broken Sea, this knife is also a big fast knife with 21 skills. There is no need to kill Gecko Moria because of a similar knife, right? But in fact, that's it. Kill Gecko Moria, just because it's easy. It can only be said that Gecko Moria is not strong enough, too weak. Killed it easily. Baroque Walker Studio also does not believe that Ye Kai killed Gecko Moria for a quick knife. I don't know why Ye Kai killed Gecko Moria. Who knows what Ye Kai did when he came to Alabasta? Could it also be eyeing Crocodile, who is also 7 warlords of the sea? Go get in touch and see what Ye Kai came to Alabasta for. What can we do to help, and we can also give him a little help. With a cigar in his mouth, Crocodile pondered for a moment after hearing the news that Ye Kai had arrived in Alabasta. Obviously, he also didn't know the purpose of Ye Kai to Alabasta. Let Robin test it out. What is the purpose of Ye Kai coming here? As long as there is no conflict of interest, Baroque Walker Studio, as the leader here, can still provide some help to Ye Kai. After giving the order and hanging up the phone, Crocodile frowned and said in a deep voice, I hope it's not Fort Pluton. It has been a long time since Crocodile entered Alabasta with his own Baroque Walker Studio, and formulated the Utopia project to seize Alabasta. Related work is already underway. In today's Alabasta, because of the use of dancing powder, there has been no rain for more than a year, and the drought has affected everyone in Alabasta. After this situation continues for a period of time, popular anger will erupt, and then civil unrest will occur. Crocodile came forward as a hero to suppress part of the rebellion, and at the same time promoted the rebellion, consuming the strength of King Alabasta's army. Then as a hero, in the voice of the people, take down Alabasta in one fell swoop. 0. Or use the voice of the people to force the current king to abdicate and let him, a hero, become the new king. This is one of the reasons Crocodile lurks in Alabasta, stealing the country. Another purpose is to hide in Alabasta's historical text, which records the whereabouts of ancient weapon Pluton. This is the ultimate purpose of Crocodile, ancient weapon Pluton. Crocodile made a careful investigation and finally determined that the historical text of Alabasta recorded the whereabouts of the ancient and named net. Crocodile even knows that the blueprint of ancient weapon is in the capital of 7 waters. It's just that the world government and CP9 have already set their sights on the water city, so he didn't set foot in the water city anymore, but chose to come to Alabasta to find another ancient weapon Pluton. Unexpectedly, Ye Kai actually came over. Ye Kai went to the capital of 7 waters and built his own warship, Junshi. Who knew that it was also driving to the capital of water, not for the design of ancient weapon, Pluton. Because CP9 has already set its sights on the Carrera shipyard in the water capital, Ye Kai couldn't get the Pluton design, so why did he come to Alabasta to find another way? Not impossible. Crocodile has its own intelligence department, spread all over the world, and the Grand Line. He knew that Ye Kai was in the water city, and was being watched by CP9 all the time, because the world government was worried that Ye Kai went to the water city to find the design of Pluton. It is not ruled out that Ye Kai did not get the Pluton design in the water capital, so the purpose of going to Alabasta is to historically record the ancient weapon in this article, Pluton Inch. Chapter 108 The Bad Fame. 110 210ths. Chapter 108 The Bad Fame. Thanks to Sleeping Bear. for rewarding 588 volts points. At the same time, Naval Headquarters also got the news. Ye Kai appeared in Alabasta. After Ye Kai left the City of Water, instead of going to Sabayati Archipelago, he chose a completely opposite route to Alabasta. What is Ye Kai doing in Alabasta? The sand crocodile seems to be there. He won't kill the sand crocodile, will he? The 7 warlords of the sea's territory, as well as their whereabouts, are known to Naval Headquarters. Even Hawkeye, a guy who runs around all day, has his own fixed residence, and Marine knows it too. Crocodile is in Alabasta, and Marine certainly knows it. What did Ye Kai do in Alabasta? There is absolutely no reason to go to Alabasta, but he did. Thinking of Ye Kai killing Gecko Moria, this, 727, trip to Alabasta, wouldn't it be to kill the sand crocodile Ton? Guys like Ye Kai shouldn't have been invited to become 7 warlords of the sea in the first place, but should have been eradicated this morning. The more time you give him, the more troublesome it will be to grow up. Sengoku's office, where Akainu happened to be, heard the news about Ye Kai from below. Akainu, who hates evil like hatred, his first thought is to eradicate people like Ye Kai, instead of inviting Ye Kai to join 7 warlords of the sea. Obviously, inviting Ye Kai to join 7 warlords of the sea, in Akainu's view, was a wrong decision. Kizaru curled his lips aside. Speak as if you can deal with Ye Kai. Akainu also has a violent temper. Regarding Kizaru's taunt, he said directly, I can't deal with it. Could it be that the whole Naval Headquarters can't deal with a small pirate? Need to compromise with a pirate? Is this still a Marine? Akainu has not played against Ye Kai, but Ye Kai's growth rate is extremely fast, and Naval Headquarters has confirmed this matter. More than half a year ago, Kizaru failed to hunt and kill Ye Kai. A month later, Aokiji captured Ye Kai, and Ye Kai could not do anything to fight Ye Kai. Now in the past 6 months, with Ye Kai's growth rate, his strength must have increased a lot. Akainu doesn't know if he can subdue Ye Kai, so he didn't say that he can deal with Ye Kai. Instead, let's talk about the entire Naval Headquarters. Why can't there be a Ye Kai? Sengoku said. Kizaru, take some time to see what Ye Kai wants to do in Alabasta. Don't let him kill the sand crocodile. If he kills the sand crocodile, just send him directly from 7 warlords of the removed sea, get rid of him completely. Sengoku agrees with Akainu's words. Of course, Kizaru casually mentioned the decision to invite Ye Kai to join 7 warlords of the sea, but Sengoku himself made the real decision. I just didn't expect Ye Kai to be so disobedient. The other 7 warlords of the sea seldom pay attention to the orders of Naval Headquarters, but they also have some concerns. At least they will not violate them, let alone kill other 7 warlords of the sea. Ye Kai killed Gecko Moria. Facing Sengoku's questioning, he said directly, kill him, kill him. I need your Marshal Sengoku's consent to kill me. Such a direct disregard of Naval Headquarters, such arrogance, also made Sengoku very dissatisfied. CP9 and Naval Headquarters did not clearly explain to Ye Kai that they cannot do anything to 7 warlords of the sea. But when Sengoku questioned Ye Kai, did he say it? Ye Kai goes to Alabasta. If he attacks the sand crocodile again, Sengoku will unceremoniously remove Ye Kai from 7 warlords of the sea, and then choose to eradicate Ye Kai. Ye Kai doesn't care what the Baroque Walker Studio and Crocodile are thinking or imagining. I also don't know the decision and plan of Naval Headquarters. After arriving in Alabasta, as before arriving at other places, first disembark to see and eat something. There is really nothing to see in Alabasta, and there is nothing worth wandering around. Most of them are deserts, basically the same, and there is nothing worth visiting. After eating something, Ye Kai said directly to Nami, find someone from Baroque Walker Studio, I want to meet their vice president. Nami's observation haki can hear people's hearts. As long as observation haki is not as strong as Nami can hear their voices. Ye Kai can be sure that in this restaurant, there must be people from Baroque Walker Studio. His arrival, the people of Baroque Walker Studio, couldn't ignore it. Nami put down the spoon in his hand, wiped his mouth, and looked at the table in the corner to the left. The 3 of them were sitting in a corner, eating, and looked no different from ordinary people. But if you look carefully, you will find that the gazes of these 3 people will aim at Ye Kai and the others intentionally or unintentionally. At the same time, the ears of the 3 have been paying attention to Ye Kai's information about their conversation. 0. When they heard Ye Kai say, looking for someone from Baroque Walker Studio, I want to meet their vice president. All 3 of them felt a violent shock in their hearts, and their expressions became unnatural. These 3 people, after all, are not professional spies, and they are not CP9 who have received years of training. They are just ordinary people, just peripheral members of the Baroque Walker Studio, responsible for collecting some intelligence at the docks and ports. Listening to Ye Kai's words, Ye Kai seems to be sure that there are members of Baroque Walker Studio around him. So, the 3 of them have been found. When Nami put down the spoon in his hand, picked up a tissue to wipe his mouth elegantly, and looked at the 3 people in the corner. When both Ye Kai and Perona looked over, the 3 people in the corner freeze like a machine, stop their movements, slowly put down the plates and spoons in their hands, and stop eating. Obviously, the 3 of them were really found. Mr. Ye Kai, I am very sorry, we didn't mean to eavesdrop. We didn't monitor you on purpose. The 3 of them stopped pretending to be dinner guests, put down the plates and spoons in their hands, and knelt down in front of Ye Kai to beg for mercy. There is no way. Ye Kai offers a reward of up to 1 billion berry. Marine is a murderer who kills without batting an eye when he publicized and discredited Ye Kai. Now Ye-Kai has become 7 warlords of the sea, a legitimate pirate, recognized by both naval headquarters and world government. Even if Ye-Kai kills, 4.3 doesn't matter, the bounty will not increase, and Marine will not do anything to him. It seems that Marine has nothing to do with him. What's more, Ye-Kai killed Gecko Moria of 7 warlords of the sea some time ago. What if Ye-Kai killed him without begging for mercy? Your reputation of killing without batting an eye, and killing wantonly, has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Nami knew exactly what the 3 begging for mercy were thinking, so he glanced at Ye-Kai. Marine issued a reward to Ye-Kai to smear Ye-Kai. Those reports are really deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and they cannot be washed away. Ye-Kai said to C. It doesn't matter, anyway, I don't have much contact with ordinary people, and I have a bad reputation, and there are certain benefits. For example, now, isn't it a benefit? Even the trouble of hands-on interrogation is omitted, you can ask directly. Chapter 109 Kizaru, Ye-Kai, the sand crocodile with a sore head. 2 more subscriptions. 111 210ths. Chapter 109 Kizaru, Ye-Kai, the sand crocodile with a sore head. 2 more subscriptions. It is indeed a benefit. Nami agrees with Ye-Kai's statement. Since Ye-Kai's bounty has increased to 1 billion berry, it has become the pirate with the highest bounty among the active pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. Such a high reward, coupled with Marine's description of Ye-Kai as a murderous person who likes to kill. With Ye-Kai, Nami will always be the center of attention wherever she goes. More importantly, no matter where you go, when you buy things, you can buy what you want at the lowest price. When selling things, you can sell them at a high price. It can be seen that Ye-Kai's bad reputation is not unhealthy. Ye-Kai said that it doesn't matter, as long as people who know him know what he is like. Only Perona said, aren't you exactly what Marine described? He kills without blinking an eye, likes to kill wantonly, and kills Moria with his eyes. Nami's observation Haki heard Perona's thoughts and immediately complained to Ye-Kai. Ye-Kai, this guy said in his heart that you just kill without blinking an eye, and 30 likes to kill wantonly. Perona blamed herself secretly. Why did she think about these things again? Why was Nami, the devil, overheard? Perona said, I am also very helpless. Ye-Kai ignored Nami. This kind of situation, whether it is Nami complaining or Perona complaining to Ye-Kai, there are 8 times a day if not 10 times. Ye-Kai's solution is to ignore it. I want to see the vice president of your Baroque Walker studio, Miss Alsunday. Please pass the news. After speaking, Ye-Kai waved his hands to the 3 begging guys and sent them away. Thank you Mr. Ye-Kai. We'll pass the news back. The 3 of them thanked Ye-Kai for not killing him, and hurriedly left the restaurant. At this moment, there is no one in the entire hotel except Ye-Kai, Nami, and Perona. Even the owner and waiter of the restaurant were gone, probably thinking that Ye-Kai would kill the people at Baroque Walker studio, and chose to hide in order to avoid being affected. The boss checks out, Nami yelled, and the boss came out cautiously from behind the counter in front, only showing his eyes and half of his head, looking at Ye-Kai and his group. No. You don't need money, just treat it as our treat. Nami put berry on the table and said, we put down the meal money, as for the 3 guys who ran away, go find them. Until the 3 of Ye-Kai left the hotel for a while. The boss came out cautiously, took a look at the berry on the table, and was sure, it was real. Ye-Kai, who offered a reward of 1 billion berry, actually paid. The boss decided to keep the writing berry, preferably framed. Ye-Kai, who offered a reward of 1 billion, paid for his meals here, maybe he can deter other pirates. Call out, a golden light streaked across the sky. Kizaru, wearing a yellow and white striped suit and wearing a Justice cape, landed at the Alabasta Marine Division. Porsalino Admiral, Kizaru Admiral. Kizaru uses the ability of sparkling fruit to reach the Alabasta Marine branch in an instant. Colonel Marine, who was guarding the place, stepped forward to greet him immediately. Kizaru pursed his lips, showing reluctance on his face. For someone like him who is already lazy, it's a waste of time to come here. What's more, he knew that Ye-Kai couldn't do anything, so why did he come here? Akainu advocates eradicating Ye-Kai, shouldn't it be Akainu? Is it because I'm fast that you send me over? Kizaru is a little upset. But it's all here. Kizaru still has to complete his task. Give me the news of Crocodile. Pay attention to collect the news of Ye-Kai. If he and Crocodile conflict and want to fight, please notify me immediately. Kizaru has nothing to do with Ye-Kai. Anyway, he can't beat Ye-Kai, and he can't catch Ye-Kai at all. When Ye-Kai escaped from Impel Down, his strength was far worse than now. Even Kizaru couldn't catch Ye-Kai, let alone now. Kizaru has self-knowledge and will not arrest Ye-Kai. Ye-Kai really wanted to attack the sand crocodile, and he made another attack to prevent Ye-Kai from killing Crocodile. Kizaru's ability is a sparkling fruit. Even if he is not Ye-Kai's opponent, he has no way to catch Ye-Kai, but he thinks that he can still restrain Ye-Kai. Yes, Colonel Marine stationed at Alabasta responded, and then left to ask for Crocodile's first clearance information to be sent over. At the same time, let the people in the Marine branch pay attention to Ye-Kai's movements. The city of Alabasta, Rainland. Rain Banquet, Casino. When the news came that Ye-Kai wanted to meet the vice president of Baroque Walker Studio, it was already several hours later. Not everyone at Baroque Walker Studios can contact Nico Robin directly. Not everyone can use phone bugs. The entire Baroque Walker Studio is referred to by code names. It is more difficult for subordinates to contact their superiors, and it is usually the superiors who contact the subordinates. In terms of intelligence, it also changed hands several times before it was sent to Nico Robin. Ye Kai wants to see me. When Nico Robin saw the news from below, he propped his chin with one hand, showing a look of surprise on his face. Ye Kai, why meet her? Nico Robin has no contact with Ye Kai, let alone interests or other contacts. She is an archaeologist who studies archaeology. What does Ye Kai do when he sees her? Do you want to know some ancient texts, or historical texts? Nico Robin thought of his collaboration with Crocodile because of the historical text. Could Ye Kai want to see her because of Shi Wen? In addition to Ye Kai wanting to see himself, Nico Robin found that Marine Admiral Huang 813 Ape had also arrived in Alabasta. Throughout Alabasta, Crocodile has been operating and laying out for several years. Even in the Marine branch, Crocodile's eyeliner holds important positions. Information about the arrival of Marine Admiral Kizaru was sent to Nico Robin soon. Even Marine Admiral Kizaru came over. Was he worried that Ye Kai would kill Crocodile from 7 warlords of the sea again? Why does it feel like it's going to become chaotic? Nico Robin thinks of Crocodile, Ye Kai, Marine Admiral Kizaru, just feels like something might happen. But this has nothing to do with her, she is just a small role. At least Marine Admiral Kizaru is here, so there is no need to worry about Ye Kai making another move to kill Crocodile, who is also 7 warlords of the sea. If Ye Kai really wants to kill Crocodile, Kizaru should stop him. Nico Robin forwarded relevant information to Crocodile. Crocodile also feels headaches. Marine Admiral came over in person, obviously worried that Ye Kai would kill him. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ye Kai was really strong, and Crocodile didn't have the confidence to defeat Ye Kai. Meanwhile, the headache for Crocodile is, Kizaru, this guy is Marine Admiral, he comes over. If he finds out about his utopian, root country, battle plan, will naval headquarters just sit back and watch? Thinking of this, Crocodile has a headache. Chapter 110 Nico Robin 3. 112 210ths. Chapter 110 Nico Robin 3. Crocodile was wearing a black fur coat, touching the golden hook of his left hand with his right hand, looked at Nico Robin and asked, Ye Kai wants to see you. Obviously wondering, Crocodile wants to know, why does Ye Kai want to meet Nico Robin? In this regard, Nico Robin is very generous, because she doesn't know, I don't know why he wants to see me. Since he wants to see you, you should meet him and ask him what his purpose is. Crocodile didn't doubt Nico Robin's words. It has been 2 years since Nico Robin joined Studio Baroque Walker. Ye Kai only appeared this year, and the two had never met, so naturally it is impossible to have any secret friendship. Ye Kai wanted to ask Robin, and just asked Robin to ask, what exactly did Ye Kai want to do when he came to Alabasta? Then I'll wait to meet the new 7 warlords of the sea who is offering a reward of 1 billion berry. Nico Robin wasn't too worried about his comfort. She is in charge of most of the work and intelligence of the Baroque Walker Studio, and naturally knows information about Ye Kai. Back then in East Blue, Baroque Walker Studios thought about inviting Ye Kai, but at that time Doflamingo, Kaido, and BIGMOM all extended olive branches to Ye Kai and wanted to invite Ye Kai. Compared with these organizations or the pirates, Baroque Walker Studios seemed a bit unsightly, and gave up directly. This does not prevent Baroque Walker Studio from collecting information about Ye Kai. Robin knows what Ye Kai really is. So Nico Robin is not worried about meeting Ye Kai, and will be killed for provoking Ye Kai. Killing without blinking an eye, and, like killing in senior year, are just labels imposed on Ye Kai by Marine. Nico Robin left the rain. Based on the news from below, she knew the approximate location of Ye Kai's group and rushed over. The royal capital of Alabasta, Albana. Ye Kai arrived here with Nami and Corona, and it can be seen that this place is slightly more prosperous than other places. The palace stands in the center of the city, covering a very wide and elegant area. Luxurious? You can't tell it. Just because Alabasta has not rained for more than a year, the reason is the excessive use of dancing powder. This crime was pointed at King Cobra intentionally or unintentionally. All of this is driven and laid out by Crocodile behind the scenes. Dancing fans, pretending to be the King's army to discredit the King's army, lowering the status of the King's army in the hearts of the people, supporting the rebel army, and providing weapons to the rebel army. At that time, Crocodile, as 7 warlords of the sea, stood up to help Alabasta and established a heroic image. I have to say that Crocodile's methods are still very powerful. This is a natural politician, but he became a pirate. And the politicians in the pirate world have no future. The biggest power in the world is still the world government. Crocodile can enter naval headquarters, or world government, maybe even higher than what he achieved as a pirate. The future of Alabasta will definitely be chaotic. Walking all the way to the royal capital, Albana, Nami heard a lot of voices and felt a lot of despair and negative emotions. It can be concluded that Alabasta will be in chaos in the future. The people are losing faith in the king of Alabasta, and an invisible hand has been pushing behind them, preparing to launch a rebellion. Smart people can see some clues. But ordinary people don't care so much. What they want is to live, to survive, to be alive. The people have no interest in who is in power in the country. The future Alabasta will be chaotic, and then maybe reborn. A pleasant voice sounded in the ears of Ye Kai and others after Nami finished expressing his emotion. Wearing a blue-purple short skirt and tights, revealing a pair of long legs and navel, wearing a white coat, Nico Robin with a cowboy hat on his head, with his hands in the coat pockets, walked over slowly. Nico Robin walked up to the three of them, and greeted them politely with a smile on his face. I am the vice president of Baroque Walker Studio, Miss. Afterwards, Nico Robin showed a curious expression, and asked Ye Kai very directly. I don't know if Mr. Ye Kai asked the people below to inform me, what is the reason for wanting to see me? Nico Robin. Ye Kai looked at Nico Robin. At this time, Nico Robin was already 26 or 7 years old, about 10 years older than Nami, and she was definitely at the pinnacle of a woman. Mature, beautiful, intellectual, sexy, and elegant. In fact, it can be seen from Robin's dress that he is very sexy. This is indeed my name, I didn't expect Mr. Ye Kai to know it too. Nico Robin didn't show any surprise on the surface when she knew her real name, but she was actually a little surprised in her heart. At the age of 8, she carried a reward of nearly 80 million yuan, and there are still people who know her. However, it has been nearly 10 years now, and her bounty has not changed, and the reward order has not been updated naturally. Even if someone held Robin's childhood reward order, no one would recognize her standing next to her. Baroque Walker Studios use code names to communicate, and few people know the real identity of Nico Robin. Unexpectedly, Ye Kai revealed her real name as soon as they met. While Nico Robin was a little surprised, he also knew that Ye Kai even knew her. Nami also looked at Nico Robin curiously, her observation hockey was turned on, and she was listening to Nico Robin's voice. Nami can still hear Nico Robin's voice, but what surprises Nami is that Nico Robin didn't think too much at all, and a qualified woman can control herself not to think too much. Just the first time they met, Nami knew that this man named Nico Robin was very strong in heart, had experienced many things, was thoughtful, and could think of many things with just one sentence. What a smart woman. Nami had to sigh with emotion, feeling a little uncomfortable, and added, a woman with a good figure. Ye Kai said he likes girls with good figure, long legs and good looks. The Nico Robin in front of me does meet the conditions, Ye Kai said. When Nico Robin was looking at Ye Kai, Qian's also took a look at Nami and Corona. Regarding the information of these two people, Robin had already known about Ye Kai when he came here. After Ye Kai looked at Nico Robin, he said, you have no future with Crocodile, why don't you consider coming and following me? Ye Kai's invitation made Nico Robin a little unresponsive. Nico Robin thought that Ye Kai wanted to see her because he wanted to decipher some ancient text, or a historical text. Unexpectedly, as soon as they met, Ye Kai poached Crocodile's corner and invited her to join the Ye Kai pirates. Robin was indeed a little surprised. Nami on the side heard Ye Kai's invitation to Nico Robin, and snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction. Holding a wine-red umbrella, Corona, who was floating beside Ye Kai, blinked a pair of black eyes, and said to Nico Robin, our Master Ye Kai likes you very much, you can consider joining Master Ye Kai's command. Chapter 111 Coaxing and Deceiving 4 more subscriptions. 113 210ths. Chapter 111 Coaxing and Deceiving 4 more subscriptions. Corona's words are just to annoy Nami, who told Nami that the big devil often bullies her. Seeing that Nami is uncomfortable, Corona feels relieved. Fortunately, Corona's words are not so ambiguous, and it didn't mean that Ye Kai likes Robin. Corona said, our Master Ye Kai likes you very much. It can also be understood here. Ye Kai values Robin very much, at least Robin understands it this way. Nico Robin shook his head for Ye Kai's invitation, and said with great regret, I am very grateful to Mr. Ye Kai for his attention. My cooperation with Mr. Crocodile is very pleasant, and I don't want to leave Baroque Studio for the time being. Indeed, now that Nico Robin is living well in Baroque Walker Studios, and Crocodile can shelter her, there is no need to jump ship to Ye Kai. Although Ye Kai is stronger than Crocodile, he can protect her. But Nico Robin has been a manager for so many years, and has seen too many intrigues and blackmails. Now he can live a good and easy life. There is no need to destroy the current life. Join Ye Kai. I'll give you time, you can think about it. Ye Kai said. If you want to interpret historical texts, you want to interpret Void Century, which is absolutely not allowed by the Marine or the world government. One more thing, among those who can interpret historical texts, you are the only scholar left in Ohara. In addition to you, in the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, the Kazuki family who can interpret the historical text is also the makers of the historical text. The inheritance of interpreting the historical text has been broken. The only person who can interpret historical texts now, except the world government, is you. Looking at Nico Robin's puzzled and slightly indifferent expression, and listening to Ye Kai say these news, it seems that it has nothing to do with her. Nico Robin really likes to interpret this historical article, and also wants to understand Void Century. For the New World Wanokuni and the Kazuki clan, she doesn't know. Robin didn't know that besides her, there was another family that could interpret the historical text, and was also the maker of the historical text. The news was of great interest to her, but just interested, as a story to listen to. Ye Kai also saw Nico Robin's attitude towards his words, and continued, you may not know what this represents. In the second half of the Grand Line, which is the New World, there are 4 signposts with historical texts. These 4 signposts are different from other historical texts. The 4 signposts in the historical text are the routes to Raftel. If you want to go to Raftel, if you want to become One Piece, you must read the content above to reach Raftel. You will become a key point. Follow me, only I can protect you. Whether it is other pirates, marine, world government, it is impossible to do anything to you from me. If you want to interpret historical texts, or want to know Void Century, I can help you. Those who can interpret the historical text originally belonged to the Kazuki family. One Piece. Gall D. Roger was able to become One Piece and arrive at Raftel, thanks to him digging Kazuki Odin from the Whitebeard pirates. I am also fortunate that Gall D. Roger was able to listen to the voice of all things and heard the content of landmark history text from the BIGMOM pirates so that he could reach Raftel smoothly. Now that Kazuki Odin is dead, the way of interpreting historical texts has not been passed on to Momosuke, and Kazuki's ability to interpret historical texts is considered broken. Robin became the only person known to be able to decipher the historical text. If someone wants to become a king of thieves and interpret the historical text of road signs, he needs someone who can understand the historical text. Now only Robin is left. Marine doesn't want to see the new One Piece appear, and he doesn't want anyone to go to Raftel, and he doesn't want anyone to interpret historical texts to understand Void Century. At the end of the day, the thief wanted Robin. Marine wants to kill Robin. That is to say, my situation is actually not good. Hearing Ye Kai say so many secrets. Thinking about it for a while, Nico Robin also knows that his situation seems to be really not good. Nico Robin doesn't know if Ye Kai's signpost history text is true. But there is no need for Ye Kai to lie to her, right? If it's true, she might be in a really bad situation. Now that the situation in New World is stable, and the four emperors are working hard, no one can break this balance and launch an impact on One Piece. But in the future, once this balance is broken, someone who wants to challenge One Piece must interpret the history of the four road signs. At that time, a person who can interpret historical texts will be needed. According to Ye Kai, the family that created the historical text in New World has lost the method of interpreting the historical text. Apart from world government, there may be only Nico Robin himself in this world. Of course, there may be hidden characters who will interpret the historical text. It's just too much trouble to find these people. There is one person who already knows and can interpret the historical text, that is Nicole Rhoda herself. Wouldn't it be better to go to Nico Robin instead of looking for the hidden person? Nico Robin can be sure that the balance of New World will be broken in the future. And who is it that breaks this balance? She does not know. Maybe even Ye Kai. Once the New World's balance is broken, if you want to become One Piece and go to Raftel, you must get an important key. Robin is the key. I'm going to think about it. Robin was not persuaded by Ye Kai in this way, but chose to think about it for a while, and at the same time investigate to see if what Ye Kai said was true. It's just that this kind of secret thing is not so easy to investigate. Probably not even Crocodile. Robin has never heard of it before. There are historical texts and road signs historical texts. If you want to become One Piece and go to Raftel, you must interpret the contents of the four road signs historical texts. Is this information known to ordinary people? Ye Kai was not in a hurry, nodded and said to Nico Robin, I will give you time, and at the same time, tell the Sand Crocodile, let her use the power of Baroque Walker Studio to help me find a Logia's Thunder Fruit. If you want, I will bring it for you. Nico Robin took down Ye Kai's words and turned to leave. Return to the Rain Banquet Casino in the Rainy Land, and Nico Robin will tell Crocodile what Ye Kai said. Of course, I only talked about finding the Thunderbolt Fruit. As for Ye Kai's invitation, as well as the closed news such as the history of the signpost, of course Robin will not reveal it. This woman is so thoughtful, and she is a little moved. Are you happy? Looking at the back of Nico Robin leaving, Nami turned his head and said to Ye Kai. It's just that her tone was a little strange, she was obviously jealous, she didn't hide it, she became so direct. He. Perona floated in the air and Chunin couldn't help mocking Nami, it's useless for someone to be jealous. Who told you that your body is not as good as Nico Robin, and your legs have no parents? You are fierce and not as beautiful as others. You have no chance. Already, give up. Nami gritted his teeth and looked at Perona floating in the air, and said word by word, I haven't trained you for a long time, right? I will give you an extra practice today, practice observation hockey. Ye Kai was used to the bickering between the two, and chose to ignore it. Chapter 112 Door-to-Door Service 5. 114 210ths. Chapter 112 Door-to-Door Service 5. It's an eventful autumn. The Royal Palace of Alabasta. Cobra, whose full name is Naferudali Cobra, is the 12th king of Alabasta. He can be regarded as a king who loves the people like a son and is dedicated to the people. Nehi ability is not very strong. In other words, in a country like Pirates, where personal combat power is exploding and one person can be the enemy of the country does not have a strong person to be the anchor and protector, or it is too difficult to survive if it is attached to a powerful force. Just when the pirates arrived in Alabasta, the king's army couldn't do anything to suppress the powerful pirates. What's more, being targeted by a pirate like Crocodile who is a 7 warlords of the sea, Cobra has no other options. Knowing that Ye Kai, who is also the 7 warlords of the sea and offering a reward of 1 billion berry, has arrived in Alabasta, and heard that Marine Admiral has also arrived in Alabasta. Cobra sighed with emotion that it was indeed a troubled time. Once something goes wrong, any one of Crocodile, Ye Kai, and Kizaru will fight, and the damage will be huge. At the same time, Cobra hopes that Ye Kai can do it and get rid of Crocodile. After all, it was rumored that Ye Kai killed Gecko Moria, who was also 7 warlords of the sea. Cobra didn't know what Ye Kai was doing in Alabasta. As the same 7 warlords of the sea, if Ye Kai and Crocodile can't get used to it and a conflict breaks out, it would be better if Ye Kai handles Crocodile smoothly. At the same time, Cobra was able to ask for help from Marine Admiral Kizaru, who arrived at the Marine branch, so that Kizaru could help suppress Crocodile. As the king of Alabasta, Cobra can feel that there is an invisible pusher in the current Alabasta, making the whole country into chaos. This invisible pusher has no one but Crocodile. Come on, I'm going to visit Kizaru, Admiral. Cobra called the guards, and then took them to the Marine branch, ready to seek help from Marine Admiral Kizaru. I don't know much about Alabasta, and I won't help you. If you think Crocodile is causing civil unrest in Alabasta, you can ask world government for help. 7 warlords of the sea is the right and qualification given by the world government. They know that Crocodile has problems, and they will definitely remove Crocodile from Shichibukai. For Cobra's request, for a lazy guy like Kizaru, he can shirk it if he can. If it was Akainu who came here this time, or even if it was Aokiji. Cobra made it clear and explained the harm, they might help. But it's Kizaru, he doesn't care about such troublesome things, he prefers to watch the show from the sidelines. What's more, this is not the future after Luffy goes to sea, there are still 3 or 4 years before Luffy goes to sea. In this world now, things in Alabasta have not reached that level. Many things are still in Crocodile's plan and have not been officially used. In the current Alabasta, it has not rained for about a year at most. Some people use dancing powder and put it on the king's army, which makes people very angry. Even the rebels have not appeared, and Crocodile's plan has not yet been implemented. In this case, Crocodile can stop at any time. There is no real evidence. Crocodile is 7 warlords of the sea, Marine will not do anything to him. As long as Crocodile successfully steals the country, and accuses Alabasta, if he succeeds, the sea will not do anything to him. This is the right and advantage of his status as 7 warlords of the sea. But as long as he fails, the result is different. Crocodile, who failed in the original book, was caught by Marine and imprisoned in Impel Down. In short, Marine's attitude towards 7 warlords of the sea is, if you succeed, if you have no problems, you will be left alone. Once you've failed and been defeated, it's time to kill you, catch you, and put you in Impel Down. For example, Doflamingo, even though Dressrosa Island was in charge of the Don Quixote family 900 years ago, he took back the control of Dressrosa Island by force and became king, and Marine ignored it. But Doflamingo, like Crocodile, was captured by Marine after being defeated by Luffy and put in Impel Down. This is the attitude of Marine. It is impossible for Cobra to ask Marine to help the Team Uniform Crocodile at this time. Excuse me, Cobra left the Marine branch very disappointed. Although upon arrival, one would have guessed that the Marine would not bother. Unexpectedly, Marine didn't ask at all, and didn't even investigate, and asked him to seek help directly from the world government. It's strange that the world government would take care of such a thing. There are so many member states of the world government, and every country seeks help from the world government. How many countries will the world government help with? Even if the member states of the world government are eliminated and the king is replaced, as long as the succeeding king continues to attend the world summit, it doesn't matter whether the king is changed or not. Oh, Cobra sighed when he walked out of naval headquarters, looking a little helpless. The 14-year-old daughter, Princess Vivi, comforted her father very sensibly. Cobra had no choice. At this time, Alabasta was indeed not very messy, so he decided to take a look first. There is no need to think too much about Marine, Kizaru will not bother. Alabasta's Marine branch doesn't care, and they can't manage it. The opponent is Crocodile from 7 warlords of the sea. A Marine branch just wants to manage it, but it doesn't have the strength. He world government, he can't ask Ye Kai for help, can he? You must know that Ye Kai is an evil pirate who likes to kill without batting an eye in Marine's publicity. It is impossible for Cobra to ask Ye Kai for help, so he can only wait and see what happens in the future, trying to calm down the current chaos. It's a pity. Waiting like this, Alabasta will only become more chaotic. In the end, as in the original book, the check is succeeded by Crocodile. However, Cobra didn't go to look for Ye Kai came directly to the door. It seems that King Cobra needs help, I wonder if there is anything that can help. Ye Kai, with Nami and Perona, suddenly appeared on Cobra's way back to the palace, and took the initiative to find him. Who? Ye Kai from 7 warlords of the sea. The guy who offered a reward of 1 billion. The kingdom guards protecting Cobra and Princess Vivi were holding cold weapons or hot weapons. Seeing Ye Kai's hands trembling, he swallowed, protecting Cobra and Princess Vivi, and unconsciously moved step back. On the contrary, Cobra, as the king, was a little courageous when he saw Ye. In other words, he knew that with Ye Kai's strength, if he wanted to kill him, the kingdom guard would be a joke. Mr. Ye Kai, what's the matter? Cobra didn't retreat, stood under the protection of the guards, and asked Ye Kai calmly. Ye Kai nodded, and said very authentically, I'm here to help you, Lusing. Chapter 113 Confident Crocodile. One more subscription. 115 210ths. Chapter 113 Confident Crocodile. One more subscription. Temporarily stable 5 updates. The manuscript needs to be revised. No updates can be added. The heroine can't describe too much. I feel that I can't write below the neck. In the reports of 7 warlords of the sea and marine who offered a bounty of 1 billion berry, the big pirate who kills without batting an eyelid and likes to kill wantonly said, I am here to help you. It all feels a little unreliable, doesn't it? Cobra said with an unchanged expression, we don't need any help. You need help, Ye Kai said. As the king, you should also know that Alabasta is starting to become chaotic, and you should also guess who is behind this scene, but even if you guessed it, there is no way to deal with it, right? Crocodile's plan is not as simple as you imagine. The chaos in Alabasta is just beginning. When it doesn't rain in Alabasta all year round, he will push this matter on you, and make the people resent you for 457. Then he will pretend to be the king's army and suppress the people. The more you suppress, the more you resist, then the rebel army will appear, then support the rebel army, provide weapons for the rebel army, and then suppress the rebellion with a heroic attitude and establish your reputation. Slowly you will lose the hearts of the people, but Crocodile will gain the hearts of the people. Eventually, the king of Alabasta will become Crocodile. Dressrosa a few years ago is the future of Alabasta. A few years ago, what happened on Dressrosa Island and the rebellion caused a lot of attention, and Cobra, who was also the king, also knew some news. Also know that the patriarch of the Don Quixote family of Shichibukai, Doflamingo, is in charge of Dressrosa Island. Today's Dressrosa Island has become the place where the Don Quixote family lives. Doflamingo is celestial dragons. Dressrosa Island was managed by Don Quixote family 900 years ago. It was Doflamingo who provoked the rebellion and killings a few years ago and successfully regained control of Dressrosa Island. Hearing what Ye Kai said, Cobra found that facing an existence of Crocodile's level, he really seemed helpless. Can't beat it. Looking for Marine. Marine doesn't care. Crocodile is 7 warlords of the sea. Looking for world government. Most of the world government will not bother. Could it be? Really want Ye Kai to help? This is actually seeking skin with a tiger, right? Sorry, we don't need your help. In the end, Cobra rejected Ye Kai's offer. Compared with Crocodile, in Cobra's view, Ye Kai is more dangerous. Ask Ye Kai, the tiger for help, drive away the jackals, what will happen to the tiger in the end? This gets trickier. Now that he knows Crocodile's plan from Ye Kai, Cobra can figure out a way to deal with it. That's a pity. Ye Kai shrugged and said regret, but his cousin didn't feel regret at all. Rejected by Cobra, in Ye Kai's expectation. It has to be said that Marine played a big role in promoting Ye Kai. Meanwhile, Ye Kai, like Crocodile, is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. From Cobra's point of view, he is the same as Crocodile, even scarier than Crocodile. Asking Ye Kai for help is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst, no different from committing suicide. It will also put Alabasta in a difficult situation, even more difficult than it is now. Ye Kai left with Nami and the floating corona. Your deterrence is too great. The king was so moved that he didn't dare to ask you for help, but the princess next to the king is very cute. Nami looked at Ye Kai and mentioned Princess Vivi next to Cobra. Nami felt that Ye Kai was helping the king with evil intentions. Saying you like girls with a good figure, long legs, and pretty girls is actually an excuse, right? Do you really like petite and cute girls? He. Nami feels like he has solved the case, and that is the truth. Bang. Hearing Nami's words, Ye Kai knew what she was thinking, and unceremoniously gave her a chestnut beat on the head. I was right, so you became angry from embarrassment. Nami held her head, jumped more than 10 meters away, and looked at Ye Kai vigilantly. Ye Kai didn't want to talk to Nami, wasting his saliva. The so-called time sees people's hearts. As time goes on, you will know. Rain Feast Casino. Nico Robin, wearing a white coat and a cowboy hat, returns and tells Crocodile, Ye Kai asked me to ask you to help him find a devil fruit. Quote, it is impossible for Nico Robin to tell Crocodile that Ye Kai wants her to go there. Not to mention the Red Road Sign history article, and related things mentioned by Ye Kai, only Ye Kai's commission. Help find the Thunder's fruit. Thunderbolt fruit. Crocodile touched the golden hook on his hand, with a cigar in his mouth, and frowned slightly. It seems to be Logia's devil fruit, right? How hard is it to find a devil fruit in the whole world? Also, why should I help him find the Thunderbolt fruit? The latter is the key. The same as 7 warlords of the sea, how could Crocodile help Ye Kai find the Thunder fruit just because of Ye Kai's words? 0. Moreover, the Thunderbolt fruit should be the top and powerful devil fruit in Logia. How could Crocodile help Ye Kai find such a devil fruit? Even if you find it, you won't give it to Ye. Ye Kai's strength itself is very strong, and if you give him a top-notch Logia's Thunder fruit, won't his strength become even more terrifying? Reject him. Why should I help him find the Thunderbolt fruit? Unless he pays a high enough price, let him come to me to talk to me in person. Crocodile didn't just block the road. Ye Kai wanted him to help find Hu Lei Guo, because he fell in love with the ability of Baroque Walker Studio. It's okay to ask Baroque Walker Studio to help find the Thunderbolt fruit, it depends on what price Ye Kai can pay. As long as Ye Kai can pay enough, Crocodile is not unable to help. As for how long it will take to find the Thunder fruit, I don't know. It may be possible in 3 to 5 years, 10 years, 8 years, or decades. Because Ye Kai helped 3.6 to find the Thunder fruit all over the world with one sentence. That is impossible. Crocodile is a very confident person, more confident than Gecko Moria. Gecko Moria failed to challenge Kaido, escaped from New World, returned to the first half of the Grand Line, and built his zombie army. Crocodile is also someone who has challenged Whitebeard, and he is more confident, self-centered, cruel than Gecko Moria, and only believes in himself and everyone else as his tool. Even his subordinates would kill them without hesitation if they were useless, suck up the water and throw them to feed the crocodiles. No matter how powerful Ye Kai is, can he surpass Whitebeard? What's more, this is Alabasta, the Desert Kingdom, and his territory. Crocodile is not afraid of Ye Kai at all, not to mention helping Ye Kai find the Thunderbolt fruit just because of Ye Kai's words. Chapter 114, Nico Robin's Worries. 116 210. Chapter 114, Nico Robin's Worries. Thanks, Kending Yule, for rewarding 100 volts points. Crocodile refuses Ye Kai's request to help find the Hule fruit, unless Ye Kai can pay enough. If you want cooperation in this area, ask Ye Kai to talk to Crocodile at the Rain Banquet in person. This news is definitely not from Nico Robin himself. She just needs to find the people below and pass on Crocodile's words to Ye Kai. Nico Robin didn't want to arouse Crocodile's suspicion, what it was like in normal times, and what it is now. Fortunately, between her and Crocodile, it is just a cooperative relationship, and Crocodile will not restrict her freedom. Wherever Nico Robin wants to go, he can still move freely. It's just that at this time, it's hard for her to leave, and she can't use the intelligence system of Baroque Walker Studio. Although she handles many things in the entire Baroque Walker Studio, she then reports to Crocodile. Nico Robin seems to be able to master the Baroque Walker workshop at any time, overhead Crocodile. In fact, the cadres of Baroque Walker Studio all know who their boss is, and it is impossible for them to be emptied by Nico Robin. Nico Robin wants to investigate whether what Ye Kai said is true, so he can only go to the black market to buy relevant information. 18.2. About the history of signposts in this paper, no one knows at all. Even many big pirates don't know the existence of the signpost history text. What I know is only the top forces, 4 emperors. These people are all from the last era, the strong man of the Gall D. Roger era, and they are all the people who once competed with Gall D. Roger for the One Piece, so they know the existence of the road sign history article. On the black market, there is no news about this at all. However, there is no news about the history of road signs in this article, and Nico Robin can be sure. It is not that simple to reach the location of the legendary great secret treasure, Raftel. Definitely needs certain conditions to arrive. The more so, Nico Robin actually thinks that the historical text of road signs mentioned by Ye Kai really exists. At present, the only person who can interpret historical texts is Robin herself, and she is the only one. And it's still recognized. Since she was 8 years old, she has been offered a reward of nearly 80 million berry, and she is the only survivor of Ohara. Scholars of Ohara, who can decipher historical texts, are known to many. To be honest, Nico Robin is a little moved by Ye Kai's invitation. She wants to study historical texts and interpret the Void Century, which is absolutely not allowed by the Marine and World Government. Continuing to study will definitely offend the World Government and Naval Headquarters. The more historical texts you study, the more you know. The World Government will not let her go. She has to find a big backer, someone who can shelter her and protect her, so that she can concentrate on studying historical texts. Except that World Government and Marine do not allow her to interpret historical texts and study Void Century history. As for the pirates, in order to interpret the historical text of the signpost, they will not let her go. As a result, her situation is even worse. Nico Robin knows that she is okay now and is still alive and well, because she has not studied many historical texts, deciphered many secrets, and knows that there is not much information that has been blank for 100 years. At the same time, after the formation of the New World 4 Emperors pattern, it has not been broken. No one can ride the dust and launch an impact on One Piece. Naturally, no one needs to interpret the history of road signs. Once there is a change between the two, she will become very dangerous. At least, the Crocodile couldn't have protected her. Even the collaboration between Nico Robin and Crocodile is equally dangerous. Crocodile is looking for the ancient weapon, Pluton, but he can't interpret the historical text. Robin can interpret historical texts, and if he wants to study historical texts, he needs a shelter. The two therefore chose to cooperate. Nico Robin knew that even if she deciphered the information about ancient weapon in the historical text, she would not tell Crocodile. Once that time comes, she may die. But Ye Kai's place. Nico Robin is thinking, struggling. She doesn't know if she should agree to Ye Kai's invitation. What is Ye Kai looking for her for? To know Void Century, in order to interpret the historical text of road signs, become One Piece. For ancient weapon, there has to be a purpose, right? It's impossible to invite her on board for fun, right? Help Ye Kai interpret the historical text, maybe it will bring more harm. In short, Robin is very troubled now. She needs to think about this matter clearly, think about the problems involved, and how much harm it will bring. At the same time, people from Baroque Walker Studio found Ye Kai and told Ye Kai what Crocodile said. Baroque Walker Studio refused to help Ye Kai find the Thunder Fruit. If you want the help of Baroque Walker Studio to find the Thunder Fruit, you need to pay enough. Ye Kai wanted to cooperate, so he went to Yudi to discuss with the boss of Baroque Walker Studio in person. Nami looked at Ye Kai and said, I was rejected for the second time today. It's very rare to have just been rejected by Cobra and now be rejected by Baroque Walker Studios. Nami usually goes out with Ye Kai, and under Ye Kai's fierce name, everything goes smoothly. Today, it was rejected twice. Ye Kai was not surprised. As expected, Sand Crocodile is overconfident, and he will help if I say a word. That's strange. Let's go and meet the Sand Crocodile, will you go? Ye Kai got up and was about to leave the hotel where he was temporarily staying, and asked Nami and Perona if they wanted to follow. With the current strengths of Nami and Perona, one has a special sense of knowledge and good reach, and the other has the ability of ghost fruit, especially the negative ghost, as quite incomprehensible. The two work together. Even if they don't follow Ye Kai, they don't have to worry about getting in danger. 850 can go out and hang out by themselves. Of course we go together. If we fight, maybe we can help. Nami said to follow. She has never seen the Sand Crocodile, but after hearing Ye Kai mention this person and his behavior, she guessed that there might be a fight at that time, so she went to see if she could help. At the same time, it is also to avoid Ye Kai getting involved with that Nico Robin. Perona didn't want to go, she still wanted to run away. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by Nami. You must follow me, and you still want to escape. Impossible. Perona was very desperate. This Nami is really a devil, right? The thought of running away in her heart was heard by Nami. Desperate, I just thought about it. The three of them are going to the Rainland, in Alabas, which is a city in Alabas. On the road, they did not step on moonwalk or use other abilities to drive the road. The three of them rode camels and traveled in ordinary ways, all of which were just for fun. It took half a day to arrive at the Rainy Land, Rain Banquet Casino. In the casino, Ye Kai also saw Crocodile with a cigar in his mouth. This guy had stitched scars on his face, a gold hook on his left hand, and a fur coat. He was very pretentious. Ye Kai pointed to Tukao. Aren't you hot? You must know that Alabasta is a desert area, and the weather is naturally very hot, otherwise it will not become a desert. Chapter 115 Challenger Advice. 3 more subscriptions. 117 210ths. Chapter 115 Challenger Advice. 3 more subscriptions. When Ye Kai hit Crocodile, Crocodile vomited a smoke ring and looked at Ye Kai as well. Dressed in white clothes, shorts, about 2 meters tall, not so long hair, a resolute face, 2 knives hanging from his waist. Ye Kai gives people the impression of the billionth, young and ordinary, followed by casual. It can't be seen that this is a 7 warlords of the sea, and he is still a very powerful guy. It's more like the kind of minion-like dress, it's too casual. But Crocodile knew that this ordinary-looking, casual young man in front of him was definitely a strong man. Otherwise, Gecko Moria wouldn't die in this guy's hands, even Marine Admiral Aokiji couldn't do anything to him. Since you're here, let me tell you about your conditions, what price you are willing to pay, and let me help you find the Thunderbolt fruit. I should explain in advance that I don't have a devil fruit illustration book here, so I don't know what the Thunderbolt fruit looks like. In the same way, if you don't get the illustrated book of the Thunderbolt fruit, it will be 100 times more difficult to find the Thunderbolt fruit. It is very difficult to find a fixed devil fruit all over the world. If you don't know what a devil fruit looks like, you're just wasting your time. Ye Kai was not worried about this matter, and said, it's okay, just ask Marine for the devil fruit illustration book. Ye Kai doesn't have the devil fruit construction in his hand, and Marine should have the illustration book of Thunder Fruit in his hand, or someone else has it too. If Marine doesn't give it to you, just go to the black market to buy it. Someone will always know what the Thunderbolt fruit looks like. Just as long as you can get the devil fruit illustrated book, let me tell you what price you can pay. Let Baroque Walker Studio help you find the Thunderbolt fruit. Crocodile was sitting on a big chair with a cigar in his mouth, leaning against the back of the chair, looking like a big boss. Nico Robin is standing next to Crocodile, like a secretary. Ye Kai also randomly found a sofa to sit down at the Rain Banquet Casino. Nami is right to follow Ye Kai, also sitting next to Ye Kai. Perona is holding a wine-red umbrella, wearing a gothic pink dress, floating in the air, and she can tell it is demon fruit power at a glance. Ye Kai didn't think about paying any price at all, and asked Baroque Walker Studio to help him find devil fruit. I don't want to pay the price. I am stronger than you, so you have to help me do things. So, let's fight a game, and if I win, you can do one thing for me, find the Thunderbolt fruit. If I lose, I will help you with one thing. Anyway, Ye Kai didn't think he would lose. The strength of Crocodile, how to say. Be a fan. Being defeated by Luffy in the original book, it can only be said that Luffy is on the hook, the protagonist's halo has been activated. Looking at the people Luffy defeated along the way, which one is not open? The protagonist's halo is activated. Crocodile, Enel, Gecko Moria, Katakuri. These are all obviously open. Doflamingo, actually he does. Armament Hockey, Observation Hockey, Conqueror's Hockey, Doflamingo all lost to Luffy, and Devil Fruit's ability awakened still lost to Luffy. Here we only talk about the strength of Crocodile. Zheng Jing picks Whitebeard, and has challenged Whitebeard many times. She also knows Devil Fruit's ability awakening, the strength shown in the Summit War and Alabasta's defeat by Luffy. Clearly inconsistent. It's impossible to become stronger during the period of being imprisoned in Impel Down. By the way, you know that Devil Fruit's ability is awakened, right? Luffy defeated Crocodile. It is a bit unreasonable, the suspicion of cheating in the halo of the protagonist play a big role. Even if Crocodile is overconfident and underestimates the enemy, and Luffy discovers the weakness of Sand Fruit, it is not something that Luffy can defeat. So, you are going to challenge me. Crocodile was not surprised by Ye-Kai's proposal, but instead narrowed his eyes slightly, intending to act if there was a disagreement. Even Nami was a little surprised by Ye-Kai's recent performance. Since when did salted fish like leaves become so belligerent? This kind of conversation is obviously aimed at fighting. Nami doesn't know that Ye-Kai is so aggressive because he wants to keep fighting and improve his strength through fighting. After Ye-Kai entered the Grand Line, he actually became belligerent, constantly wanting to fight, looking for the strong to fight. At Ye-Kai's level, it is very difficult to improve his strength. Whether it is swordsmanship or hockey, even physical fitness and strength have reached the bottleneck. Physical fitness and strength are not bad, with 100 times the speed of cultivation, after years of accumulation, can improve somewhat. Swordsmanship and hockey are stuck in the bottleneck, the left and right of penance are not big, and the improvement is very slow. The best way to improve is to fight with people who are stronger in swordsmanship and hockey than you. Even if you can't find someone stronger than yourself, through a lot of fighting and training, you can improve quickly. At the same time, Ye-Kai wants to forge his own black sword through battles and trials. Fighting is essential. It's okay to say, challenge, I hope your strength, don't let me down. Otherwise, it can be said to be, pointing. Challenge, as usually the weak challenge the strong. The strong fight against the weak. We can't talk about challenges, but about giving advice, or abuse food, is more suitable. Ye-Kai's voice fell. Shua, with a wave of the golden hook in Croaker's left hand, the ground under his feet turned into gravel, and gathered into a slash, slashing towards Ye-Kai. Desert Sword, Crocodile's signature attack. The slash formed by the gathering of gravel, like a crescent moon, rushed in front of Ye-Kai didn't make much movement. He was still sitting on the sofa. He didn't draw a knife. He just held the scabbard of broken sea with his left hand and waved it casually. Like chasing away flies, the scabbard collided loudly with the crescent cut made of gravel. Boom. Broken sea, the blue and white scabbard, slapped on the slash formed by the gravel, with Ye-Kai's powerful How Nuo Jout power, even without armament hockey. Relying on the powerful force, he forcibly smashed the slash formed by the gravel into pieces. The gravel all over the sky slipped from the sky. With the power of Ye-Kai's wave, he crushed the aggregated gravel to form a slash, and the strong wind formed by the powerful force swept the gravel all over the sky, and sprinkled it in the direction of Crocodile. Within a 3-meter radius in front of Ye-Kai, not a single grain of gravel fell. For the control of power, Ye-Kai can be described as meticulous. The gravel all over the sky was blown in front of Crocodile by the strong wind brought by Ye-Kai, as if he was attracted by some kind, all fell to the ground, and repaired the crack cut out by Desert Sword. In this scene, Nami and Perona beside Ye-Kai don't know what they are doing. Nico Robin next to Crocodile is the same zoo. It is not the two people in the fight. I don't know what this temptation means, and how many contests are hidden in it. Chapter 116 Nami Peronov Baroque Agent. 4 more subscriptions. 118 210ths. Chapter 116 Nami Peronov Baroque Agent. 4 more subscriptions. Boom. In the Rain Banquet Casino. It was blasted by a sword slash and the huge Desert Sword. The violent collision and impact shattered the huge casino into pieces in an instant. Crocodile's viewing pool in the casino was also shattered, and the water splashed all over the sky, falling like raindrops, sinking into the desert without a trace. Shish. The instant the casino fell apart, a figure jumped out of the casino. Nami, Perona, Nico Robin, and several cadres of the Baroque Walker studio. Nico Robin fell aside, wearing a white trench coat and a cowboy hat, showing no intention of doing anything at all. On the contrary, it meant to watch the excitement inside, watching the battle between Ye-Kai and Crocodile with a cold eye. Nico Robin's knowledge of Ye-Kai is limited to Marine's reports and information collected by Baroque Walker Studio. What kind of person Ye-Kai is, how strong is it, to witness it with your own eyes, of course it is the best. Let Nico Robin decide whether to accept Ye-Kai's invitation or not. The other side, Nami looked at the cadres of the Baroque Walker Studio, and they seemed to be full of energy. She took out 3 weather sticks from her thigh pouch, assembled them in no time, and called Perona, let's do it too. Perona was holding a wine-red umbrella, and Na Piao was beside Nami. She lowered her head and glanced at the devil, Nami, and said softly, 597 inches if you want to do it, and why should I? Fighting can improve your strength faster and allow you to awaken hockey faster. This is what Ye-Kai said, let's do it now. Nami didn't say any more, and rushed towards the cadres of Baroque Walker Studio. At this time, few cadres of Baroque Walker Studio could rush to Alabasta. At present, there are only a few million elders and billionaire elders in the Baroque Walker Studio. In fact, they are just a small boss. Beyond that, there are only a few cadres. Light Lion Fruit Ability User, M. Valentine. Explosive Fruit Ability User, Mr. 5. Quick Cut Fruit, Mr. 1. Thorn Fruit, M's 2 fingers. Nami may not be enough to meet these people, even if she has a special observation hockey. Boom. Nami waved the weather stick in his hand and knocked out several small bosses of Baroque Walker Studio. When Nami attacked Ms. Valentine, Ms. Valentine with the Light Lion Fruit ability floated up with a green umbrella to avoid Nami's attack. Nami uses observation hockey, or a special observation hockey, which is also very powerful when used against enemies. But her speed and strength are not enough in the eyes of powerful people. If you can't attack the enemy, or can't avoid the enemy's attack, the effect of observation hockey is not so great. Moonwalk. Bang. Nami's weather stick attack failed. Observation Hockey caught Ms. Valentine and would float up. Immediately stepped on Moonwalk. The whole person flew into the air, and knocked Ms. Valentine out with a stick. Bang. How can it be? Ms. Valentine who was hit was still a little unresponsive. Nami's attack and reaction came too fast. More importantly, when she was hit by Nami's weather stick, the ability of Light Lion Fruit seemed to be restricted, and the fruit ability could not be used. She was knocked out and fell to the ground, looking a little embarrassed. At this time MR5 picked his booger and bounced towards Nami. Disgusting. Nami looked disgusted. Observation Hockey caught M5's movement and attack, and chose to avoid it quickly. Bang. MJU4NDA 2 Nadism to 4 NTU 5 million German marks 3 OJE equals. Nami dodged the boogers that bounced over, but he didn't know that the boogers exploded directly beside him. The attack was avoided, but the shock from the explosion still sent Nami flying, stepped on a moonwalk, and landed beside Corona. 10,000 kilograms, heavy pressure. Ms. Valentine struck again. As a girl, she was very angry when she thought that she was knocked out by Nami's stick and hit the desert, covered in gravel, with a mouth full of gravel. The whole person floated over Nami, his body instantly increased to 10,000 kilograms, and he fell towards Nami. Bang. Just as Nami was affected by Mr. Five's booger explosion, he stabilized his body. Observation Hockey sensed Ms. Valentine's attack, and could hear Ms. Valentine's inner anger, wishing to tear her into pieces and crush her into patties. Although the devil, Nami is a bit annoying, it's a bit wrong for so many of you to bully her alone. At this time, Corona also made a move. Dodge. Although she was a little reluctant, she said that she was also on the 10 boats of Yikai and Nami. If she doesn't help Nami, she will definitely be taught to be a good person in the end. It so happened that Ms. Valentine was also holding an umbrella and could float in the air. As soon as Corona stretched out her hand, she released a huge ghost and rushed towards Ms. Valentine. Great Ghost Kamikaze Bomb. Bang, bang. 2 huge roars sounded in succession, causing the gravel on the ground to fly all over the sky. When the roar was heard, it was Ms. Valentine who soared tens of thousands of attacks and hit Nami on the ground. It was strange to be able to attack Nami with Observation Hockey. M. Valentine's ability in all aspects is not better than Nami, and there is no Observation Hockey. How can it hit Nami? The second roar was made by Corona. She and Nami have been together for more than a month, and they fight and fight all day long, and there is a kind of tacit understanding between them. Knowing that Ms. Valentine's attack could not hit Nami, Corona's giant ghost also went directly towards Nami. Nami avoided Ms. Valentine's attack, and Corona's attack directly hit Ms. Valentine in disguise. With the sound of an explosion, Ms. Valentine was directly blown out by Corona's super huge specter. The green clothes on her body were also broken a lot, and a lot of them were gone, but no one appreciated them. She was covered in wounds, blood and gravel mixed together. Nothing fancy either. A cadre of the Baroque Walker studio was scrapped directly like this, and it was impossible to fight again. Ding ding ding. Boom. Shish. Mr. One's hands turned into blades, rushed to Nami's body quickly, swung his hands and slashed quickly. Nami Observation Hockey is fully open, relying on the ability of Observation Hockey to predict and listen to the heart, as well as the application of the 6 moves, to avoid and resist the attack of M-1. At the same time, MR5 is still picking his nose and attacking Nami or Corona, sometimes in close quarters. As a user with the ability to explode fruit, not only boogers can explode, but anyone who is attacked by her will also explode. Ms. Both fingers are thorns growing from both hands, are turning into various sharp arrows, or meteor hammers, attacking Corona in the air. Nami's strength and speed are not as good as M1, but it is just struggling to support it. If it weren't for her Observation Hockey and paper arts, the weather stick in her hand and the power of Halu, Nami would have been unable to hold on. Ding. Even so, after another collision, M-1 knew that the weapon in Nami's hand was weird, and picked up the weather stick in Nami's hand. Glitter baby. Shock shells. The weather stick in Nami's hand was thrown out, and 2 shells were taken out directly. With a flash of light, M1 couldn't open his eyes, and a powerful impact force was released from another hot berry, directly sending ML flying. But it's just rushing out. The shell in Nami's hand is very sudden and magical, which can be regarded as a surprise. But what she holds is a shock shell, which is not very powerful. If it is a platoon, it may not only hurt Mr. 1, but the recoil of the platoon is too strong, and Nami can't control it at all. Once she uses it, her own hands will also be useless. Chapter 117 Let Me Take Over Baroque Walker. 5 more subscriptions. 119 210ths. Chapter 117 Let Me Take Over Baroque Walker. 5 more subscriptions. Negative Ghost. Corona floats in the air, avoiding the boogers ejected by the M5, it is so disgusting. And avoiding the sharp arrows of Ms. Two Fingers Agent, he separated out several negative ghosts. Negative ghosts are ghosts. Ordinary physical attacks are ineffective. It can make people depressed, directly lose combat effectiveness. When Mr. 1 was thrown away by Nami using the shock shell, Corona just released Negative Spectre. One of the 4 negative ghosts, Mr. 1 was thrown out by the shock shell and hit the ghost, making Mr. 1 simply kneel on the ground and repent, thinking that he could do nothing. 1 loses the fight. Mr. 5, who made both Corona and Nami very disgusting, was also passed through by Negative Spectre, kneeling on the ground and becoming negative. Corona conveniently made up a great spectre, blasting MR5 out, causing him to immediately lose his fighting power. Ms. Both fingers have always been long-range attacks. Seeing that M1 and MR5 have lost their fighting power like this, they also know that the negative ghost released by Perona cannot be touched. Ms. fighting with both hands and retreating, using the ability of the thorn fruit to attack the passive ghost is useless, physical attacks are almost useless, and can only keep retreating. In the end, 4 negative ghosts passed through the body and knelt on the sand to repent. Get it? Perona, who was floating in the air, looked down at Nami under her feet, and snorted disdainfully, look at someone's distressed appearance, don't you want me to help in the end? Nami didn't care. She really couldn't handle it alone. After all, they were all senior agents of Baroque Walker Studio, so it was so easy to deal with. Nami can only use observation haki to dodge and deal with it, and attack can also be done, but the damage caused is not great. Looking at the agents of the Baroque Walker Studio, almost all of them were placed by Perona. Nami also realized that with his special observation haki, combined with his current agility, plus the 6 forms of paper arts and moonwalk, he has an absolute advantage in dodging, but he lacks an attack method. Ye Kai was looking for booming thunder fruit just to use it for her. In Sky Island, Nami has seen the power of the thunder fruit. Following Ye Kai, the enemies she faces are getting stronger and stronger, and she doesn't want to hold back. It would be even better if she could help Ye Kai. So she doesn't reject devil fruit. Although after eating devil fruit, she will become unable to swim. After careful consideration, Nami chose to help Ye Kai, not hold back Ye Kai, or become a burden to Ye Kai. The side effects of eating devil fruit are trivial. Aside, Robin didn't expect that the senior agent of Baroque Walker Studio would be put down by the 2 girls beside Yi in such a simple way. Anyway, the senior agents of the Baroque Walker Studio are all very capable, even she can't handle it. The 2 girls next to Ye Kai, all of them. Nami's agile skills, even in the face of Mr. 1 and melee attacks, can also avoid the attacks of M1, and even always give people a feeling of anticipating the enemy, which is very powerful. This is just the navigator on the Ye Kai ship, with such strength. Robin was even more surprised by Perona's performance. Almost all of the 4 senior cadres were brought down by her, making the 4 agents lose their combat effectiveness. Perona is definitely demon fruit power. There is no doubt about it. It seems to be a little girl brought out by Ye Kai from Gecko Moria, and her strength is not bad. It can only be said that they are worthy of being the people on the Ye Kai boat. Even if they are not professional fighters, they all have such powerful strength. Agent of Baroque Walker Workshop, after the battle with May and Perona. Nami and Perona keep an eye on the agents, keeping them in a negative state with negative specter. Then, like Robin, watch the battle between Ye Kai and Crocodile from the sidelines. At first, Nami thought the fight would end quickly and make a lot of noise. Because this is Ye Kai's fighting style, Gecko Moria and Crocodile are both 7 warlords of the sea. Shuluo Shudar is not much stronger than Moria when it is used up. This kind of battle should also end soon. The battles between Ye Kai, Aokiji, and Enel are also similar. The duration is not very long, and the movement is amazing. This battle should be about the same. But both Nami and Perona have taken down the agents of Baroque Walker Workshop, and the battle between Ye Kai and Crocodile is still going on. The movement of the battle is not too big. At least, Nami and Perona have not been affected, and there are no sword oars that span hundreds of meters and even split the sky and desert. Ye Kai is holding broken sea, armament haki is covering the blade, and the crocodile keeps colliding. Ye Kai is not a demon fruit power, and a Logia demon fruit power like Crocodile, fighting close to him. No matter how you look at it, Yi is not serious. But in fact, Ye Kai has the upper hand by relying on his desperately powerful terror force, plus armament haki, and Crocodile in hand-to-hand combat. Just now, Ye Kai also allocated part of his energy to pay attention to the battle between Nami and Perona. If there's a problem with Nami, Ye Kai is there to help, or just use Conqueror's haki to stun Baroque Walker's agents. Fortunately, Nami and Perona did not disappoint him, and have brought down the agents of Baroque Walker Workshop. It seems that your subordinates are not good. Seeing the 2 girls under him, Ye Kai put the 4 cadres of the crocodile on the ground, and then waved Broken Sea, creating a terrifying sandstorm to destroy the crocodile. 0. The sandstorm, more than 10 meters high, like a waterfall of gravel, was smashed by Ye Kai with a knife, and turned into gravel all over the sky. Without the use of sword energy, it is to rely on the power of terror to violently defeat and smash to pieces. What a monster! Even when Whitebeard was young, he didn't have such terrifying power. Crocodile stepped back to avoid the shock wave from Ye Kai's swing. That's right, Ye Kai swung the weapon in his hand with all his strength like this, without using sword energy or slashing. The terrifying force crushed the air and vibrated the air, which was enough to form a shock wave. Boom! A random impact falling on the ground is enough to blast a pothole several meters in size and blow up the desert all over the sky. Crocodile turned sideways to avoid the shock wave brought by Ye Kai, swung the golden hook in his hand backhand, and swiped towards Ye Kai's neck. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said to Ye Kai beside him, "If you lose, and I don't rely on them, as long as I'm here." Crocodile is such a self-confident, even somewhat conceited man. For him, the members of the Baroque Walker Studio are just tools and means. Use them if they can be used, and throw them away if they can't be used. Crocodile always only believes in himself. Ding! Broken Sea in Ye Kai's hand was in front of him, blocking Crocodile's poisoned golden hook, and said with emotion, it's really ruthless, how about I take over the Baroque Walker studio and finish the knife? Chapter 118 Use crocodile to forge a knife. One more subscription. 122 tenths. Chapter 118 Use crocodile to forge a knife. One more subscription. Slightly late, sorry. Start revision and upload. HMPH. After all, you were here for the Baroque Walker studio from the very beginning, right? Entrusting Baroque Walker studio to find Booming Thunder Fruit, how can there be any efficiency in directly ordering to find Booming Thunder Fruit after directly taking over Baroque Walker studio? According to Crocodile, the purpose of Ye Kai was Baroque Walker studio from the beginning. Of course not, just because you don't care about your subordinates at all, and feel worthless for them. In this case, you might as well follow me and let me take over Baroque Walker's studio. At the beginning, Ye Kai just wanted to fight Crocodile, let him exercise his armament hockey, accumulate some experience, and forge his own black sword. If you win, Crocodile and his Baroque Walker workshop will help him find Booming Thunder Fruit. As for losing, impossible to lose. Now, instead of Crocodile not caring about the Baroque Wa 373 studio at all, Ye Kai thinks he should take over. Even if they win, they will not do their best to ask Crocodile and Baroque Walker studio to help find Booming Thunder Fruit. It will definitely be much more efficient to personally control the Baroque Walker studio. Huh, Crocodile snorted coldly, stomped his feet, and the desert with a radius of tens of meters quickly sank, swallowing Ye Kai like a swamp. In an instant, Crocodile rushed in front of Ye Kai, his arm turned into an arc-shaped gravel slash, and slashed towards Ye Kai's neck. Arc moon slash. Bang. In an instant, half of Ye Kai's body was swallowed up by the continuously sinking desert, and the broken sea in his hand slashed at Crocodile's arc-shaped gravel slash, blowing him up instantly. But this arc-shaped slash is not an ordinary slash, like a cotton candy. After a part is blown off, the other part directly covers Ye Kai's body. In an instant, Ye Kai could feel the water in his body losing. The next moment, armament hockey wrapped his whole body, and his whole body was like a dark metal man. His whole body was shining and naked, and powerful force erupted from his feet. Bang. With Ye Kai's terrifying power, Moonwalk burst out, even if the desert that is constantly devouring his body cannot trap him. The whole body broke free from the desert in an instant and rushed into the air, slashing at Crocodile. Ding. A crisp sound. Crocodile raised the golden hook in his left hand to resist the broken sea in Ye Kai's hand. It is impossible to elementalize to avoid Ye Kai's attack, but broken sea comes with armament hockey. Elementalization to avoid. If one is not careful, one's life will be gone. PFF'd. Broken sea collided with the golden hook in Crocodile's left hand, and there was a crisp sound. The next moment, the golden hook on Crocodile's left hand was directly divided into two by broken sea, and it was cut off in an instant. Ye Kai's swordsmanship has already reached the level of cutting steel, and when fighting the zombie dragon horse, Ye Kai's application of cutting steel has gone a step further. The golden hook on Crocodile's hand, even if it is gold, is indistinguishable from a piece of paper in front of Ye Kai. Shua. Broken sea with armament hockey cuts off the golden hook in Crocodile's left hand, and falls down to Crocodile's shoulder. Crocodile didn't dodge. Instead, his right hand was condensed with countless gravel, which gathered into a sand blade, shining with a metallic luster. This sand blade made of aggregated gravel did not resist Ye Kai's broken sea but directly moved towards Ye Kai's body. Diamond sword. Boom. Crocodile's attack came, this way of besieging Wei and saving Zhao, trying to attack him and stop the attack in his hands. That is impossible. As soon as Ye Kai raised his foot, armament hockey covered his thigh and kicked over, kicking the knife to pieces. At the same time, the broken sea in his hand is still slashing towards Crocodile. Poof. Broken sea cut down along Crocodile's shoulder. At the same time, Crocodile also landed a backhand on Ye Kai. Bang. With a sound, Crocodile directly kicked Ye Kai out. After all, Ye Kai is in the air, even if Grandmaster Moonwalk is kicked by Crocodile with all his strength, his strong physical fitness and armament hockey resist the attack, and his body will be kicked away. Turning around in the air, Ye Kai stepped on the Moonwalk, took off his strength, landed on the ground, and stood at both ends of the pit with Crocodile. The broken sea that Ye Kai cut off just now was cut off from Crocodile's shoulder, and did not hurt Crocodile. Crocodile elementalized in advance, avoiding Ye Kai's knife, and kicked Ye Kai flying at the same time. It is impossible to say that Crocodile will not use hockey. Without using hockey, how could Crocodile elementalize in advance to avoid Ye Kai's attack? Armament hockey can indeed attack the body of Logia demon fruit power, but it's just haunting, not restraint. Even if you fight someone with armament hockey, Logia demon fruit power, you can still use the fruit power at any time. 0. When Logia demon fruit power, it is predicted that the attack will fall on the shoulder. For example, Ye Kai attacked Crocodile's shoulder just now. Before Ye Kai's attack fell, Crocodile elementalized the shoulders in advance and split them directly. Even if Ye Kai's broken sea was cut down with armament hockey, Crocodile elementalized in advance, separated the shoulders, and chopped on the air, the same frustrated. Oh, Ye Kai curled his lips mockingly, whether it was because the attack just missed or was kicked by Crocodile. It doesn't matter if the attack fails, Ye Kai and Crocodile are fighting to forge their own black sword through fighting. Through continuous battles, one battle after another, thousands of battles, thousands of hammers and hundreds of forgings, forge your own black knife. As for getting kicked by Crocodile, With Ye Kai's current physical fitness and Armament Hockey's defense, it won't hurt to give Crocodile 10 kicks. Ye Kai curled his lips in disdain, but the real emotion is how did Luffy in the original work defeat Crocodile? Is it true that the weaker Crocodile is, the weaker it is? The stronger it is, the stronger. When you meet Ye Kai, your IQ will be online, and you will explode with great strength. The same is true for Summit War in the original book, and it is also the same when you play Bullet. Meet Luffy who is one-sided and weak, Crocodile also becomes one-sided. Becomes as weak as Luffy. Ye Kai complains about the truth. Shave. Ye Kai was launching an attack, and his feet took a few steps on the spot in an instant, leaving only 3.4 feet of potholes and gravel flying all over the sky, disappearing in place. Ding ding ding. The sound of the collision of weapons resounded continuously in the desert. The figures between Ye Kai and Crocodile were constantly moving and colliding, and there were bursts of sound. Even if the golden hook in Crocodile's hand is split in half by Ye Kai, after covering Armament Hockey, it can still resist the broken C in Ye Kai's hand. However, Ye Kai's, severing steel, was too strong, and after a few collisions, the golden hook he was sitting on was almost dead. This shows that Ye Kai's sword technique, steel cutting, is powerful enough to cut through any object. It also proves that Ye Kai's Armament Hockey is stronger than Crocodile, enough to defeat Crocodile's Armament Hockey and hurt Crocodile. Puff Kai. The next moment, the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh and blood began to resound in everyone's ears, accompanied by scarlet blood splashing out. Chapter 119 Crocodile broke out. 2 more subscriptions. 121 210ths. Chapter 119 Crocodile broke out. 2 more subscriptions. Thanks to Kending Yule for rewarding 100 volts points. Ding ding ding. The two continued to fight each other, and there were bursts of crisp collision sounds, and the golden hook in Crocodile's left hand was cut off long ago. Now even a bit of metal connecting the golden hook has been cut off. Cut steel. There are also strengths and weaknesses. Ye Kai's, cut steel, has reached a very powerful state. Even though Crocodile's left hand covered Armament Hockey, his Armament Hockey was not as strong as Ye Kai's. In addition, Ye Kai's powerful swordsmanship soon made it impossible for Bebop to resist. PFF'd. The silhouettes of the two people constantly clashing, colliding constantly, the sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh and blood, scarlet blood splashed out, and scarlet and strange blood flowers bloomed in the air. The figures of the two did not stop, they were still fighting constantly. Desert Vajra sword. With a wave of Crocodile's hand, countless deserts converged into sharp blades in his hand, and he slashed towards the rushing Ye Kai. Ye Kai's speed has never slowed down, all attacks were cut in half by him. Poof, poof, poof. Slashed down with a knife, countless gravel spilled. No exceptions, whether it is a desert sword, or the desert diamond sword, or a desert sword, they were all cut in half by Ye Kai, which did not hinder his offensive development at all, let alone cause damage. Crack. During the battle between the two, the Yuyan casino, for some reason, fell apart, as if it had been rotten. Boom. With a roar, the entire casino turned into countless powders and fell down. Run. Ye Kai's voice came suddenly. Obviously, he didn't want to run, but told Nami, Perona and Robin beside him. Ye Kai's observation hockey has reached the point of foreseeing the future. With such a powerful observation hockey, coupled with his strength, to put it bluntly, he is invincible. Uniform observation hockey is not as good as his people, it is a bully. If the opponent's observation hockey is not as good as Ye Kai, armament hockey, knowledge color, swordsmanship, physical fitness, strength, speed, none of which are higher than Ye Kai, then the enemy basically has no chance of winning. It is impossible to be Ye Kai's enemy. Of course, there is one thing not mentioned, which is the ability of Devil Fruit. Ye Kai doesn't have Devil Fruit, so everyone's Devil Fruit ability is above him. However, the Devil Fruit ability of ordinary people is looking for abuse in front of Ye Kai. Unless it is a top-notch demon fruit power, its own strength is not bad, and the ability of Devil Fruit has been developed to a very terrifying level, then it is qualified to be Ye Kai's opponent. Does Crocodile have what it takes to be Ye Kai's opponent? The strength shown before, to put it bluntly, no. But now, the strength shown by Crocodile, or in the picture foreseen by Ye Kai observation hockey, Crocodile has such strength. Without any hesitation, Nami moonwalk stepped on it, and the whole person not only retreated, but finally fell to the ground due to lack of strength, turned around and ran away. Perona is more direct, flying back and forth in the air. When Robin heard Ye Kai say to run, and looked at the reactions of Nami and Perona, he also left quickly. Crack the ground. Next moment, Ye Kai raised the broken sea in his hand, and slashed towards Crocodile with all his might. Like Open Sky, Broken Moon, and Fufeng, Split Earth is naturally a sword technique created by Ye Kai. Every move is the most extreme basic move. Opening the sky means chopping and chopping. When a sword is struck, the heavens and the earth are opened, and there is no one to stop, nothing to stop, and nothing to stop. Broken Moon is a thorn. A sword stabs out, with the power to penetrate everything, enough to pierce the moon above the 9 heavens. Fufeng is an upward pick. It can be fast, slow, light, soft, and strong. It has the meaning of pushing 1,000 caddies in 4 or 2. This move is so soft that you can even touch the wind. When fighting zombie dragons and horses, used this trick. And splitting ground means collapse, hit the enemy or target with a powerful force, forming a large-scale cracking attack, enough to shatter everything. Boom. Ye Kai cut off one piece. A thunderous roar resounded through the sky. The entire desert was shaking, and from a distance, it was like setting off a wave, spreading outward wave after wave. Around Ye Kai, a sword fell, stirring up dozens of meters of yellow sand, pushing outward like waves, causing a second impact on the ground, forming a huge roar. With a radius of several thousand meters, it instantly turned into a piece of Jedi, turning into a piece of yellow sand. The original Rain Feast Casino was located in the Rainland of Alabasta, which is considered to be the best location in Alabasta, with a lot of green vegetation. And now, with a radius of several kilometers, not to mention the vegetation, even the buildings have completely disappeared, turning into a piece of yellow sand. It's not that these buildings and plants were all submerged by the desert created by Ye Kai's split the earth. But it all disappeared. The buildings are all turned into powder, turned into gravel, into the desert. All the plants withered, turned into powder, and merged into the desert. Some buildings thousands of meters away were also affected, becoming very dilapidated and decayed like arrowheads that have passed through hundreds of years. The cause of all this is naturally crocodile. Ye Kai can feel that his body fluids have evaporated a lot in an instant. This is due to his strong physical fitness and strong control over his body. Armament hockey protects his whole body. If Nami and the others hadn't escaped, Yi would definitely be made into households by Shu Rockdale. This guy doesn't even care about his subordinates, let alone Ye Kai's subordinates. As for Nico Robin, he is not even a subordinate, just a collaborator, and he is dead when he dies. Backquote tisk tisk, interesting. Ye Kai's smashing ground just now directly blasted Crocodile. The shattered kind, completely turned into grit. This is not elementalization. Rather, Crocodile's body itself is made of gravel. A doppelganger. Call out. The next moment, countless gravel gathered into Crocodile, still looking a bit embarrassed, not to mention the golden hook in his hand, even the arm and the vault at the connection point have been cut to nearly 10,000. Nuos proves that he and Ye Kai just now it was indeed Crocodile himself who fought. Rather than a gravel avatar. If it is really a gravel clone that hits now, Ye Kai will be greatly surprised. Tide of corrosion. The crocodile reappeared with one hand, and the sand flew wildly in the sky, setting off a sandstorm more than 10 meters high, and slapped towards Yi. Swish. Broken sea in Ye Kai's hand. It directly split the sand wave more than 10 meters high, and rushed towards Crocodile. Then, a wave of sand more than 10 meters high hit the ground with a boom. It's not over yet, since it is a wave. How could there be only one sand wave? Clatter, saranging one after another. The waves of sand that were higher than the waves, like rolling waves, slapped back and forth. Throughout the desert, several kilometers away, you can see this wave of sand that is higher than one wave. It is like a storm on the sea, setting off rolling waves, which is very terrifying. Chapter 120 The Battle Between Monsters. 3 more subscriptions. 122 210ths. Chapter 120 The Battle Between Monsters. 3 more subscriptions. The chapters seem to be duplicated. I replaced the duplicated chapters with new chapters. It should be fine after refreshing. It was relatively late, and the background was still a bit stuck. I clicked a few more times to upload the chapters, which caused repetitions. I am very sorry. This is a monster. A few kilometers away, Perona was holding a wine-red umbrella, floating in the air, watching the battlefield between Ye Kai and Crocodile. The wave swept the wave, and the wave was higher than the yellow sand. Those who didn't know thought it was a superstorm at sea. But in fact, this is on the ground. It's in the desert. That's not a wave, it's sand waves. Waves made entirely of gravel. The battlefield has a radius of several thousand meters, and the waves of the sun are beating against the earth. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar kept ringing, and Nami and Robin could feel the ground shaking while standing on the ground. This is in the desert. The ground is composed of grains of gravel, and the transmission of vibrations can still be transmitted here. You can feel the ground shaking, and the power here can be imagined. Perona said it was a monster, not bad at all. It's just that Nami is no longer surprised. It's okay, this level of fighting is not a big problem for Ye Kai, and he has encountered it several times. The first time was the battle between Ye Kai and Marine 30 Admiral Aokiji. The movement was that even the sea was frozen. Almost half a year has passed so far. The frozen island where Ye Kai and Aokiji fought has not yet thawed. The second time was the battle between Ye Kai and Enela on Sky Island. In that scene, the sky was full of thunder, and the thunder giant hundreds of meters tall. Compared to now, the sun is not worse. The third time, of course, is the battle between Ye Kai and Crocodile. It was the third time to see each other, and Nami was very calm. Even Robin had never seen a battle of this magnitude. The buster call that Marine launched against Ohara was a very big scene for Robin. Of course, Ohara was directly sunk by buster call. That scene is much more than the scene caused by the battle between Ye Kai and Crocodile now. With Nico Robin's calm personality, he didn't say anything when he saw Ye Kai and Crocodile fighting. The two are indeed 7 warlords of the sea. Although there are strengths and weaknesses in 7 warlords of the sea, Ye Kai and Crocodile can have such strength, and they can live up to the title of 7 warlords of the sea. Boom. The sound of sand waves hitting the ground. Shua, a figure stood on the ground, or stepped on the void, waved the sword in his hand, and spread out the waves of sand that were shot down one after another, defeating them. Wow, the sand waves of tens of meters, and hundreds of meters were smashed by a knife, and turned into sand and gravel all over the sky. Something is wrong. Nami looked at Ye-Kai, frowning. Shouldn't Ye-Kai's strength only be like this? Nami has seen Ye-Kai split Kokoyashi village with his sword, saw Ye-Kai fight with Aokiji, and saw Ye-Kai fight with Enel. How strong Ye-Kai is, Nami doesn't know, but he has a general understanding. An attack of Crocodile's level is really loud and powerful. If it was an ordinary person, they would have been submerged in gravel long ago, and then beaten and squeezed into minced meat by waves of sand after wave after wave. But for Ye-Kai, such an attack can split them all with one blow. Where is the use of this, swinging broken sea in your hand to attack with one knife at a time? Things that can be solved with a single knife, why do you keep shooting like this? Could it be that Crocodile's sand waves have other effects that they can't feel when they are not on the battlefield? However, Nami could see that Crocodile's attack should be able to drain all the moisture around. Be it humans, animals, or plants. Even buildings can be instantly decayed and turned into dust and gravel. What's wrong? Although Perona often quarreled and fought with Nami, a certain tacit understanding was formed between the two. Nami said, Ye-Kai's strength should not be suppressed like this, what is he doing? Makes sense. It was only then that Perona remembered that when Ye-Kai was on the Terrorist 3 deceitful sailboat, he split the huge Terrorist 3 deceitful sailboat in half with one knife. How big is half of the dreaded 3 deceitful galleons? It is much larger than the current Ye-Kai and Crocodile fight. Crocodile's kind of attack, with one knife, just one knife, it can be split directly. Ye-Kai, too much deceit. When Nami and Perona were puzzled, Crocodile roared. Let Nami, Perona, and Robin be a little curious. What did Ye-Kai do? Why is Crocodile so PD off? What do you take me for? A whetstone. Die to me. Desert assimilation. Crocodile exerted his fruit ability with all his strength, so that he yelled furiously now, because Ye-Kai was not competing with her from the beginning, not a challenge. Instead, completely, thoroughly, using him. Crocodile, Sand Crocodile, 7 warlords of the sea as a whetstone to hone his sword skills. For a strong man, especially for a confident and self-confident person like Crocodile, it is simply a great insult. It was worse than killing him. The key point is that when Crocodile made a violent attack, he showed all his strength, but he couldn't do anything to Ye-Kai, and he couldn't do anything to take Ye-Kai. Ye-Kai remained the same, honing his sword skills around his attacks. This makes Crocodile want to die. He directly exerted Devil Fruit's ability with all his strength. The reason why Logia Devil Fruit is divided into Logia is that it is different from other elements that can be controlled by Paramesha. It can not only elementize, but also affect nature, attract nature, and even, adapt nature. Crocodile is going to turn Ye-Kai and the whole of Alabasta into grit. A powerful force is released centered on Crocodile. The billowing desert is like Uzumaki, fully activated 657, spinning around Crocodile and spreading outward. That kind of power makes one's heart palpitate. To put it bluntly, even if such a terrifying power fluctuation cannot completely turn a huge island like Alabasta into a desert, it will not be too far behind. In the original book, the island where Akainu and Aokiji fought directly turned into an island of ice and fire. Crocodile may not be as strong as Marine Admiral Aokiji and Akainu, but he's playing at full strength, and there are definitely a lot of people to suffer. At the very least, Nami and Nico Robin may be affected, turned into mummy, or even directly assimilated into gravel. Countless people will die here. Tens of thousands. Even more people will die. I won't play with you anymore. Ye-Kai also knows that it is too serious, so he does not intend to continue playing. Everyone in clock will temper the knife. In the next instant, Ye-Kai swooped down from the air and rushed towards Crocodile. Bang! Facing the rushing Ye-Kai, Crocodile could only stop what he was doing, and turn to attack Ye-Kai. The yellow sand swirling around him soared into the sky, like a red tornado moving 100 meters in size, or a red pillar of heaven, standing between the sky and the earth. Wrap Ye-Kai directly too. The gravel is constantly turning, twisting, squeezing, rubbing, and the sound coming from Nami, who was thousands of meters away, can hear the creak sound of the constantly twisting gravel. If ordinary people are involved in this, they will be twisted into meat sauce in an instant, right?